It was mid-afternoon. The streets of this small port city were alive with the sounds of people going about their day-to-day business. Amongst them was a young girl, a child. Pale, messy blonde hair topped her head, and her bright, optimistic blue eyes shone as she hurried down the street. The girl was making her way home. Carrying a paper bag full of apples, she was already running late. She had wasted time admiring the fish in the pet shop window. She always had a fondness of fish. Their bright, beautiful colours and the way they wiggled around in the water made them both endearing and enchanting. And the fish would always stop and stare whenever she walked by, almost equally as entranced by her. But she had to break away eventually. She had been given a very important mission: buy some apples for her dad's apple crumble. She loved apple crumble, and the way her dad made it was the best, piping hot with cold custard drizzled on top. Her stomach growled and she smiled, thinking about all the times her and her dad would make apple crumble together. It was her little bubble of happiness ever since her mum passed away the previous year. One day, I hope I can make it as good as his. When the girl finally made her way back home, the door was already unlocked. That's weird, she thought to herself. Normally she would have to knock and her dad would let her in. No matter. This just makes it easier for me. As she opened the door, she dropped the bag she was carrying. The body of her father lay motionless on the ground. Her world grew quiet, except for the sounds of her screams. Why do good people have to die? Why do good people have to die? A flash of lightning illuminated the man's face. His stern, grotesque features looked menacing in the moonlight. Waves crashed against the shore as the brute held a frightened girl up by her neck, hanging her dangerously over the water. There were cuts and bruises on her skin. Her blonde hair had been muddied from the forceful journey there, and her once bright blue eyes, full of enthusiasm, now only showed fear and sadness, her tears mixing with the rainwater that showered over them both.
No, I'm sorry I have to do this, but the boss was real particular about no witnesses,
the British man grunted. The girl's only response was more tears.
No crying. It's just business. You understand that, right?
The girl continued to squirm, but the man carried on disinterested.
Some people have to die. That's just the way things are.
With the small amount of air provided to her, the girl managed to croak out a response. That's not fair. Why do bad people like you get to live when good men like my She trailed off. Her father's death was still raw in her mind.
Now, sunshine. This ain't no fairy tale. You gots to do what you gots to do to make a living, and if boss says to take care of a bystander, then I gots to do what I gots to do.
His grip loosened.
No!
The girl squealed, but before the girl could finish, she was already falling. It wasn't long before she hit the water. It splashed as she plunged into its murky depths. She had never really learned how to swim. But as she slowly started to sink, the girl noticed her body grow weaker and weaker, almost as if the waters themselves were sapping her strength away. Resigned to her death, she made no struggle. She had no energy to. Her vision started to fade, and her world went black. When she next awoke, she was laying on a bed of sand, sun beating down on her face. She squinted and stared up at the blurry shape that was leaning over her. A man's concerned face stared back at her. His brown eyes lit up behind his glasses as she woke, and he smiled. He had messy ginger hair and a small, well-kept beard. Freckles also dotted his face in various places, but his most notable feature was a diagonal scar that lined across his face. He looked young, maybe in his 20s. He was wearing a large white and blue coat over the top of his regular shirt and trousers. Good. You're coming too. You feeling all right? The man said. The girl sat up slowly, looking around at her surroundings. She was on a small island, water flanking it in every direction. Behind the man, she could see a large ship painted in a similar white and blue. Dazed and confused, her head was full of questions. She paused for a second before cautiously asking, Where am I?
I'm not quite sure, the man replied. Some of my men said they saw a little girl being carried by a sea king, so we decided to follow it.
He looked around for a second and then continued. It seems to have left you here on this small island. Strange behavior, to say the least. Barely taking a moment to register the information given to her, the girl launched into her next question. Who are you? The man grinned.
The name's Hastings. Captain Hastings, to be precise. Always got to include my rank there. All my higher-ups insist on it.
The girl's confused expression deepened. Upon seeing this, the man quickly added,
Navy rank. The Navy. I guess your parents haven't taught about us yet.
The grim reminder caused the girl to freeze up. Any feeling of relief from being rescued was gone. After all, she's probably better off dead. She was alone. Hastings looked inquisitively at the frightened girl, not quite understanding the sudden change in expression.
You need not to worry. We're here to help. I apologize for my bluntness, but if you could just let me know what island you're from, I can return you to your parents.
Before she knew it, tears were welling up in her eyes. Her rapidly declining mood took Hastings by surprise.
Oh, bugger. I'm sorry, it's okay.
Hastings placed a small blanket around the girl. He paused for a moment as the child continued to cry, frowning sympathetically as he sat closer to her.
Listen,
he said softly. I'm here now. You've been through a lot, I understand. The Marine carefully brought out a pen and a small notepad from his shirt pocket and started drawing. The girl still continued to cry, but Hastings noticed her eyes wandered towards the notepad. He gave her a small smile. Drawings have always been therapeutic to me. I get to express my feelings through my pencil. Whenever I'm feeling sad, happy, angry, I always draw. Doesn't matter what. Hastings continued to sketch. We all face difficult things, but I always remind myself that things not only will get better, but can only get better if you don't give up on yourself. Look. Hastings turned the notepad around to show the girl. It was a drawing of her, smiling, eyes bright, with various different fish drawn randomly around her head. It was a serene moment captured in time, a hopeful reflection. It was a lovely drawing. Nobody had ever really drawn her before. Thought you might like it. He paused for a second, looking down at his notepad. From your reaction before, I assume you don't have anybody to return to. The girl said nothing, but nodded her head silently. This was enough confirmation for him. I understand the pain. I lost both my parents to a pirate raid when I was younger too. He ripped the page out of his notebook and looked over at the girl. You can have this, he said as he handed her the page. The girl grabbed it, staring at the paper bewildered, barely noticing the fact that she had now stopped crying. That's better, said Hastings optimistically. The captain stood up, patting down his trousers. He looked down at the girl, smiling, the sun illuminating his face. He put out his hand for her to grab.
Oh, I forgot to ask. What's your name?
The girl looked up. She held the picture close to her chest with one hand and took his hand with the other. Rain, she said quietly. What a lovely name, the man responded. Rain frantically swung her wooden swords. Hastings dodged each of the strikes effortlessly. It had been a few months since they first met, and after much reluctance from Hastings, Rain had managed to make herself a new recruit of the Navy. She was still only 12, so all she could do for now was train.
Faster, Raindrop, commanded Hastings. Come on! When wielding two weapons, the key is speed.
Rain, ignoring the nickname, continued to wave her arms around faster. Hastings continued to weave in and out of the attacks, Rain's efforts looking sluggish in comparison.
Speed and precision, Hastings added. Rain grunted, then span around with both swords, attempting to hit Hastings in the side.
The captain quickly ducked out of the way of the attack, swinging his legs round and knocking the girl over. He laughed.
I know you're better than this, Lieutenant.
A 16-year-old Rain lay on the floor disgruntled. It had been 4 years since she started training with Hastings. She had improved a lot since then. Her rapid growth came as a surprise to other Marines. Some called her a prodigy. The captain put out her hand and Rain reluctantly grabbed it, pulling herself up. I liked it better when you called me by my name, she replied in a huff.
Names are for when we're playing cards, Lieutenant. When we're training, we need to be formal.
Hastings gave a cheeky grin as he readied himself.
Come now, Raindrop. Give it your best shot.
Rain dashed towards Hastings, thrusting her left-hand blade towards him, almost carelessly. Hastings easily dodged to the right. He smiled but didn't notice Rain's other hand that was already in full swinging motion towards him. Hastings jumped. But in that moment, Rain let go of both of her weapons, quickly grabbing her left-hand sword with her right hand in a reverse grip and driving the blunt tip back into Hastings' chest. Hastings landed and stumbled back a bit, looking up at Rain, smiling.
Nice work, Hastings beamed. I think that's enough training for now.
The 4 years had been kind to Hastings. He would be in his late 20s now. The few skirmishes and missions they had been on up to this point had been relatively easy to deal with, and so Hastings hadn't acquired any new scars, to say the least. Rain looked up at the captain. I don't understand why you haven't been promoted yet. You meet all the qualifications. Hastings chuckled.
I don't want it.
Rain paused and raised an eyebrow. The captain smiled and continued. I prefer being able to help people like this. The higher in command you get, the further away you get from actual work that benefits people. That's not why I became a Marine. Rain nodded her head. It made sense to her. It was a quality she always respected in Hastings. At that moment, Hastings noticed something in the corner of his eye. Now then, it looks like we've arrived. He gestured. Arrived? Where? Rain replied as she spun around to face the sight of a small island with a couple of white and blue cylindrical buildings placed atop. You, wanted to find out more about this, Hastings paused for a moment to find the right word. Thing you have? With the fish. We don't know if it's a devil fruit or something else, so I've arranged a consultation with a friend of mine. Rain looked over to the harbour as the ship pulled in and saw a figure waiting for them. On the dock stood a young man with black hair, sporting a crazy mustache. He had a simple cap on and a pair of small round spectacles. He was grinning. Guten Tag, Herr Hastings! The man beckoned as the ship approached. There he is! Captain Arzen, hello! Hastings waved. Behind the man stood another looming figure, a middle-aged man, maybe early 40s. He had silver hair and a stern look. Who is that? Rain asked. Oh, him? Hastings said, peering at the man. Oh, that must be V. I've not met him personally, but he works closely with Arzen. He has a daughter, actually. She's around your age, I think. V? That's a strange name, Rain responded. Yeah, I think it's short for something. I don't know what, though. Hastings looked over at Rain. Come on, don't be nervous. I can vouch for Arzen. He may seem a little weird, but he's a good man. I'm not nervous, Rain lied. Rain squirmed uncomfortably in the chair. It was a heavy-duty metal thing. It was not built for comfort. The room around her was unlike any room she'd been in before. Tubes and various unknown mechanisms ran across the wall. The walls themselves were metallic, and the entire space had a morbid, clinical feel. Arzen stood by her side, holding a syringe, his glasses reflecting the silver point. Now, Fräulein, this will only hurt a little. Rain winced as Arzen inserted the needle into her arm, drawing blood. Perfect. Arzen smiled as he pulled the syringe away. Now, if you would excuse me for a moment, he muttered as he navigated to a workbench a short distance away. Whilst waiting, Rain's eyes wandered about the room and noticed that V was in the corner, tinkering on an unusual-looking device. What are you working on? Rain asked, trying her best to fill the awkward silence. V did not turn around and simply spoke. Don't you think it's a shame? What's a shame? Rain replied. That people who have the capacity to do so much good in the world can just die, like it's nothing. This took Rain by surprise. She was not expecting such an esoteric answer, let alone something she strangely agreed with. Humans are such fragile creatures, V continued. Doctors and scientists try their best to fix wounds and treat illnesses, but at the end of the day, they are just bandages to prolong the inevitable. V shook his head, still not making eye contact with Rain. If we don't fix the root of the problem... V trailed off, paused for a moment, and then added, I apologize. I'm rambling. V turned around to face Rain, and gave a wry smile. You're too young to understand anyway. Something about that comment annoyed Rain, and she snapped back. Don't underestimate me. I'm a lot smarter than I look. Is that so? Jeered V, raising an eyebrow. He paced towards her, his slow, heavy footfalls reverberating around the metallic room. Care to share your opinion? Well, it's impossible, right? Rain retorted. You're talking about immortality. There's no way you can prevent death. What if I said you could? V responded, his body looming over Rain. Would the world not be a better place? V and Rain locked eyes. She felt uncomfortable under his chilling gaze, but what he had said stuck with her. What if there was a way you could prevent death? Right at that moment, a knock came from the door. Arzen piped up, his attention obviously still focused on his work. Ah, that must be Hastings. Come on in. Hastings maneuvered around the iron door, grinning at Rain as he entered. Any results, Captain? Hastings asked expectantly. Patience, Hastings. We shall get you the results of our tests in a few days. But, for now, you may take the girl. Arzen gestured over to Rain. Right, Hastings replied. He then noticed V, who had slowly turned around to look at him. Oh, V, right? He asked cautiously. How's the, family? V gave Hastings a flat look. Verona is faring well. I've managed to make some key enhancements. Hastings looked understandably puzzled. Sorry? Enhancements? V looked at Hastings unamused. Yes, enhancements. Hastings' confusion deepened, but decided not to continue the line of questioning. Okay, well, come along now, Lieutenant. Hastings waved his hand towards the door. We best get moving. Rain promptly nodded and jumped up out of the chair, following Hastings as they left the room. She turned and gave a small wave to the pair of scientists, and then they were gone. Not long after the door closed, Arzen took a step forwards to stand beside V. So, what did you discover? V asked. Well, I'm not certain, but if this is to be believed, then this young girl could grow to be very powerful indeed. V smiled. Perfect. I think we may find a use for someone like her. Arzen nodded his head. Agreed. All she needs is one small push. So when are we going to hear back from Arzen? Rain asked. Patience, Hastings grumbled. Rain had been asking the same question almost every day for the last few weeks. These things take time. He lowered the telescope he was holding to his eye, the sea breeze running gracefully through his ginger hair. I know, Rain retorted, pouting. What we do know at least is it can't be any sort of devil fruit ability. Hastings paused, looking at Rain, and smiled. I think you may have left those boffins stumped. He proceeded to ruffle her hair. You're just that special. He chuckled. Right at that moment, the ship rocked to its side unusually. Captain, one of the Marines piped up, pointing to the water. Hastings and Rain's attention has turned to look over to the side of the ship, puzzled. The water tension broke as a steel vessel emerged ominously from the depths. What the fuck is that? Yelled one of the Marines. A submarine, Hastings murmured under his breath. A what? Rain asked impatiently. A submarine. New marine technology. This doesn't look like a marine vessel, however. The hatch on the submarine slowly opened up and a large man appeared, standing proudly atop the roof. His eyes were wild, one slightly bigger than the other. A huge black mustache was displayed proudly on his face, and his body was covered in axes, including a jet black axe held firmly in one hand. Captain Hastings, the man boomed. I've been looking for you. The captain stuck his arm out to signal his crew to hold fire. And who might you be? He asked tentatively. What would answering that do for you, eh? The man replied. It's not like you'll be alive much longer. No sooner did those words leave his mouth than he leapt up into the air, landing forcefully onto the Marine ship. The force of his impact knocked most of the Marines over, and those who weren't forced over from the impact fell mysteriously unconscious. Unaffected, Rain drew her blades and jumped forwards, ready for battle. She yelled as she swung her swords furiously at the man. She found her two blades blocked by an effortless parry from the jet black axe. That's one fucking tough bitch you got there, the man bellowed, eyes not breaking connection with Hastings. What the fuck did you just say? Hastings' eyes twitched as he drew his weapons. I may not know who you are, but I don't need a name to serve justice. Lieutenant, on me! The captain spun, colour tracing off the edges of his blades. At the same moment, Rain reset her position and drove her weapons upwards towards the brute. The black axe quickly parried all four attacks, but a fifth blade created from the colour trail of Hastings' weapon sliced into the man's side. Blood trickled down as the man grunted. Hastings smiled. The pair of Marines continued to relentlessly attack the man. Whenever Hastings swung right, Rain swung left and vice versa. Rain was feeling confident. Each strike seemed to weaken the man's defenses more and more as they were pushing him back. Then Rain made the mistake of looking up at the man's face. He looked bored. They made eye contact and the man smiled an almost toothless grin, and whilst parrying Hastings on one side, kicked Rain square in the chest, sending her flying back into the ship's parapet. Hastings turned to make sure Rain was all right, and in that moment the black axe came swinging down and cut a huge gash into the shoulder of the captain. Ah! Hastings grunted out in pain and stumbled down onto one knee. Rain's eyes flashed open as she saw the man raising his weapon for another attack.
She screamed, and the sky rumbled, the waves furiously rocking the boat. Starting to lose his footing, the attacker stopped mid-swing. Right at that moment, a serpent-like creature burst out from the depths. Like a heat-seeking missile, its body shot towards the man, mouth closing in around his body. The monster's teeth sink deep into him as it started tossing him around like a rag doll. Rain blacked out. When she awoke, the stench of death unpleasantly greeted her nose. Bodies lay massacred, the rainwater mixing into the blood pooling on the deck of the ship. Feeling weak, she shuffled towards the bodies. The large man lay with his body torn into pieces, his clothes ripped apart. Ray noticed next to his body in a pool of blood was a weird candle-looking necklace. Rain didn't spend much time looking at it, however. She had more important things to look for. Rain continued searching the deck of the ship until she finally found him. Hastings lay amongst the bodies, the huge gash cut unforgivably into his side. But as Rain took a closer look at his body, she discovered that Hastings had more unexplained wounds. Large bite marks dug into his side. Horror flashed across her face. She rushed towards the body, kneeling down, grabbing the captain, checking for a pulse, anything. Raindrop. A weak voice escaped Hastings' mouth as his eyes, barely a slit, looked up into hers. You're alive. Thank God you're alive. He lifted a weak, trembling hand to gently touch Rain's face. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Rain sobbed as tears ran down her cheeks. Hastings wiped away the tears with his thumb and smiled. Don't be sorry. It's not your fault, he whispered as he coughed up some blood. I'm so proud of you. I know I didn't get to say it much, but I'm so proud of you. His voice trailed off, and Rain felt him take his last breaths before the stillness of his body marked the moment her fears became reality. I'm sorry, the puppeteer cried out as his throat was crushed under the boot of a hooded man, body pinned helplessly to the ground. Behind the hooded figure, an older man, adorned in lavish cerulean robes, wrapped around polished armor with crown atop his grizzled face, sat disapprovingly on a gilded throne.
You know how much money and resources that place would have given me?
The man spoke with gravitas to his voice.
I should never have trusted that mission to the likes of you.
The man's eyes started to radiate a hot, bright blue light. I'm sorry, it was the devil's luck. The puppeteer winced as the hooded figure kicked him square in the ribs.
You forget yourself, you worm. You address me as nothing but your majesty. I tire of your excuses. I am a king. Blue blood runs through my veins.
Yes, your majesty. A pathetic whimper.
That bastard Zebek's underlings are already taking territory to themselves that should rightfully belong to me. I can't have you getting in the way of that.
I'm sorry, your majesty. Your royal highness, please. I promise I could do better. I have good news. The king paused, interest peaked.
Oh?
He responded. I found someone that could serve to be a powerful member of your court, your majesty.
Powerful, you say? We shall see about that. Heed my words, boy. Don't you dare let me down again. My generosity can only stretch so far.
All he could remember was the pain, a searing pain in his arm, a man's laughing face flashing in and out of view, cold metal driving deep inside his skin. The screaming. Cyril woke up, face down in a pile of leaves. He shot up immediately, bruises and scrapes on his body, but nothing too serious. Cyril looked down at his arm. Still missing. It feels silly to keep checking something you know is gone. It's not like it will magically reappear, but Cyril checks almost every morning anyway. It still hurt. It always hurt. It didn't make any sense to Cyril. How can it still hurt so bad when it's not even attached to him anymore? But no pondering on these thoughts eased his pains. This was his life now. "Cyril?" A familiar voice cried out from behind him. Cyril turned around and saw Pearl rushing towards him. His mood quickly 180'd when he saw her. A dazzling light in his gloomy days, Pearl, to Cyril, was perfect. How could one girl be so incredible at everything she puts her mind to, yet still be so down to earth and understanding? "Cyril!" Pearl grabbed the boy in a friendly embrace. "Thank God you're okay. Are you hurt at all?" A little flushed, Cyril shook his head. I'm all right," he managed to stumble out. Pearl smiled. "That's good," she said. "Smart idea, the second parachute, eh?" Cyril was thankful for the second parachute in hindsight now, but still felt embarrassed. He always felt a little condescended by the crew, and implying he needed extra protection was humiliating for him. But who was Cyril kidding? If he was in their shoes, he'd probably do the same, and he did need it in the end, so he smiled weakly and said, "Yeah, it was a good idea." Pearl quickly grabbed his hand and started walking. "Right then, we have to find the group," she announced confidently. Cyril liked Pearl. That was obvious, but despite being older than her, he always felt like she treated him like a child. Pearl?" Cyril nervously spoke. "Yes, Cyril?" Pearl responded, but not looking at him directly. Do you ever wonder what our lives would be like if I never joined the crew?" "Not really. I don't really think of what-ifs. I tend to focus on the now. Besides, you know how the captain is. I don't think there was any way you weren't joining. They felt so guilty." Cyril paused. What do you mean guilty?" Pearl kept talking, her tone and mood unchanged. "You know after Verona's whole hand thing led to you losing your arm? The crew felt so bad Cyril let go of Pearl's hand suddenly mid-sentence. "Cyril?" Pearl turned around. Humiliation. All they did was pity him and baby him, but Cyril always thought it was because they genuinely wanted to help. Cyril felt like he was going to throw up. The pain in his arms seared throughout his body. I didn't know that." Tears started welling up in his eyes. Damn, he was a baby. This all made sense now. How could anyone look kindly on a pathetic child like him? "Cyril?" Pearl in that moment seemed more like a disappointed mother than a friend. It was a mistake. Humiliation. Of course it was them that caused this. He had always given them the benefit of the doubt. Every murder, every disregard of human life. He thought they were kind people at heart and trusted the necessities of their actions. They had rescued him after all. But it was all a lie. Cyril felt mortified. Was there no real justice in this world? Cyril just wanted to run away from it all. And so he did. He darted in a random direction and started hurtling through the trees. "Cyril!" Pearl yelled after him, losing track of him in the foliage. But he didn't look back. He just kept running, his vision blurry as the tears clouded his eyes. The warmth of the flames beat on Jimmy's face as he slowly opened his eyes. Jimmy lay on the ground, a parachute wrapped around his body. He peered through the haze to see a figure standing ominously in front of him, wings outstretched. Jimmy felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up. Gravy's round, welcoming face looked down at him, eyes creasing as he smiled. "I'm glad you're okay. You went out there for a second." Jimmy coughed and then responded, "What the hell is going on?" Both men turned their heads towards the winged figure as he started slowly approaching them. "Well, it looks like we're the unlucky ones," Gravy noted. Louis Leclerc's legs shook. His hands trembled, fists gripping tight around his blade. He positioned himself close to Jimmy and Gravy, facing the oncoming threat. No, this is not looking good, mon ami," he said with a quiver in his voice. "We just gotta do our best," announced Gunner from behind, loading a bullet into his pistol. "It's do or die, right?" "We could just run," suggested Louis.
You know we can't do that, boy. The man can fly. We ain't outrunning that.
Sacre bleu, Louis muttered underneath his breath. The smoke parted as the man stepped into view, the flames trailing behind him like a shadow. The tall man pushed up his glasses and spoke plainly. Oh, how disappointing, he mused. I've ended up with what seems to be the weaker hanger-ons of the crew. He took a step towards the group, small flames licking the corners of his mouth. Logically, you know you do not stand a chance of winning here, right? So why not just give up? Louis stood firm, sweat trickling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, I may not be the strongest member of my crew. They saved my life. They helped me through hard times and they've been my family. I would never betray them. And if I were to stop fighting now, that'd be the greatest betrayal, I think. Louis snapped his fingers and the tall man's position moved back in time, putting him in the flames behind him. The man grunted as the fire burnt his skin. In the same moment, Gunnar reloaded 6 shots, bullets soaring through the haze, making contact with flesh. The fire danced around the man as he launched himself out of the blaze, bullet holes dripping blood across his body, but his face a serious blank stare. He grabbed Louis by the throat and started to flap his wings, the beating of air making Gunnar stumble. Then both he and Louis began to soar into the sky. Louis stabbed the man in the side of the body with his rapier, unloading the shots into him, but the man continued flying upwards. You are a fool, the man snorted. I can kill you in an instant. You are but an insect. You are arrogant, Louis retorted, snapping his fingers, again moving his body back in time to position himself safe on the ground. The winged man looked at the empty space in his claws and growled. Looking round, he noticed another winged figure swooping towards him, a man with animal parts sewn into his body. Jackson Locksworth, otherwise known as Boss, was in incredible pain, but he knew if he didn't try, he would just be a liability. He himself couldn't fight so well, but the wings that Arzen had sewn into his back were good enough to fly and carry someone else. Jimmy took aim. Body held in the air, he'd been practicing his shot. Lining up the crosshairs over the dragon-like man, he mumbled, "Bada bing," under his breath and squeezed the trigger. The bullet flew out and grazed the man's scaled body. Like noticing an irritating fly, the man glared at the pair and with a single motion brought his claw down on top of them, the force of which launched both of the boys down towards the ground. Suddenly, from below them, Gunnar thrust his hands above his head and created an equal kinetic force, slowing the duo's descent and letting them land safely. "Hold on there, partner," he said, spinning a pistol in his hand and pointing it up to the sky. He tried to search for the enemy but couldn't find his location. Then, out of nowhere, like a blur, a sharp claw ripped through his chest. Gunnar coughed up blood as the man lifted him into the air, now standing back on the ground. Louis dashed towards him, swinging his blade. The man spun round, hitting Louis with the back of his wing, sending the Frenchman flying. He then threw Gunnar's body towards him, both men colliding in midair, knocking them down to the ground. Jimmy lined up another shot, but then found a claw gripping around his gun. Looking up, he saw hungry yellow eyes. "You are just a man. You are nothing." The man ripped the weapon out of Jimmy's hands. In an instant, he pushed Jimmy down to the floor, pinning him in place, holding the gun up to his forehead.
"I could shoot you in the head and you would just die. Just like that,"
he spat.
"The world would be better off without little insects like you."
Suddenly, a booming voice emerged from the smoke. "I could say the same about you, Soldi." Jimmy looked up and saw a large man walking towards them, white jacket bellowing in the wind. Soldi glared at the intruder. "What is an admiral like you doing here?" The large man smiled, his body slowly turning a dirty red color. "Oh, you're a smart man, Soldi. I think you can answer that question yourself," he said as he raised an arm, his fist turning into one giant brick.
Cyril collapsed by the shoreline, knees hitting the ground, looking out to the sea. Tears rushed down his face, leaving permanent marks on his cheeks. Cyril felt pathetic, conflicted, confused. He just wanted to do the right thing, be a good person, help people. He knew the crew had good people. Duros, for example, was always kind to Cyril and always tried to do the right thing. But Duros also stood by and watched when the bad things happened. Doesn't that make him just as bad? Cyril didn't know. He was grateful for everything they had done for him, and they had good intentions, surely. The inconsistencies in their behavior confused him. It was all too much. Was he a bad person for leaving? Was he an idiot? Is he a coward for running away? Or was he brave for standing up for what he believed in? Cyril peered at his reflection in the water. Was the man who stared back the man he wanted to be? Each individual teardrop created ripples in the image, distorting it. The reflection smiled. This took Cyril by surprise, as he wasn't smiling himself. He took a closer look at his mirror image, peering into the sea. His investigation was quickly cut short by a hand rushing out towards him from the depths. Breaking the surface tension, the water exploded around them. The mysterious hand grabbed Cyril by the throat and pushed him down onto the ground. Water splattered across the floor as the mysterious man landed above Cyril's helpless body. Cyril looked up. Desperately gasping for air, he managed to make sense of the situation. The man holding him down was himself, or rather, a copy of himself. Cyril looked into the duplicate's eyes and saw no emotions. Is this what he could have been like? A killer? Was his morality holding him back from his true potential? The grip tightened around Cyril's throat. Cyril was almost resigned to death. Maybe it would be better to die now, and no longer be a burden, no longer feel the guilt and the pain. The light started to fade. Cyril let the cold embrace of darkness wash over him. Then he heard a voice, a memory. An old woman laying in a bed. His mother, her blue hair greying, her skin frail and decrepit.
Cyril, my dear, don't cry,
she said as his hand touched the boy's face.
It's not your fault.
Cyril remembered the tears then, and how they stung. It was his fault. He wasn't strong enough to protect her.
Mother.
Cyril's voice wobbled with every word. Cyril's mum smiled.
I heard from your brother. You just got accepted into the Marines. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I'm sorry. I may not be around to see you flourish, but I know you'll do great things.
She held the boy close to her, her breathing slowing.
You've been both blessed and cursed with a kind heart, my son.
She smiled a weak smile.
And I know it may feel rough, but a kind heart is a beautiful thing. Let your kind heart be the very thing that others remember you by. And always remember that I love you.
She edged out the last words as her breathing grew short, her pulse slowed until it eventually stopped. Cyril's eyes shot open. He transformed his neck into water, freeing himself from his clone's grasp. Then, with determined fury, he blasted the imposter with a jet of water. The puppet jumped back. In that moment, Cyril leapt to his feet and pulled out a small metal device. The clone looked at Cyril puzzled. Cyril smiled.
Oh, yeah. I never used this before. So a clone that knows all my abilities wouldn't know about this.
He clicked a button on the bar and the beam extended, the end point contracting out to create 3 prongs. Helios's trident.
I had Lissa make some adjustments to it, so I could carry it around a bit better.
Water rushed around the 3 points of the trident, creating 3 mini typhoons. The clone took a step back, and in that instant Cyril rushed forwards, thrusting the trident into him.
People have died, that's a fact,
he said as he continued to thrust, stab and swing the weapon.
All I can do is do my best to prevent more deaths.
The clone put his hands on the ground and summoned forth a wave to push back Cyril. Cyril planted his trident into the ground, using the force of the push to launch himself into the air. Leaping over the wave, Cyril span and launched a series of water-shaped bullets towards the imposter.
Nobody is perfect, and if all we do is beat ourselves up over mistakes we make or things we could or couldn't do, we're wasting time that we could be putting into doing better.
Coming out of the spin, Cyril landed dramatically on the body of the puppet. Planting his feet on his torso, he thrusted the spear straight through his chest. The puppet's body grew limp as the skin faded back into its default wooden form. Cyril spun the trident in his hand, dismantling it and placing it into his pocket. He then pulled out some of the string on the puppet's body and used it to tie back his scraggly hair. His marine jacket was ripped and full of holes. It had been deteriorating more and more over the course of his travels. Cyril finally pulled it off, revealing a simple shirt he wore underneath, and then chucked the aforementioned coat into the ocean. Watching it drift away, with determination in his eyes, he muttered to himself,
I need to find Pearl.
Rhak opened his eyes, the suffocating weight of death falling off him like a loose coat. He looked around his surroundings, a white void. His last memories, a suffocating death, broken bones, a shipwreck. His pain suddenly gone. Was this death? His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a monkey. No, not a monkey. A man? A monkey man? Rhak smirked. A mink, huh? Chip looked up confused. Who was this ginger man staring back at him? Was he dead? Welcome, friend, Rhak said with artificial kindness. I'm not quite sure why we're here, but what's your name? Chip, Chip responded, walking over. I was fighting an angel, well, kind of. I was unconscious for most of it, but now I'm here. An angel, huh? Rhak pulled out a small teacup from his bag and a flask and started pouring. Who are you? Chip asked impatiently. Oh, my name is Rhak. Rhak? Yep. Rhak held out a small teacup towards Chip. Do you want some? He asked. Chip looked down at the brown liquid. It's tea, Rhak smirked. You never seen tea before? Thought that if we're stuck here for a bit, we may as well relax. Chip took the teacup and tentatively took a sip. Relax, Chip responded indignantly. How about we try and find a way to get out of here? Rhak paused for a second. Don't worry. I've already found a way to get out of here. Chip turned to face Rhak. Then what do we... His voice cut off mid-sentence. A strange choking noise erupted from his mouth. I've done my research on minks, Rhak smiled, pulling out a small pistol and pointing it at Chip's head. And I always pack the perfect tool for every situation. Chip could barely react as the gunshot rung out. Clementine lived in a modest apartment with her boyfriend Philip. She loved poetry and going to see musicals with her aunt. She worked part-time at a local coffee shop while studying for her literature degree. Besides that, she was otherwise a timid person and rarely made a spectacle of herself. A well-behaved child, not a very adventurous adult. So it's safe to assume Clementine had never been in jail before. But here she was, sitting in the detention center after that disaster of a morning. How could this have even happened? Chief DC was relatively sympathetic with her, but concerned about her mental health. But she knew what she saw, didn't she? Earlier that day, a half-man, half-bear creature came into her shop, broke the table and threatened her life. She called the police, obviously, but when they arrived, the bear man was gone and the table repaired. The police have been on edge lately, and wasting police time is a serious offense. DC's concerns over her mental stability played a large role in it too, as it could cause them more issues in the future. Clementine sighed. She wouldn't be here for long at least. She apologized enough she could maybe get around the community service she had been given. A man approached the bars. It was the chief. His contrasting arms folded sternly over his chest. All right, lass, he spoke gruffly. There's someone here to see you. Clementine looked up weakly. It was probably Philip. Would he believe her? Send him in, she said with resignation in her voice. The chief nodded and left. Moments later, Clementine heard the slow rhythm of wood tapping on the floor, gradually getting louder until she could see a figure approaching, walking stick in hand. As the person arrived, it was clear it was not Philip. Instead, it was an older lady. Clementine guessed around 70 or 80, wearing clothes that looked like an assortment of red silks and fabric draped across her body in a style, Clementine thought, rather befitting of royalty. Her hair was short and grey, well kept. A single ruby earring dangled from one ear, and dainty glasses lay upon her wrinkled face. More strikingly, however, a grizzled scar ran right through her left eye and down through her mouth. Oh, sweet Clementine. I forgot how frail you were before we met. The old lady spoke with warmth in her voice. Excuse me? Clementine responded. Unless she was really losing her mind, she didn't recognize this old lady. Do I know you?
Oh, you don't at the moment. But you did. Or you will.
The lady wasn't making any sense.
Don't be alarmed, sweetie. It's important that the things that happened in this loop happen as they were intended. I was naive and thought once this loop opened again, I could stop the inevitable. But at least I know now who is responsible.
Clementine looked on bewildered. Loop? What on earth was she talking about? I'm sorry, you must have the wrong person. I'm just a barista, she responded. The old lady simply smiled.
You're more than just a barista, my dear. There's a bright future for you.
Her face turned suddenly hard.
2 of my agents have fallen, and in minutes, the One Piece will be activated. I'm going to need your help if I'm going to stop the people who did this and reverse the effects of this great tragedy.
Clementine looked up, confused. But why me? She said. The old lady reached through the bars and placed a hand on her shoulder. She smiled, but there was sadness in her eyes.
Every day, I ask myself the very same question.
Hemlock was sorting through her documents. She'd done a pretty good job getting this new base organized. It was a mixture of technology V left behind and the money that the Flames were now bringing in with its new mercenary jobs that made this all possible. V had left behind a lot of weird papers and schematics, odd contraptions and maps, and a whole plethora of log poses. Hemlock had to dedicate an entire drawer just to store the log poses. They were unmarked, so she didn't know which ones went where, but she can't imagine they were that important. She took a sip of tea, reclining back in her chair and sighed. A lot of work to get done. Soon Trevor would be here, and hopefully Tempest and Olaf too. Without warning, Hemlock heard a large explosion echo from above her. She quickly looked up and saw a strange cylinder hurtling towards her at impossible speeds. Survival instincts kicked in and she leapt back, holding herself ready as the metal cylinder crashed into the ground. The cylinder was oddly designed, almost like it had thrusters built into both ends, and a large peculiar door adorned it. The door slid open, and out of the pod, an old lady calmly emerged, looking around, almost bored surveying the scene. She was dressed in fine red silks, and a peculiar scar ran down from her eye to her mouth. Her eyes darted around the room like a hunter, until it settled on the drawer Hemlock kept the log poses in. A small smile crept across her face and she wordlessly started moving towards her objective. Wait a second, Hemlock blurted. Who did she think she was, barging in here and acting like she owned the place? The old lady stopped and turned around. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem, Hemlock snapped in frustration. Who are you and what do you think you're doing here?
Oh, you don't need to know that. I'll be on my way very quickly.
Hemlock stared on in anger. She was the goddamn leader of one of the most prolific mercenary corporations in all the seas. She was not going to be dismissed by some old lady in a ball gown. She grumbled, then darted towards her, dagger in hand, swinging to subdue but not to kill. The old lady sighed and effortlessly dodged out of the way of the attack.
It could never be easy. No matter.
The old lady raised a hand towards Hemlock.
Let's see who's in that head of yours.
With a few subtle hand gestures, a distorted image of a man materialized in front of Hemlock. Red and black cloak, pale skin. Hemlock immediately recognized the man as Valentine, but that's impossible. Valentine is dead. Another figure materialized, red-haired, muscular. It had to be Blake. The figures kept appearing, figures of the past, some strong in image, others blurry and faint. The old lady simply snapped her fingers. And then the images charged towards Hemlock. She parried the first attack, a sword swinging from a formless image, dagger in hand, metal scraping across metal. A flaming fist then appeared from her left side as the figure of Blake dashed towards her. Without missing a beat, she dodged out of the way, leaving him slamming into the desk behind, breaking it in half. So these weren't mental illusions like Malaise, Hemlock thought. These were the real deal. What kind of power is this? Before she had a second to catch her breath, a right hook barreled into her, knocking her into the ground. She looked up and saw Chuck's grinning face as his axe swung down. Hemlock quickly rolled out of the way, slicing into his forearm with the back of her blade, poison dripping from the tip. Chuck's body spasmed as stones started crawling up his skin. The poison was setting in, petrifying him. Hemlock had no time to get up before Blake was on her again, sending out a coil of chains that wrapped tightly around her waist. He yanked the chain and violently pulled Hemlock towards him. Another arm held out ready to deliver a decisive blow. Hemlock croaked with pain, unable to find the strength to resist the attack. In mere seconds, Blake's fist made contact with her jaw, breaking the bones in several places. A loud crunching sound echoed in her head. She lifted up her legs to try and kick her attacker away, but her ankle was swiftly grabbed by another assailant. She looked to her side as the attackers approached on all angles. She was helpless, tied up and bound to fate. Minutes later, Hemlock laid bloodied on a broken desk. The figures disappeared once they were done with her. The pain was immeasurable. Broken bones and twisted limbs, blood dripping down her face as she was slipping in and out of consciousness. But she was still alive. Through defeated eyes, she saw the old lady enter back into her ship, barely looking at her, like Hemlock was nothing more than a nuisance. Hemlock weakly hung on to life. She couldn't move. She blacks out. Time passes and she hears a knock on her door, waking her from her stupor. She wants to move but can't. Nothing but a weak stirring within her. She's losing blood fast, her body growing cold. The door to her office creaks open. She hears voices, imperceptible through the blood clogging her ears.
Louie, heal her!
After a little while, she hears,
I don't think I can bring back the dead.
but she's not dead. Not yet. The torchlight of the room lit the face of the man, sitting on a silk-draped throne, his clothing a mixture of traditional Mongolian furs and Sulkin silks. He was overdressed for the heat of the country, but his expression gave no evidence of discomfort. The door slowly opened, and a four-armed man walked into the room, piercing yellow eyes looking tentatively up at the seated figure. He proceeded to drop to one knee and exclaim, "You're late." "Yes, Victor," the seated man responded. "The troops are in position. We are ready to launch our invasion in just a few days," Victor replied, head bowed. "Good." The man smiled and then spread his arms wide. "Soon the capital shall be mine, and this new world shall know the name. Genghis Khan." Douglas grimaced to himself. It's been over a month since he was forced into this body, and he was still not entirely used to the controls of it. How did the other rats do it so effortlessly? The truth is, Douglas wouldn't have been able to find the answer to that even if he wanted to. Growing up, he was always an outcast. His parents wanted to be progressive and give him a quote-unquote normal name, and look where that led him. Scorned, rejected, and forced to pretend to be a portly man with a brick golem for a son. Speaking of which, Brick, or his burden as he's come to think of him as, was waltzing along without a care in the world. Did he ever get tired? Douglas thought he was a monster, but he was a harmless monster, and that was better than nothing. Douglas had to admit, though, luck had finally turned around for him. He'd been given the opportunity to leave the shackles of Stagfirth and venture forth to forge a new life for himself. The first order of business was to make his way to the capital and apply for a job at any tailor he could find. He was overqualified, sure, but you have to start somewhere. Douglas was certain he'd rise through the ranks quickly. "Sorry, mate. We ain't looking for any new tailors." The man's stern face was emotionless, looking down at Douglas with barely a trace of pity in his eyes. He picked up his goblet in one hand and leaned back in his chair, letting out an exhausted sigh as he continued. "And honestly, without any kind of real qualifications, I'm not sure anyone's going to take you, buddy." Douglas was devastated. This was his 5th rejection, but it was also the last tailoring shop in the whole city. He had started big at Lulu's Lavish Loins, but they threw him out before he even had a chance to talk. After that humiliating display, he tried Victor's Very Good Garments. They at least granted him an interview before laughing Douglas out of the room. A very similar story occurred at both Prislav's Pretty Decent Dress and Ant's Adequate Apparel. At that point, Douglas's pride was pretty bruised, but there was no way that Crumb's crummy clothes would reject him. But to Douglas's surprise, he wasn't even good enough to apprentice here either. It seems Rat Town qualifications do not translate to human society, and potential tailors are in high supply but low demand. "Thank you for your time," Douglas mumbled out bitterly as he turned to walk out the door. Crom barely looked at him as he skulked out. He may not look like a rat, but at that moment he sure felt like one. Standing outside in the bustling streets of the capital, he turned to Brick and forced a weak smile. "Well, Blick," he said, in his not very convincing recreation of Hop's voice, "maybe it's time we cut our losses and go back home." Brick laid a hand upon Douglas's shoulder. Douglas flinched, always on edge with the monster. "It okay," Brick managed to conjure, his concrete lips moving unnaturally as he spoke. Douglas winced. He'd always hated Brick's diction. He didn't know why his vocabulary was so narrow, but it never ceased to make conversations with the creature difficult. He had tried spending his time teaching Brick more complicated words, but no matter how much effort he put in, the brute couldn't seem to pick anything new up. He didn't appreciate his hollow sympathy either. He wasn't sure if Brick understood how soul-crushing this experience had been. But he managed to force out a smile on his skin suit and just continued walking. Douglas took another sip of his drink. It was the evening now and Brick had gone to bed. He was leaving tomorrow morning, but he may as well drown his sorrows whilst he still had some funds. The tavern he was in wasn't a popular one. Patrons were peppered around the pub, but he was the only one sitting at the bar itself. After finishing his drink, he slammed his goblet on the table and looked to get the attention of the bartender. The beer here was good, but nowhere near as good as Rat Town water. But what else is? The bartender made eye contact with him and walked over. Douglas thought the bartender looked odd. He wasn't dressed particularly bartendery, if that was a word. A stern but quizzical look occupied his face. He seemed older, hair thinning on the top, and with a neat white beard adorning the lower half of his face.
"One more, please,"
Douglas slurred, surprising himself with his apparent intoxication. How long had he been here? "I think you have had enough," the bartender replied. He had a strange way of speaking, not an accent he'd experienced before.
"Please,"
Douglas begged. God, he felt pathetic. But his dreams had been crushed and he deserved to forget. The man's eyes softened. Placing his hands on the table, he leaned closer to Douglas. "What is your name?" he asked in a delicate tone.
"Douglas."
Why even bother to pretend to be Hops anymore? It's not like he was in Stagfirth and Brick wasn't around to hear him. The man raised an eyebrow, clearly showing interest.
"Really?" he replied. "Well then tell me, Douglas, what has been causing you all this grief?"
Douglas paused for a moment. Why did this random bartender care about his situation? Why did it matter? He may as well vent his feelings while he had a chance. Sure as shit Brick wouldn't care. So Douglas regaled his entire story to the bartender, not hiding anything in his drunken stupor. The man stood there, listening, occasionally asking questions, but seemingly genuinely interested. After Douglas finished, there was a pregnant pause, before the man placed a friendly hand upon his shoulder.
"Well, why don't you just start your own tailory?"
Douglas dismissed the stupid idea, shrugging off the man's hand.
"I can't do that. I don't have the funds to open and operate a shop, or get the supplies myself."
The man smiled, but Douglas noticed the smile didn't quite reach his eyes.
"Well, my friend, I may be able to help you out there."
He leaned closer, his breath tickling Douglas's ear as he whispered.
"You see, I have friends in high places."
Wellington leaned back in his chair. He'd finally done it. After constant years of trial and error and endless study, he managed to create a, admittedly somewhat slapdash, replica of the god's necklaces. He was not a god himself, so this necklace didn't have the same abilities, didn't draw on the ancient magical powers, but from something else. Technology. He stopped for a second before activating the necklace. Wanted to stop this, didn't he? The endless waste of human life. But this life was a curse, a burden, so he would do everything he can to protect the people he's still able to. He glanced sadly at the gravestones behind him. This is just one life, a necessary sacrifice. The hammer symbol on the necklace shone with brilliant light, and the artifact floated up into the air. A shimmering image formed around the necklace, and as the light died down, the figure of a man became clear. Wellington smiled, a weak but sympathetic smile. He knew how it felt. "I'm sorry, friend, but I'm going to need your help."
George Washington sat at his desk. Not quite the Oval Office, but it'll have to suffice. He had done it. He'd achieved his dreams of democracy. And only took a little bloodshed. He leaned back in his chair and smiled, thinking of all he'd accomplished. A quick knock came at the door, snapping the president out of his daydream.
Come in?"
He said cautiously. He wasn't expecting visitors. The door slowly opened. and with grace Washington had not seen before, a lady emerged from the doorway, white hair tied back in a professional ponytail, her cold blue eyes evaluating him as she walked towards the table. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to speak. "And who are you?" The words almost got trapped in his throat. This woman oozed confidence. She smiled and perched herself up upon the desk, positioning her body so she was looking down at him, daylight highlighting her pale features. "They never told me our new king was this handsome," she mused. Washington quavered in response, the room feeling a lot more stuffy and warm. "Actually, ma'am, it's President, whatever." She waved it off with her hand. "My name is Snow. I am the director of the Capital's branch of the Otherworldly Brewery. I'm aware that you are familiar with my employers." Yes, I know them." "And I'm not wrong in assuming that it's due to their help that you won this position in office?" "Well, I wouldn't say that's entirely true. I'd say it was more of a team effort." Snow leaned down towards him, lowering her voice. "Oh, don't act dumb. I know you're smarter than this. If it wasn't for their skills, you'd still be in the streets peddling your democracy like some sort of backwater religion. You owe them big time, and they've come to collect." What do they want?" "Oh, look at you. So nervous. You're adorable. You don't have to worry. It's nothing that extreme. We just expect a little bit more representation in your new government." "Representation? I've already made a few of them my cabinet members." "Yeah, but it seems like you don't have... what did you call it? A secretary of the treasury? And as a businesswoman, my bosses have decided I would be perfect for the role." If they say so." Washington felt trapped, like being lost in a blizzard. No matter where he tried to direct his attention, it was only Snow from every angle. She was practically on top of him now, face close to his, her lips tickling his ear. "I promise I'll be a hard worker. And to sweeten the deal, I could always provide other benefits." Washington swallowed hard as he felt a gentle kiss brush the side of his cheek. He felt his face burning hot. Okay, he stammered. "Good boy," Snow replied. "So you're saying that these signatures are forgeries?" Snow is sitting at her desk, inspecting the documents laid out on its marble surface. Washington's new job has given her a few lavish upgrades, and the refinery suited her. Opposite sat a small mole-like man, fiddling with stacks of papers, apparently the best lawyer money can buy in this city.
Well, yes, my lady," he says. It seems we have gathered enough evidence to suggest that Hops was dead long before this was ever signed."
Snow smiles. Everything seems to be falling into her lap as of late. The man continues.
"And we also have witnesses to attest to that fact."
Snow picks up the teacup she was drinking from and takes a small sip. "So what does this mean for us?"
"Well, it means that the Otherworldly Brewery, as they call themselves now, has illegitimate owners, and as the Capital Branch Manager, you yourself have a legitimate claim on inheritance."
"And what about Rippa?"
"Well, Rippa's promotion to Chief of Staff is technically not valid, as it was done by said illegitimate owners. Legally, he is nothing more than a receptionist. Door guard."
The lawyer dabs his forehead with a handkerchief.
"There is just one problem."
"And that is?"
"Hops did have a son, Brick, and as things stand, if we go through with the case, he'll be the one to inherit."
Snow places down her teacup and thinks, but not for long. This is not a difficult problem to solve. "Thank you, Mr. Scruples. You can go now. I'll be in contact," she says. The small man desperately packs papers into his briefcase and scurries out of the room. After the door slams shut, Snow reaches into one of her drawers and pulls out a packet of cigarettes. She strikes a match and lights one, putting the end into her mouth. Leaning back into her chair, she puffs out a cloud of smoke into the air. "Looks like I'm going to need to find a demolition man." Snow made herself comfortable as she sat down in the chair. Removing her hood, she smiled at the three figures sitting at the other end of the table. The room was dark, the orange tinge of candlelight barely illuminating the faces of the four of them. Snow began. "First of all, I'd like to thank you all on your work with Brick. It was swift and professional, and your payment will be prompt." Their faces remained emotionless in response to her praises. The figure in the middle gave a small nod of acknowledgement, but nothing more. Snow took this as a sign to continue. "You must be wondering why I'm here. I'll be first to admit, I think I might have bitten off a little more than I can chew. I assumed that the former otherworldly brewery CEOs were men of note, yes, but not of any significant power. I naively thought that my companion, the president, was the core strength of both the capital's little skirmishes, but I'm afraid I've been led astray by propaganda. And after spending a considerable amount of time with the man, I feel like I've greatly misjudged his former allies." She sighed and shook her head in mock exasperation. "So you see, I may be in a little bit of a pickle." The figures remained motionless, but the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift. Snow smiled. "But judging from your numbers, I believe you may have already had a run-in with the men of whom I speak of. A hand doesn't usually have 3 fingers, does it?" A quiver of something flashed across the faces of the individuals. Snow couldn't tell what, but it didn't matter. She had gambled, and it seemed her sources were correct. She continued. "I understand that you're a mercenary organization, so that means you run on money, and I don't doubt that my rivals are still incredibly wealthy despite their recent fall from grace, so I'm not getting the upper hand there. However," she continued, "I have a feeling that you may already be looking for an opportunity for revenge, for your fallen comrades. And anyway, letting 2 of your own die looks pretty bad if you don't retaliate somehow. And since I think our goals align, I'll gladly be of assistance." "Continue." The voice erupted unexpectedly. It was deep and unnerving. Snow could feel the excitement bubble up inside of her. "I'll give you information. I'll keep you in the loop on their whereabouts, and we can spring a little surprise for them. Individually, you are some of the strongest fighters in Vestoria, but as a trio, I think this should be a cakewalk." She leaned back in her chair, all sense of anxiety lost. "So, what do you think?" Slowly, the central figure leaned forwards, candlelight illuminating his stony features more clearly. "You've got yourself a deal," he said, face grinding into a smile. Rippa placed his quill back in its ink pot. It made a satisfying rattle, a sound signaling a good day's work. The constant stream of paperwork was exhausting, but that didn't bother him as much as he thought it once might. It felt good to be productive and work an honest living. Pride embraced him in its warm arms. He let it swaddle him as he leaned back in his chair. Rippa's father was a crook, and he had grown up learning everything from him. Rippa didn't consider him a bad person, but when you're poor, you do what you can to survive. But maybe that's just an excuse he told himself. Easier to do bad work when you think you have no other choice. They couldn't afford a grave when he died. Rippa remembered looking down in the hole he spent all night digging for him. This is what all the thieving and blood had earned him. A hole in the ground. When Rippa first started working for Hops, it was an attempt to be better than his father. But in truth, Rippa was never really cut out for crime. He learned all the techniques of the trade, but would always falter when putting it into practice. He put his skills into security work, bodyguarding, making sure workers don't misbehave. It honestly wasn't as intensive as he was expecting. Hops was a powerful man, and so nobody really wanted to fuck with him. It turns out Rippa was wrong about that. He looked round at his office and smiled. It all turned out for the better, though. This new job was probably the best thing that had ever happened to him. He liked to think that maybe his father would be proud that he managed to make it this far, despite everything. A sharp knock came at the door.
Yes?
The door was thrust open before Rippa could even finish. A large man dressed in white waltzed into the room. Rippa did not recognize him. He couldn't help but notice a snowflake embroidered on his lapel. It looked ugly. The man pranced round the room, eyes wandering across the furniture. He was muttering something to himself, completely ignoring Rippa.
"Excuse me, what do you think you're—"
"Oh, there's somebody here," the man remarked, cutting him off. He barely made eye contact, his voice dripping with self-importance. You can go," he said nonchalantly.
I can what?"
Rippa felt lost for words. This entire interaction had taken him completely off guard. He sat in a pool of uncomfortable silence for a second, before he felt anger start to bubble up inside him. If this was some kind of a joke, it wasn't funny.
"If you don't explain yourself right now, I'll be forced to remove you from the premises for trespassing."
The strange man didn't even flinch. A small smile crept across his face instead. He walked over to Rippa's desk and placed a stack of papers on the table in front of him, emerald eyes glinting. "Oh, I don't think I made myself clear. It is you who is trespassing, so run along." Rippa looked down and scanned the papers in front of him. Dense, hard text stared back at him. but Rippa could clearly make out the words "new ownership" scrawled across the front. A sinking feeling gripped him now. No longer in the loving embrace of job security, stabs of confusion, worry, panic coursed through his body. The man held his gaze, unperturbed by Rippa's twitching. He shrugged. "It's just business." Littlefeather couldn't contain her excitement. Cody had given her a mission and she was going to see it through to the best of her abilities. She opened her journal and started scribbling down her daily thoughts. She originally intended for this book to document her learnings about the world and her travels, but she found her mind often wandered and entire pages would be filled with idle thoughts and drawings of Cody, little notes of funny or cool things he said that she wanted to remember. She would read them back to herself and smile. It helped her cope with the knowledge that he was going to disappear one day. They didn't really talk about it. She assumed it made him feel awkward, which she understood. She tried not to think about it too much herself. A hammering of dread always accompanied the thought. Littlefeather took a deep breath in. She was trying to dull out that feeling, trying to keep her heart hard. It would be selfish of her to put her desires above the good of the world, no matter how much she wanted to. Her brother had always said it was better to love and have lost than to never have loved at all. But her brother had also never been in a relationship, so maybe his opinions were ones of desperation and not wisdom. She thought of him in that moment. She'd been away from home for some time now, and she wondered how he was doing. If he was travelling like her, or still in the village conversing with the elders. She missed him, hoped to see him again soon, wondered what he would think of her now. "We are here." Corey's voice broke the silence. She had been so caught up in her own head that it startled her. She looked at the creature, his sandstone body towering like a statue. Corey was the name Cody gave him, so it was the name everyone called him. That's just how things were with Cody.
"It is up mountain?"
Boneslaw was standing beside him, 2 arms folded, 2 arms sheltering his eyes from the sun as he peered up at Stagfirth. "Yes, and it is a long way," she responded, wings already stretched open.
Boneslaw grinned. "Not a problem, but we must hit tavern when we are up, eh?"
"What is that?" said Corey.
"Ah, my friend, I have many things to show you."
Boneslaw put his hand on the stone man's shoulder. "Remember, we have a job to do," Littlefeather found herself saying. She never used to be the responsible one. Felt like she was turning into her brother. "We find Rippa first, and then we can go to a tavern."
"Right, of course. Find the one called Rippa. I got it, friend."
Boneslaw's smile was unwavering. Someone else might have found his boundless enthusiasm unnerving, but Littlefeather quite liked him. Positivity felt good. Lights in dark times are essential, no matter the light source. "Enjoy your hike then, boys. I'll meet you up there." She smiled at them, and then with a great flap of her wings, she took off towards the city. When Boneslaw found him, he was sitting up against a wall, staring mournfully down at the ground. So this little man is Rippa. He had heard a lot about him, and imagined with a name like Rippa that he would look a touch more dangerous. But what sat here was a rat-faced teen with a demeanour that screamed, "I've lost everything."
"Are you sure this is him?"
he said. "Yes, this is him." Littlefeather walked up beside him and crouched down, getting to Rippa's eye level, barely making a sound as she did so. "Rippa, are you okay?" she asked, a sympathetic softness to her voice. The boy barely looked up.
They took everything. I don't understand,"
he said in defeatist tones. Boneslaw saw that there was a trace of anger behind his eyes.
"What the fuck happened?"
"It was Snow. She somehow found out about Hobbs's death."
"Hobbs is dead?"
Rippa replied, seemingly shocked. Boneslaw didn't follow a lot of what was going on. All this business talk was too much for his head. Why do people always find ways to overcomplicate life? It always seemed to cause them more pain than happiness, so why bother? Rippa sighed.
"I mean, I had my suspicions, I'll be honest, but it did me no favours to question it, so I never did."
He leaned back against the wall and looked up to the sky.
"I guess that makes sense. Everything I had built was on the back of lies and murder."
Littlefeather stood up, a dash of feathers falling as she did, as if to punctuate her movement.
"Everything that you built was on the back of your hard work and skill, and I'm sure the others would agree with me. This place would have crumbled without you."
She had an air of authority about her that Boneslaw wasn't used to. She always seemed so passive around the others, but she fell into this role with ease.
"Hard work and skill? I was never cut out for this job. I just got lucky a bunch of murderers took a liking to me."
Rippa seemed to deflate when he spoke.
We can debate the ethics of the others all we want, but that does not take away from what you did. You worked day and night to keep this company running. Business boomed with you at the head. Cody always talked about how lucky we were to have you, not the other way around. You really mean that?
Rippa made eye contact with her, with a look like he'd never been given validation in his life. Little Feather outstretched a hand, the sun bouncing off the colours of her feathers.
Of course. Now is not the time to give up. The fight isn't over. Snow may have won the battle, but she has not won the war. We have a plan, but we need your help now more than ever.
Rippa reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling himself up. Once he was standing, it was like his demeanour had completely changed. The snivelling boy that Boneslaw had just seen a few minutes ago was gone, and a stern businessman was standing before him.
I just can't believe Snow would do this. She was always so kind to me, he said, dusting himself down.
That is the problem with you business types, Boneslaw interjected. You are never honest, even with yourselves.
Rippa turned to Boneslaw, only now just noticing him. He smiled, and there was a friendliness in his eyes that shone through. They had never met before, but Boneslaw started to warm to the rat-faced man.
You are not wrong, big guy.
Boneslaw, my friend.
Boneslaw, right. Rippa, it's nice to meet you.
He turned back to Little Feather, eye suddenly hard and determined.
Right then, what is the plan?
He said. She grinned up at Boneslaw.
Well, first, we must go to the tavern.
When he was younger, he used to love to watch his dad work. How he layered brick by brick in steady rhythm. Small pieces of a puzzle fitting together to make something greater. The world was full of small wonders. He would often try to share his passions with his classmates. Would always be met with disinterest at best, or mockery at worst. He didn't understand why they would treat him so badly for showing what he loved. One day he brought a brick into school to show them. He thought it would help him explain his fascination. Maybe they would come to understand him better. Nervous at first, he approached one of the boys in the playground and asked if he wanted to see his brick, unzipping his backpack and hefting it out. A small smile crossed his face. He was certain this would work. A pregnant pause hung in the air for a moment, before confusion and then disgust flashed in the eyes of the boy. The recipient pulled away, hurling a few venom-laced words before running off. He sat there in shock. Shame spread across his body like vines, tears prickling the corners of his eyes. Every day since then, he was ridiculed and bullied. Children would start chucking bricks of their own towards him. How could they ruin something so great? Turn something he loved into a weapon of hate? They started calling him Brick as a joke, a way of mocking him, his real name losing its fingerprints in people's memories. He felt so alone. Brick used to help his dad out on the construction site. He would always look forward to it. After a particularly hard day at school, nothing cheered him up more than the feeling of being helpful, contributing to something bigger than himself. In truth, he didn't mind the nickname that much. If he was going to be anything, be it something strong that holds cities together. He never told his father about school. He didn't want to worry him. His dad already had a lot on his mind. Brick understood that even though it was a commendable career, it was still hard work. His dad's client, a man named Hops, was frequently praising his tenacity. Brick remembers the way his dad would smile every time Hops would commend his brickwork. Brick wished his classmates were a little bit more like Hops. But still, it made him happy to see his dad happy. It was a Thursday, and Brick was visiting the construction site on his way home from school. The project was almost complete. Hops' new factory. Brick was astonished to see how far it had come, all starting from a singular brick. As he started to approach the site, however, he wasn't greeted by the usual smiling faces of his dad's friends and co-workers. A weird chill gripped the air. He noticed a throng of people gathered near the base of one of the factory walls, a panicked murmur spreading out amongst them. Brick nervously edged towards the mass, taking slow, curious steps whilst looking around for sight of his father. His dad would know what was going on. When he eventually got close enough to be noticed, one of the men broke away from the huddle and placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes marked with undisguised sympathy. You shouldn't be here, he said. Go home. Brick was confused. He was usually allowed to be on his dad's construction site. Where is my dad? He asked. He wasn't going to go home without him. The man briefly glimpsed back involuntarily towards the huddle before catching himself and repeating,
You should really head home.
A single worm of anxiety started to wriggle its way into Brix's chest.
Where is my dad?
Repeated, a quiver in his voice.
Come on, kid. I don't want to have to keep repeating myself.
Where's my dad?
The anxiety had begun to bubble into a panic.
What was he hiding from him? Please, I don't want to go home without my dad.
The man let out a heavy sigh.
Look, I'm not going to.
In a flash, Brick pushed past him, charging towards the huddle, shoving through the legs of confused construction workers whilst concerned shouts rose up behind him. When he finally reached the front of the crowd, his anxiety had reached its boiling point, unprepared for what was before him. A pile of bricks lay clumsily dropped en masse, their brown surfaces flecked with spots of red. Below the pile, Brick noticed his father's boot, bent backwards in an unusual fashion, attached to an unrecognizable mush that was further hidden beneath the rubble. Blood pooling still, staining the dirt it lay on. Fear and panic gripped him in a chokehold. He couldn't control his limbs anymore as he scrambled desperately towards the scene. The voices around him grew distant and his vision blurred with tears. He pounded his fists against the bricks, desperately clawing to try and free whatever was left of his father. His scream like white noise in the air, a wretched dissonance flooding his senses. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him. Then, all of a sudden, something inside of him snapped, and the bricks started shifting around, moving like fey creatures, floating up and clearing a path for him, just enough so that Brick could see what was left of his father. It was too late. The fey-like movements turned quickly into a hurricane of blocks, swirling around him in a torment of anger and misery. The people around him backed away in fear, but he didn't care. Why should he? Nobody had ever cared about him. His only solace had been stripped away, and now all he had left were the very same blood-soaked bricks that had robbed him of that happiness. The blocks started setting into place around his body, constructing a shield from the outside world, from the bullying, from the pain, from reality, like puzzle pieces fitting together to create something greater, an armor built to hide away the world. The whirring eventually slowed until every part of him was covered, the cold embrace of clay. Flesh is weak, hearts and bodies can break, but bricks are strong. For the first time in years, Brick felt fresh air on his face. Somebody had tried to kill him. They probably thought they succeeded. His bricks lay around him, scorched, broken, destroyed. But not him. He was fine. They had done their job. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. "Hey there, are you okay?" A voice broke through the peaceful ambience. Brick looked around for the source of the noise, looking up to see a bird-like figure standing over him, his blue feathers flowing in the light breeze of the day. "I'm a little bit lost. I've been trying to head to the capital. My wings don't work, you see, so I have to do everything by foot." The birdman stopped mid-sentence, catching himself. "Oh, I am sorry. I'm really just talking about myself again. You don't look hurt, but it can't be safe to just be laying out here in a pile of, bricks. Here." He smiled and held out a claw-like hand. Brick grabbed hold of the bird. "My name is Broken Wing. It is nice to meet you. What is your name?" Brick paused for a moment, before finally saying, "I've not decided yet." When Anchor Arms awoke, it took him a while to adjust to his surroundings. He was in a dark room, candlelight flickering at the edges of his vision. He tried to move but felt something cold against his arms. He looked down. Large manacles had been bolted over his wrists onto the arms of the chair he was sitting in. His legs, too. No matter how much he tried to squirm or wriggle, he couldn't make an inch of difference. The panic set in all at once, like a caged animal in an abattoir. Tears started to stream down his face. He desperately scanned the room for, well, he wasn't quite sure what for, anything or anyone that could help. Good arvo, mate. A deep voice shook Anchor Arms to his core. He tried to say something back, but his voice was caught in his throat. A large, hulking beast of a man emerged from the shadows, a brimmed hat sitting atop his head, giant horns ripping through the fabric. The creature knelt beside him, his bull-like features becoming clear. He grinned, yellow teeth bared like fangs. Are you alright? Anchor Arms managed to splutter out. The man stood up, his smile unwavering. He drew a long machete out from his belt and continued talking whilst looking at his reflection in the mirror-bright surface. Oi, don't be like that. We're friends here. I'm gonna be nice and gentle with you. He turned back to face Anchor Arms. That is, if you cooperate. An overwhelming sinking feeling enraptured Anchor Arms. He last remembered hiding out in the restaurant the others had left him in, babysitting Kai's granddad. He thought he would be safe there. The others would be fighting the enemies, and then they would come back for him. But hours passed, and his friends never returned. His head pounded. He took in the sight that laid before him. There was no way out now. He was taken by surprise, unprepared. First question. Huh? I said first question. Make sure you're listening, mate. It's important you get this through your head. Okay, he whimpered back, all confidence shattered. Why are the Marines here? I'm not sure. I'm actually not a Marine myself. I'm just... Bang! A sudden noise followed by a flash of excruciating pain cut off Anchor Arms mid-sentence. He peered down to see the blade dug into the wood of the chair, a sliver of his forefinger sliced off at the other end. Blood started to bubble up now, splattering pathetically across the armrest. I don't think you're taking me seriously. Let me ask you again. Why are you here? Bang! The blade made its way up the fingernail, cutting off just below the fingernail. Anchor Arms writhed in agony as the shock waves of pain vibrated up his body. I can do this all day, and you have a lot of fingers to work with. Okay, please stop, Anchor Arms blurted out, tears blurring his vision. We're just acting under orders. Orders? From who? Gus, I think his name was. I remember the others talking about it. Gus? Interesting. And why would he be sending Marines my way, especially such low-ranked ones? He said someone named Jiro was here. Kai's uncle, I think. Can't say I'm familiar with either names. Next question, then. Why is Heather with you? Both Heather and myself were captured by Human. We were rescued by the others. Oh, so she didn't run away, huh? She found her way back here, all by herself? That's a good girl. Final question now. The man turned to face Anchor Arms. Fierce determination in his eyes. Where are they now? Anchor Arms felt a mixture of fear and relief. The others were still alive. Good. He didn't know where they were. Good for the others. Bad for Anchor Arms. He swallowed, his life flashing before his eyes. I don't know. Bang! The pain jumped up his arm like an electric shock, the blood splurting from the stump where his finger used to be. Oi, no. Let's try this again then, shall we? Scourge had always liked to keep to himself. He liked to eat alone, sleep alone, and especially work alone. It's not like he didn't like people, he just never knew what to say. Silence by yourself is fine, but around others it's awkward and uncomfortable. He tried in the past, group missions often involving other people joking and talking all the time, but he could never get a word in edgewise, and even if it did, it'd often be ignored or kill the conversation outright. How can people so easily come up with the right things to say so quickly? He sighed and watched Killstreak amble towards a fly it had ensnared within its web. No urgency, just deathly finesse. He sometimes wished he could talk to his spiders, but the quiet suited Scourge just fine. Hey! The sudden voice startled Scourge, and he spun around to see where it came from. Standing in the doorway was Lure. She was staring at him with piercing blue eyes, sharp teeth jagging out of a wide smile that was plastered across her face, illuminated only by the glow of her antennae dangling in front of it. Scourge hadn't really ever spoken to Lur. They'd made introductions when she joined a year or so ago. She was the first fishwoman to join the Eight Flames to his knowledge. She often dealt with a lot of undersea missions, meaning they very rarely crossed paths. Hello? Scourge said timidly.
Looks like we're working together, partner.
Huh? But before Scourge could finish his sentence, Lur had already left the room. This is a multi-target mission, and that requires me to send more than one operative, and Olaf is a little bit busy right now, Hemlock said flatly, barely looking up from her paperwork. They were sitting in her office now, plants and wildlife dotting the surroundings. Whenever Scourge comes in here, it always feels more like a botanical garden than the lead office of a mercenary organization. Lur was sitting to his left, feet on the table, picking at the dirt beneath her fingernails. But Scourge protested fruitlessly. Who was he kidding? He could never argue back against the boss, and the annoyed glance Hemlock shot his way was enough to shut him up.
Fine by me,
Lur said. Scourge looked over at his co-worker to see her open her mouth like a snake unhinging its jaw and dropping an entire haddock into it, swallowing it whole. When she was done, she noticed him staring and gave him a wink, sending shivers down Scourge's spine. Why did it have to be him? Why not Taurus or Malaise? I guess he was number 7 now, and that comes with responsibilities he needed to be prepared for. He needed to be professional, push down his anxieties, and at least try. I look forward to working with you, he managed to say, underneath his breath.
What was that?
Lur responded, eyes peering over to him. All confidence sapped away from Scourge in an instant. Was that too formal? Should he have just stayed quiet instead? Maybe said something like, "That's cool by me too," and played it off like it was no big deal. He noticed the silence grow louder as he was thinking. How much time has passed? He needs to say something. Would it be too awkward to just repeat himself now? Wouldn't it look weird to be thinking this long simply to repeat himself? He started. He was looking at the ground but could feel her eyes drilling into him. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Weirdo,
Lur remarked, but without malice, just stating a simple fact. Hemlock, not noticing the exchange, continued. The target saw a group of rogue Marines. She opened up a manila envelope and tossed a handful of pictures onto the table. Scourge picked one of them up, thankful to have a distraction. They operate out of the Grand Line. Track them down and, well, you know the rest.
Sounds good to me,
Lur said, licking her lips.
Come on, bug boy, this should be fun.
She smacked him on the back as she made her way up and out. Yeah, Scourge replied, still not making eye contact. He focused on the picture in his hands. A boy with spiky red hair and a stupid-looking grin looked back up at him. At least the targets looked easy enough to deal with. The ship was rocking side to side, not violently, but enough to cause Scourge some discomfort. The air was cold and crisp, the salty smell of the ocean stinging his nostrils. The waves lapped against the side of the boat, and he could hear the seagulls cawing overhead. He stood on the deck of the ship, watching the sun set into the horizon. Lur was sitting on the railing, humming a tune as she stared out into the sea, legs kicking back and forth. The sky was a blend of red and yellows, the water an oily black. Scourge felt like he should really make some conversation. He wasn't a natural at small talk, but this was a good opportunity to practice. It's, nice.
What?
Lur didn't look at him. She kept her eyes focused on the vast expanse in front of her. The view, it's nice. Lur was silent. Scourge cursed to himself. That wasn't what he wanted to say. He wasn't even sure what he wanted to say. It was just an awkward attempt to make the situation less awkward.
Yeah,
Lur said, finally turning to face him.
it is.
Lur jumped down from the railing and walked towards Scourge. He froze as she placed her hand on his shoulder.
We'll be landing soon,
She said, her voice low and quiet.
Make sure you're ready. I'm itching to get to work.
She smiled at him and turned to walk away, her tail brushing against his leg as she did so. Scourge felt his heart rate quicken. He rarely ever gets that physically close to people, and Lur was so intense. He could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. He took a deep breath and tried to compose himself. He needed to focus. They had a job to do. It was late when they docked at the island. The harbour was empty save for a few overly determined fishermen working in the dim light of the lanterns dotted across the decking. Sulis Island was a tourist hotspot, and during the day, coloured buildings would tower over bustling streets of visitors. But at night, it had this air of calm about it, like a sleeping beast, the softness before the storm. An odd-looking duo greeted them when they arrived, one tall and skinny, the other short and round. They looked like caricatures more than real people to Scourge, but he'd seen plenty of weird people in his time. They introduced themselves as Plath and Jaffa, but he quickly forgot which one was which. They talked a lot, but they said very little of importance, and it wasn't long until Lure shut them up with a threat of violence. The rest of the journey was in silence, as the peculiar pair led them towards a house a little ways out of the main hub of the town. Plath, or Jaffa, Scourge didn't know which, knocked on the front door of the house and said in a hushed tone,
Boss, we brought them.
The door opened and they were greeted by a tall lady with dark hair. She was dressed smartly in a red suit, a beret in the shape of a mushroom sat atop her head. Her face was hard and focused, like she'd never smiled in her life, and the dark rings under her eyes told Scourge that she probably hadn't been sleeping much either. She glanced down at Plath and Jaffa. "Thank you. You can go," she ordered. Plath and Jaffa nodded and quickly retreated without saying a word, probably grateful to still be alive. Scourge turned his attention to the woman, their contractor, he presumed. "Nice to meet you," she said, with no warmness in her voice. "My name is Chantalelle. Come on in." They sat dotted around a plush living room. Scourge was sitting alone on the sofa, whilst Lure had occupied the armchair. Decorated pillows in the shape of various fungi rested next to him. The owner really stuck to a theme, Scourge thought. A large framed picture of a stern-looking marine hung on the wall, his head adorned with a giant mushroom. A relative, maybe? Lure was already shifting uncomfortably in her seat, eventually deciding to squat atop it. Chantarelle gave her a disapproving look, but she chose to ignore it, picking at a scab on her arm. "So you are the assassins I have been sent?" she began. Mercenaries, Scourge corrected under his breath. But either she didn't notice or she didn't care. "Pardon my hesitation, but you don't look quite as strong as I expected."
You want to test that, sunshine?
Lure snapped back, a challenging look in her eye, but her smile remained. She enjoyed being tested, it seemed. There was a flash of realization across Chantarelle's face. He sympathized with her a little bit. It's not every day you meet professional killers, and they're never quite how you imagine them. "Right, Chantarelle continued. I am not going to bore you with reasons or motivation. The targets are Marines, therefore I am entirely powerless to do anything against them. This felt like my only option."
I love being an only option,
Lure replied mockingly.
"So, where are they now?"
"I'm not quite sure. The last time I spoke to them, they wanted to find a ship coater on the island. A man named Rami." Scourge looked up. A ship coater? This far from Sabaody? Why would they be wanting to find a ship coater? Before Scourge could complete his thought, Lure, who was clearly already bored by all the talking, jumped up onto her feet.
"Right then. It looks like we have a man to interrogate. Where can we find him?"
Chantarelle paused, taken aback by her sudden movements, and then answered, "All I know is that he frequents a tavern called the Capybara in East Town."
"Great!"
Lure started to make her way to the exit.
"Come on, bug boy. Let's get moving."
Right. Scourge got up and started to follow her, only just now realizing he hadn't contributed to the conversation at all. "Promise me you won't hurt him," Chantarelle said as they left, probably realizing how pointless it was to ask as the words came out of her mouth.
I'm terrible at keeping promises.
Lure gave her a wicked grin before slamming the door. It was a short walk to the tavern, and they didn't speak the whole way there. The silence was killing Scourge. He wished he had something to say, something clever and funny, something that would make her laugh, but all he could think about was how nervous he was.
"I can hear you thinking,"
Lure said, breaking the silence.
"Relax. We're gonna have fun."
"I'm not sure fun is the word I'd use," Scourge replied.
"That's because you're boring,"
Lure teased.
"Just you wait. Once you get into the action, your instincts will take over."
She smiled at him, her teeth glinting in the moonlight, and Scourge felt his heart skip a beat.
"Besides," she continued, "we're getting paid, and that's all that matters, right?"
"Right," Scourge said, not quite believing his own words. It's not like this is Scourge's first mission he'd taken. He'd done loads over the years, but he'd often preferred to do things quietly, meticulously planning out the details. That way he could be certain that when his target was dead, it was quick and painless. He didn't enjoy taking lives per se, but he did enjoy the satisfaction of a job well done. And he was good at it. At least he thought so. Lure, on the other hand, had a different approach to things. There was something about her that intrigued him. The way that she carried herself with such confidence and bravado. The way she didn't seem to care what anyone else thought of her. It made him a little jealous, if he was being honest. Maybe working with her would help him learn a thing or two. The tavern was a lively place, despite the late hour. A live band was playing in the corner, their music mixing with the sound of laughter and conversation.
"Well, this place looks fun,"
Lure said, eyeing the crowd.
"Why don't we have a drink before we get to work?"
I don't think that's a good idea, Scourge replied. But Lure was already making her way to the bar.
"Come
Come on, live a little.
she called over her shoulder. Scourge sighed and followed her. He knew better than to argue with her. Behind the bar, much to Scourge's surprise, was a large capybara sitting on a stool. Next to it stood a disheveled-looking man. He didn't say anything, seemed he was waiting for something to happen. Lur seemed unfazed by this animal bartender.
I love it,
She said, placing an elbow on the table as she continued.
Hello, Mr. Capybara. May we please have a drink?
The capybara snorted in response. He said that will be 600 belly, the man said, seemingly translating the animal noises. Lur eyed Scourge expectantly, and suddenly he realized she expected him to pay. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled wad of cash that Hemlock had given him. He'd been saving up for a while and couldn't remember how much was there, but he was sure it was more than 600 belly. He held the money out, but the man didn't take it. He simply sighed and pointed at the capybara. Please place it in the capybara's mouth. Scourge only just noticed that the animal had its mouth wide open. He glanced at Lur, who was already chuckling to herself.
Hey, you heard the man,
she said. Scourge tentatively placed the money in the capybara's mouth, and the animal gently closed its lips, swallowing it all in one gulp. I didn't know capybaras could do that, Scourge muttered.
There's a lot of things that you don't know, bug boy.
Lur grinned. They're arachnids, Scourge found himself saying.
What?
They're spiders. They're not bugs. Lur eyed him over and Scourge looked away, immediately regretting saying anything. It didn't really matter that much and he knew that she wouldn't care. Worse, it'd probably anger her. The moment was punctuated by the sound of the man pouring the drinks behind her. When he was done, she grabbed them both and handed one to Scourge. He looked up to see her smile hadn't left her face.
Look at you, standing up for yourself,
she remarked.
I heard you were a doormat.
Scourge didn't quite know what to say, but before he could try to respond, Lur threw her head back and downed her drink in one go. Then she slammed the glass back down on the countertop and let out a satisfied sigh.
Man, that's good.
Scourge sipped his own drink slowly, the burning sensation making his nose scrunch up. He didn't really like alcohol, but he didn't want to seem childish.
Now then,
she said, turning to face the rest of the tavern.
One of these guys either knows rummy or is rummy.
Scourge followed her gaze, looking around the room. Most were just average citizens, having a good time, but there were a few that stood out. He ran his eyes across them. This was something he was good at, something he could focus on, calm himself down. That guy over there, he said, nodding towards an older man sitting alone at the table. He's been staring at us since we came in. He doesn't look like a tourist either.
Good catch,
Lur said, grinning.
Why don't we go say hello, huh?
The man watched them approach. As they got closer, Scourge noticed that he was wearing an eye patch.
Evening, sir,
Lur said, leaning against the table.
Mind if we join you?
The man was silent, but he continued staring at them. Scourge was starting to feel uneasy. I'd rather drink alone, thank you, the man said finally.
Oh, come on,
Lur replied, pulling up a chair and sitting down.
We're not here to cause trouble. We're just looking for someone. And you look like a man who knows people. Can you help us?
The man looked them over. His one eye seemed to be studying them, trying to read them.
Well, maybe,
he said.
Who is it that you're looking for?
A shipcoater, Scourge chimed in.
Yeah, rummy. A ring a bell?
Lur added. The man narrowed his eyes.
Well, that's me,
he responded hesitantly.
But I don't coat ships anymore. Sorry to disappoint.
Lur leaned over towards him, showing her teeth.
That's not what we're here for.
Rummy's body hit the ground with a thump. Trash and debris cushioned his fall, but the wind was knocked out of his lungs. They were in the alley now. The exchange was entirely lit by the cold light of Lur's antenna. She had somehow convinced him to take their conversation outside. Scourge imagined Rummy was regretting it now.
Not telling you anything,
Rummy said in between ragged breaths.
I've dealt with scum 10 times worse than you.
Oh, trust me,
Lur grinned.
You ain't ever met scum like me.
Scourge only now just noticed the metal chain snaking up Lur's arm. She raised her hand in the air ready to strike. He turned his attention to Rummy, however, who was reaching for a rum bottle in his jacket. Without a second to spare, Scourge fired out a burst of web from his wrist, shooting across the alley before hitting Rummy's hand and pinning it against his chest. Lur paused for a second and looked over her shoulder back at him.
Neat trick,
she remarked before bringing her hand down, the force of which caused the chain to fly through the air and pierce Rummy in the chest. He stared at them, his one eye filled with fear and hate.
You think you could just beat the answers out of me? He snarled.
Lure chuckled.
Yes,
She said, raising her arm again.
I do.
She grabbed the chain and pulled backwards with enough strength to bring the old man towards her. Safe to say he was not expecting it, as he let out a small yelp before being pulled through the air. Lure reached out and caught him with her other hand before leaning in close.
Trust me, it's not worth it,
she whispered. She opened her mouth to present a row of razor-like teeth, which sparkled in the blue light. Scourge watched the scene unfold in cold silence. This felt extreme, but sometimes you had to be extreme to get results, and to be honest, he was grateful to not have to go through the effort himself. A lot of Scourge's life was trying to justify things for himself. He would often talk himself into thinking his targets were bad people, but he knew that wasn't always true. He wasn't doing this for any greater good. He provided a service and he got paid. It was a job like any other, and Scourge was certain there were more morally bankrupt jobs out there. At least this was honest. Lure, on the other hand, didn't seem to have any reservations about what she was doing. No thinking on the morality of things. She just seemed to be enjoying the process. And to a certain extent, he respected that. She sank her teeth into the flesh of Romy's shoulder, and the old man screamed. The sound echoed throughout the alley. Scourge winced. It looked painful. He could see the blood trickling down the man's chest.
Now, I'm gonna ask you again,
Lure said, her voice low and dangerous.
Where are the Marines?
Fuck you,
Romy gasped, his breath coming out in ragged bursts. Lure sighed and shook her head.
Ah, well, I was hoping you'd say that,
she said, grinning. And with that, she brought her teeth down again, tearing another chunk out of the man's flesh. Did he have a family? Scourge thought. A man that age must have someone in his life. Something to be around for and protect. Everybody has a limit. People think they can stand on their principles till the bitter end, but even the hardest of principles soften when faced with death. He was sure this old man was strong in his time, but looking at him now, blood soaking his jacket, his best years were long past him. Sometimes just surviving into the next day is the most important thing you can do, for the ones you love. Scourge saw in his eyes that finally Romy had come to that realization too.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Romy cried, his voice trembling with pain.
I'll fucking tell you. I'll tell you what you want to know. Just please.
Lure released her grip, and Romy fell to the ground, clutching his bloody shoulder.
Well,
She said, licking her lips.
Go on.
Romy took a deep breath and steadied himself.
We're heading to Gallon Bay,
he said.
I don't know any more than that, I swear.
That's all I needed,
Lure said, flashing him a smile.
Thank you for your cooperation.
The words had barely escaped from her lips before she flung her arm out again, the chain a whip-crack blur of steel. It bit deep, slicing into Romy's chest with a wet, meaty thunk. His breath hitched, a rasping wheeze as his fingers scrabbled at the ragged wound, red blooming across his shirt like spilled wine. But there was no stopping it now, no clever words to wheedle his way free. His legs gave out first, folding like a puppet with its strings cut. Then his eyes went dull, staring up at nothing in particular, like he'd just realized how the world works, too late. Scourge stared at the corpse. Part of him felt sick. The old man hadn't deserved this. He'd been through enough already. Lure was grinning, however. She seemed to be enjoying herself.
Come on,
she said, wiping the blood from her mouth.
Let's get moving. We've got a lot of work to do.
Scourge didn't say anything. He was still staring at the body. You didn't have to kill him, Scourge protested. They were walking towards the docks now, the body still fresh in his mind.
Oh, come on, don't go soft on me now,
Lure replied.
He might have warned the Marines we were coming.
She was walking at a pace that Scourge had to jog a little to keep up with.
And besides,
she continued,
you're a trained killer. You can't tell me you're not used to this.
He didn't answer. He had no defense, if he was being honest. Lure was right. He had killed plenty of people. He did know what he was doing. Something about tonight had unsettled him. Maybe it was the way Lure had no hesitation when she tore into the man. Or maybe it was the fact that she seemed to enjoy it. Either way, he didn't want to admit it out loud.
That was a cool move you did back there,
she said, changing the subject. What? Scourge wasn't sure if he heard her correctly.
With your, web things. I didn't know you could do that.
Scourge was taken aback. He'd never gotten a compliment from a co-worker before. He spent years learning how to control his webs, how to shoot them out, how to manipulate their form and consistency. But nobody had ever commented on it, not even Hemlock. Lure, clearly noticing his lack of response, continued.
You're a good shot. And the way you trapped his arm like that, yeah, it was impressive.
Oh, thanks, Scourge said, a smile creeping onto his face. Lure glanced at him and returned the smile.
Hey, don't mention it.
They walked in silence for a bit, but Scourge didn't mind. He let himself enjoy the night air. The cold wind brought with it the smell of salt water. That reminded him of holidays with his parents.
So, Gallon Bay, huh?
Lure said, breaking the silence.
Never thought I'd be heading home so soon.
Home? Scourge responded, just realizing he didn't really know anything about Lure. He hadn't asked her a single thing about herself on this entire mission. Any normal person would have tried to make at least a basic attempt to get to know someone they were working with, but Scourge had been so wrapped up in his own head he'd barely even attempted.
Yeah, big place. Heard the university's pretty good. Never went there myself, she continued.
It's a Fishman Island? Scourge asked, already dreading where this conversation was headed.
Yup,
she replied.
Does that mean it's underwater? You betcha. Why do you think they were talking to a ship coater?
Scourge hadn't actually thought about that. It was painfully obvious now.
How are we meant to get there then? He asked. I mean, now that we no longer have a readily available ship coater.
Lure didn't seem to respond to his passive-aggressive remark, and Scourge was probably happy she hadn't noticed.
I'll swim, and you can just ride on my back,
she answered, like it was the most normal thing in the world.
Easy.
Scourge wasn't a big fan of water to begin with, but being a devil fruit user meant it was near debilitating for him to be in it. He knew it sometimes came with the job, and luckily his helmet lets him breathe normally for extended periods of time underwater, so he probably wouldn't die, but he would be entrusting his safety and well-being entirely to Lure until they got there. Oh god, it looks like I don't have a choice, he mumbled.
Don't worry about it, bug boy. I won't let you drown,
she teased, winking at him. He didn't even feel like correcting her. They had rolled into Gallon Bay a few hours back. Scourge barely upright after the journey. Still looked like death, slumped and sucking air like a man who's just crawled out of a grave. Lure had done right by him, though, and kept him safe, which is more than he could have asked for. She kept her promise. Her house squatted on the edge of town, some ancient family estate she'd mentioned offhand. No sign of her family, though. The whole place was strange, a bustling city that was built beneath the waves. The buildings stood tall, glass and stone, shimmering in shades of green and blue, all drowned in seawater light. Scourge was thankful she had offered him a room to stay in, even though it was small and cramped. He sat on a thin mattress, staring at the cracked wall, ears full of noises, shouts, laughter, the wail of music that sounded like it'd been dragged across a reef. Not the quiet he'd expected from an undersea city. He thought it'd be calm, peaceful even. He wondered what it'd be like to grow up here. A loud knock cracked against the door, sharp and sudden, snapping him out of his thoughts.
Hey, bug boy, you decent?
Scourge rubbed at his face. Yeah, he said. The door swung open, creaking like it had a grudge, and there was Lure. Black shirt, shorts, hair yanked back into a ponytail, tail swishing lazily behind her like she didn't have a care in the world. Her grin was sharp, intense, and far too pleased with itself.
I got you some booze, she said, holding up a can like it was a trophy. Should help take the edge off.
He wasn't surprised that Lure assumed alcohol could solve most problems, but honestly he could use a drink after the day he'd had. Thanks, he said, taking the can, cold against his fingers. She flopped down on the floor in front of him, crossing her legs and pulling out a can of her own.
So, bug boy, what's your story?
She asked, pouring herself a drink, the liquid sloshing in the chipped glass like waves in a storm. Scourge shifted on the bed. I don't know, he muttered. Not much to tell. She cocked an eyebrow in response, the corner of her mouth turning up.
Come on, everybody's got something. You didn't crawl out of the dirt fully formed, did you?
He hesitated, turning the thought over in his head. Was there something worth telling? His life was a string of quiet routines, tending to his spiders, tinkering with his gear, scraping by between jobs. A blank, threadbare existence. Well, he ventured, voice low. I like books.
Books?
Lure repeated, her tone amused as she took a slow sip of her drink.
No way.
The sarcasm hit its mark, but he ignored it. He didn't figure Lure spent much time with anything that couldn't bleed or bite back. Well, what about you then? He asked, turning the attention away from himself. She looked up at him, and for once her smile wasn't cocky. It wasn't dripping with that constant edge of danger she carried around like a second skin.
No. This one was soft. Genuine, even. It caught him off guard, like he'd stumbled upon something he wasn't meant to see.
Not much to tell,
she said, shrugging as if her life was just as dull. Oh, come on, Scourge pressed, mirroring her smile without quite meaning to. There's got to be something. She tilted her head, considering.
Well, I'm pretty good at eating stuff,
she said finally, her voice flat and matter-of-fact. That's it? He asked, one brow lifting.
That's it,
she confirmed, without a hint of shame. They lapsed into silence, the kind that wasn't awkward, just heavy with unspoken things. He sipped his drink, she did the same, and the room settled back into its quiet rhythm. I've got a pet tarantula, Scourge said, the words dripping into the quiet like stones into a still pond. Lur's eyes narrowed.
A pet? That's what it is?
Yeah, he said, a touch defensive. His name's Killstreak. She blinked, then let out a short, sharp laugh.
Killstreak? That's what you went with?
It's a good name, he said, straightening up a little. It fits him.
For a pet,
she said, grinning.
That's a dumb name.
No, he shot back, leaning forwards. It's a cool name, and he's a cool spider. She tilted her head, still wearing that annoyingly warm smile. Then she laughed again, a quick, genuine sound that didn't feel like it had teeth behind it for once.
Fair enough,
she said, waving a hand in surrender. After that, the conversation came easier, words tumbling out like a river breaking a dam. Lur had stories, plenty of them. She painted wild pictures of the places she'd been, the fights she'd won, the people she'd crossed. Scourge didn't have much to add, not really. His life was a quieter one, but he didn't mind. Listening to her was enough, and she didn't seem to care about the awkward silences that popped up when he couldn't think of anything to say. The drinks kept flowing, loosening the edges of the room, and Scourge found himself relaxing in a way that he hadn't in years. Lur was sharp-tongued and cocky, sure, but there was something about her, a spark, a warmth beneath all that swagger, that made him feel comfortable. Like he didn't have to try so hard to hold himself together. She didn't mock him when he stumbled over his words. She didn't roll her eyes when he said something clumsy. Maybe she was just good at hiding her annoyance, but for once, he let himself believe that maybe she was actually enjoying his company too.
So,
she said, pouring another splash of liquor into her glass, steady-handed despite the buzz creeping in.
Why'd you end up a mercenary?
Scourge stared down into his drink, the liquid swirling in the faint light. I don't know, he started, then paused. My dad, he said finally. He was a mercenary. Guess I just wanted to be like him. She raised her eyebrows, taking a slow sip.
That's, sweet,
she said, her tone more genuine than mocking.
Didn't know you had a family.
I don't, he replied, shrugging like it didn't matter. Not anymore, anyway. The air between them shifted, growing heavier. He immediately regretted saying it. People didn't like hearing about dead parents, always made the conversation awkward, left them scrambling for some polite way to move on. He braced himself, expecting the usual half-hearted platitudes. But Lur didn't speak right away. She just frowned into her drink, her tail flicking against the floor in slow, restless movements. Then, so softly he almost missed it, she said, I know how that feels. He looked up, unsure if he'd heard right. What did you say? She glanced at him, her face unusually still.
My old man's gone too, she said.
I'm sorry, he said quickly, the words tumbling out clumsily. I'm sure he was a great man. Thanks, she murmured, her voice quiet. Her cocky grin was nowhere to be seen, her gaze fixed on the bed.
Sometimes, I feel like I let him down.
Scourge didn't say anything, just watched as her usual bravado slipped away like smoke on the wind.
He wanted me to go to university, get a degree, make something of myself. Work for him in Parliament, respectable stuff.
Her lips twisted into a bitter smile.
Instead, I spent my teenage years drinking and picking fights.
He tilted his head, curious now despite himself. Your dad was a politician?
Prime Minister,
she said, a flicker of pride creeping into her voice, even as her fingers fiddled nervously with her cup.
Biggest deal in the country, at the time. I thought his whole world was boring, stupid. Thought I'd never need it.
She laughed, but there wasn't any humor in it, just a sharp, dry sound that hung in the air.
When he died, I didn't have a clue what to do with myself. Guess I always figured, deep down,
He'd pull me out of the mess I'd made, show me the way. But, well, that's not going to happen now. Her shoulders slumped, and for a moment she just stared at the floor, quiet and small in a way Scourge hadn't thought possible. "So," he said softly, "you became a mercenary?" "Yeah," she said, straightening up, though her hand still shook slightly as she gripped the cup. "Fighting's the one thing I'm good at, always have been, and I like it. Makes me feel like I've got some kind of control, you know?" He nodded. He did know. He wasn't sure if it was the alcohol dulling his edges or something deeper settling into him, but for the first time, he thought he understood her. Lure wasn't some untouchable force, a monster to fear or revere. She was just another person, battered and bruised by life and doing her damn best to stay upright. Not so much different from him, really. Without thinking, he reached out and rested a hand on her leg. She flinched, just for a second, but then her shoulders eased and she looked up, meeting his gaze. I think your dad would be proud," he said, his voice low but steady. "You've done a hell of a lot with what you've got, and you're good at what you do, better than most." For a moment, she just stared at him, her face unreadable in the flickering light. Then she smiled, small but warm. "You don't have to make me feel better, bug boy." "They're arachnids," he said, automatically, before immediately regretting it. "I know," she replied, a spark of humor returning to her voice. "But Spider Boy doesn't roll off the tongue quite the same." Her laugh was soft but genuine, and before he knew it, Scourge was grinning too. "You know," she said, leaning forward slightly, her antennae casting faint cerulean glows across the room. "You're not so bad." And then she kissed him. Quick, almost cautious, her lips brushing his like she wasn't entirely sure of the move herself. Scourge froze, his brain grinding to a halt. She pulled back, and the space between them felt heavier than ever. Her brow furrowed, her mouth pulling down into a frown. "Shit, I'm sorry, No, he cut her off, his words tripping over each other as his face went hot. "It's okay, I liked it." Lure's grin returned, sharp and dangerous as always, but softer somehow. The light from her antennae caught the edges of her face, throwing her features into a cool glow. "Good," she said, leaning in again, slower this time, her movements deliberate. And this time, Scourge didn't freeze. The boat creaked and groaned as it pulled into Sulis Island, the hull scraping against the dock like it was reluctant to land. The town rose beyond the shore, a sprawl of coloured buildings and dodgy-looking tourist attractions, loud with the clamour of markets and the occasional bark of laughter or argument. Commander Magnus stood like a statue at the bow, broad-shouldered and grim. His eyes were fixed ahead, his mind already in the town, already at work. Some would call this a waste of time, but he wasn't about to stop, not until he saw his mission through to its inevitable bloody conclusion. That would take men, though, and HQ had refused his requests. The old bastards in their polished boots and soft chairs said it wasn't worth the manpower. Starting a war with a Yonko? The costs would outweigh the gains, they said. But the cost of doing nothing? That was corpses, piled higher every day they sat on their hands. It's been 2 years since his last encounter with the Yonko's crew. He could still see it every time he closed his eyes, still feel it. His fingers brushed the ridges of the scars across his face, the old pain sparking like embers from a fire that never really went out. Back then, he was still working his way up the ranks, too green to know any better, too weak to stop what happened. Things were different now. He was different. "And what exactly are we doing here again?" Lieutenant Spruce's voice broke into his thoughts, sharp and dry. Magnus glanced sideways at him. The lieutenant stood beside him, scrawny and pale, his green hair pulled back into a neat bun. He was sipping tea from a chipped mug. Spruce always had tea, a luxury of his devil fruit ability to grow plants wherever and whenever he pleased. They had known each other since they were boys, and though Spruce lacked Magnus's size or strength, he made up for it with a sharp tongue and an even sharper mind. One of the very few people that he could truly trust. "An old friend," Magnus said, his voice low. Spruce raised an eyebrow over his mug. "You can't mean..." A glance from Magnus cut him off. The lieutenant let out a low sigh, shaking his head. "He's retired." "He's still useful," Magnus said flatly, "and we don't have a lot of options." You could always try the Tinkerer again.
Magnus turned to him, the weight of his glare shutting Spruce down mid-sip.
No,
he said sharp, final.
We've wasted enough time on that.
Spruce didn't push it. He wasn't the arguing type. Instead, he drained his mug and leaned on the railing, squinting towards the town.
Are you sure he's still here? Thought he was laying low.
He is.
Magnus allowed himself the faintest of smiles, grim and humorless.
But he told me where to find him if I ever needed him. And I need him.
Spruce shrugged.
Well, if you say so.
Magnus turned, barking over his shoulder as he stepped off the ship.
Scarla, keep watch on the ship whilst we're gone.
From the crow's nest, a mop of red hair appeared, followed by a wicked grin. Scarla dangled one arm lazily over the edge, her eyes glinting with mischief.
Aye, aye, Maggie,
she called, throwing him a mock salute. Magnus winced, stopping and staring up at her, before sighing and letting the nickname slide.
Come on,
he said, his boots thudding on the dock. Spruce fell in step beside him, his lanky frame dwarfed by Magnus's bulk. The streets were as loud and as messy as Magnus had expected. Vendors hawked their wares in the markets, their cries mixing with the din of clinking coins, laughter, and arguments that seemed moments away from fists flying. He and Spruce moved purposefully, the crowd parting instinctively before his imposing presence. He was a quarter giant on his mother's side. That gave him a stature that meant he was larger than the average man. Eventually, they stopped in front of a small weathered house near the edge of town. The building was modest, tucked between two taller structures that leaned like they were whispering to one another. It was the kind of place you wouldn't look twice at.
This is the place?
Spruce asked, tilting his head and examining the chipped paint on the shutters. Magnus nodded.
He said I'd find him here.
Without hesitation, he stepped up to the door and knocked. The sound echoed in the quiet of the alley, loud against the muffled chaos of the town behind them. They waited. He knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. Spruce frowned.
He's not here.
Magnus scowled, stepping back and taking in the house with a sweeping glance. The windows were shuttered, no lights coming from inside. Dust and grime streaked the panes as though no one had cleaned them in days.
So where is he?
Magnus muttered, his tone more to himself than anyone else. He turned back to the street, looking for someone to question. He spotted a man shuffling past, an older fellow with a hunchback and a walking stick that tapped against the cobblestones. He started towards him sharply, his boots thudding on the ground. The man flinched, freezing mid-step as Magnus loomed over him.
You live around here?
He demanded, his voice firm. The old man nodded warily.
I do. You know the man who lived here?
He asked, pointing a gloved hand at the house. The old man's face fell, his expression turning somber.
I knew him. He was a good man. Kept to himself mostly.
Magnus's jaw tightened.
Where is he now?
The man hesitated, looking at Magnus like he was considering whether to speak. Finally, he sighed.
Gone, I'm afraid. They found him in an alley a few days ago. Dead.
Magnus stood there in stunned silence for a moment, the words not fully processing. Rummy? Dead? Who would want him dead? Who would blatantly kill a retired Marine officer? Then, anger started to bubble in his chest. His hands curled into fists at his sides. He took a step closer to the old man, his voice dark and heavy.
What happened?
The old man looked terrified under his glare.
I don't know much. Just heard talk round the market,
he said, voice shaking.
They say it was over near the Capybara Tavern. Maybe you'll find answers there.
Magnus's anger continued to surge, a hot, raw thing that clawed at his insides. His friend, his comrade, had survived wars, only to die in some filthy alley in a backwater town? He forced himself to breathe, to keep the rage from boiling over. Losing control wouldn't help. Not yet. Spruce cleared his throat, cutting into the tension.
He had a son,
he said quietly.
Do you know where he went?
The old man perked up slightly at that.
The boy. I heard the hot springs owner, Chanterelle, is looking after him now. A lovely woman. She does a lot for our community, especially with everything she's going through too.
Magnus straightened, his anger narrowing into a sharp, focused edge.
Thanks,
he said curtly, turning away from the old man. He marched down the street, his boots striking hard against the cobblestones. Spruce hurried to keep up with him. his voice low as they weaved through the crowds.
So what's the plan? Find the tavern, ask questions, then what?
Magnus didn't answer immediately. His eyes were cold, his jaw set.
We find out who did this,
he said finally, his voice as hard as iron.
And then we make them pay.
His lieutenant gave him a tired look, like he so often did. But he didn't say anything further. He knew there was no stopping him once he had his mind set to something. Magnus shoved open the door to the capybara, the wood creaking as he stepped inside, Spruce trailing behind him. The tavern wasn't that busy in the middle of the day. Only a few patrons lingered at scattered tables, nursing mugs and muttering to themselves. The air smelled faintly of stale alcohol and damp wood. But what caught Magnus's attention immediately was the bar itself. Behind it, perched on a stool, was an enormous capybara. The creature lounged comfortably, its soft brown fur pristine, its dark eyes half-lidded in what could only be described as supreme indifference. Besides it stood a man, thin, well-dressed, and with an apron tied loosely around his waist. Magnus didn't have time for this. He strode up to the bar, his imposing figure casting a long shadow that swallowed the man and capybara whole. The bartender froze. The capybara, however, remained unbothered, blinking slowly. Magnus leaned forwards, planting both hands on the bar, his sighs making the wood creak.
Rummy,
he said, voice low and dangerous.
You know what happened to him?
The bartender flinched, glancing towards the capybara as if it might offer advice. He was here, if that's what you're asking. Right before it happened, he said, his words tumbling out in a rush. Sat over there. He gestured vaguely towards a table near the corner. Had a drink. He was talking to a couple strangers.
What strangers?
Magnus pressed. The bartender hesitated, clearly not wanting to get involved, but Magnus's glare deepened, and the man caved under the weight of it. A fishwoman, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. And a man in black and red looked like trouble, with that dark hair and those cold eyes, real creepy type, you know? Magnus straightened, processing the information.
And what happened next?
They talked for a while, and then they went outside round back, the bartender continued. Didn't see what happened after that, but later that night, he trailed off, rubbing at the back of his neck. His body was found, Spruce finished quietly, stepping up beside Magnus. The bartender nodded, his gaze dropping to the floor. Yeah, it was, bad. Define bad, Spruce said quietly. The bartender hesitated again, looking nervously between the pair of them. They said his body had marks on it. Big bite marks, like something took chunks out of him. And there were webs. Huge spider webs, all over him. Magnus and Spruce exchanged a look, the weight of the bartender's words hanging heavy between them. Webs, Spruce muttered, his brow furrowing as he stared into the middle distance. That sounds familiar.
That sounds like Scourge to me,
Magnus growled, anger starting to boil within him again. Scourge. He didn't know much about the man personally, but what little he did know came from Jimmy's stories, the ones told in quiet nights of their youth, back when the world felt a little less cruel. Jimmy had always been a great storyteller, spinning yarns about Magnus's father and his crew, about their battles and their victories. To most, he'd wrap those tales in false names and flourishes, twisting the truth into something safer outside his ears. But for Magnus, Jimmy kept it real, kept it personal. Those stories had been a lifeline, back when his mother passed, back when he needed something to hold on to. Scourge was just one of the names in those tales, a prominent member of the Eight Flames. But why would he have done this? Why Rummy? If he was working under orders, who had hired him? Magnus had no answers, just a growing storm of rage simmering in his chest. Finding him, though, that was a problem. He wasn't the kind of man you'd track down on a whim. Magnus wouldn't even know where to start, but there was someone who might know.
It looks like we're gonna have to pay the Tinkerer a visit after all,
Magnus said, his voice sharp with the weight of the decision. He turned on his heel, his mind already fixed on the path ahead. Spruce nodded at him, understanding. He turned his back to the bartender. Thanks for your help, he said, giving him a polite smile before following Magnus out of the room. Magnus ducked under the doorway, his bulk filling the cramped shop as he stepped inside. The place was as much of a wreck as he remembered, shelves sagging under the weight of half-finished contraptions, gears and wires spilling over the countertops, the whole place reeking of oil and old metal. A battered wooden counter cut the room in half, and behind it, the walls were lined with tools and odd bits of machinery, except for an iron door that loomed at the back.
Magnus! A chipper voice greeted him. It's good to see you again. How are you?
Lissa gave him a warm smile as she glanced up from the mess of wires she was fiddling with behind the desk, her fingers quick and precise. Her wild orange hair was half tied back, though a few stray strands would bounce around as she moved. Magnus grunted.
I'm alright.
His gaze was already on the iron door.
The Tinkerer in?
She let out a dramatic sigh.
Straight to business as always, huh? No, how have you been, Lissa? No, wow, Lissa, you look amazing today. Just,
where is he?
She shook her head in mock disappointment.
Didn't want to waste your time.
He liked Lissa, but he wasn't in the mood for idle chit-chat. The shopkeep snorted.
Lucky me.
She toyed with a screwdriver, spinning it between her fingers before finally setting it down.
Aye, he's in. Workshop as usual.
She turned towards the iron door, throwing him a wink as she grabbed the handle.
Try not to threaten him again this time, yeah?
He nodded in response, not saying anything more than necessary. She smiled, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Magnus followed close behind. The corridor was bigger than it had any right to be. From the outside, the building had looked like a cramped little shack, but inside, the space seemed to stretch out for eternity. They took a sharp left, their boots clanking against the cold floor, and stopped in front of a heavy metal door. Lissa grabbed the handle and shoved it open.
Hey, honey, you've got a visitor, she said, stepping aside as the door swung inward.
The workshop was nothing like the ramshackle mess outside. Where the shop was all splintered wood and rusted metal, this place gleamed. The walls were polished chrome, the kind that made everything feel colder. The furniture was sleek, made of reinforced steel, and the floor was a tangled nest of wires and cables, thick as vines in an overgrown jungle. Machines lined every surface, blinking with soft blue and red lights, their many arms twitching, waiting. A giant table dominated one side of the room, buried under schematics and half-assembled devices. Overhead, robotic claws and cutting tools hung poised, waiting for the next command. Behind the desk sat the Tinkerer. His silver hair hung loose over his face, strands drifting as the machine at his back let out a slow, mechanical hiss. A breathing device, tubes running from his ribs, in and out like he was part of the machinery himself. Goggles covered his eyes, and a metal mask hid his mouth, making his expression unreadable.
Magnus,
he said, looking up from his desk, his voice flat.
I'll leave you two to it then,
Lissa said, already backing towards the door.
Somebody's got to watch the shop.
She flashed a parting smile before slipping out, the heavy door clicking shut behind her. Now it was just the two of them. The silence stretched, the air humming faintly with the sound of machinery. Magnus swallowed, shifting his weight. He never liked being here. Something about this place, all the cold metal and blinking lights, made him feel uneasy.
I've come to ask for help,
he said finally. The Tinkerer picked up a small wrench from the table in front of him, turning it over in his fingers like he was testing its weight.
If this is about Ragnar again,
he said, his voice flat.
You already know my answer.
I know,
Magnus grunted.
Doesn't mean I'm not still angry about it. He was your friend, and you did nothing.
I tried before, Magnus.
The Tinkerer's voice barely shifted, but there was something tired beneath it, something hollow. His gaze flicked towards Magnus's axes, strapped to his sides, weapons of his own making. But Magnus knew it was only a fraction of what he could do if he really cared.
But I don't want to see more people die, fighting a battle that can't be won.
He exhaled, the sound rattling through the breathing machine hooked up to him, more mechanical than human.
And I don't trust the Marines. Too much risk.
Why not?
Magnus roared, his anger surging up again like a fire he couldn't control.
Pirates ruined both of our lives. Being in the Marines gives me a chance to take revenge.
The Tinkerer didn't even flinch. He just turned in his chair, picking up another device, continuing his work as if Magnus's fury was nothing more than the background noise.
You're still so short-sighted,
he said, adjusting a tiny screw.
You've never been able to see the bigger picture.
Magnus's fists clenched.
Don't talk to me like you know me.
The Tinkerer paused for a fraction of a second, before returning to his work.
So then,
he said, voice calm.
If the Marines are so useful, why are you here? asking me for help.
Magnus ground his teeth, trying to hold back the frustration boiling in his chest. He was getting sidetracked, letting his anger pull him in. He forced himself to take a slow breath. "I'm not here about my father," he said through gritted teeth. "I'm here about the 8 flames." That finally got the Tinkerer to stop. He placed his tools down, his chair whirring slightly as he turned back to face Magnus.
You're looking for the 8 flames?
He asked.
Why?
"That doesn't matter," Magnus said. "Just tell me where I could find them."
The Tinkerer studied him for a long moment, then rolled his chair towards a set of drawers beside his desk.
It's funny you mention that, actually,
he said, opening one of the drawers. His hands shifted through the clutter as he spoke.
I still keep an eye on them, you know, even after all these years.
His fingers finally found what they were searching for. He pulled out a small metal object, holding it up between 2 fingers. It was shaped like a candle, smooth and unassuming.
They used to wear tracking devices around their necks,
he said, turning the device over.
To find each other if they got separated. I believe they still do. Modified, of course. Sends out a distress call if one of them is wounded or killed.
He held it out for Magnus to see.
I was able to get my hands on a few of them over the years. Studied them, reverse engineered this.
He continued, the device reflecting in his goggles.
Candle Universal Tracker. CUT for short.
Magnus wasn't surprised. If there was one thing he could rely on, it was the Tinkerer's obsession with his work. He barely had anyone left to share his big ideas with anymore.
This would be the best way to find any member of the 8 flames,
the Tinkerer concluded, turning the device in his palm. Then he leaned back, placing it carefully on his desk.
But I'm not handing it over unless you tell me exactly why you want it.
Magnus folded his arms. He knew he couldn't lie. He was never very good at lying. It was always better to just get to the root of the problem. Why waste time mincing your words?
"Scourge killed my friend," he said, laying it out flat.
The Tinkerer let out a slow metallic breath.
More bloodshed then.
And with that, he reached for the drawer again and slipped the device back inside. Magnus's jaw clenched.
"He was innocent," he pressed. "Retired. He didn't deserve this."
I'm sorry for your loss,
the Tinkerer said, rolling his chair back to his workstation.
Truly, I am. But I'm not going to be complicit in more killings.
Magnus's patience finally snapped.
"I'm sick and tired of hearing this shit from you," he snarled. "He killed my friend. He deserves death."
The Tinkerer held his gaze, unmoving.
You let your anger blind you, Magnus,
he said.
Killing Scourge won't bring your friend back. Revenge never feels as good as it sounds.
His voice didn't waver. It was steady, firm, tired.
Trust me, I've been there.
He turned back to his work, picking up his tools again, the conversation already over as far as he was concerned.
You can do what you want,
he said.
I won't stop you. But I've built a life here. A life of creating. I don't want to go back to destruction.
Magnus exhaled sharply through his nose. He was done here.
Fine,
he spat.
I'll do it myself.
He turned on his heel and strode towards the exit, his boots heavy against the metal floor. As he approached the door, he paused, glancing back over his shoulder. The Tinkerer hadn't moved, hadn't even looked up.
You always talk a lot about doing the right thing,
Magnus began, his voice lower now.
But the world isn't some fairy tale. Some of us have to make hard choices to get things done.
The Tinkerer still did not reply. Magnus straightened.
And once you understood that,
he continued, his voice turning sharp.
I've heard about the things you did, the choices you had to make. I used to look up to you.
He let the words sit there for a moment.
But now,
he spat, his expression hardening.
Now, I think you're a coward, Verona. A coward hiding in the middle of nowhere, too scared to face the mistakes he's made.
He didn't wait for a response, just turned, shoved the door open, and slammed it shut behind him. Magnus stepped outside the building, giving some polite words to Lissa on the way out. Once he was a few paces away from the shack, far enough that no one could hear, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a portable den-den mushi. Its beady little eyes blinked up at him, waiting. He pressed it to his ear, voice low. "You get all that, Scarla?" A hushed voice came through on the other end.
Loud and clear, boss.
He let out a long breath. He'd had a feeling things would go this way. Some people made things complicated. Some people forced your hand. And sometimes, the hard choices weren't really choices at all. "You know what to do," he said. Then, without waiting for a reply, he switched the Dendenmushi off and slipped it back into his pocket. He squared his shoulders. One way or another, he'd get what he needed. The ship rocked gently on the waves, the wooden hull groaning against the slow pull of the current. The night stretched out around them, vast and black, the stars swallowed by thick clouds. The only light came from the flickering lantern hanging above, casting long shadows over the deck. Magnus sat on an oversized crate, the device resting in his palm, small, cold, steel-shaped like a candle. He turned it over once before glancing up at Scarla, who was sat cross-legged on the deck, grinning like she'd just pulled off the perfect heist. "So this will work," he grunted. She snorted in response. "Well, duh! It's an exact copy. Of course it will work." Magnus wasn't entirely convinced. Scarla's devil fruit allowed her to create duplicates of small objects of her choosing. But he wasn't quite sure about the limits of this ability. He pressed his thumb against the top of the candle's flame. With a quiet click, the device split open, revealing a radar display. Green dots blinked against the screen, faint but steady. He narrowed his eyes. It doesn't say their names, just numbers." "Well, that's to be expected," Spruce said, voice calm as ever. He was leaning against the railing, arms crossed, watching with careful interest. Annoyance started to bubble in Magnus's chest before he forced it down. He took a slow breath, exhaling through his nose. "If that's the case, how the hell are we supposed to know which one's Scourge?" he growled through gritted teeth. "Or maybe that's something you should have asked the Tinkerer," Scarla said, smirking. He glared at her, but didn't say anything. She remained smiling and even playfully stuck her tongue out back at him. Spruce pushed off the railing and stepped closer, peering over Magnus's shoulder. "What numbers are there?" Magnus studied the screen. 2 clusters, he replied, pointing at the green dots, tracing them with his finger. 3 and 6 over here, 5 and 7 over there. His lieutenant frowned. "Aren't there supposed to be 8? "Don't ask me. Maybe it's broken." Scarla's smirk turned into a pout. "It's not broken." Spruce pressed a finger to his lips, thinking. Their trackers might just shut down near their base. Keeps it hidden. Magnus scowled. "So there's a chance Scourge ain't even one of these." This was already looking more complicated than he liked. Why couldn't things be simple? Chopping wood was simple. Building things was simple. You needed something made, Magnus could make it. But now, his life was a mess of small inconveniences and roadblocks. He wanted a man dead. He should just be able to kill him. Simple. "I wouldn't be so sure," Spruce said, studying the screen. "We know for a fact that Scourge was with one other person. If these signals are pairs, it's not unlikely he's one of them. It's worth a shot regardless." Magnus grunted. "Fine, let's just pick one and go." His lieutenant sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Then he moved, stepping around to stand directly in his eyeline, arms crossed. "Look, Magnus," he said, voice calm, measured. "I know you want revenge for Rummy, but I think we're losing sight of the bigger picture here." Magnus clenched his jaw. He wasn't in the mood for a lecture. "Don't start," he muttered. "Killing Scourge doesn't bring us any closer to dealing with Ragnar, and you know it," Spruce continued. "You can't go running off on every crusade, avenging every possible slight against you." Magnus met his gaze with a cold, unwavering look. "Are we not Marines?" Spruce frowned. Well, yes, but I don't see..." "Scarla," Magnus cut him off, turning to the girl. "What do Marines do?" Bring justice to criminals?" she recited, like a student parroting back a teacher's lesson. "Exactly." He rose from his seat, his bulk towering over them both, casting them in shadow. "I'm simply doing my job." His eyes remained locked onto Spruce's, unflinching, waiting. His subordinate held his gaze for a moment, then let out a slow breath and looked away. He knew there was no use arguing anymore. With one final look, Magnus turned and strode towards the bow of the ship. 3 and 6. Spruce glanced up, brow furrowed. "Sorry?" Magnus tossed the device towards him without warning. He barely managed to catch it, fumbling slightly before securing his grip. "Set a course for 3 and 6, Magnus ordered, his hands gripping the ship's railing, knuckles white against the worn wood. Decisiveness, that's what mattered.
If he had been more decisive back then, maybe none of this would have happened. People do wrong, they get punished, and if life was going to be complicated, then it would be his job to simplify it. The doors swung open with a thud, too loud for November's liking. Then again, most things were. He stepped inside, boots clicking against the metal floor, and took in the vast space beyond. Sunlight streamed down through a glass dome overhead, catching on the leaves of the trees and thick foliage that sprawled throughout the hall. It had the distinct air of a botanical garden, all soft edges and creeping green things, which made it feel distinctly wrong for a mercenary headquarters. A voice piped up at his side.
"It's wonderful to have you here."
His escort was a plump little man, swaddled in a beige cardigan, nervously fiddling with his glasses.
"Truly an honor." Woo!
He made a strange noise at the end of his sentences, something between a hiccup and an owl's call. November slid him a sideways glance. He knew the type. Men who twisted themselves into knots for approval, desperate to be liked, as if enough pleasantries might somehow smother the gnawing emptiness inside. He had no interest in feeding such illusions, so he said nothing. The man cleared his throat.
"If you don't mind me asking, of course," he prattled on. "We usually handle contracts remotely. Not that I'm complaining, no. Just curious what brings a member of Cypherpole all the way out here." Woo!
November ignored him. "Where is your leader?" The little man's mouth worked silently for a moment. Then he nodded quickly.
Oh, yes, of course. This way."
November wanted this over with. Always too much to do, too many places to be, too many people to suffer through. At least his new companion had, blessedly, decided to keep his mouth shut after the initial flurry of pleasantries. That November appreciated. They climbed staircases, trudged up ramps, wove through corridors until they reached a pair of tall wooden doors, the highest point of the structure.
"This is it."
The owl-like man gestured grandly.
"Just a moment while I let her know you're—"
"No need." November stepped past him and pushed the doors open himself. The space beyond was no mere botanical garden like the rest of their headquarters. It was more like a jungle. Trees crowded the office, their thick trunks swallowing furniture, their leaves casting dappled shadows across a wide wooden desk. Birds flitted between branches. Small creatures scurried underfoot. A squirrel, bold and bright-eyed, darted right up to him and sniffed at his boots. November watched it for a moment, then stole the air from its lungs. It collapsed in an instant, dead before it even knew what had happened. His gaze flicked forwards. Behind the desk sat a woman, middle-aged, long green hair spilling like ivy over her shoulders. He knew her from the files, Hemlock, though this would be their first time meeting. She didn't look up from the papers she was reading. "You know, it's rude to enter someone's room without knocking." "Pardon my intrusion, then." He dropped into the chair across from her. "Agent November, CP2. Hemlock finally looked up from her papers. "Cypherpole? What are your people doing here?" November allowed himself the smallest of smiles. "Straight to the point, that's good." He reached into his jacket, pulling out a lighter and a small packet of cigarettes. "You mind if I smoke?" Actually, He lit up anyway, ignoring her protests. He took a long drag and let the smoke crawl its way into his lungs, like spilled ink on a page. People spent their lives fretting over their own mortality, clinging to every breath like it mattered. November preferred the certainty of it, the finality. No more lists, no more meetings. He exhaled, watching the smoke curl in the air. "I'm here simply as a messenger from the world government." He fished around in his pocket with his free hand. "Over the last decade, your organization has been useful. In return, we've granted you a level of protection. Look the other way at certain less than legal activities." Hemlock's eyes narrowed. "Where are you going with this?" He paused, tapping ash onto the floor. "So far, we've let the occasional missing Marine slide. Net positives and all that. But the powers that be, they're growing skeptical. And from what I hear, you've been having some financial troubles as of late." A twitch, small but there. She was good at hiding it, but he caught it anyway. Money was always a problem. Either people didn't have enough or they wanted more. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket, laid it on the desk between them. The world government wants to absorb your little operation into the fold. Official backing, steady funding, business as usual, just with a few more rules. Hemlock's fingers curled slightly. And in return, I'm at the mercy of the world government's whims. Her mind was clearly already working through all the angles. November took another drag. In the end, we all are. Silence settled between them, thick and weighty. He nudged the paper closer. To me, it's a win-win for you, but I won't force your hand. He stood, flicking a final bit of ash onto the floor. Have a think. He turned to leave, readjusting his mask over his mouth. There was nothing more to say. He had done his job here. But the list never ends. November sat behind the desk in his shipboard office, a room more like a coffin with a chair than any kind of workspace. Bare wood underfoot, walls stripped of personality, no family photos, no sentimental trophies, no clutter. Just the tools of his trade, laid out in cold, bureaucratic precision. Files, documents, notes scrawled in a hand that had long since forgotten warmth. Atop his desk sat something new. An envelope, thick paper, one phrase printed neatly across the front. 8 flames. Is that everything, sir? Came a voice, soft and uncertain. His subordinate stood nearby, hands twitching like they wanted a pocket to hide in but couldn't decide which. November didn't look up, just nodded and ran a thumb beneath the seal. If you don't mind me asking, sir, the young man continued, which of course meant he was going to ask whether November minded or not. I thought we were just here to deliver a message to Hemlock. We were. A pause, not long enough. Then why did you ask me to gather all these documents? November's gaze drifted up, slow as a storm cloud over the sea. The kid was tall, raw-boned, still fresh in his uniform. He had the wide eyes of a man still expecting the world to be fair, or at least make some kind of sense. He considered killing him, just for a moment. It would be less effort than having to explain. Quicker too. But then came the image of the body on the floor, the clean-up, the reports, all that bloody paperwork. He sighed, set the envelope down with a whisper of paper on paper. The mission changed, he said flatly. The higher-ups wanted more context. A lie, of course, but an easy one. Truth be told, this was for his own needs. To the world government, he was nothing more than a glorified messenger boy, dressed up in protocol and fake authority. But that suited him just fine. It allowed him to enter places other men couldn't, ask questions of people he wouldn't usually have access to, gather things that mattered. Because what November truly cared about wasn't rank or recognition. It was information. Not flashy, not loud, but it could crack open empires, make warlords flinch, make monsters bargain. Even the strongest men want it. They need it. And when the strongest men want what you have, you've become something greater. Okay, the man said, satisfied far too easily. Where to next then, sir? Technically, some dull bit of reconnaissance on a scientist the higher-ups wanted to keep on a leash. Something about research, risk factors, or the usual nonsense that pass for importance in government circles. He'll get to it eventually. But for now, November had other plans. A small detour. Doing the job given was never enough. Not really. What mattered was results. Tangible outcomes. Something the brass could point at and feel clever for having hired you. Keep them fat, keep them happy, and they never look too hard at how you got there. In this case, a result meant Hemlock signing that contract. He reached for the envelope again, fingers sifting through the clutter of paper until they found what they were looking for. A sheet marked active missions in heavy black type. Desperation made people clumsy, and November had a particular gift for making people desperate. Hemlock was already tightening the rope around her own neck. All he had to do was give the chair a little nudge. A few dead operatives should do the trick. He scanned the page. Olaf. Huh, he said to himself under his breath. What a stupid name. I'm sorry, sir, the man said. Oh, it's nothing, he mumbled, looking up. Set a course for Morakot Island. When Raj was young, he had a hunger for hidden paths, an itch to peer beyond the edge of what was known,
Time and again, he'd vanished into the tangled woods behind his parents' home, not searching for anything specific, driven only by the thrill of discovery, the promise of mysteries yet unseen. But Raj learned early, painfully perhaps, that some secrets were better left buried. The ship creaked into the shadow of a broken-down village hunched against the coastline, its splintered huts sagging like weary bones. A sour stink of decay clung stubbornly to the air, a stench that made itself at home whether welcomed or not. Beyond, a jungle sprawled thick and endless, a dark and twisted mass of green that whispered promises of danger. Raj glanced back at his squad. Damien had placed this mission, this crew, firmly in Raj's hands. He had his doubts, he always did, but Damien was a man whose judgment he respected, a man who'd weathered storms much like his own. They were both survivors, marked by losses but moving ever forward. Both knew well enough to keep emotions chained tight, for fear and anger had a habit of clouding judgment, driving decent folk towards foolish mistakes. A leader needed clarity, cold reasoning in a harsh, unforgiving world. Raj knew it, Damien knew it, and now, facing the dark, Raj hoped he wouldn't forget it.
What the fuck is that stench?
Barked Lur, in a voice you'd never mistake for another. She dropped from the boat with a heavy thud, boots crunching indifferently over rotten timber, already marching headlong towards the village. Scourge trailed nervously behind her, skittering like some loyal hound terrified to be left alone. Raj let out a weary sigh. He had his doubts about letting assassins into the ranks of Marines, but everyone deserves the chance to change. Hadn't he himself once lived the life of a mercenary? He knew better than most that survival meant dirty hands and ugly choices in a world eager to kill you. Problem was, Lur hadn't shown much of an appetite for change. Pluto and Heather wandered over, joining Raj, their eyes locked on the assassins ahead. So, Pluto drawled, squinting into the gloom. Got a plan, have we? Heather snorted softly, hands planted firmly on her hips. Not one that involved subtlety, I reckon. The goal is to find Taiga, Raj replied. Check if anyone is still breathing, and press them for answers. Fair enough, Pluto grunted, nodding his head in agreement. Behind them, anchor arms shifted uncomfortably, clearing his throat. I could always stay with the ship, he ventured hopefully. Keep her safe, you know? Raj turned slowly, meeting the man's gaze with narrowed eyes. No, he said flatly, cutting anchor arms off before the excuses could pour out. We stick together. Anchor arms' shoulders sagged. They spent a miserable hour trudging through the village, kicking open sagging doors to find homes as empty as promises. No people, no bodies, just silence, thick and choking. Stranger still were the filthy clumps of orange sludge scattered everywhere, slick and vile like strewn innards. Heather crouched beside a puddle of the stuff, prodding it carefully with a stick. Any guesses what this is? Raj grimaced. None I like. Got a bad feeling about it.
Well,
Lur chimed in, smacking her lips, strings of orange filth dripping down her chin.
whatever it is, it tastes like shit.
Lur! Scourge barked, wide-eyed with panic. You can't just eat random goop off the ground, it could be poison. She gave him a feral grin, teeth stained garishly orange.
Too late now. Guess we'll find out.
Scourge threw his arms up in despair, giving Raj a pleading look. No idea what this muck is, he said tightly, but there's a trail of it, clear as blood, heading into the jungle. Raj raised his eyes, staring into that mass of tangled darkness. Excitement stirred in him, just enough to make his gut twist nervously. Despite everything, that hunger to explore never truly faded. He swallowed, steadying himself. It seems like the only lead we have is to follow this trail. They followed the trail of orange filth into the jungle, the twisted trees pressing in tighter with each step. The air grew thick and suffocating, sweat sticking their clothes to their backs. The slime was everywhere now, spattered against bark and smeared like sickly wounds in the earth, glowing faintly in the gloom as if mocking their pursuit. Pluto hacked through the vines with grim determination. This feels like a bad idea. Most good ideas start off as bad, Raj muttered, eyes narrowed into the gloom. You get used to it. Or you die, Anchor Arms grumbled at the rear, his eyes darting nervously through the shadows. The deeper they moved, the quieter it got. No birds, no insects, just a heavy, unnatural silence that prickled at the back of Raj's neck. The only sound he could hear besides their ragged breaths was the noise of Lur's constant chewing. Heather glanced around warily. I don't like it. The jungle's too quiet.
I mean, you're welcome to scream if it makes you feel any better,
Lur snickered, wiping her mouth. Raj raised a hand, halting the group abruptly. Through a gap in the thick canopy ahead, something gleamed, something impossibly bright and out of place. "Hold up," he said quietly, pushing aside the slick leaves. "You'll see that?" Pluto stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Bloody hell. Ahead, shimmering like a gem half hidden in the jungle mist, lay a city of emerald and glass. Towers rising jaggedly skyward, sharp and glittering beneath shafts of sunlight. It seemed almost unreal, a vision too bright and polished for reality. "Well," Anchor Arms mumbled, gaping in disbelief. "I didn't expect that." "I don't know what I expected," Raj muttered grimly, staring at the impossible towers. Excitement and dread twisted tight in his gut, each clawing at the other. A deep, thunderous growl suddenly shattered the silence. The trees trembled violently as something immense drew closer, snapping branches like kindling. Raj spun sharply, drawing his blades. "Weapons ready, now!" The beast erupted from the shadows, a monstrous ape nearly twice the height of any man, fur matted and scarred from past battles. Orange slime clung thickly to its body, dripping down its chest. But this thing wasn't its source. Its eyes were wide and rolling wildly, jaws frothing as it roared in blind fury. "Scatter!" Raj bellowed, teleporting himself out of the way as the ape charged forwards. Slamming a massive fist into the earth where he'd stood a heartbeat before, Raj was already moving, twin blades flashing to life in his hands. He ducked beneath a swinging limb, rolled through the muck and came up slicing. His steel kissed the beast's thigh, drawing a deep red gash. The creature roared and whirled, nearly catching him with a backhand the size of a wagon wheel. "Lur, go high!" Raj shouted, barely dodging another swing. Lur didn't need telling twice. With a manic grin, she hurled her chain weapon upward, the hooked end catching a thick branch. She swung through the air with reckless glee, looping around the ape's head like a vulture. Her chain lashed out, wrapping around its neck as she dropped onto its back, biting down savagely onto the creature's ear. "Fucking die already!" she shrieked, laughter wild in her throat as blood sprayed. Scourge zipped overhead on a line of shimmering web, slinging himself from tree to tree with acrobatic grace. He landed hard against the beast's shoulder, firing a sticky blast that bound its left arm against its own chest. The ape screamed in fury, thrashing, but Scourge was already gone, flipping back into the trees, prepping his next strike. "Keep it off balance!" he called. On the ground, Pluto charged in, pole spinning like a blur. He jabbed low at the ape's knees, fast and sharp, then leapt backwards as it staggered. Every move was precise, disciplined, practiced. Heather stood back near the edge of the clearing, her pan flute raised to her lips, soft, lilting notes carried through the madness, strange and calm against the thunder of battle. Raj felt strength flood back into his limbs. The ape, enraged, tore free from the webbing with a savage roar and reached for Lur, still clinging to its back. She slipped free with a cackle and dove off, landing in a roll. "You're getting slow, big guy!" she taunted, spinning her chain round again. It was at that moment the Den Mushi blinked at Raj with Damien's face, sharp jaw, furrowed brow. The same intensity that made Raj's stomach twist in a way no battlefield ever had. "Shit," he muttered again, softer this time. He ducked behind a tree. When Damien called, it was never idle chatter, never just a check-in. It was always orders wrapped in urgency, crisis cloaked in calm. He hesitated for a breath, then picked up the receiver. His fingers didn't shake, he wouldn't let them, but his heart had its own ideas, thudding too loud in his chest. "Damien," he said, voice steady, carefully neutral. After the conversation had concluded, Raj hung up, slow and quiet. Then he just stood there, staring at the empty snail face, its blank eyes staring right back. He looked at it a second too long, like maybe he'd say something else, or maybe he just wasn't ready to let go of the voice on the other end. Stupid, really, but there it was. He cursed himself under his breath and shoved the Den Mushi back into his pack. By the time he made it out from behind the tree, the jungle clearing was quiet. Too quiet. The ape was dead. A massive jade spike jutted from its chest, driven clean through with terrifying precision. The beast was pinned to the earth like a butterfly on a collector's board. The others stood in a loose semicircle, weapons drawn but lowered, not sure whether to relax or raise hell again. At the far edge of the clearing, where the jungle thinned into mist and shadow, stood someone new. A woman. She wore armor the color of polished emeralds, each plate shaped with care and deadly purpose. Short black hair framed a sharp, unreadable face. Her posture was all discipline, all steel, unmoving, unshaken. The jade around her seemed to hum faintly, like it knew how to kill things and enjoyed doing it. She stepped forward, boots silent against the blood-wet earth.
I am Chief Enforcer Jade,
she said, her voice like a flint striking stone. Raj raised a brow, eyes flicking between the body, the spike, and the woman who'd put it there.
I am Raj. Appreciate the help, he said cautiously, though I am guessing you didn't do that out of the kindness of your heart.
She looked at him, expression unreadable, and replied coolly,
I don't do kindness.
Lur grinned at that.
Oh, I like her!
Heather stepped forward slightly, wary.
And who exactly are you enforcing?
Jade's gaze swept over the crew again. Slow, calculating, but not hostile. She made no move towards them, nor did she acknowledge the tension hanging in the air, like storm clouds about to break. Instead, she spoke with the same cool certainty she might have used to announce the weather.
You are Marines,
she said, as if confirming a suspicion rather than stating the obvious.
Then you are not intruders.
Raj blinked. That was unexpected. Jade continued, folding her hands behind her back with the rigid grace of someone who'd never been unsure of anything in her life.
By decree of His Radiant Majesty, the Emerald Emperor, you are to be welcomed as honored guests. You are invited to dine at a banquet in the city this evening.
The party shared a look, dumbfounded. The city sank slowly out of view behind November, swallowed again by jungle and secrets too costly for men to know. He hadn't counted on Ragnar's son showing up. That was an unpleasant twist of fate. Barely recognized him at first, grown as he was from a boy to man. Though thankfully Magnus had no memory of him. No surprise really, it had been years. November had lingered for a while, hidden amongst the shadows, watching Magnus and his companion talk, hoping for a scrap of insight as to why he turned up at all. The answer wasn't too exciting. Revenge, so typical of men like him. It did mean 2 more assassins were potentially out of the picture, made Olaf's death seem pointless now. But life rarely played fair. He supposed Olaf would have become trouble sooner or later. Better, November reckoned, to snuff a flame early, before it got ideas about becoming a blaze. When word of Olaf's Scourge and Lure trickled back to Hemlock, she'd have no choice but to fold. Desperation had a way of turning proud people into beggars, made them cruel places they swore they'd never go. She'd sign away her little empire, handing it neatly into the grasp of the world government. The dead operatives didn't matter, they could be replaced, like rusted parts in a machine. Disposable. The 8 flames weren't valuable because of a handful of killers. No. The real prize was the orphans. Hundreds of them, hidden away in Hemlock shadows, bred from misery, born without names, without homes, without loyalties to anyone but those who fed and clothed them. Perfect soldiers. Perfect spies. Blank slates ready to be painted in government colours. For November, the job was done. Box ticked. He didn't care whether the orphans lived or died personally, but the higher-ups had made it clear not to threaten or harm them, which told him all he needed to know. Their plans, not his. He was just the scalpel, not the hand wielding it. Fine by him. One more task scratched off the list. He had bigger names to serve, sharper teeth to feed. He stepped aboard his ship, boots thudding on steel. His men turned to him like dogs that didn't know whether they were about to be fed or kicked. "Did you find what you were after, sir?" one of them asked, voice cautious.
Sadly, no.
November let the disappointment roll off his tongue like sour wine.
But alas, we press on.
He smiled, just to himself. An Emerald City. Now that had value. And he knew a man who'd be very keen to hear about a place like that. Just a few more errands, a few more lies to spin, truths to pry loose, names to scribble down. Then maybe, he could finally go home. Sounds are just vibrations clawing their way through the air. No air, no sound. Simple as that. November had wrapped himself in a cocoon of silence. A neat little trick. Thin gaps of empty nothing where air should be, stitched together like an invisible wall. Nothing went in, nothing got out. Perfect for keeping secrets right where they belonged. Satisfied, he pulled out a small concealed den mushi, the snail squirming awake in his palm, and leaned close.
"Hello. Acceptance,"
November murmured, keeping his voice low. Even with the silence cocoon wrapped around him, old habits died hard.
"Bargaining, my dear friend,"
the voice crackled on the other end, Rich, bright, and far too cheerful for a man in his line of work. Acceptance, the 5th stage. An odd one, even among their strange little circle. For November, it was duty and necessity, a job to be done. But for Acceptance, it was a game, a joke he never tired of telling. The stages were supposed to be equal, at least on paper, but Acceptance always felt a step above, like he'd read the final chapter of the book whilst the rest were still fumbling through the middle. Even the original members' anger and depression seemed to regard him with some level of respect.
There's no need to worry about Hemlock or her little band of misfits for now,
November began, cutting straight to the point. He didn't like to waste time.
The world government would tighten its leash soon enough, and once they've got her nicely collared, she won't have the freedom to chase after anger. Or the boss.
That is good news,
Acceptance chirped.
I'll be sure to pass it along.
That is not all.
Oh, really? More gifts for the boss, huh?
I ran into Magnus.
A pause, then a delighted hum.
Ooh, how delightful. Still alive, is he?
Yes.
Nothing else to say, really. Magnus had all the makings of a problem. A man with too much spite and not enough sense. But spite only carried you so far, especially when you were too weak to do anything alone. With his attitude, he'd struggle to find real allies. A problem that solved itself, really.
And there's one more thing.
Oh, bargaining. You're positively making my day.
Acceptance's voice was a sing-song lilt, the kind of bright cheer that had the same effect as nails on glass.
An Emerald City.
An Emerald City?
That is what I said, yes.
What sort of Emerald City?
Well, I guess the kind that's made out of emeralds.
I suppose that's to be expected.
More importantly, it's a hidden resource. One the boss would love. When I return,
When will that be, by the way?
Soon. I've got a job watching some government scientists for a few days.
Oh, how tedious.
Don't worry,
November cut in, before the cheerful chatter could continue.
If I find anything useful, you'll be the first to know.
You're a champ, truly.
The happiness in Acceptance's voice was a cloying sweetness, the sort that always left a bitter aftertaste.
That is all I wanted to say.
Heading off already. All right then, love ya.
November hung up the Denden Mushi with a click and let out a long, slow sigh. The administrative branch of the world government was the oil that greased the grinding wheels of authority, where cipher poles skulked in the shadows, wielding secrecy as their blade, and the Marines marched in polished ranks, brandishing peace like a weapon. The bureaucrats were left to drown in paperwork and platitudes, drafting mandates, haggling over trade agreements, smiling politely through endless meetings with officials scattered across every corner of the Blues. The job was dull, tiresome, thankless, and crucial. An endless charade to maintain the illusion of benevolent order, a vast political machine grinding ever onwards. And Quill was proud to be a cog in that machine. Paperwork soothed her, schedules and order relaxed her. She was a shining example of secretarial virtue, efficient, tidy, and invisibly competent. A model bureaucrat, if she did say so herself. Yet today, the warmth of competence had turned icy cold. Promotion! The word had tasted sweet at first. She had even given a brief yippee when she first heard the news. A naive celebration quickly snuffed out by the bitter reality of her new station. She was to serve under Vigil, the High Inspector himself. Vigil, whose sunken eyes pierced through skin and bone alike, whose judgment hung in the air like the silent promise of death. Vigil answered only to the 5 elders, shadowy figures beyond her comprehension. But for Quill, Vigil alone was power incarnate, a man capable of reshaping countries with nothing more than a whispered command. Quill swallowed hard, staring up at the door to Vigil's office as if it was a blade of an executioner's axe poised above her neck. Right, she whispered to herself, gathering her courage. Nothing to it then. She knocked, the sound hollow and feeble to her ears. Come, rasped a voice from within. Vigil's voice, cold as iron scraping stone. Quill didn't hesitate. Better to face the devil than linger trembling on his doorstep. She twisted the handle and stepped swiftly through, into whatever darkness awaited her beyond. The office was as stark and foreboding as the man himself, a cavernous space dominated by a desk of dark polished mahogany, stripped bare of warmth or ornamentation. Tall bookshelves loomed along one wall, neatly stacked with thick volumes whose spines bore no hint of wear. Records, no doubt. Everything catalogued in dry, soulless script. The only light seeped reluctantly through narrow windows. Vigil sat behind his desk, gaunt frame drawn tight as wire, pale fingers steepled beneath a face sculpted by shadows. His sunken eyes regarded her with grim disinterest, measuring her worth in silence. A single chair, fragile and uncomfortable looking, sat waiting in front of his desk.
"Sit,"
he commanded softly, gesturing with long fingers. Quill obeyed immediately, arranging her skirt neatly as she perched rigidly on the edge of the chair. Her heartbeat hammered wildly against her ribs, her throat dry. Still, she managed a brittle, professional smile. "Thanks for seeing me, Inspector Vigil. I'm eager, very eager, to assist you in any capacity that you require." Her voice, thin but firm, did not betray the thudding of her pulse. Vigil's stare sharpened, eyes narrowing minutely.
"Eagerness is hardly an asset here, Miss Quill. Competence, however, is essential. Are you competent?"
There was a pregnant pause. Quill swallowed again, fighting the urge to squirm beneath his gaze. "I assure you, sir, I am extremely competent. My previous supervisors always said I was born in a filing cabinet instead of a crib." She forced a chuckle, desperate to lighten the oppressive mood. But the joke sputtered out weakly, dying between them in painful silence. Vigil didn't smile, didn't even blink.
"Humor,"
he muttered flatly, as though observing an insect pinned beneath glass.
"I have no use for humor, Miss Quill. It muddies clarity."
She nodded quickly, smile dissolving instantly into seriousness. Yes, sir, understood." He leaned forward slightly, the chair creaking, his voice dropping to a rasp barely above a whisper.
"Understand this, Miss Quill. You are here to organize, not entertain. Your tasks are simple, your responsibilities clearly defined. Disappoint me, and you'll find your role swiftly reallocated."
As things stood, they didn't sound so bad to Quill, but she met his gaze regardless, biting down the urge to shrink away, holding firm by force of pride and determination. "I won't disappoint you, sir." He studied her for a moment longer, silent and cold, as though weighing her promise against her fear.
"We shall see,"
he said finally, settling back into his seat. Quill once again found herself immersed in the familiar embrace of paperwork. It'd been a few days now since she'd been hired for the job, and the steady rhythm of organizing files helped ease the tension that occupied her new workspace. Every meticulously labeled document was a small victory, temporarily alleviating the anxiety that lingered like an unseen shadow. In these quiet, diligent moments, Quill's mind often drifted back home, back to ashes and ruin. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the thoughts. It was always easier to bury herself in the work, keep her head down and fill every moment with trivial tasks. Less room for memory that way. Less need to admit that she was helpless against the ghost lurking in her past. Her brother had always been the clever one, the thinker, the planner, always knew what came next, always saw a way clear. He had told her once that information was everything. Knowledge could shield you, save you, keep you breathing. But he was gone now, nothing left but a gap shaped like loss. So she gathered him up neatly, boxed him tight, labelled him like paperwork and filed him carefully away. Best to bury pain deep, she reckoned, in drawers of dust, than to keep it gnawing away at you. Vigil's voice cut sharply from within his office, pulling her instantly upright.
"Miss Quill, come here immediately."
Her heart jolted painfully. Standing quickly, she straightened her skirt, summoning her courage before stepping decisively into his office. Vigil sat rigidly behind his desk, jaw tight, fingers tapping restlessly on the polished mahogany surface.
"Sit,"
he ordered, dismissing any greeting before it left her lips. Quill complied, her posture rigid, tension coiling through her fingers clasped neatly on her lap. He wasted no time.
"Miss Quill, have you heard of the Emerald Empire?"
She paused, uncertain, then shook her head slowly. "No, sir, can't say I have." The old man's voice dropped to a deliberate rasp.
"Unsurprising. It's among our most closely guarded secrets, deliberately concealed deep within Morocco Island."
Quill blinked in surprise, confusion knitting her brows. "You say Morocco Island? I mean, I've heard of Morocco Island. It's mostly jungle and a handful of fishing villages. We even have log poses to it. Why would we do that if the government wants to keep it hidden?" The High Inspector allowed a thin, humorless smile.
"Exactly, Miss Quill. That's the entire point. A place that appears ordinary, insignificant, rarely warrants a second glance. If Morocco were truly uncharted, curiosity would inevitably attract explorers and pirates. By providing just enough mundane detail jungle villages. We discourage deeper investigation.
I see. Why keep it secret in the first place?
To put it simply, Miss Quill, it houses resources of great value. Resources that, if known, would invite unwanted attention.
Quill nodded. She got the general gist. The High Inspector continued.
Until recently, I have personally served as liaison with the Empire's Emperor. However, an archbishop who had recently escaped from the island has informed me of a dire incident. A group of uninformed, lower-ranking Marines, oblivious to the island's importance, killed the Emperor under the misguided banner of justice.
Quill gasped softly.
They killed him? Without any authorization?
Precisely,
Vigil affirmed, his voice icy.
This act is disastrous. It threatens our entire alliance, destabilizing the region and risking exposure of our covert operations.
He paused, the gravity of his words heavy in the silence before continuing sharply.
Your immediate responsibility, Miss Quill, is to organize a discreet, yet urgent meeting. Summon the senior Marine officials involved, particularly whoever authorized the misguided deployment. Additionally, he emphasized firmly, if a new government has already formed or is emerging within the Emerald Empire, it is absolutely vital we immediately re-establish diplomatic relations. Continuity of our agreement and preserving secrecy is paramount. We cannot afford delays or further complications.
Quill absorbed this rapidly, nodding firmly as urgency settled into her bones.
Understood clearly, sir. I'll ensure the necessary meetings and contacts are arranged swiftly.
Vigil's gaze lingered coldly upon her, searching carefully for any trace of hesitation before leaning slowly back into his chair.
Good. See to it without delay. Failure is not an option, Miss Quill.
She stood quickly, heart hammering, already mentally outlining steps and contingencies. Exiting swiftly from Vigil's office, she felt the weight of immense responsibility pressing on her shoulders. She had seen what pirates could do to nations that held something that they wanted. She was not going to let that happen again. And with the Paladin destroyed, the world was safe again. The end. Yanu eased the book shut, careful-like, quiet enough not to disturb the sleeping little heirs. 6 of them bundled tight beneath sheets softer than anything he'd known as a child. He watched them closely in the dim flicker of the candlelight, peaceful faces hiding futures heavy with questions. He hadn't known exactly what to do with them at first. The spawn of Emperor Anorak, blood of tyrants, might one day wake up with vengeance beating like war drums in their hearts. Ziania, for all her bloodthirst, had made a brutal kind of sense. Someday these children could become threats, carry forward grudges, seek revenge. But still, they were children, innocents, at least for now, and no child deserved blame for the crimes of the man who sired them. Anorak might have had his judgment coming, but these small, sleeping souls were another matter entirely. Couldn't let them roll free, though, not with that blood in their veins. Yanu reckoned it was his duty now, his burden, to see these children educated properly, to steer them clear of their father's bitter path. The details, well, he'll muddle through those later. He rose carefully, pausing halfway up to peer over at Carmon, the eldest who slept with his brow furrowed like a man troubled by too many ghosts. Satisfied that he was asleep and not merely pretending to be, Yanu gently laid the book aside, blew out the wavering flame and stepped quietly from the room. It had been about a week since the revolution. For the first time he could remember, Yanu felt hope gnawing at him. It felt foreign, uncomfortable, but good. True enough, revolutions didn't come without blood, pain, and enough scars to last generations. But finally, at long last, he stood ready to stitch shut the festering wounds centuries of injustice had carved into the heart of his land. Yanu strode back into the throne room, footsteps echoing quietly off the emerald floor. Torches flickered gently, casting dancing shadows over the walls, their glow now warmer, softer somehow, since Belle had taken her place on the throne. She waited there, imposing yet comforting, her massive jewel-like carapace catching reflections of gold and green in the dim light. The crab queen of the Emerald Empire. It was strange how quickly something that had seemed absurd now made perfect sense. He still recalled clearly the first time she had approached him, silently scuttling out from the shadows, a symbol of hope in the darkness, eyes wide with quiet determination. She couldn't speak, of course. No words, no stirring speeches, But somehow, impossibly, her silence had spoken louder than any voice. She had inspired hope through gentle gestures, quiet strength, and an unwavering resolve. In just the week since the revolution, Belle had reshaped the city. She'd overseen food distribution, opened palace storehouses to the poor, and begun to restore crumbling buildings neglected by decades of indifferent rule. Everywhere Yanu walked, he saw signs of renewal, of wounds slowly beginning to close, of people daring to smile again. "Good evening, Your Majesty," Yanu said softly, bowing slightly, more from respect than formality. Belle clacked her pincers twice gently in greeting, eyes calm, watching him expectantly. "I've settled the children in for the night," he said, stepping forwards, voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "They sleep well, for now, at least." Belle inclined her great shell slightly in acknowledgement, one enormous claw scraping quietly against the throne's armrest. Yanu tugged a battered ledger from his bag, fingers brushing against the worn leather cover. He'd never pretend he was some great thinker, no philosopher or scholar or any of that nonsense. He was literate, at least. That alone made him different from most of the rough company he'd kept over the years. Education had always been a luxury, but Yanu wasn't one to stay where others put him. He'd swiped books when he could, scraping knowledge from pages that weren't meant for his kind. A quiet act of rebellion, you might say. Learning, one painful word at a time, just to spite those who would have preferred him ignorant and easy to rule. "We still have much to plan," he continued, flicking through the pages of his ledger, rebuilding trust with the people, deciding how we'll govern fairly, openly. "You've started something important here, something lasting. We can't afford to lose momentum now." Belle clicked her pincers lightly in agreement, a gentle sound Yanu had quickly learned to understand, supportive, reassuring, firm in purpose. "One of the big issues we still have yet to tackle," he said quietly, meeting his queen's steady, thoughtful gaze. "The enforcers that are still loyal to Anorak. There's more of them left than we expected. Plenty surrendered after the battle, but others have slipped away, melted into the jungle or vanished into alleyways around the city. Dangerous people, trained fighters, loyal to the old regime. If we leave them be, they'll fester like an open wound, ready to strike." Belle tilted her massive form slightly forwards, pincers clicking softly, signaling her understanding. "The question now," he continued, "is how do we deal with them? Do we offer forgiveness, try to bring them into the fold, or root them out before trouble can spread? I'm tired of bloodshed, but we can't let the peace that you've built fall apart." Before Belle could respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the throne room. Both of them turned sharply to face the doorway as a guard stepped forwards, breathing heavily from his rapid approach. "My queen," the guard announced respectfully, bowing low to Belle. "Forgive the interruption, but there's a delegate here, from the world government. They insist on an immediate audience." Yanu's brow furrowed deeply, suspicion and worry flashing briefly across his features. He glanced at his queen, awaiting her decision. Belle paused only a moment, eyes glinting thoughtfully in the torchlight, before raising one enormous claw in a clear, decisive gesture. "Send them in." The guard nodded briskly and retreated, footsteps echoing urgently away. After a brief moment, the throne room doors creaked open again. Yanu was expecting some pompous envoy in gold-threaded robes, typical of people in power. Instead, in stepped a small woman who looked like she'd taken a wrong turn on her way to the library. She moved with measured steps, clutching a clipboard to her chest like a shield. Blonde hair tied up in a precise ribbon bow that hung neatly over her shoulder. Glasses perched on her nose, catching the torchlight with every nervous glance. She was dressed plain and proper, much like a secretary, Yanu thought. White blouse, navy skirt, polished shoes. Someone you'd expect to see organizing files, not walking into the aftermath of a revolution. But she approached with determination, swallowing whatever nerves clung to her ribs. When she stopped a few paces from the throne, she gave a quick, respectful bow, stiff, practiced, and just a touch too fast. Her fingers tightened around the clipboard, knuckles pale. "Good evening," the girl stammered, voice soft but trying its best to sound official. "My name is Quill. I'm the administrative liaison to High Inspector Vigil. I've been sent on behalf of the world government to address this whole..." She waved her hand vaguely at the room. "Situation." Yanu exchanged a glance with Belle, whose eyes narrowed just slightly. He recognized the name, Vigil. He'd seen it scrawled in more than a few letters found in Veridite's chambers. Cold, clipped language and wax seals that stank of power. So this wasn't entirely unexpected. "If the world government is here to threaten us..." Oh, no, Quill blurted, nearly dropping her clipboard in the process. "Sorry, you misunderstand. Oh, gosh." She fumbled with her glasses, muttering a soft curse under her breath. Belle tilted her head slightly, expression unreadable. We, understand that internal political disputes happen all the time, Quill said, forcing composure into her words. It's not the world government's place to interfere in local transitions of power. We just want to, re-establish our prior agreements. Trade, resource channels, yada yada, that sort of thing. Her eyes darted between the pair of them. Which would mean speaking with whoever's in charge now. Yanu jerked a thumb at the throne.
That would be Queen Belle.
The woman blinked. The crab is in charge? Belle snapped her claws once, sharp, loud enough to cause Quill to jump. Yes, of course, yeah, obviously, yes, sorry, Your Majesty, that was incredibly rude of me. She gave another bow, deeper this time, clutching her clipboard like a life raft. Let me just start by saying thank you truly for seeing me. It's a lovely palace, very striking. I've never been anywhere with quite so many... She trailed off, eyes scanning the glimmering walls, trying desperately to land the sentence. Emeralds? Yanu allowed himself a small smile.
Well then, if you're here to talk trade, he said, tone light but edged with curiosity. What exactly did your masters have in mind?
Quill brightened a touch. Admin work was clearly safer ground. She nodded, rifling through the papers clipped to her board with the practiced speed of someone who'd lived her life in forms and footnotes. Yes, right, of course, she said, pulling out a folded parchment, creased neatly down the middle. The original agreement, here, it outlines a steady export of resources from the Emerald Empire to the world government outposts. Rare minerals, certain plant specimens that are, well, incredibly rare and highly valued. She stepped forwards carefully, holding the paper out towards Belle. Belle didn't move.
Yanu cleared his throat. You might want to hand that to me first.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. Quill recoiled slightly, redirecting the papers to Yanu, who took it with a flicker of amusement. In exchange, she continued quickly, the world government agrees to maintain secrecy surrounding Morocco Island. It will remain off public charters, disguised as an unremarkable jungle and minor settlements. As far as the world is concerned, the Emerald Empire does not exist. She hesitated, a hint of shame flickering across her features. And we acknowledge that we failed. We should have stopped the outsiders before they ever set foot here. Her voice softened. We're not making excuses. Just a promise. We'll be ever vigilant moving forwards. No more lapses. No more unwanted visitors.
Don't apologize for that, he said. Some outsiders may have made their way in, sure, but I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for them.
He hummed thoughtfully as his eyes drifted to the agreement, thumb brushing along the edge of the papers. He scanned the pages. He never had to sign a contract before. He wasn't sure if Belle would even be able to.
Still, he continued, we cannot afford another slip. You might not care who's in charge so long as the crates keep coming, but we do. The next batch of outsiders might not stop at regicide. They might strip the whole island clean.
Quill straightened, nodding with firmer resolve. We understand, and I've been instructed to make it absolutely clear that surveillance will increase, patrol patterns will be adjusted, and cypherpole agents will be embedded across the outer approaches. No one sets foot here without us knowing. She adjusted her glasses again, voice steadier now. But none of that can start until I get these documents signed, until we're absolutely sure that you're not an enemy of the world government. Before another word could be said, a voice echoed throughout the throne room, calm, cold, and final.
Too late.
Yanu turned, instincts flaring like fire in his gut. The massive front doors of the throne room exploded inwards in a burst of splinters and flame. The boom cracking through the air like a thunderclap. Dust swirled. And there, framed by the broken archway, stood a woman cloaked in black. Her face was hidden behind a sleek mask marked with a single unmistakable symbol. A yellow X slashed across it like a warning. She didn't speak again, not at first. She simply stepped forwards, slow and deliberate, pulling two weapons from across her back. Huge metallic yellow crosses, each one larger than her arm. The edges sharpened to a killing gleam. Throwing weapons, cruel and massive, meant to maim, not just kill. Yanu didn't hesitate. His sword was already in his hand, drawn in a single practiced motion, legs shifting into stance. "Your Majesty, back!" he barked, eyes locked on the masked figure. But the woman raised a hand, casual as you please, and said a single word. "Denied." And with that, the air cracked. He saw the flash of spinning metal too late, a blur of motion tearing towards him, slicing the air with a high, keening whistle. No time to dodge, no time to block. Just impact. Pain, bright and sudden, bloomed across his chest like lightning through bone. He felt it, felt the blade split him open, ribs snapping like kindling, heat spilling across his front, legs gone weak, vision dimming. He staggered, sword slipping from his hand. The floor was suddenly too far away. His knees hit gemstone, breath coming short and wet. He could hear screaming now, distant, shrill, full of panic. Quill, probably. He wanted to look, to say something, anything, but his body wasn't responding anymore. His whole frame felt unstitched, like someone had cut all the ropes holding him together and let the pieces sag. The world tilted, colors bled at the edges, sound reduced to a dull throb. Then his face hit the floor, hard, cheek cracking against the cold emerald stone. The sting didn't even register. Too much happening at once, too fast. His blood was everywhere now. Slick and spreading, he could just make out the shape of it. Dark and glossy, pooling around him like ink from a broken pen. And then, nothing. His final thought, as the darkness surged up to claim him, wasn't of battle or crowns or legacies. It was of quiet, of children asleep, of a peace that almost was.
Scourge looked up at the Eight Flames base as it floated silently above the waves, a great glass building of twisted steel and overgrown foliage. He'd returned here more times than he could count, dragging blood-stained boots across the ground, eager to collapse in his cluttered room, lose himself in his tinkering. But this time it was different. This time he came back not as one of them, but as something else. A traitor, he guessed. He felt it like a weight behind his ribs, pressing harder the closer they got. Still, what choice had he had, really? Loyalty was a fine thing in stories, honourable, noble, all that. But when the blade's at your throat, it tends to lose its shine, and he wasn't the dying for the cause type. Never had been. At the end of the day, it was a job, and no job was worth a grave. He glanced sideways. Lure sat beside him, digging in her ear with the focus of a surgeon, her expression blank and utterly unconcerned. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and smiled. He never had much reason to keep going before, just kept doing things out of habit. But now he had her, and that was something.
"So this is the place,"
came the low, gravelled voice of Commander Magnus, the words heavy with authority. He stood like a cliff behind them, arms crossed, his shadow long and dark across the vessel. Scourge flinched, just slightly. Technically, Magnus was his superior officer. Now he was a Marine. Strange how fast situations change. "Yes?" he muttered, barely above a whisper. His throat was dry, his tongue heavier than it should have been. Every instinct told him this was a bad idea. But what choice did he have, really? He helped Lure kill someone close to the man. His hands were tied. The red-headed girl, Scarla, hopped down from where she'd been perched, hands planted on her hips, bright-eyed and grinning like they were about to walk into a festival. "Well, it's not exactly what I expected a mercenary base to look like," she said, squinting up at the structure ahead of them. "Where's all the grit and blood?"
Everyone says that,"
Lure muttered, finally pulling her finger out of one ear and flicking whatever she'd found overboard without blinking. She stood, stretched her arms, and shrugged.
Boss always loved her flowers."
It didn't look like Magnus was listening to them. He just stared at the building in silence, as if he could burn it down by sheer force of will. As they drew closer, Scourge noticed something strange happening near the bottom of the base. Small transport boats bobbed at the docks, tethered in neat rows. Men in uniform moved across the walkways with sharp mechanical efficiency, hauling crates marked with a sigil he couldn't quite make out at this distance. He leaned forward, squinting for a better look. Is that? Magnus didn't answer. His jaw was clenched so tight it looked ready to crack. Closer now, Scourge caught the glint of metal, badges flashing in the sunlight. The symbol was unmistakable, the stylized crest of the world government. A cold weight settled in his gut. Instinct mostly. He reminded himself, forcefully, that he was technically one of them now, on paper at least. That didn't make it feel any better. They were everywhere, patrolling the docks, barking orders, hauling crates like ants in uniform. One of them even had the gall to nod politely at them as the ship pulled alongside, like this was just another Tuesday. "What the hell are they doing here?" Scourge muttered, mostly to himself, the words bitter on his tongue. Lure didn't even blink. She stood with her arms crossed.
"Hey, maybe they had to buy flowers."
Scarla leaned over the side of the ship, her smile faltering. This is bad, right? Well, this feels bad." Magnus didn't speak.
His eyes locked on the nearest dockhand in uniform, and before the ship had even settled against the moorings, he moved. He was over the railing and onto the dock in 3 strides, heavy boots landing like dropped anvils. "Magnus!" Spruce shouted after him, but it was wasted breath. The big man was already moving, a storm in boots, shoulders set like battering rams. "Hey!" he barked at the short man carrying a clipboard, looking entirely too calm for someone in Magnus's path. "Who's in charge here?" The agent blinked, straightening a little too slowly. "Commander Magnus, is it?" he said, voice smooth and polite in a way that seemed instantly aggravating for Magnus. "We weren't expecting—"
"I didn't ask what you were expecting," Magnus growled. "I asked who's in charge."
The agent cleared his throat, gesturing vaguely towards the upper deck of the base. "Oh, right now, that'd be, Agent Hemlock, sir," he said, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "She's overseeing the whole operation." Scourge felt it instantly. That slow, familiar sink in his gut, like the ocean floor had just dropped out from underneath him.
"Well, would you look at that?"
Lure grinned, flashing her teeth.
"Guess we're not the only ones playing for the other side."
The agent kept talking. "Can I ask what your business is here? We're still mid-consolidation, transitioning her organization to full compliance. There are procedures, forms, lines of..." Magnus didn't even wait for the rest. He shouldered past the man like he wasn't there, nearly bowling him over in the process. "Commander, sir!" the man called, staggering.
"Magnus!"
Spruce barked from the ship, already vaulting over the railing after him, boots landing hard.
"Damn it!"
Scourge stood frozen, heart hammering. He should follow, shouldn't he? That'd be the sensible thing. Keep close, make sure Magnus didn't strangle anyone before asking questions. But technically this wasn't his problem anymore. His job was to get them here, nothing more. And then there was Hemlock. Just the thought of her name made his pulse skip. The guilt twisted deep, curling like smoke in his lungs. If this was all his fault, and he knew it probably was, then how could he face her? She never would have bent the knee to the world government if she hadn't lost half her operatives so suddenly. His thoughts were cut off sharp by a thwack to his back. Lure grinned at him, all teeth and trouble.
"Come on, bug boy," she said. "This'll be fun."
The doors to Hemlock's office slammed open with a thunderous crack. Magnus marched straight through like a cannonball with a purpose. Behind the cluttered desk sat the woman herself, the newly titled Agent Hemlock. Her stress was evident. Her ivy-like hair hung limp, the green dulled to something brittle and grey at the edges. Her eyes were ringed with exhaustion, and the stacks of paperwork in front of her looked more like barricades than documents. She didn't move, just stared. "Magnus," she said finally. The name dragged out like it hurt to say. Then silence again. The two of them locked eyes, unmoving, like statues that hated each other, or maybe just didn't know what came next. It was strange seeing her in the flesh all these years later. Magnus had mostly only heard stories and anecdotes. Meeting her now felt like meeting a celebrity in a way, but with none of the excitement. "Magnus!" came a shout from behind, just as the door banged open again. Spruce stumbled in after him, breath ragged, wheezing like a punctured bellows. He doubled over, hands on his knees, trying to remember how his lungs worked. Took him a moment to recover, straighten up and look around. Then he saw her. His eyes met Hemlock's, and whatever words he'd been building got caught halfway up his throat.
"Hemlock,"
he said, voice hoarse.
It's been a while."
"That it has, little Spruce," Hemlock said. Her voice was soft, despite being worn round the edges. Somehow she still managed to smile. "You've grown? How's your father?"
"He's, good,"
the lieutenant replied awkwardly.
"He's got a little farm now. He keeps bees."
"That's good," she said, and nodded like she meant it. Magnus felt his annoyance bubbling under the surface. That heat in his chest, the itch in his fists.
"I'm not here for reunions,"
he said, voice low, dangerous. Hemlock's eyes slid back to him. The smile was gone. Her fingers laced slowly on the desk, paper rustling beneath them. "Then what are you here for, Commander?" she began. "Can't you see I'm very busy?"
"Blake,"
Magnus said. No ceremony, just the name, heavy as a hammer on stone. A pause stretched between them, taut and ugly. She blinked. "May I ask why?"
"Don't play stupid," he growled. "I know he's under my father now, or what's left of him, and I know he used to run with you. If you've got anything at all, where he is, how to find him, now's the time."
Hemlock's jaw tightened. "And you'll do what? Kill him?"
"He's heard worse."
He stepped closer, voice low and full of weight.
"I know he was your friend once, but that man's long dead. What's left is something else,
For a moment, something flickered in Hemlock's eyes. Regret, maybe, or shame. Hard to say. She looked away and let out a long, tired sigh. "Oh, you're probably right," she said. "Gods help me, you're probably right." Spruce picked that moment to speak.
"Look," he said gently. "It's the only lead we've got on Ragnar. If we can get to Blake, we might dig something out. Maybe even strike a deal. We return him alive, intact. I know what he meant to you."
Magnus hated this. He hated having to go half measures. Every muscle in his body screamed for something simpler, cleaner, a blade to the throat and justice served. But life wasn't clean. Life was compromise and rot and swallowing your own bile to get the job done. That's why he kept Spruce around. Because sometimes situations didn't need a hammer. It needed a scalpel. Hemlock rose, slow and deliberate, her movements creaking like old hinges. She turned her back to them, facing the tall windows, the sunlight catching in the mess of ivy woven through her hair. Looked almost like a crown, if you squinted and ignored the weight behind it. "It's true I've been keeping tabs on him," she said, voice distant, like she was telling it to the glass. "Tried to bring him back, tried to help him. But it was always just out of reach. Too far, too dangerous. Never had the men. Never had the money." She swept her hand across the room, the gesture as tired as she was. "And now I don't have the freedom. Every step I take's got to pass through the world government's stamp, every breath accounted for." Spruce took a step forward, tentative.
Why'd you give in?"
She didn't turn around, didn't need to. The answer came like something bitter she'd been chewing on for a long time. "The orphans," she said simply. "I looked at what I had left. Too many gone. Too many broken. Couldn't keep the lights on. Couldn't even feed them properly. When I saw their faces, hungry, scared, waiting for someone to fix it." Her voice cracked, not much, but enough. I knew it wasn't about me anymore, wasn't about pride or some dying dream of independence. She finally turned, her eyes heavy and hollowed out. "I didn't choose the world government. I chose not to watch another child starve on my watch. That was the cost." She shrugged, a sharp little motion full of self-loathing. "Call it surrender if you'd like, but I wanted them to have a better life than mine." Magnus set one heavy hand on the desk, fingers splayed wide like he meant to crush something beneath them.
"We can find Blake," he said, voice flat. "Just tell us where to start."
Hemlock didn't argue, didn't hesitate. She moved to a drawer, slid it open and pulled out a battered folder, thick with creases and dust. She slapped it down on the wood between them. "Everything I've managed to scrape together on him," she said, sliding it across. He didn't even glance at it, just jerked his chin towards Spruce, who stepped forwards and snapped it up. "You were right," Hemlock went on, her voice harder now, bitter steel beneath the quiet. "He's been working for Ragnar, has been for years, but he's not just another member of his crew." Spruce opened the folder, flipping through the photos, notes, maps marked in red.
"So, what is he then?"
he asked. Hemlock met Magnus's eyes, and for a moment there was nothing kind in hers. "His job," she said, slow and deliberate, "is to wipe out any island that doesn't bend the knee. No diplomacy, no delay. Just fire, ash, and silence." She paused, as if the words themselves soured her mouth. "They call him the second stage. Anger." "101, 102, 103. Each word came out between clenched teeth as Pluto strained against the weight of his training gear. Sweat dripped from his brow, hit the floor like slow rain. "Training again, are we?" Scala's voice chimed from the doorway, light as always, annoyingly cheerful. She leaned against the frame, bag of snacks in one hand, mischief in her eyes. He didn't really look up, didn't slow down either. "I've got to stay in shape," he grunted. "I have to be strong." Sure. Just don't snap something important," she said, stepping into the room and plopping herself cross-legged on the nearest bench like she owned the place. "I don't need your advice," Pluto muttered, finishing his set with a final push and collapsing into a seated sprawl. "You here for a reason? Or you just bored enough to bother me?" Scala raised her free hand as if to fend off the accusation. "Whoa, are we so boring now that a teammate can't even check in on another without being reprimanded?" Pluto sighed. She had a point. He shouldn't be so immediately hostile. "Sorry," he muttered, rubbing at his face. "It's just, hard to focus." "Too much on your mind?" "You could say that." A silence settled between them, awkward and shapeless. Pluto never quite figured out what to do with small talk. Too sharp around the edges, too used to keeping his head down, staying busy. Scala broke the quiet with a tilt of her head. I was just wondering why you were so quick to volunteer for this mission. I've never seen a man so eager. Doesn't matter, he said, eyes fixed on the floor. I'm here and I'll help. That should be enough. Don't be like that, she said, undeterred as ever. If we're going to be on the same crew, I'd like to know what drives the people next to me. He shot her a sideways glance. You sure you're not just being nosy? She laughed, low and easy. That caught me. But there's no harm in a little nosiness. She rustled the bag towards him. Hungry? He didn't answer, just reached out and took something from the bag. Let me guess. You got some kind of personal link to Blake? Scala asked, tone casual, but her eyes watched him carefully. Old friend, maybe? Pluto chewed slowly, then swallowed. Never spoke to him. But you knew of him? He nodded once. He wiped out my entire squad. There it was. No drama, no pause. The truth laid bare and ugly on the floor between them. Scala blinked, taken aback for a beat. Her grin slipped a little. Oh. It was 10 years ago, Pluto went on, voice steady. Back when I was still green. Squad leader was a guy named Apollo. A hero. We weren't frontline, just support, there to do our bit. He paused. She didn't speak, just gave him a nod. Blake killed all 12 of them. One flick of the wrist. Fire everywhere. No warning, no mercy. Just gone. Pluto wrapped his arms around his knees, drawing them close. The room felt colder all of a sudden. They were the only friends I'd ever had. We shared everything. Meals, jokes, dreams. And he turned them to ash like they were vermin. Like they didn't matter. He could feel the tears tickling at the corner of his eyes, but he swallowed hard, keeping his emotions down. I survived. I don't know how. Don't know why. I wake up asking the same damn question every day. Closest I've ever come to an answer is this. Maybe I was left to remember, to carry it, to make it right. His hands curled into a fist, knuckles white. When I found out they let him go, just let him walk after what he did, I was furious. But I was too weak to do anything. I could barely hold a blade. He looked ahead, focused. So I trained. Every day, every hour. No devil fruit, no gifts, no miracles. Just sweat and steel and spite. So that maybe, one day, I could look that bastard in the eye and show him we're not insects. That even the smallest man can bite back. Pluto stared into the middle distance, jaw tight, the words still echoing around him. Only when the silence stretched too long did he remember Scala was there. He unclenched his fist, fingers aching from how tight he held them. Sorry, he muttered, almost embarrassed. Scala gave him a small, lopsided smile and held the snack bag out again. You don't have to worry, she said. Magnus feels the same way. Pluto turned to her, jaw still tight, but he forced his shoulders to ease a fraction. He took another snack. Magnus, huh? He's, intense. The girl laughed, a short, sharp sound. I can't argue with that, but his heart's always in the right place. He popped the snack into his mouth, still watching her. Why do you follow him? Spruce, I get. They're old friends, shared history, but you? You're not tied to any of this. She tilted her head in response. He saved me. He saved you? She gave a small nod, eyes distant. 5 years back, maybe more. Magnus was part of a strike team, Rummy's team. It found one of Ragnar's factories and were planning to shut it down. Pluto raised a brow. Factories? The girl's smile slipped. To harvest them, blue blood. The words hit something in his memory. Blue blood. The name carried weight. Blake's old captain. A Yonko so feared his death had been celebrated across the seas. The marine hero Trevor had been the one to bring him down, or so the stories went. Harvesting blood? He asked quietly. No one fully understands it, she continued, voice tightening. But blue blood. He and his children, they produce something. Unnatural. The blood makes you stronger, faster. It's a drug, a weapon all in one. Can't be made in a lab, only in their veins. Pluto nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. After blue blood died, she continued, there was no one left to create more. His children were killed, scattered, or lost. The ones who survived, they were kept alive in factories. barely alive, bled like cattle, drop by drop. And you were one of them? He asked. Scarla nodded, and without hesitation she raised her hand, dragging a nail across her palm, producing a bright, unnatural azure that trickled down her skin, gleaming like wet paint. Blue-blooded, she said, with a wince. One of the last. I spent most of my life locked in cages, treated like meat on a hook. Like I wasn't human. Pluto's hand twitched as if to reach for hers. He stopped himself, fingers curling into a fist on his knee. I'm sorry, he said quietly. It felt stupid, useless, but it was all he had. She shrugged, smiling faintly, but there was no warmth to it. It's fine. That's why I follow Magnus. He risked everything to break us out. She stared down at her now empty snack bag, crumpling it slowly in her hands. A lot of people died on that mission, she said, voice quieter now. Him and Rummy were the only Marines who made it out. Me, I was the only survivor on the other side. It went so bad the top brass pulled the plug on the whole thing, declared Ragnar a Yonko not long after. And attacking a Yonko, that's a war the world government doesn't want to pay for. She tossed the bag aside like it had insulted her. So Magnus fights his wars in the shadows, on his terms, with scraps. Pluto said nothing. What could he say to that? I see, was all he managed. It sounded small, stupid. I joined up not long after that, she continued. The Marines. Magnus took me in, Spruce too, they trained me. Taught me things I never thought I'd have the right to learn. Her voice dropped. I'm still weak, but I won't always be. When she looked up, their eyes met, just for a heartbeat, a flicker of something between them. Shared purpose, shared scars maybe. It was there, fragile and fleeting. And then the door shook with a thud. Both of them turned as Lure filled the doorway like a storm cloud, arms crossed and scowling.
We're here, she barked. Magnus told me to come get you.
The contempt in her voice was thick as tar. She turned and stalked off before either of them could respond. Scarla stood and stretched, forcing a grin. I guess that's our cue. Yeah, Pluto muttered, climbing to his feet with all the grace of a man kicked out of a warm bed. Let's get to it. Magnus stepped off the ship, boots hitting the scorched dirt with a dull, heavy thud. Smoke clung to the air like it was afraid to leave.
Doesn't look like a really nice island to me,
Lure muttered, folding her arms, the stench of burnt wood and worse curling around her like perfume. Magnus didn't respond. He didn't have to. They were too late. What was left of the city barely deserved the name. Ash-covered stone, half-collapsed buildings, fire still crackling in the bones of old homes. The ground was littered with wreckage of lives, broken carts, scorched dolls. He clenched his jaw, his fists. Every part of him that could clench did.
Start looking, he growled. Survivors, anyone left? Anyone who saw what happened?
Lure grunted in acknowledgement, already striding ahead like a hammer looking for a nail. Scourge scurrying close behind. Spruce lingered for a beat longer, eye scanning the carnage. Right, he muttered, voice low, and moved off into the ruin. Pluto and Scarla joining not soon after. Magnus stood alone for a moment longer, watching smoke drift up to the sky like a prayer no one was listening to. Hemlock had given them a lead, one of a few. A couple islands Ragnar's dogs had sniffed around lately. This one was supposed to be next on Blake's list. Quiet little place out of the way, no military value, which meant something else had drawn him here. Hemlock suspected a blue blood child might have been hiding out. If that was true, they were probably gone now. Magnus! Spruce's voice cut through the crackle of fire and ruin, breaking him out of his thoughts. He turned, already moving, boots kicking up soot and ash as he followed the sound. Rounding a heap of collapsed stone, he saw Spruce crouched next to a figure that looked more corpse than man. Skin blistered and peeling, flesh raw and red. Most of his hair had come off with the heat. He was barely breathing. Magnus dropped to his knees.
Scarla!
He barked.
I need you, now!
She was already running, bag slung over her shoulder, boots sliding in the muck. Supplies spilled into her hands mid-sprint, duplicating what she needed from her bag. She hit the ground hard beside them, passing the tools to Spruce as they got to work. The salve hissed as it touched scorched flesh, causing the man to wince, but he wasn't resisting. Magnus leaned in close. Gentle wasn't exactly in his nature, but this called for it, or at least his best attempt.
What's your name?
The man's lips cracked as he tried to speak.
Gerald,
he rasped, barely more than a whisper.
All right, Gerald,
Magnus said, pressing a hand to the man's shoulder.
You're gonna be okay. You hear me?
The words sounded hollow in his mouth, but you had to give people something.
Oh,
Did we miss one?
They were interrupted suddenly by an unfamiliar voice. Magnus looked up. A figure stood at the edge of the ruin, hooded, robed in red. Not Blake, no. Too small, too smug. But he'd do. Magnus rose to his feet, slow, deliberate, like a storm building on the horizon. His shoulders cracked as he rolled them back. That familiar fire climbed up his chest and spread to his arms. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It felt good to finally have someone to point his anger towards.
You've picked a bad fucking day,
he growled, voice low and sharp as broken glass.
To fuck with me.
There was a slight hesitation in the hooded man's eyes. Before he could get out another word, Magnus yanked one of his twin axes from the strap across his back. Cold steel flashed in the firelight, heavy as a brick and twice as unforgiving. The hooded man responded in kind, drawing a slim sword from beneath his robes with practiced ease. It looked almost plain, unremarkable, until the blade hissed to life with a rush of heat and sudden flame, flickering along the length of the steel like it was hungry for flesh.
Thought so,
Magnus muttered. Then he charged. The ground shook beneath his boots, each step pounding towards the hooded man like a promise of an earthquake. The flaming sword darted up to meet the first swing, steel against fire, ringing with a shriek of metal. Sparks flew, ash whirled. The clash lit the ruins around them in stuttering bursts. The man moved well, too well for some no-name enforcer. He fought like he'd been trained, feet nimble, strikes precise. The flaming blade twisted, redirected Magnus's axe, then lashed towards his ribs. A flicker of heat as the blade grazed his side, burning his clothes and blistering his skin. Magnus gritted his teeth, though he barely felt it. Pain never reached him when he was in the rhythm of it all. When the blood was up and the world narrowed to weight and motion, there was no sting, no hesitation, just the burn in his muscles and the need to break something, or someone. He brought his second axe round in a brutal hook, too fast and too close for the man to parry clean. It caught the man's shoulder with a solid thunk, sending him staggering back with a grunt. Blood spattered across the ash.
Come on then,
Magnus snarled, rolling his shoulders, both axes raised.
Let's see what else you've got.
The man came at him again, less finesse this time, more desperation. The sword danced, cutting arcs of fire through the smoke. But Magnus wasn't dancing, he was battering, pressing, punishing. One axe blocked, the other struck, then reversed, then struck again. The man tried to sidestep. Smart move, but Magnus dropped low, slammed his shoulder into the man's chest and drove him back like a siege ram. He followed it up with a savage elbow to the face and a knee to the gut. The sword wavered, the flames flickered. Another axe swing tore a gash through the man's cloak and sent him sprawling. He rolled to his feet, just barely, blade trembling in his grip. Magnus didn't have time to breathe. He tossed one axe high, caught it in a reverse grip, and hurled it like a thunderbolt. The man ducked, but not fast enough. The haft cracked against his head, and he went down in a heap, the fire on his blade fizzling out. Magnus stalked forwards, grabbed the man by the collar and hoisted him like a sack of flour.
Name,
he barked. The man coughed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, teeth red and broken. Still, he managed a grin, wide and wet and far too proud for someone about to die.
I'm not afraid of death,
he rasped.
I've got nothing left to lose.
Oh yeah?
Magnus growled, shoving him flat into the dirt.
Then lucky for you, death's the merciful option. There's worse things. Trust me.
The man chuckled, a low, bubbling sound. Not quite sane. Magnus narrowed his eyes.
What's so funny?
You. That anger. That fire.
He bared his ruined teeth.
You're just like your father.
Something snapped. Not just in Magnus. Something deeper. Something colder.
I am nothing like him,
he snarled, and drove the man's skull into the ground with a sickening crunch. Then again,
I am nothing like him.
And again,
I am nothing like him.
And again, and again. Flesh gave way, bone cracked, blood painted the rubble. Magnus lifted what was left of the man with one meaty fist, teeth clenched tight enough to splinter.
Tell me what you know, you bastard,
he bellowed. A pause. Nothing but the wheeze of his own breath and the blood dripping down his arms. He's dead, came Spruce's voice. quiet and firm. A hand landed on his shoulder, light but steady. You got him. Magnus stood there, chest heaving, knuckles slick with gore, eyes wide. Then he let the body drop, and it didn't move again. He barely had time to collect himself before he was interrupted again.
Hey, boss!
Came a voice to his side. Magnus turned to see Lur striding through the wreckage, a trail of smeared ash in her wake. One massive fist gripped the ankle of another hooded man, what was left of him anyway. The man's robes were torn, bloodied, and his face looked like it had been introduced to a brick wall. Twice. Lur tossed the body onto the ground with a wet slap, like dumping a sack of meat.
Found this one trying to crawl off with his spine still intact,
she said, cracking her knuckles.
Fix that little problem for him.
She grinned.
Not bad looking either. I mean, if you're into broken teeth and begging.
Magnus didn't so much as blink. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the smouldering ruins.
There might be more of these freaks, lurking in the rubble. I want them found, and I want them dead.
She raised an eyebrow.
Dead first, then questions?
Men like this don't get the luxury of answering questions.
Magnus growled.
Oh, I love being a Marine,
she replied, wiping blood from her knuckles as she sauntered off, practically skipping. Spruce didn't share her delight, just let out a weary sigh, pinched the bridge of his nose and stared at the ground like it had personally insulted him. Magnus understood well enough. His lieutenant was probably wishing for a cleaner way of doing things, but there wasn't. The bastards could see plain as day he wasn't letting them walk away alive. So why in hells would they talk? Stupid, maybe. But he couldn't bring himself to care. Not with men like this. Not after what they'd done. He turned back to the wounded survivor, the one they'd pulled out of the rubble. Gerald, was it? Looked more corpse than man, but still clinging on, stubborn as a nail in rotwood.
How was he looking?
He asked, voice low. Scarla didn't look up from her work, hand steady, voice flat. As good as a half-burned sack of bones can be. He'll live, though.
Well, that's something,
Magnus muttered. He forced a smile, though it sat crooked on his face. His hands were still shaking, but he hid them well enough.
Thank you,
Gerald rasped. His voice was all cracked leather and soot.
Don't waste your breath.
He crouched beside him, eye softening just a touch.
Let's get you back to the ship. We'll talk once you're in less of a sorry state.
He slipped his arms under the man's body, cradled him like a child, like a toy he was scared to break. The man weighed nothing, bones and burns and smoke. One life saved. Not much, but it was better than none. The Den Mushi went dead, leaving only silence and the weight of it in Magnus's hand. He stared at the shell, jaw tight. Had he been too eager, too desperate, clinging to the first hand offered like a drowning man to driftwood? Spruce trusted Damien, though, and Spruce wasn't a fool.
Are we sure about this?
He muttered, still staring down at his hand. His lieutenant sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What else have we got? We can't do this alone. Magnus's grip tightened on the device. He hated to admit it, but Spruce was right. He was strong, stronger than most men. But Blake wasn't a man anymore. He was something worse. What's the plan then, Commander? Pluto piped up from across the deck, spinning his staff idly, impatience all over him. Magnus lifted his eyes.
We scout the volcano Gerald mentioned. See if it's really Blake's nest. Confirm the intel. And I guess report back to Damien.
And then we wait?
Then we wait.
Boring,
Lur barked from where she lounged across the deck. Magnus felt heat spark at his chest. He swallowed it down.
Excuse me?
He said, turning on her. She didn't look bothered in the slightest, still draped against Scourge, who sat stiff and awkward beside her. She crunched down the last of whatever she'd been gnawing, spat the bones over the rail with a wet clatter, then met his eye without a flicker of shame.
Come on, sit around for those sour bastards to show up? He's just one man, we can take him.
Spruce stepped in, tentative.
I'm just not sure that we're strong enough to... You calling me weak, plant boy?
Lur snapped, surging to her feet. She loomed over Spruce, sharp teeth bared, shadows long across the deck. He tried to hold her gaze, but Magnus saw the shuffle in his boots, the twitch in his shoulders.
Not at all,
he muttered.
Just being cautious.
He's right, Scourge put in, voice thin and uneven, like he wasn't used to speaking up. His hands fidgeted, but he forced the words out anyway. It's better to wait. No sense any of us dying for nothing. Lur turned her head towards him, and for a moment Magnus caught something strange in her eyes. Something softer, gentle. Then she let out a long, drawn-out groan. Fine, she pouted, dropping back onto the deck with a crash, arms folded like a sulking child.
But don't blame me when they never come.
Magnus let the silence hang for a moment, then spoke finally.
We'll give them a week,
he said flatly.
1. Then we strike. With them or without them.
The crew didn't look happy. Half of them wanted to strike now, the other half never wanted to strike at all. Magnus grunted. He hated this part. The bickering, the doubt, the tug-of-war of men's wills. Politics, that's what it was, and he never had the stomach for it. So once he had made his decision, he left them to stew, made his way below deck, down the narrow corridor, back to the one place he could still call his own, his quarters. The chair creaked under his weight as he slumped into it, heavy as a sack of stone. His eyes wandered to the picture on his desk. His father, back before everything. Young, grinning wide, arm around his mother, his brother, and him. All of them with those stupid easy smiles. The kind that people wear when they've got no idea what's waiting around the corner. Branch 101 were strong. Together they might find a way to bring Blake down. But Ragnar? Ragnar was something else. Some mountains aren't meant to be climbed. Some storms aren't meant to be weathered. That was when the doubt crept in. Always when he was alone. The thought that maybe this was too big, too much, too impossible. When the others looked his way, he gave them strength. He forced it up from the pit of him. Stood tall, spoke certain. Let fury and emotion take the wheel. Because logic? Logic said turn back. Logic said give up. Same as every night, he pressed his face into his hands and let it all out. Quiet, broken sobs. The kind no one else was meant to hear. Letting the weight crash down all around him. All the grief, all the fear, all the weakness he couldn't afford to show in the daylight. Everything smelled of piss and blood. Funny how quick that turns ordinary when you're left behind bars for a week. Or 2. Time loses meaning in the dark. Quill spent the first few days wondering why she was still breathing, and the last few wishing she wasn't. Her arms were roped high, iron biting at her wrists. Her clothes hung loose for lack of food. Her skin was a map of scabs and bruises, the itch under it enough to peel her sanity thin. She had resorted to rubbing herself against the stone like a mangy dog, and still found no relief, only fresh new wounds. Worst was the hollow where her eye had been, uncovered, open, a wet throb that the air itself seemed to irritate. Every breath tugged at it, a raw, angry absence that wouldn't stop calling attention to itself. Payment, apparently, for answers she didn't give. Her brother always said information was worth more than anything. Might be the only thing keeping her alive, so she bit down on it, hard, fear and all, and held tight to the last scrap of leverage she had. No work here. No ledgers, no forms, no filing cabinets, all color-coded the way she liked it. Just stone, stink, and time. Too much time. With nothing to file but her thoughts, the old memories crawled back. Her childhood village torn open, panic all around her. The Marines after, crisp uniforms and careful words, telling her that her brother was gone. There was no body to bury, just a neat line on a report, ash in the chaos of it all, burned to nothing. Would she have preferred to see his body, all mangled and unrecognizable, like the man she'd watched die not so long ago? Hard to say. She barely felt anything now. She'd done plenty of crying the first few days she was here, and now the well of tears had dried up. So instead she stared at the ceiling and tried to outlast the itch chewing at her ruined face. Boots on stone, the slow, steady kind. Denial came down the steps like a verdict, black mask with that signature yellow X slashed across her face.
Still quiet, huh? She said, tilting her head. I respect that. Takes grit to keep your mouth shut.
A pause, almost admiring.
Completely pointless though, of course.
Quill stared past her, finding a crack in the ceiling and pinning her gaze there. She kept her breath even. She kept her hate filed neat and tight where no one could touch it. Denial drew a blade with a whisper of steel.
You can make this easier, you know. Join me. There's room for talent, even from clerks and pencil pushers. That crab was smart enough to understand.
Quill said nothing. A gloved hand caught her chin, turned her face. The blade kissed skin, not deep, just enough to teach. Pain flared. She tasted iron in the back of her throat and forced her jaw to unclench. The trick was to be somewhere else. Count the torches, catalogue the shadows, label the pain and shelve it. Denial worked with small, tidy care, as if trimming a flower.
When I was little, she murmured, I watched other children get everything. Warm bread, warm smiles, open doors. I learned a word early. No. To me, it was always no.
The blade moved again, another bright sting.
So I gave it back. That's all I am, really. A fair return.
Quill didn't care. She remained silent, still focusing on her breathing. Denial went on, however, conversational as a teacher to a student.
I used to take things apart to see how they coped. A leg here, a wing there. Some creatures try, some don't. You learn a lot about will when you deprive it.
In that moment, the blade sliced off a neat little chunk. Quill ground her teeth while blood bubbled warm down her skin. She didn't look, kept her eyes on the crack in the ceiling, a road she could walk forever. She didn't move, didn't give her captor the satisfaction of a flinch.
And then people,
Denial continued softly.
First the child. The pain was one thing, but it was ordinary by itself. The chorus it summoned, however, that was the revelation. Parents howling, the ruin in their eyes.
She smiled beneath the mask.
Loss is a cathedral if you know how to listen. Since then, I've kept to that rule. Only hurt those with someone to miss them. To deny love has the truest cut. So, it's a shame, really,
she murmured, blade humming lazy circles in the stable air,
that your brother can't be here to see this.
Quill's gaze snapped off the crack, eyes wide, breath gone jagged. The pain she'd boxed up burst its lid and came roaring back. Raw sockets screaming, wrists burning, every neat little cut lighting up like fresh coal. Her chest hitched, the room tilted. How did she know? Quill dragged air through her teeth, tried to count it, file it, make it small. 1, 2, in, out. But the numbers slipped, the ledger spilled. Panic crawled up her throat and sat there, heavy. How did she know? Denial leaned in.
There,
she said softly.
That's better.
November stepped over one of the corpses. Terry, or maybe Terence. Hard to say now. Didn't matter either. Just another pile of meat waiting to be written off and forgotten. Easy enough to pin this all on pirates. A little blood, the right report on the right desk. People believe what's convenient, and November had learned long ago the easier you make it for someone to stop thinking, the faster they do exactly that. Even the world government, great all-seeing machine that it was, ran on rust and laziness like everything else. Power didn't make normal people any sharper, just more confident in their shortcomings. He came to a stop, eyes setting on the treasure trove sprawled across the decking of the ship, loot dragged from Jeopard's Island, suits of armor built to kill a man a dozen different ways, devices that hummed and blinked and promised death with the press of a button. He'd always said information was the deadliest weapon in the world. But this was definitely a close second. He let himself smile, just a flicker, gone as quick as it came. A rare indulgence and one he couldn't afford often. His little charade as a cypherpo agent was nearing its end. The mask had worn thin, the cracks showing more and more each day. Didn't matter. The game had played out exactly the way he needed, with weapons stacked high and the Emerald Kingdom's riches flowing into their hands. He reckoned Ragnar would be more than satisfied. He reached for his Den Mushy, the shell cold and familiar in his hand. Calls to make, tasks to finish, and names to cross off the list. He wondered, not for the first time, how much longer it would be until he found his own name written there. The South Blue wasn't so bad. Quieter, for one thing. Rhak had been stationed here for a few days now, long enough to start feeling uneasy in the calm of it all. Still, a bit of peace meant time to tinker, tighten the bolts, make some necessary upgrades to his gear. Rhak wasn't strong enough to be considered a commander, and he did a really good job at pretending that didn't bother him. Power wasn't his strong point, cunning was, and that sometimes kept a man breathing longer than strength ever could. He wasn't some towering genius either, scribbling mad dreams like Vegapunk or Jeopard. Men like that built castles in the clouds and forgot the mud under their boots. Rhak kept to the mud, to what worked. Practicality and efficiency, the right tool for the job. He was reliable, that was the trouble. Be reliable long enough and men just start asking more of you. When bargaining wanted a flying contraption stitched together from scrap and wishful thinking, he built it. When he needed tiny Den Mushies slipped into pockets and parlours to listen where they shouldn't, he built those too. Flaming swords for anger zealots? Fine, let the bastards burn themselves happy. A coffee maker for depression? Sure, everyone needs something to get them through the morning. By the end of it all, he was still breathing, and for a man who'd already done a turn at being dead, that counted for something. The trick to staying comfortable in a world like this? Keep close to the ones who could crush you. Ragnar was the strongest thing walking, and Rhak had no interest in finding out what being dead felt like twice. He was just finishing the last few tweaks when his den mushy started to ring. Of course it did. Peace never lasted. He let out a sigh that carried more years than it should have, wiped his hands on a rag, and picked up. "Rhak," came the voice. Smooth, cold, bargaining. Third stage, and the man behind most of Rhak's obligations. "Bargaining," Rhak said, forcing a smile the other man couldn't see. "Good to hear from you again." A lie, naturally, but with men who could tear you apart without breaking a stride, it paid to be polite. "I assume that you've got the, equipment?" Rhak's eyes flicked over the piles of metal and wires crowding the room. "Yeah, got it. Suits of armor, gadgets, all the toys. Impressive haul. Jepper's handiwork, I'm guessing?" "Yes. And you're about to take it on a test drive." Rhak leaned back on his stool. "Is that why you've got me rotting all the way here in the South Blue?" "You catch on quick? There's a place near you, the Bollywood Kingdom." He frowned. "You're not sending me to attack a bloody kingdom, are you?" No, nothing so dramatic. Just a few pests that needed swatting. Couple of Marines, some mafia trash, and small-time work." "Marines, huh?" Rhak muttered. "Would that cause a bit of backlash?" "The Marines value peace and order above all else. Lose a few grunts here and there, easier to replace than make a fuss. The Royals won't notice a thing too. I've made some arrangements." Rhak drummed his fingers on the desk. "You sure about this?" "There's corruption everywhere, Rhak. Offer a man the easy road that fattens his purse, or the hard one that doesn't, and he'll take the easy one every damn time." Hard to argue with that. He knew it all too well. Morals didn't feed you. Justice didn't keep the cold off. "Well, understood then. I'll get it done." "Good. I'll send the list." And then the line went dead. Say one thing for bargaining. He never wasted words. Rhak could respect that. They weren't friends, and pretending otherwise was a fool's game. He used to think he had friends once, long ago. Turned out they were just waiting for the right moment to step over his corpse. Now he only trusted one man. Himself. He had already gotten a head start on the gear. The suits were strong enough, powerful, durable, all that, but dull as dirt. Power without imagination. He never had much taste for that. What good was armor that could stop a cannibal if it couldn't handle a little creativity? So he started tinkering, mixing in his own tricks, a few of the gadgets that saved his hide more times than Locke ever had. Smarts and cunning together. Now that was something worth building. He lifted the armor from the bench and began strapping it on. Each plate clicked into place, snug and certain, like it had been waiting for him all along. The standard black paint was too plain for his liking. Looked like every other bastard trying too hard to look menacing. So he'd given it some color. A bit of personality never hurt. Outside, the sunlight hit him square in the face. Warm, honest. Not like most things in his life. He pulled the helmet down and the world went dark and clear all at once. "But I'd liked a bit more time to test this," he muttered. "But the world doesn't wait, does it?" He pressed the switch. The thrusters roared to life, a sound like a beast shaking itself awake, and the ground fell away beneath his boots. For a moment, he was flying. For a moment, it almost felt easy. Almost felt good. The joy didn't last long. It never did. Safer to be alone, sure, but safety was a cold bedfellow. Some parts of him still wished there was someone to see it. Someone who gave a damn. Foolish thought. Dangerous one, too. He shoved it down, the way you do with things that hurt, and turned his eyes towards the job. The water slapped at the sides of the little boat, rocking it like a small toy in a bathtub. Quill tried not to look down. Probably not the best time to mention she got seasick. Still, there was something almost comforting about it. Something normal. Most of her wounds were bandaged now, though the itch hadn't gone anywhere. She doubted it ever would. Something stayed under the skin. Jiro sat opposite her, back bent to the oars, each pull dragging them closer to G20, and deeper into whatever mess waited there. He looked half dead already, eyes hollow, jaw set. She thought about offering to row, but the thought of her trembling hands and useless strength made her stay quiet. She'd only slow him down. Truth was, she was still terrified. Every time she blinked, she saw that bright yellow X burned into the dark. And sometimes, even with her eyes open, she could swear it was still there, lurking in the corner of her vision. So instead she talked, if only to hear something other than the waves in her own pulse. "Thank you," she said. Her voice sounded thin, smaller than she meant. For coming to rescue me? It took Jiro a moment to answer. He was lost in the rhythm of the oars, in the weight of the sea. But then he glanced up, gave her a smile that looked too kind for the world they lived in.
No need to thank us. We're Marines. It's what we do.
For a heartbeat, his smile made her feel almost steady again. She tried to return it, but her mouth couldn't quite cooperate. It came out crooked and fragile, a poor imitation of hope. He looked deep in thought as he rowed, the oars dipping and rising, steady as breathing, the muscles in his arms working like clockwork under his sweat-slicked skin. So then, she tested, trying to keep her voice from shaking. Do you think it'll be bad when we get to G20? He frowned. His tone was pensive, low.
I don't know. For all we know, November could be bluffing. Separate the schools, see who survives.
Quill nodded. She hadn't been there for the talk with this November. She'd just been catching fragments since. Bollywood Kingdom G20, Magnus's crew, 3 targets, 3 fires burning at once.
I'm sorry you're caught up in all this, he said after a moment, voice softer now. I'll do what I can to keep you safe when we get there. Or, if you want, I could drop you somewhere else first.
No, there's no need for that, she said, quick before she'd even thought it through. That made him glance up, brow raised. I want to be there, she added.
Do you?
He didn't sound convinced. When denial was... She started, then stopped, jaw tightening. She mentioned my brother. She looked out across the dark water, refusing to meet his eyes. You could check my records with the world government. Nobody's supposed to know I even had one. The rhythm of Jiro's rowing slowed. His face softened, lines of doubt giving way to something like sympathy. Truth is, she said quietly, they never found his body. If they know anything at all, about what happened to him, I mean. I need to know. Jiro nodded once, solemn.
What was his name?
He asked. Voice quiet over the sound of the oars. Quill turned to look at him. Strange. She'd never really said it out loud before. Always kept it tucked away somewhere safe. Filed under later, like everything else that hurt too much to touch. Reed, she said at last. The name came out softer than she expected, but it felt good, too. Like unclenching a fist, like opening a drawer that had been stuck for years. The Marine smiled.
That's a good name. Strong.
He nodded once.
I hope we find what you're looking for. Nothing more important than family.
She hesitated, then asked, Do you have any? His face warmed a little at that.
You know that redhead kid back there? He's my nephew, he said. My brother and his wife run a fishing boat. Salt in their blood, same as everyone from home. When they told me that boy wanted to be a Marine, I nearly laughed myself sick. Thought he'd last a week.
He shook his head, still smiling faintly.
But he stuck it out. Tougher than he looks. I'm proud of him, truth be told. Never had any kids of my own, too married to the job. So I suppose I see him as the son I never got around to having.
Quill gave a small nod, the boat still rocking gently beneath them.
If November's not bluffing,
he continued, his voice shifting, lighter tone gone,
then whatever's waiting for us at G20 might be beyond anything we've seen before.
Shouldn't we stop and rest for a bit then? Quill asked, though she already knew what the answer was. He gave a dry laugh, more breath than humour.
Not much rest when you're the one that's rowing, and I'd rather arrive half dead than too late. I don't want anyone dying on my watch.
He paused, jaw tightening.
Even if it kills me.
There was no bravado in it, just that grim, steady certainty that she was starting to recognise. The kind that made men like him keep moving after they should have stopped. Maybe that was what being a Marine meant. Doing what's right even when it chews you up.
Even if it kills me,
he said again, quieter this time, like he was trying to make peace with it. Quill stared out on the black stretch of water ahead. She hoped it wouldn't come to that, but hope, lately, was in short supply. Quill spotted the dark tip of G20 rising on the horizon and felt her stomach turn. The place looked like trouble even from here. Jiro must have felt it too. He was rowing harder now, shoulders bunching with each pull, impatience in every stroke. He looked spent, sweat running down his temple, but he didn't slow. Watching him made guilt crawl up her spine. She sat there useless, dead weight while he dragged both of them towards whatever waited ahead. Then came a sound. A faint pop in the distance. Gunfire.
Fuck,
Jiro hissed, spitting salt and anger. His arms moved faster, the boat jerking forward with every desperate pull. Quill gripped at the edges, heart hammering. The horizon was closer now, sharper, and all she could think was, were they too late? Closer now, and Quill could start making sense of the chaos. A great black vessel had run itself aground against the base, its hull looming over the docks like some hulking predator come to feed. Smoke hung low. The air stank of powder and brine. Down on the harbour, 5 figures stood locked in a standoff. On one side, the Marines. An older man led them, stocky, white-bearded, uniform neat despite the grit. Musket raised, steady hands. There had to be powder. He looked the kind of man who'd been through too many campaigns to bother with nerves. To his left stood a younger woman with a tumble of curly blonde hair, dressed nothing like a Marine. More schoolteacher than soldier, Quill thought, but the look in her eyes could have cut glass. Just behind her lurked another woman, a medical mask hiding most of her face, but the same hard light burned there too. Joy, a nurse, she assumed. On the other side stood the remaining 2. The first was a tall man, pale and sharp-edged, a grey wig of perfect curls perched upon his head. He wore a conductor's uniform, crisp and spotless even here, and in his hand he held no weapon, just a slender baton, raised and ready, like he was about to lead an orchestra instead of a slaughter. Smug didn't even begin to cover it. The man fairly reeked of self-importance. Besides him stood a woman, wild where he was polished. Her hair was a storm of spikes, her black fur-lined jacket stitched with symbols in every colour imaginable. She held a guitar gripped tight in both hands. "Stop right there!" Jiro barked, wasting no breath. He surged to his feet and the little boat lurched like it wanted to throw them both into the water. If they hadn't seen them before, they saw them now. "Jiro!" Powder called, grin easy, musket still levelled at the pair.
"I could have handled this myself, of course, but it's splendid to see you."
"Ah, if it isn't the illustrious Commander-in-Chief," the wigged man drawled, chin tilted, eyes sliding over them like they were marginally interesting insects. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Stand down," Jiro said, voice hard, already drawing steel. He didn't wait for ceremony. "I'm afraid I can't do that," the conductor replied. "Once the notes have been written, one must play the melody. It would be rude not to." He flourished the baton like a threat. "Let's just kill him," the jacketed woman spat impatiently. "Calm, Hendrix," he replied, smooth as silk. "We'll get to that on our own tempo." "Attacking a Marine base is a serious crime," Jiro went on, ignoring their theatrics. "You won't get away with this lightly." "It's a good thing I'm a criminal, then," the man snorted. "It's kind of in the job description." He gave a neat, condescending bow. "But where are my manners? I'm Amadeus, section member, high-ranking Ragnarok pirate, if you like titles, of course." He continued, voice casual. "You see, when I first heard of—" "I don't care!" Jiro cut in, launching himself from the boat like a man who'd been waiting too long. He hit the dock like a thunderbolt. Steel flashed. The moment his boots touched ground, ink exploded out of him in a dark, rippling surge, like the sea itself had come alive to fight at his command. Quill barely had time to gasp before the air filled with light and sound. She scrambled from the rocking boat, shoes slipping on wet planks, and darted behind a stack of barrels. Half collapsed against the cover, heart slamming in her chest. From her hiding spot, she could see flashes of the chaos unfolding. A tendril of ink snapped out from Jiro as he ran, quick as a whip, coiling round a splintered chunk of timber. With a twist of his wrist, he sent it flying, hurtling like a makeshift missile across the dock straight at the woman with the guitar. Without a second's thought, the woman raked her hand across the frets, a savage chord that split the air in two. The sound hit like a cannon blast. The projectile vanished, torn apart midair, and the shock wave rolled out in a teeth-rattling wave. Debris went flying, splinters stoned the very air itself. Quill felt it even behind the cover, ears ringing, ribs thumbing like plucked strings. The woman only laughed, eyes wild beneath the mess of spiked hair, feeding on the chaos like it was applause. To the side, Powder let the musket roar, scattershot spitting fire through the smoke. His aim was off. Too much chaos, too little time, and the blast tore into the dock at Hendrix's feet instead, blowing up a storm of splinters and smoke that bit at the air like shrapnel. In a blur of motion, Amadeus raised his baton and began to hum, low, eerie. "Tempo. Largo," he whispered, and the world lurched. Everything slowed. The splinters hung in the air like drifting snow. Jiro's movements became thick and heavy, every step an effort. Even the sound of the waves seemed to drag, a drawn-out groan of the sea. Then the conductor flicked his wrist again. "Tempo! Allegro!" he barked, voice cracking like a whip. The air snapped back into life, and Hendrix was already moving, a blur of sound and fury, hair whipping like fire. She brought the guitar down in a streak of light and thunder, its edge slick with armament haki, the weight of it enough to split the dock in two. Jiro moved on instinct, meeting her head-on, sword flashing up in the same breath. Steel and sound collided, the clash ripping the air apart, shock waves rolling out and brutal pulses that sent dust and seawater flying. Suddenly, as if from out of nowhere, a beam of light ripped across the dock, blinding, searing. Quill flinched, eyes burning, vision swimming with stars. Noticing the attack, Hendrix moved quick, abnormally so, twisting aside as the light carved a smoking hole through her coat. Amadeus wasn't so lucky. Still lost in his rhythm, humming to himself, he took the blast full on. The impact threw him back, coat aflame. The music cut short. Through the haze and drifting dust, Joy stepped forward, grin still plastered across her face, a faint glow fading from between her teeth. "He's blinded!" she called out. "Get him!"
Understood!
Powder barked back. He lifted his musket, squinting through the smoke. No line of sight, nothing but chaos.
Oh, fuck this!
He growled, tossing the gun aside. He charged instead, boots hammering on the planks, and slammed his palm into the dock. The boards around Amadeus disintegrated instantly, collapsing into grey dust. The conductor's footing vanished, and for one glorious heartbeat, Quill thought he was done, falling fast towards the black water below, where his cursed tricks would drown with him. But Amadeus only laughed, the sound warping into a shriek. "Rest! 8 beats!" he howled. His body stopped dead mid-fall, frozen in the air like a puppet held by unseen strings. Hendrix didn't miss a note. She darted towards him, quick as a spark catching dry grass.
Oh no you don't!
Jiro roared. Ink lashed out from him, a dark tendril snapping tight around her ankle. She fell forwards with a snarl. "Get off me, you bastard!" Hendrix bellowed, swinging her guitar up towards him at a savage arc. Jiro ducked low, the weapon howling past his head, and drove his blade home into her thigh. The scream that followed was pure fury and pain, echoing off the ruined dock. She swung again, wild and fast, but he dodged again with ease. This time, though, she didn't hold on. The guitar spun from her grip mid-swing, whistling through the air, straight towards Amadeus.
Damn it!
Powder yelled as he lunged after it, but he was too slow. The weapon sailed true, sliding beneath the conductor just as his body twitched back to life. Hendrix flicked her hands like she was strumming invisible strings. The guitar screamed, a raw, ugly note, and the blast hit Amadeus square in the back, hurling him upright in a shower of splinters and smoke. He landed back on his feet, light as a dancer, adjusted his coat and gave a neat, mocking bow. "Fucking help me, you fuckwit!" Hendrix roared, thrashing against the ink that bound her. "I'm unarmed over here!" "Apologies, my dear. It's a bit hard to see at the moment." He grinned, teeth white and sharp. "But I hear everything just fine. Tempo! Presto!" And then he was gone, faster than Quill's eyes could keep up. She blinked, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Jiro was covered in red. Dozens of thin cuts opened across his body all at once, spraying blood like a burst wineskin. He staggered, dropped to one knee. Amadeus reappeared beside him, humming a note, his baton now a short, gleaming blade. He struck a little pose, soaking in the applause in his head. Hendrix tore free, the inky tendril falling away in ribbons. "Where's my fucking guitar?" she snarled, eyes darting wildly. Then she saw it, half buried in the hull of the ship. Powder was already sprinting for it, determination written all over his face. She bolted to catch up, hand outstretched towards her guitar, victory in reach. Then, something sharp kissed her arm. A sting, small but noticeable. She froze mid-step and looked down. A syringe jutted from her flesh, trembling where it stuck. She turned her head and saw a figure through the haze. Nurse, standing amid the wreckage, calm as ever, a shaft of light catching her like a saint on a battlefield. Syringe gun still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. "I've been working on some new solutions," she said, voice steady, clinical. "You fucking bitch!" Hendrix hissed, but her legs were already giving way. She tried desperately to grab the syringe, but her fingers went limp as she hit the deck, body locking up tight. The poison did its work quick, paralyzing her, at least temporarily. Powder reached the guitar at last, snatched it up, and without a thought let his power flow. The wood hissed and crumbled between his fingers, falling away to nothing.
All right, well that's all
He started, and then choked on his own words. Blood filled his mouth, hot and sudden. His throat burned. He raised a hand, fingers coming away slick and red. Not one cut, hundreds, fine as paper edges all across his neck. "Should have stayed quiet," came a voice at his shoulder. Powder turned, slow, dizzy, blood spraying in a fine mist. Amadeus stood there, smile crooked, eyes clearing as his sight came back. He brushed a droplet off his sleeve with mild disgust. "That's disgusting," he muttered. Quill watched frozen as blood sprayed from the lieutenant's throat in a crimson arc, splattering the dock in thick, wet streaks. He hit the ground hard, gasping and twitching like a gutted fish. Nurse was already moving, medical equipment in hand, sprinting through the haze towards him. "Nurse, no!" Joy screamed, but too late. Amadeus was there in a heartbeat, faster than thought. His blade flashed, striking down in a blur. The impact sent shards of wood and dust flying, the crack of steel splitting air. Metal on metal. When the dust cleared, Jiro was standing between them, blade locked against the conductor's baton-turned sword. Blood ran down his arms, staining the ink-black steel, but his stance didn't waver. His breath came hard and heavy, yet his eyes, dark and sharp, burned with something that made Quill's stomach turn cold.
"You're slowing down,"
Jiro said, voice low, steady.
"You can't keep up this tempo forever."
Amadeus ignored him as he pressed forwards, his baton still slicing the air faster than Quill's eyes could follow. Every strike came with a hum, every motion a note in some manic symphony only he could hear. Jiro blocked 1, 2, maybe 3, but the fourth carved a line of red across his shoulder. He stumbled back, boots skidding through the blood-slick wood. "Come now, maestro," Amadeus taunted, spinning the baton in a glittering arc. "Still too fast for you?" Joy stepped forward, her smile already glowing, lips stretched, teeth shining like a blade drawn in the moonlight. "You're too fucking loud," she growled. Her smile flared, a beam of light tore across the dock, burning through the haze. "Adagio!" barked Amadeus, and the world slowed again. The beam crawled forward like syrup, and the conductor slipped past it with a dancer's grace. He shifted course, gliding towards Joy with blade rising in his hand. Every inch of him promised murder. "Move! Joy!" Jiro shouted, but she was already committed, trapped in slow motion. He swore and slammed his hand to the planks. Ink burst from the ground, twisting into tendrils that snapped out, coiling round Joy's waist. He yanked her sideways just as Amadeus's blade came down. The baton missed its mark by an inch, and instead sliced off her arm clean at the elbow. The world snapped back into motion. Joy's scream split the air, raw and jagged, as she dropped to one knee. Her severed arm hit the deck with a wet thud, blood spattering the wood in bright, cruel strokes. But her grin didn't fade. If anything, it split wider, savage and shining through the blood on her teeth. She looked up at Amadeus, eyes wild with pain and spite. "Say cheese," she hissed. Then the world went white. Light erupted from her mouth. Not a beam this time, but an explosion. Searing brilliance swallowed everything, burning through smoke and shadow alike. Quill ducked behind the wreckage, hands over her head. Amadeus was reeling, stumbling back, curses spilling from his lips. The music in his throat faltered, broken mid-note. It hadn't burned, it had blinded. A flash bang in the shape of a smile. No dodging that, no matter how quick the tempo. It hadn't done any real damage, but it didn't need to. All it had to do was buy Jiro a heartbeat. One breath, one chance to end it all. He moved before the light had even faded, sword drawn back. Every shred of strength and fury left him burning hot. Ink coiled up the blade, thick and dark as tar. "This is for powder," he snarled. He swung. The cut was clean and cruel. The blade carved straight through Amadeus's chest, spilling blood and ink together in a slick, writhing dance. The conductor's mouth opened, maybe to sing one last note, but nothing came. Only a gasp, a hiss, and the faint crackle of burning wood. He dropped in 2 pieces, neat as butcher's work. His baton clattered to the dock beside him, rolling to stop in a puddle of red. Jiro stood over him, chest heaving, blood running down his arms in dark lines. Joy slumped nearby, clutching the ruin of her arm, breathing shallow but steady. The only sound left was the sea licking at the broken planks, slow and quiet, like it was washing the song away. Relief hit Quill like a tide. They'd done it. Against all odds, they'd beaten Bargaining's attack. She almost laughed, almost cried. For a moment, it felt like it might finally be over.
"Wow, what a show!"
The voice crawled down her spine like ice. Quill turned, dread already blooming in her gut. Another one. A figure hauled itself up from below deck, stepping onto the ruined vessel with easy confidence. He was huge, twice Jiro's size at least. His head large and round, Tiny, beady eyes, cartoonish against that enormous mouth. A ridiculous little cowboy hat balanced on his dome. Her stomach twisted. The sheer weight of him, the presence, pressed down on her like a storm. Her knees wanted to give out. She forced herself to breathe. Jiro straightened, sword coming up again, shoulders tight, ready. But Quill saw it in his face. The strain, the crack in his composure.
You're an impressive man, Jiro. I can see why Danao had such trouble with you.
The voice was light, almost friendly, but every word carried weight enough to make her stomach twist. The giant man made his way down the gangway, each step a thud that rattled the broken dock, the world seeming to shift beneath his feet.
The fuck are you?
Jiro barked, blade up, shoulders set.
Another one of bargaining's freaks.
The man gave a wounded scoff.
Oh, I'm offended you'd even say that. Truth is, I only came along 'cause I was bored. Thought I'd see what all the fuss was about.
His grin spread wider, too wide, dragging at the corners of his monstrous mouth.
But watching your fights got me hungry, and I do love the taste of a man who's still struggling.
Back away,
Jiro snapped, but his voice was hoarse, ragged from the fight.
I've already dealt with 2 of yous. I could deal with 1 more.
The man kept coming, slow, deliberate, ignoring the order like it was a child's threat.
I wonder,
he said, head tilting.
Will you taste as good as your wife did? Married women are my favorite flavor.
Jiro's grip tightened on his sword.
I never had a wife,
he growled. The man simply smiled at that. Wide, creeping, wrong. His mouth stretched up his face, splitting it into something inhuman. Jiro didn't wait for him to make the first move. He charged, blade raised high, a last burst of fury driving him forward. The man didn't even flinch, still smiling. The first strike had enough power to cut him clean in 2, but the blade stopped cold an inch from his skin, caught between 2 fingers. Jiro grunted, straining, trying to wrench it free. But it was like trying to move a mountain. The man looked down at him almost kindly.
You're strong, he said, but not strong enough.
Then the world went sideways. A single backhand sent Jiro skidding across the dock, tearing planks free in his wake. He hit a pile of crates and didn't get up straight away. Quill's breath hitched in her throat. She wanted to call out, but fear glued her voice to the back of her tongue. Jiro rose, staggering, one hand pressed to his ribs. He spat blood onto the ground and drew again, blade shaking but still burning with ink.
I'm not done yet,
he said. The man laughed, a light rolling sound that made the air feel too heavy to breathe. He stepped forward, the dock groaning beneath his weight, and Jiro moved to meet him. It was no fight, just a slaughter wearing the shape of one. Jiro struck again and again, faster, desperate, each swing turned aside with lazy ease, each counter blow diving him closer to the edge. Quill watched from her hiding place. Every impact a hammer to her chest, her nails dug into the wood beside her until they hurt. Then suddenly the man caught Jiro by the throat, lifted him clean off the ground, feet kicking uselessly.
You probably should have run,
he said, voice low, almost regretful.
But I suppose heroes never do.
Jiro tried to speak, maybe a curse, maybe a prayer, but no sound came. The man's grin widened, shadows spilling across his face like oil. Quill looked away. She couldn't watch, couldn't bear to. But the sound, that sound, would stay with her. A final wet crunch that told her everything she didn't want to know. When she finally dared a look, she saw the giant man wipe his mouth with the back of his hand, smiling like a gentleman finishing a fine meal. Blood dripped from his lips, slow and lazy, like wine down a chin.
Ooh, delicious,
he murmured. Something cold and sharp gripped her throat. She ducked back behind the splintered barrels, pressing herself flat to the ground. Her pulse thundered in her ears. What had he just eaten? Her breath came fast, ragged, too loud. She clamped a shaking hand over her mouth, forcing herself still. Don't move, don't make a sound. The words circled in her skull. Powder was dead. She'd seen it. Joy was bleeding out somewhere in the wreckage. Nurse probably bent over her, hands red to the elbows. She could still smell the smoke and blood, still hear the echoes of screaming. The fight, Amadeus, Hendrix, the chaos of it all, was burned into her mind. And yet, something didn't fit. A gap. A space. There'd been someone else, she was sure of it. Quill tried to see them, to picture a face, a voice, a name, but nothing came. Just a faint impression of movement, like a shadow cast by someone no longer there. A presence she could feel but couldn't hold on to. Her stomach turned, she tried again, harder, reaching for the memory, only to find nothing but fog. The harder she pushed, the slicker it got. Her thoughts sliding away like oil on glass.
Ooh, well,
the man said, stretching the word out like a yawn.
That was fun, but I'm mighty full now.
The way he said it made her stomach twist. She could hear him take a step, heavy enough to shake the dock. Then another. Then another. Slower.
No need to overindulge,
he murmured, almost to himself.
Wouldn't want to spoil the appetite.
She bit down on her lip, hard enough to taste blood. She didn't dare breathe until the sound of his footsteps started to fade. Off the dock, down the gangway, growing softer with every step. She waited, counted heartbeats, 10, 20, 30. Nothing. Only when the silence settled deep and heavy again did she let out a shuddering breath. She pressed her hand to her face, trying to think, trying to remember who they'd lost. There was nothing there, just a hollow ache, like a dream fading before the dawn. The sun bled out over the horizon, what was left of its light glinting off the marine base. Rhak watched through his binoculars, patient as a buzzard. He wasn't stupid. The targets might have been weak, but weak men still got lucky shots in daylight. Best to wait for dark, when the world turned quiet and stupid. Night made killers of careful men. Pick them off one by one. That was the way. Still, he couldn't help the itch. The armor was humming against his skin, alive with all the tweaks he jammed into it. He didn't even have time to run a full diagnostics before starting work, let alone take it for a test drive. Some parts were still a mystery, even to him. Night settled fast and heavy, swallowing the city behind it, and Rhak set his plan into motion. He thumbed a switch on his gauntlet. The suit answered with a low whir, plates rippling as their color bled away. In a breath, he was wrapped in shifting greys and blacks, a trick he picked up from studying Jeopard's papers. Not true invisibility, nothing so kind, but enough to make a lazy marine doubt his own eyes. The thrusters purred, lifting him over the base's outer wall. He touched down like a whisperer on the roof of the building that housed the sleeping quarters. The tire was barely shifting under his boots. Below stretched the rest of the base, quiet as a crypt. A single lantern swung by the main gate. No footsteps, no chatter, just the hush of a place convinced that nothing bad ever happened after dark. He eased himself down the side of the building, boots finding quiet holds along the timber frame. He reached a narrow window, barred and locked, but locks were for honest men. He flicked a tool from his gauntlet, a thin glowing cutter, and traced a neat circle in the glass. The pane lifted free like a coin from a magician's hand. Rhak smirked to himself. This is all too easy. He slipped inside, landing crouched between two bunks. The room stank of sweat, salt, and long days of dull duty. Rows of Marines rested in their beds, the shapes of their bodies outlining their blankets. Everything exactly as he'd hoped. Quiet, careless, easy. He let out a slow breath. This was the part he liked best. Moving unseen, unchallenged. His work, his craft. Anyone could swing a sword or bark orders. It took a different kind of genius to walk through an enemy stronghold like he owned a place. He drove the blow down. Into cloth. The head beneath the blanket flopped sideways with a dull thud. Straw spilled out in a soft cascade. Rhak froze.
Ah,
he said.
Bugger.
A crash to his side. Then a mountain of a woman came thundering towards him. Orange hair wild, eyes burning with determination. This had to be Ninny. She bellowed and swung a spanner the size of a battering ram, aiming to hammer him straight into the afterlife. A place he would rather not go back to anytime soon. Rhak dropped low, suit hissing steam as it shoved him faster than his own muscles ever could. The blow tore through the space where his head had been just moments before and obliterated the bunk beside him, blasting it apart into splinters. She didn't slow, just yanked up a splintered plank, spun it in her fist and lunged, driving towards him like a spear. Rhak raised his palm in response, and a bloom of fire roared out from his gauntlet, wild and hungry. The makeshift weapon caught alight instantly in her hands. Ninny shrieked and flung the burning timber aside, stumbling back with singed fingers and curses. No time to celebrate though, as gunshots pinged off his armor. Just sharp little taps, but made him flinch regardless. He spun. Nothing there. Another shot cracked from the right. Still, he saw nothing but bunks and shadows. Invisible? No, just unseeable. The intel clicked into place. Demure, a devil fruit user, one you couldn't look at even if she stood right in front of you. Fine, he had planned for this. He thumbed a switch on his helmet, and the world bled into red and blues. And there she was, small frame, blue hair, knees knocking, pistol quivering like she'd rather be anywhere else. He tapped a command on his arm, and a tiny missile popped free from the suit's backplate, locked onto the heat signature and whined through the air like an angry hornet. She tried to jump out the way, but it still detonated at her feet, blowing up dust and splinters. She shrieked, high, raw, panicked. Looked like he'd wrecked her legs badly, but not enough to put her away. He needed to go on the offensive. He kicked his thrusters to life and shot forwards, carving a path through bunks and shattered furniture, ready to finish the job. When something massive slammed into his ribs. A wolf, big as a horse and twice as deadly, crashed into him and tore him clean out the air. He hit the floor hard enough to see stars. The beast loomed over him, jaws dripping, breath hot and foul. He pushed himself up just in time to see its rider, an eye-patched marine, perched on the beast's back, crossbow aimed steady at his heart. Captain Bailey. "Stand down," she ordered. "We've been expecting you." Her voice had that smug edge Rhak hated, too confident for someone who was in a losing position. "No," he said. His hand flicked to his belt. A small disc popped free and skittered across the floor, quick as a rat, sliding right under the wolf. A heartbeat later, the device flashed. Light speared upwards in a straight, merciless line, carving through fur and muscle as if the wolf were made of paper instead of flesh. No explosion, no dramatic howl, just a sharp convulsion as the creature's body jerked around the burning core of the beam. The light punctured clean through, leaving a smoking tunnel from belly to spine. The wolf's strength vanished all at once. Legs folded, weight dropped. It hit the floor with a heavy, final thud. Steam rising from the scorched edges where the beam had passed. Captain Bailey hit the ground hard but rolled with a fall, cloak snapping behind her as she came up on one knee, crossbow already leveled. She moved like someone who'd weathered worse than losing a beast at battle, hard, practiced, unshakable. But there were tears cutting down her cheeks all the same. That made Rhak smile. "You bastard!" she hissed, squeezing the trigger. The first bolt hit him square in the chest and detonated in a burst of concussive force. The blast slammed him backwards, boots carving gouges in the floorboards. His visor flickered, suit shrieking warnings in angry red script. Before he could recover, the second bolt sang through the smoke. He tried to twist aside, too slow. It clipped his shoulder plate and erupted in a shower of shrapnel and sparks. The armor screamed, metal curled, a chunk of plating snapped off and clattered across the floor. He staggered, vision swimming, thrusters whining as they fought to keep him upright. That one hurt. More the armor's pride than his flesh. But it still hurt. Bailey didn't pause. She was already loading again, teeth bared in something halfway between fury and satisfaction. Rhak spat blood onto the floor, but didn't even get a breath to answer the captain's barrage before the orange-haired brute came thundering back into view, hefting an entire table over her head like she meant to smash him flat with it. He didn't bother dodging this time. He planted his feet, braced his arm, and let the suit do the work. The gauntlet lit from within, gears bracing, plates shifting, power building in a low, violent hum. For a heartbeat, the whole room seemed to hold its breath. Then he opened his palm. The blast tore out of him like thunder. A white-hot shockwave punched straight through Ninny's charge, caught her square in the chest, and lifted her clean off her feet. The force tore a jagged hole through the wall behind her, blowing out timber and plaster in a deafening roar. She sailed through the gap, flailing, then vanished into the night. A moment later, Rhak heard the heavy, bone-rattling whomp of her hitting the courtyard below. He lowered his hand, smoke curling off the gauntlet's vents. The wall cracked with scorched wood and drifting embers. Captain Bailey's head snapped towards the ragged hole in the wall, disbelief and fury warring on her face. She lowered her crossbow and sprinted to the edge, boots skidding on broken timber. "Ninny!" she shouted into the dark below, voice cracking, not with command but fear, real fear. Rhak saw her silhouette framed against the torn wall, cloak snapping in the night wind. A rare moment of distraction, and he wasn't going to waste it. He fired the thrusters and shot across the room in a burst of heat and smoke. Bailey whirled just as he crashed into her, scooping her off her feet before she could fire another bolt. They blasted through what remained of the wall, the night swallowing them both. The cold air hit hard, the wind tearing at her cloak as Rhak hauled her upwards, higher and higher, the base shrinking beneath them. Bailey kicked, clawed, cursed him with impressive vocabulary, but he held tight. "Let's fucking go with me!" she snarled. "Not if you want the same landing your friend just had!" Rhak shouted over the roar of the thrusters. He continued to haul her higher, the wind screaming past them, the base shrinking into a toy village below. She thrashed once more, then went still when she felt the empty air beneath her boots, the void waiting patiently for her. Rhak tightened his grip just enough to remind her who held the strings.
You know,
He called over the rush of the thrusters.
for an ambush, that was pretty pathetic.
The woman bared her teeth, but bravado didn't reach her eyes, not with 100 feet of nothing under her. He grinned behind the visor. He loved this feeling. He let the thrusters dip a fraction and watched as her stomach lurched, fingers clamping around his arm in pure instinct.
That's better, he said. Little respect's never hurt anyone, huh?
She didn't reply. Couldn't. Probably too busy staying alive.
I mean, really?
Rhak went on, casual as conversation over morning tea.
All that build-up, all those toys you brought, and here we are. Your wolf's dead. The blue-haired one may never walk again, and your muscle is face down in the courtyard.
Bailey's jaw clenched.
You got the drop on me, he said. Credit where it's due, but look at you now.
He gave her a small shake, just enough to make her legs kick at the air.
Dangling like laundry. Can't even lift a crossbow without dropping.
Her breath came in tight, furious bursts.
You bastard! Oh, absolutely, he smiled. But I'm the bastard who won!
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
A voice said behind him. Rhak stiffened. That was impossible. They were half a mile in the damn air. He twisted in mid-flight, thrusters hissing to keep them steady. A man hovered there, wearing armor not unlike Rhak's, though rougher, bulkier, strapped together in a hurry.
Damien!
Bailey gasped. The man smiled, thin and smug.
In a manner of speaking, yes. The name's not mine anymore. Your Damien's still cozy in the Grand Line.
He spread his arms, letting the engines on his back hum.
I'm just his copy.
He lifted a hand at them, casual, confident, dangerous.
Doesn't make me any less intelligent.
Rhak barely had time to blink before the stranger's fingers started bursting with light.
First mistake,
The man said, drifting closer on steady thrusters.
is assuming you're the only man who understands that suit.
Rhak's visor flashed up warning signs. External interface detected, system stability compromised, core functions failing.
Oh, that's not good,
He muttered. The man snapped his hand shut, and Rhak felt it immediately. His thrusters coughed, sputtered, then dropped to a pathetic wheeze that barely slowed their fall. He plunged several meters before his emergency stabilizers hiccuped to life, catching him with all the grace of a drunken sailor.
What the hell did you do?
He barked, fighting the dead controls. The stranger offered a pleasant smile, drifting in a lazy circle around him.
Relax. It's nothing personal.
On his shoulder, a tiny metal monitor flicked on, an old-style screen, edges dented, displaying a pixelated face that pulsed with purple light.
Hello, Rhak!
It chimed in a cheerful voice.
Please stop struggling. You're making this inefficient.
Rhak stared.
Jeopard?
An archive version of him?
The little face corrected, eyes blinking in uneven intervals.
I live in a USB now.
The man continued, unfazed.
Your suit. Impressive. Truly. You refined the original design in ways Damien never imagined.
He tapped the armor on his chest.
But Shepard never stopped studying it. When he shared his countermeasure research with me,
He spread his hands.
well, you see the result?
Rhak tried to move. Anything. His limbs felt like they were sinking into mud. Plates locked, servos jammed, energy drained out of the suit's muscles like someone had pulled the spine from it. Bailey was still thrashing in his stiffening grip, cursing him, clawing at the dead metal that no longer obeyed him. He could barely move, barely breathe, rage boiling under his skin as the stranger's override locked his suit tighter with every passing second.
Fine,
He growled through clenched teeth.
have it your way.
And he opened his hand. Bailey's eyes widened as her fingers slipped from his gauntlet.
No! No!
Then she fell. Wind tore the scream out of her throat as she plummeted, cloak whipping, limbs flailing for a grip that wasn't there. Rhak watched her drop with a cold, petty satisfaction. A tiny victory, wrung from a fight that had gone entirely to hell. For half a moment he let himself enjoy it. Then the stranger dove. He streaked past Rhak, thrusters screaming as he folded into a controlled freefall. The little screen face on his shoulder blinked frantic exclamation marks.
Warning! Human impact imminent! Capture, you idiot!
I am catching her!
The man snapped back. He snatched Bailey midair, the force of it bending them both into a tight arc. A plume of dust erupted as he landed hard in the courtyard, boots ripping through stone. Bailey gasped, clutching at him in raw panic before shoving away, face burning with fury and humiliation. Rhak looked down at them as the last flicker of power in his thrusters gutted out. The suit went dead, properly dead this time. No sputter, no cough, just the cold finality of a machine deciding it was done with him. and then gravity got its hands on him. He dropped like a stone. Wind screamed past his helmet, the courtyard rushing up with cruel enthusiasm. For a moment, the world was nothing but falling. Lantern lights spinning, rooftops rising towards him like jagged teeth. He hit the ground hard enough to knock the sense out of him, armor slamming into cobblestone with a bone-shaking thud that cracked the earth beneath him. Dust blasted outward in a ring. The shock shot up his spine and rattled his skull, lights dancing across his eyes. Everything went silent for a moment. He lay there in a shallow crater, suit dented, ribs sore, pride thoroughly mangled, but alive. That was the point of all the plating, after all. Half the design was to keep him breathing after stupid decisions. The stranger set Bailey down and turned towards Rick, boots crunching over broken stone as he approached the shallow crater. Rick tried to lift an arm. Nothing. Tried to trigger a thruster. Dead. The armor hung on him like a broken shell, every plate stiff and cold. The man stopped a few feet away, eyes narrowed, stance steady.
Rick D. Astley,
he announced, voice ringing with the authority of someone who'd practiced this speech in his head.
You are under arrest. Surrender peacefully or...
Before he could finish, Rick's visor flickered and a face swam into view. Bargaining. Third stage. His boss. The man's voice came through flat and unbothered, as if he were commenting on the weather.
Ah, Rick, I'm afraid you've been compromised.
Bargaining? Rick choked. Of course bargaining would slip trackers into the suit before handing it over. Classic bastard move. And Rick, idiot that he was, hadn't bothered to run a full diagnostic. The stranger looming over him stiffened.
November,
he muttered. Bargaining smiled faintly towards the stranger.
Oh, hello there, Noble. It's Noble, right? That's the name that Damien gave you.
Noble's eyes narrowed.
What are you playing at?
Oh, nothing special,
Bargaining said, voice light.
Just tying up loose ends, dealing with all my other problems whilst I'm at it. 2 birds, 1 stone.
A cold wave rolled through Rick's gut, and then he heard it, a small ticking. He knew what that meant. Anyone who built weapons did. A countdown. Small, efficient, and meant to erase every trace of him. Panic slammed into him. That fucker had rigged the suit to self-destruct.
Shit!
He breathed. Noble heard it too.
He's going to detonate the suit,
he said.
You fucking think?
Rick snapped back. For one tight heartbeat, they just stared at each other. Enemy, victim, rescuer, whatever the hell they were supposed to be. The Noble cursed under his breath and lunged forwards.
Hold still.
I am still!
Rick snarled, armor frozen into dead weight.
Suit won't even let me blink unless I yell at it.
Noble grabbed Rick by the chest plate, lifting him out of the hole and slamming him backwards into the courtyard wall. Metal crunching under the force, sparks burst from the seams of the armor.
Shepard, override! Release the suit! Now!
He barked over his shoulder. The little face screen blinked awake, expression flipped into exaggerated warning.
Warning! Initiating ejection!
Rick felt the inside of his suit lurch, bolts snapping, clamps releasing, plates shifting like a beast shrugging off its own hide.
3 seconds!
Shepard blared. Noble planted his boots and heaved Rick upwards, both hands under the chest plate, ripping him free of the collapsing armor with a metallic shriek that could have woken the dead. Pain flared white across Rick's ribs as he tumbled out, landing hard in the dirt. The suit hung in Noble's grip like a shed husk.
2!
Noble fired his thrusters and launched the empty armor straight up, the dead shell shooting skyward like a rocket.
1!
The suit cleared the rooftops, barely skirting the awning. Rick covered his head out of instinct. The night split open. A bloom of white fire tore the air apart above them, a thunderclap rolling across the courtyard, shrapnel scattered like angry sparks raining down uselessly now that the heart of the blast was far above. The shockwave kicked dust across the stones. Rick sat in the dirt where he'd fallen, legs burning, ears still ringing from the explosion that should have turned him into smoke. The courtyard spun in slow, nauseating circles, but none of that compared to the cold, jagged truth settling into his bones. His own boss had tried to kill him. Not scare him, not threaten him, not punish or discipline him. Erase him. A neat little detonation to tidy up loose ends. A weapon thrown away once it had outlived its use. Disposable. The word hit him harder than the fall. He worked, scraped, bled for that man. He built every goddamn gadget, fought every dirty fight, swallowed every order, never asked for gratitude, just kept going, because what else did he have? Bargaining and by extension Ragnar offered him a purpose, structure, protection. Rick should have known that meant nothing. To men like Bargaining, loyalty wasn't a two-way street. It was a leash, and leashes only matter when dogs still had teeth. Rick's hands clenched into fists. The tremble in them wasn't fear anymore. It was something uglier, hotter. Rage boiled up from a place he didn't like to acknowledge. A place he thought he'd buried the day he decided surviving was more important than feeling. A laugh barked out of him. Raw, humorless.
Disposable,
He muttered.
That's what you think of me?
He pushed himself to his feet, shaky but determined, eyes locked on the faint trail of smoke still fading above.
You all saw that?
He announced, yelling over to Noble.
He tried to wipe me out like I was scrap metal.
Noble didn't answer. Didn't have to. The silence was agreement enough. Rick took a step closer, boots grinding over broken stone.
I'm not gonna let that stand.
Another step, close enough so that Noble could see the fury burning through the exhaustion. His mouth twisted into a humorless smile.
I think,
he said.
I think we should make a deal.
How much for this one? Juniper asked, eyeing the cabbage slumped in its crate like it was trying to escape responsibility. No price tag, of course. That way they could charge as much as you'd look like you'd pay. The grocer's gaze hopped from vegetable to woman, and he summoned a smile that looked like it'd been stitched onto his face by an amateur. Maybe he thought it charming. Maybe he'd never seen a mirror.
For a pretty fig like you, 100 belly.
Juniper managed a smile that felt about as real as his. Best to pretend the compliment didn't make her skin crawl. Men used to speak to her like that because they wanted her in their beds. These days it was because they wanted her husband's favour. Hard to say which one stank worse. She was fishing for her coin purse when he cut her off.
Tell you what,
he said, puffing himself up like a rooster in heat.
Because I'm feeling generous, it's on the house.
He plucked the cabbage in his big hand and dropped it into a paper bag. Then he just stared at her, expectant. She blinked, mind briefly blank, before remembering her manners. Oh, thank you. Very kind.
No trouble, my dear. Do tell your husband I said hello,
said smooth as butter, rehearsed like he practiced it to himself in the mornings, creepy grin included. Juniper tried to keep her annoyance off her face as she took the bag. What needled her wasn't the flirting, nor the fake generosity, nor even the suggestion that this cabbage was some grand political transaction. No, what got to her was how people seemed to see her as a footnote these days, a decorative attachment to her husband, a messenger girl for greetings and thinly veiled bribes. No one asked what she liked anymore, and she liked plenty. Had hobbies once, interests, thoughts that weren't just about feeding a newborn or keeping the household from devolving into chaos. She sighed and hefted the cabbage. It thumped around in the bag, judgmental as a cabbage could be. She glanced at the last item on her list and couldn't help but a small smile. At least there was one place in this kingdom where she didn't feel like a shadow of herself. The butcher's shop smelled of smoke, spice, and the sort of lingering blood tang that suggested something had recently died. To her, though, it was comforting, probably because Abel, her brother-in-law, her husband's great mountain of a brother, was one of the few people in town who didn't make her feel like an accessory to someone else's life.
Juniper!
Abel boomed the moment he spotted her, his grin as wide as his shoulders. He wiped his hands on an apron that had long surrendered any claim to cleanliness.
Look at you, out in the wild. Did the little man finally grant you some freedom?
A miracle, Juniper said. He's asleep, or pretending. Hard to tell with him.
Sharp lad already,
he said, nodding as though approving a business plan.
How's he doing? Sleeping properly? Eating enough? Eating too much? Screaming? Not screaming? Should he be screaming? The other day I read babies are supposed to... Abel,
she laughed. He's fine, he's normal.
Ah, normal.
Abel puffed out a sigh of relief.
Good. I like normal. Normal doesn't explode or bite or require special tools.
He bustled behind the counter, rummaging for cuts of meat like a treasure hunter. Abel was huge, the kind of man who looked like he'd wrestle a cow for fun and then eat the cow afterwards. But Juniper always felt at ease with him. He treated her like his own family.
Speaking of normal things,
the butcher said, holding up a wrapped package triumphantly.
You still reading these days?
She blinked. The question landed softly but unexpectedly. Oh, not much time for it, she admitted. Your nephew keeps me busy.
Ah, well, babies do that. Parasites of love, that's what they are.
Abel nodded sagely.
I've been reading this sci-fi story, though. Prison breakouts, aliens, sarcastic spaceships, fantastic stuff. I can lend it to you when I'm done.
She felt something warm uncurl in her chest. You know, I'd like that.
Grand!
Though fair warning, the pages may smell of sausage.
He was further into his cheerful rambling when a sharp knock rattled the shop door. Both of them glanced over. A man stepped in, thin, wiry, and wearing a coat several degrees too warm for the current weather. His eyes flicked around the shop like he expected trouble to leap out of the shelves.
Delivery,
he grunted, held up a small package, plain paper, string tied too tight. Abel froze for half a blink before ploughing ahead with a forced cheer.
Ah, yes, right, good. Just leave it behind the counter, won't you? I'll sort it out.
The man set it down, tipped an imaginary hat, and left without a backward glance. Juniper watched the door swing shut. Then she looked at Abel. He was suddenly very intent on rearranging salami.
More meat, I assume?
She asked casually.
Yep,
Abel said too quickly.
meat. Definitely meat. Very normal meat, for the shop.
She raised a brow as the butcher attempted an innocent smile and failed spectacularly. She decided not to press. Whatever it was, if Abel wanted to talk about it, he would. And if he didn't, well, she trusted him enough not to worry.
All right,
she said, letting him off the hook.
I just need enough for dinner. Something easy. Easy I can do.
He bagged her an order with all the enthusiasm of a man packing edible treasure.
Tell my brother he owes me a visit. I need someone to help eat all these leftovers.
You say that like he's an equal match.
I live in hope.
She paid, the two of them exchanging a warm, familiar smile. One of the few she didn't have to force these days.
Take care, Abel. Always do,
he called out as she stepped out into the street.
And next time I'll have that book ready for you.
Juniper shouldered the door open with her hip, grocery bags rustling, and stepped into the familiar dimness of home. The curtains were half drawn, the lamps unlit, and the air carried the stale scent of ink and old paper. Her husband's new favourite cologne. He sat at the table, hunched over a small mountain of documents, Quill scratching like it had a personal grudge against the parchment. He didn't notice her at first. He rarely did these days. When he finally looked up, his face broke into a smile. Soft, warm, the sort of smile that used to make her heart jump. Now it just felt like a brief patch of sunlight on a cloudy day. There, then gone. You're back, he said, already glancing down at his papers again.
So I am,
she said, setting the groceries down a bit louder than necessary. Not that he noticed.
Got everything we need for dinner?
Good, good. His quill scratched on. She lingered by the table watching him. Once upon a time they would talk for hours. Books, music, travel, anything and everything, really. They used to walk late into the night, down the docks of the Ballywood Kingdom, arguing about philosophy and laughing about stupid things neither of them would remember the next morning. Back then, whenever she spoke, he listened like she was the only person in the world who had ever thought a thought worth hearing. Now she could set herself on fire in front of him and he might ask her to keep it down.
Abel says you owe him a visit,
she offered.
And he, something odd happened at the shop today. There was this package.
A thin wail cut through the house like a blade. Their son had awakened with the singular purpose of expressing his displeasure to the universe. Her husband closed his eyes and groaned. Not again. The noise, Juniper. It's impossible to concentrate with him carrying on like that. She waited. Just a second. Just long enough to see if some spark of parental instinct might miraculously ignite. But nothing.
Right,
she said, swallowing irritation.
I'll get him.
Thanks, he murmured, already bending back over his papers as if the matter had been resolved by magic. She turned away, jaw tight, and headed towards the nursery, the cries growing louder with each step. Part of her wanted to shout back, he's your son too, you know. Another part wondered if it would even register. She nudged the nursery door open with her hip, and the crying hit her like a thrown brick. Sharp, loud, indignant, her son's preferred style of communication.
All right, easy now,
she murmured as she crossed the dim little room. I'm coming, you tiny tyrant. She leaned over the crib, and there he was, red-faced, furious, looking personally betrayed by the very concept of existence. But when she reached down, his eyes snapped open, and the crying folded into a wet, wobbly sigh. Hello, Taiga, she said. Taiga blinked at her, wriggled and let out a confused squeak as she lifted him into her arms. He was warm, soft, and vaguely damp. There we go, she soothed. Life's not so bad when you're being held, eh? He answered with stuffing his fist into his mouth and staring at her with enormous seriousness, like he was evaluating her qualifications for the job of mother. Yes, I'm very impressive, she said, bouncing him gently. Award-winning, some would say. Taiga kicked his legs, enthusiasm overtaking him. A tiny giggle burbled out. Juniper grinned and tapped his nose. See, you do like me. At least one of the men in this house does. She made a silly face at him, crossed eyes, puffed cheek, tongue out. He squealed with delight, gummy smile stretching wide, a sound so small and so bright it seemed to chase shadows from the room. She kissed his cheek. You're the best part of my day, you know that? She whispered. The one thing that makes all the noise and nonsense worth it. He burrowed against her shoulder, tiny hand curling into her sleeve, gripping tight like she was his entire world. And maybe she was. Juniper sat at the edge of Taiga's bed, the small room lit by a single candle turned low. Its flame flickered against the walls, throwing crooked shadows over scattered toys and a stack of dog-eared books that have clearly been read far past their intended lifespan. One of them lay open in her hands now. Taiga lay beneath the blankets, dark hair sticking up at all angles, eyes far too bright for a boy who was meant to be asleep. His feet wriggled, his fingers drummed, his mouth unfortunately showed no sign of slowing. She turned the page, lowering her voice as she read.
Mum?
Taiga asked, interrupting her.
Yes, dear? If someone dies in a story, do they know they mattered before they go?
The question settled between them, heavier than expected. She paused, fingers resting on the page. She looked down at him, at his earnest eyes, searching for something the book hadn't given him. I think they do, she said after a moment. Not always right away, but they feel it in the things they leave behind, in the people who remember them. Taiga thought about that, chewing his lip.
So even if the story ends for them, it keeps going for everyone else?
She smiled and brushed his hair back. That's right. Stories don't really end. They just change hands. He nodded, satisfied, eyelids already growing heavy.
Okay,
he murmured.
I like that.
She resumed reading. He lasted almost a full paragraph this time before interrupting again.
Do you think dragons ever get tired of flying?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think they ever fall asleep in the air?
Taiga.
Right, sorry.
A soft, steady breathing drifted from the small bed across the room. Phipps had already surrendered to sleep, curled on his side, clutching a stuffed animal that had once been a bear, was now mostly fabric and hope. Typical, Phipps was like that, blink and he was gone. Taiga, on the other hand, fought sleep like it owed him money. Juniper read on as long as she needed to, voice low, smoothing out the rough edges of the day. Gradually his questions grew slower, his words slurred at the edges, his drumming fingers stilled and his feet stopped their restless dance.
Mum,
he murmured.
Can we read this one again tomorrow?
She smiled. Of course. That seemed to satisfy him. His eyes fluttered once, twice, then finally closed, lashes resting softly against his cheeks. His breathing evened out, deep and steady at last. Juniper closed the book with care and sat there a moment longer, watching both her boys sleep. The house was quiet now, the good kind of quiet, the kind that felt earned. She brushed Taiga's hair gently, then glanced at Phipps, still blissfully unaware of the world. These moments, soft voices, half-finished stories, the steady rhythm of breathing, were the best parts of her day, the parts she carried with her when everything else felt loud and heavy. Juniper eased the door shut behind her and padded back into the living room, careful not to let the floorboards complain too much. The house opened up around her, wide and polished and far too extravagant for its own good. They'd moved not long after Phipps was born, a better neighbourhood, her husband had said. More space, more light, more appropriate for a man whose name now carried weight. And it was all true in a way. The ceiling soared, the furniture gleamed, and the walls were decorated with art she didn't remember choosing. There was money here, real money, and it showed in every carefully curated corner. Kibbleton Industries had grown like a weed in fertile soil. Warehouses, contracts, influence threading all across the Bollywood kingdom, until it was hard to go a day without hearing the name. Her husband was rarely home now, always meetings, always dinners, always something urgent happening somewhere else. Important work, he called it. A bigger house only meant the emptiness had more room to echo. Some nights it felt cold despite the fires, hollow despite the fine rugs and soft chairs. If it weren't for Taiga's endless enthusiasm and Phipps' easy laughter, she suspected she might have walked away years ago without looking back. She was pouring herself a cup of tea, mostly for the comfort of holding on to something warm, when a knock sounded at the door. Juniper frowned. She wasn't expecting any visitors. She set the cup aside and crossed the foyer, footsteps swallowed by the expensive carpeting. When she opened the door, she blinked in surprise. Abel? He filled the doorway and then some, If he'd been large before, time had only encouraged him. His body had rounded out, face softened and widened until his eyes almost seemed too small for it, nestled deep in his cheerful folds. But that smile, God's that smile, was exactly the same, wide, warm and utterly genuine.
Oh, Juniper,
he boomed, as if the years between them were nothing at all. She laughed, breathless and bright.
Abel, oh, my, it's been years. Look at you.
Look at you, he said, spreading his arms.
Still standing, still so beautiful.
She stepped forwards and hugged him without hesitation, the familiarity coming back like muscle memory.
I can't believe you're here. I haven't seen you since before Phipps was walking.
Aye, Abel said. I kept meaning to visit. Life kept happening. He shifted, peering past her into the vast hallway. Is my brother home? She shook her head. No, he's out. As usual. She hesitated only a moment before stepping aside.
But please, come in. Stay a while. I've missed talking to you.
Her brother-in-law's smile softened, just a touch.
I'd like that.
He ducked inside, glancing around with a low whistle.
Ooh, big place, huh?
It's too big, she said quietly, closing the door behind him. They settled into the sofa by the hearth, usually too big for her. The cushion sighed under Abel's weight. Protesting bravely before giving up. Juniper curled her legs beneath her, grateful for the simple comfort of company. For a moment they just sat there, the fire crackling, the house finally occupied by more than echoes.
So then,
she said at last, smiling at him over her teacup.
How have you been, Abel? What have you been doing all these years?
Abel rubbed the back of his neck, a habit she remembered well.
Well, you know, this and that. I've got a new job, actually. Working for a big-shot businessman out in the New World.
Her eyebrows rose.
The New World? That sounds impressive.
Pays impressively, he said with a chuckle. Different sort of operation than I'm used to. Bigger clients, bigger expectations.
Still a butcher, though? She asked.
Oh, aye, he said. Still meat, just, finer cuts. Expensive taste, those people. Makes my old shop look like a street stall in comparison.
Juniper laughed, warm and genuine.
Well, I'm glad for you. Truly. You deserve something that treats you well.
The big man's smile lingered a second longer than necessary.
Means a lot. Hearing that from you.
There was a pause. Not an awkward one, per se, just quiet. The good kind, she thought. Then Abel shifted, leaning forwards, elbows on his knees.
And you? He asked gently. Are you happy, Juniper?
The question caught her off guard. No one asked her that anymore, not directly, not like it mattered. She hesitated, then exhaled slowly.
I don't know,
she admitted. Saying as aloud felt strange, like testing a sore tooth.
The children help, they're wonderful, but my husband, he's always gone, always working. When he's home, he's not really there. Sometimes it feels like I live in a very fine, very quiet waiting room.
Abel nodded, listening closely.
That's not right, he said. You shouldn't feel alone in your own home.
I know, she said softly. I don't want to complain. He provides, he's successful, everyone tells me how lucky I am.
She gave a small, humorless smile.
But lucky feels hollow these days.
He shifted again, closer this time, close enough that Juniper noticed the warmth of him, the way his knee nearly brushed hers.
You deserve better than hollow, he said, voice low, earnest. You always did.
She smiled at that, grateful, unaware or unwilling to read deeper into it. Just felt good to be heard, to be seen. Abel leaned closer, his great bulk settling towards her like a slow tide.
You know,
he said, voice dropping, softer now, almost reverent.
I always thought you were too good for him.
He smiled, eyes lingering on her the way a man might linger on a prime rib out behind glass.
You're like a beautiful flower. You have this perfect softness to you that draws people in. Makes them want to stay close.
Her stomach tightened.
Abel,
she said, forcing a small laugh, hoping, praying that this was some badly chosen joke.
You shouldn't talk like that.
He didn't pull back. If anything, he edged closer, the sofa cushions betraying her by sagging inwards.
I mean it,
he went on.
I always have. From the first time I saw you, thought my brother was lucky. Too lucky.
His nostrils flared as he breathed her in, and the heat of his breath brushed her cheek.
And you've only gotten better with time.
Juniper's heart began to hammer. I can't, she said quickly. Abel, I'm married. I have children.
Bring them then, he said, too easily. We can all go. Start fresh. I've got money now. Real money. Enough to keep you comfortable. Enough that you wouldn't have to sit alone in a house waiting for scraps of attention.
Her mouth went dry.
This isn't funny. Oh, I'm not joking.
His smile twisted, something bitter creeping in.
I watched him take you. My own brother. Stole you right out from under me. I told myself it didn't matter, that I'd swallow it, but every time I saw you standing there smiling like you belonged to him.
He shook his head.
It ate at me. Juniper, it ate at me.
Her skin crawled. The room seemed to tilt, the fine walls closing in, all the space suddenly useless. She wanted to stand, to shout, to run, but her body refused to listen, frozen in place as Abel loomed nearer.
You don't have to pretend with me, he murmured. I see you. I know what you're missing.
His face was inches from her now. His breath was hot, damp, overwhelming. She felt sick, like the floor had dropped away, like everything solid in her life had cracked at once. She struggled, desperate now, every instinct screaming at her to move, to fight, to do something. She shoved at him, frantic, but her hands might as well have been brushing furniture. He barely noticed.
Please,
she choked, the words breaking against his palm.
Please.
He held her fast, eyes dark and shining, breathing heavy.
I really did wish it could have stayed kind, he said softly, almost mournful. I liked being the good one. I liked being the safe one.
Her vision swam. The edges of the room dimmed as panic stole her breath. The house, too big, too quiet, felt impossibly far away. Taiga, Phipps? Her heart screamed their names even as her body betrayed her. Abel leaned in close enough that she could feel his lips near her ear.
You don't understand. You don't understand, he murmured. This is how I've always understood the world. Taking care of what I want, making sure nothing goes to waste.
His voice trembled with something like hunger.
My God, Juniper. Oh, you do smell perfect.
Her stomach turned violently. The words didn't make sense. Tears slid down her cheeks, trapped beneath his hand now as he pressed it against her mouth. Her body went slack, strength bleeding out of her as dizziness took over.
I tried to be patient, he said. I tried to be good, but I'm done pretending I don't want what's right in front of me.
The pressure around her tightened. Not just hands now, but certainty, absolute and final. Abel's voice trembled heavy with something that might have once been desire and had long since curdled into possession.
If I can't have you, he whispered, the words pressed close to her ear, and nobody can.
Abel's mouth widened. Not the way a man's should. Not with joints and limits and familiar shapes, but wider. Stretching past sense, past anatomy. His jaw unhinged with a slow, dreadful ease. Skin pulling tight. Shadows pooling where there should have been bone. The smile didn't fade as it widened. If anything, it grew more reverent. The space inside his mouth seemed impossibly deep. A dark hollow that swallowed the light from the room. The fire's glow didn't touch it. Sound didn't reach it. It felt less like a mouth, more like an ending. Juniper's chest seized. This was not a man leaning over her anymore. This was something vast pretending to be one. Something that had worn kindness like a costume and finally grown tired of it. The dread pressed down on her, heavier than his body ever could be, absolute and inescapable. Something inside her broke at that. Not loudly, not all at once, just a quiet snapping of the last thread holding her to the world. Any hope that this was a misunderstanding, a nightmare she might wake from, slipped away. She thought of Taiga. Not as he was tonight, curled beneath his blankets, but as a baby. Fists clenched, eyes fierce with life. She thought of his inquisitive mind. His was the most important in the world. Of Phipps, all soft smiles and easy sleep, breathing quietly in the next room unaware. Her breathing grew shallow. Each breath felt like work she was forgetting how to do. She wished she could leave something behind. Words, a warning, anything. A way to tell them she'd loved them. That none of this was their fault. That they were the best things she's ever made. The edges of her vision softened. Light dimming as if someone were gently lowering the curtain. Remember me, she thought. Not to Abel, not to Cain, not to the house, not to the world. to her children. Just remember me. Morning light spluttered through the porthole into the ship's sleeping quarters, bright and unforgiving. Christmas morning. Taiga felt the unfamiliar flicker of excitement begin to stir. He'd heard enough about Christmases over the years. Presents wrapped in bright paper, dinners that went on too long, families laughing over board games. He'd never thought he'd actually have one himself. He'd asked his father once, back when asking questions still seemed reasonable, why they didn't celebrate Christmas like other families. The answer had been a dry laugh and a sharp look, the kind that signaled annoyance at being interrupted. Taiga learned then that some traditions were simply for other people. He at least tried to do something for Phipps. As his younger brother grew older, Taiga would scrape together what money he hadn't already lost to gambling and bad decisions and buy him something small each year. Nothing impressive, just enough to say, this day matters, or maybe you do. It was strange how such small things could weigh so heavily afterwards. Thinking of Phipps still caught him off guard. You'd think he'd be used to it by now, as it happened almost every day. Phipps had been his only real friend for years, and now Taiga wasn't even sure when he died. He only knew how it ended. His brother's body turned into something obscene, a grotesque puppet, and how quickly the world had stepped around it and carried on, as if Phipps had never been there at all. People like to say time healed all wounds. Taiga suspected those people had been lucky. This one didn't get to heal. It just lingered, sore and quietly angry, doing what it pleased while he got on with the rest of his life. He shoved the covers aside and swung his feet down, only to be met with a smell drifting in from somewhere down the ship. Warm, sweet, unmistakably baked. Whatever fog still clung to Taiga's head vanished at once. There were many fine things in life, but sweet treats in the morning ranked right near the top. He followed the smell like it had a rope tied around his ribs, down the narrow corridor, past doors as the sweetness only grew stronger, ginger and sugar and something warmly spiced. The kitchen doors were already open. Inside, chaos had been domesticated. Flour dusted the counters like fresh snow. A tray of misshapen gingerbread men cooled near the window, some missing limbs, some already grinning a little too widely. At the center of it all stood Heather, horns tilted slightly as she leaned over the counter, goat hooves clicking softly against the floor. She was carefully stirring a pot of something steaming, tea, by the look of it, while also keeping a watchful eye on the oven. Bradley loomed beside her, sleeves rolled up, massive fishman arms coated in dough. He was laughing at something Raj had just said, loud and carefree, shaping a gingerbread man that looked more like he'd survived a small war than had been baked for a holiday. Raj himself sat on a stool nearby, long ears flicking occasionally, his single horn catching the light as he patiently iced a cookie with the steady focus of a man performing a sacred ritual. Heather glanced up first, her eyes flicked to Taiga, then to the corridor behind him.
Well, 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 she said mildly. Look who finally decided to join the living.
Taiga bristled.
Hey! All the chaos last night made it difficult to sleep.
It's nearly noon,
Bradley added, grinning.
We were considering sending a search party.
Raj smiled over from where he was sitting.
We decided against it, he said kindly. The paperwork alone would have ruined the mood.
Taiga stepped further into the kitchen, taking it all in.
It definitely smells Christmassy in here,
he said, which felt like an understatement. Heather set her tea aside and gestured at the counter.
Gingerbread men, or vaguely man-shaped biscuits depending on your standards.
Her lips curved.
You're welcome to help if you're capable of operating a rolling pin.
He hesitated, then admitted.
I've never made gingerbread before.
Bradley grinned.
Bet you're an expert at eating them, though. Ja.
Heather waved him off.
Don't worry about it. We'll fix that.
She slid an apron across the counter towards Taiga.
Everyone deserves a first gingerbread man, even chronic oversleepers.
Raj nodded wisely.
It is an important life skill, he said. Up there with tying knots and knowing when to keep your mouth shut.
They made room for him at the counter. Heather showed him how to roll the dough evenly, firm but not aggressive, guiding his hand with practiced ease. Bradley handled the cutting, producing shapes that ranged from respectable to deeply concerning. Raj oversaw the icing like a benevolent judge, offering gentle suggestions and the occasional quiet chuckle. Once the cookies were baked and cooled, things got creative.
Yeah, that one's you,
Bradley said to Taiga, pointing at a gingerbread man boasting far too much icing muscle and a grin that sat slightly askew. Heather worked more carefully on her pair, one with small horns and neat details, the other broader, unmistakably Bradley-shaped. She nudged them together so they were holding hands, cheeks warming just a touch as she slid the tray aside. Raj finished the gingerbread man clearly meant to be Damien, clean lines and a stern little face.
Nah.
Bradley cut in, already reaching for the icing.
He's gotta be more intimidating, even in cookie form.
He slapped on thick eyebrows that left the cookie looking permanently furious. They didn't stop there. Kai came next, then Yokan, and finally Anchor Arms. Taiga took charge of that one, carefully giving the gingerbread man absurdly large anchors for hands. He nodded to himself. It felt right. Anchor arms would appreciate the effort. Soon the tray was full. Crooked, colourful gingerbread versions of the crew lined up shoulder to shoulder. None of them were perfect. Some lean, some cracked. A few looked like they survived minor trauma. Taiga found himself smiling despite himself. Heather poured fresh tea, passing him a cup. "Merry Christmas," she said lightly. He grinned back.
Merry Christmas.
A knock rattled the door, hesitant, uneven, like whoever did it wasn't entirely sure doors were meant to be knocked on. They all turned their attention towards the doorway. Anchor Arms was standing there, eyes wide, shoulders hunched like he was bracing for bad news. Hello, hope I'm not interrupting. Captain Damien said." He paused, frowned, glanced over his shoulders if checking the hallway hadn't rearranged itself. "Said I'm supposed to come get you for, the thing."
The thing?
Bradley echoed. Anchor Arms flailed his arms around vigorously. "The tree thing with the boxes and the, you know what I mean." Raj stood, already smiling.
Ah, presents,
he said. Taiga blinked.
Presents?
Bradley grinned. The kind of grin that meant he'd been sitting on information and enjoying it.
Oh yeah, after everything that went down last night, our new friend Santa Claus apparently stopped by.
Heather gave him a look. "You say that like it's perfectly normal."
Well, it is on Christmas,
he replied, entirely serious.
Anyway, he left one for each of us.
Taiga couldn't contain his excitement. He'd never had a Christmas present before. Never had anything with his name on it, waiting just for him. Presents were for other people. For people with parents who weren't his. He tried to keep his expression steady. Tried for something calm, maybe even casual. It didn't last. The grin crept in anyway, bright and undeniable. Raj caught it from the corner of his eye and let out a soft chuckle. He rested a warm, fatherly hand on Taiga's shoulder.
"Come on then," he said gently. "Let's see what Santa has brought for us."
They gathered up the trays of gingerbread and followed Anchor Arms up to the deck. The cold air hit first, sharp and clean, carrying the scent of salt and pine. A Christmas tree stood near the centre of the deck, light strung carefully through its branches, casting warm glows over the gathered crew. Damien stood near the tree, hands folded behind his back, posture precise as ever. Kai sat cross-legged on the deck beside Sparky, who wore a tiny strand of lights like a crown. Yokan loomed nearby, arms crossed, tail flicking slowly, eyes fixed on the presents with open curiosity. And finally, little Forrest sat off to the side with his book, turning pages in quiet focus, oddly serene despite all the festive chaos swirling around him. They made room as Taiga and the others arrived.
"Everyone's here,"
Damien said.
"Good. We'll proceed."
Yokan was first. She stepped forward without hesitation and picked up a modestly wrapped package. Inside was a thick book titled Self-Improvement and Ethical Guidance for Complex Moral Situations. She stared at the cover, reading the title once, then again.
"A self-help guide?"
Yokan scoffed, holding it up like it might be evidence of a crime.
"I do not require instructions on how to live correctly. Justice is simple. You find evil, you stop it."
Raj cleared his throat gently.
"Sometimes," he offered, "simple things are the hardest to practice."
Yokan shot him a look, then glanced back at the book. As she flipped it open, the pages shifted, ink rearranging itself, diagrams redrawing, the words subtly changing to match the moment.
"What? It's reacting,"
she said. She began to read aloud the words now addressing restraint, balance, the nature of anger, and when it served justice and when it consumed it. Her shoulders lowered by a fraction. Her expression changed, offense giving way to confusion. Then something quieter.
"I kinda hate that this is so accurate,"
she admitted. Kai grinned.
"That's how you know it's working."
She ignored him, already turning a page.
"This will require study,"
she said firmly.
"for the sake of those in need and the sake of justice."
Taiga watched her tuck the book under her arm with surprising gentleness. Kai nearly bounced as he opened his present. Inside was a rolled map, markings old and precise. His grin widened as he took it in, eyes scanning the page.
"I can't believe it,"
he exclaimed, turning the map around to show the rest of the crew.
This leads to one of the legendary fisherman tools."
He made sure everyone got a good look, like showing off a prized catch.
"The fisherman tools that I've been searching for since I was a little kid in the storybook, but they're here now. Map 2 fisherman tools right here."
He continued on for a while, before promptly rolling it up and shoving it into his bag for later. Damien went next. His box was smaller. Inside was a photograph, old, carefully preserved. Taiga couldn't see it clearly, but Damien froze just for a moment too long. His eyes softened, something quiet and heavy passing through them, before he closed the box and tucked it away. Curiosity got the better of Kai as he leaned over towards him, craning his neck like a curious seabird.
"Come on, Damien, what is it?"
he weaseled. Damien had already tucked his present away, too quickly. Taiga noticed that much. A simple motion, precise and deliberate, photograph disappearing into an inner compartment of Damien's coat. If there had been anything written on his face, it was gone now, replaced by the usual calm, unreadable stillness.
That information is confidential,
Damien said evenly. Kai blinked.
Huh?
My gift,
Damien continued, folding his hands behind his back.
is confidential.
That's not an answer.
Kai said, grinning like this was all some harmless game.
Come on, just a peek. I told everyone mine. The fisherman tools to the fisherman place with the map to the fisherman stuff.
I'm aware,
Damien replied.
and for your sake, I'm not reciprocating.
Kai folded his arms, conceding defeat against Damien's iron wall.
Fine,
He said reluctantly. Bradley's gift came out next. He pulled out a bright red Santa hat, white trim gleaming faintly. A note fluttered out with it. He read it aloud, eyes widening.
Use wisely. Once a day.
He barely waited for the last bit of wrapping paper to settle before tugging the Santa hat down snug over his head.
So,
He said, grinning wide.
once per day, huh?
He snapped his fingers. There was a soft poof, like air being punched out of a pillow, and a new box dropped onto the deck between them, wrapped in red paper and tied with an aggressively festive bow. Everyone stared. Taiga's eyes lit up. No way! He could not believe what he was seeing. Bradley had Santa Claus magic?
Ja. Yes way.
Bradley said proudly. Taiga's eyes darted between present and fishman. So you've just made more presents?
Technically Santa did.
Bradley corrected.
I just filled the request, you know.
Heather leaned over and opened it cautiously. The scarf inside seemed ordinary at first. Then it kept coming, and coming, and coming. Raj leaned forwards.
That is, excessive.
20 feet.
Bradley said, delighted.
Give or take.
The scarf unspooled across the deck like a festive serpent. Bradley immediately grabbed one end and began looping it around himself, and Heather, once, twice, 3 times, until they were bundled together, warm and very much sharing personal space. Heather flushed, then laughed despite herself. You're impossible, she said, resting her hand against his arm as the scarf settled.
But I'm thoughtful,
Bradley replied, as snow drifted around them.
It's starting to get cold out here.
She shook her head, smiling now, and gently extracted herself just enough to reach for her own present beneath the tree. When Heather opened it, she found a teapot. It had an elegant design, one she'd clearly never seen before. She poured a cup experimentally. It filled, and didn't stop. Her breath caught. It's infinite. Raj's smile deepened. Ah, a vessel that gives without emptying, he said softly. Heather cradled the teapot like it was something sacred. This might be the best gift I've ever received, she said quietly. Bradley beamed, scarf still wrapped around them both.
See? Christmas magic. Ja.
Raj's box revealed a brush, beautifully balanced, ornamental yet clearly made with care. He smiled.
To illustrate my books, I assume, he said. How thoughtful.
Forrest opened his present with the same careful precision he used for turning pages, sliding the paper away rather than tearing it. Inside lay a neatly preserved human skeleton, bones polished pale and clean, arranged with almost loving attention.
Oh, nice,
Kai said, nodding approvingly.
That's good quality bones.
Forrest's eyes lit up. He set the book aside, flexed his fingers, and the bones rattled softly as they rose, joints knitting together with practiced ease. The skeleton stood, bowed a little too deeply, and gave an enthusiastic wave.
I'll call him Sir Rattlesworth,
Forrest said, after a moment of thought. Sir Rattlesworth gave a jaunty salute and promptly tripped over his own femur. Anchorarms approached his present last, already bracing himself. It's anchors, he muttered. I know it's going to be something anchor-related. He opened the box. Inside was a guitar. He stared, long, silent. How did... His voice cracked. I never told anyone. Taiga watched Anchorarms cradle the guitar like it was something fragile and precious. For a long moment, he didn't say anything at all, just stared at it as though Santa might suddenly change his mind and take it back. He started, then stopped, swallowed, tried again. I always thought guitars were, cool. They are cool, Taiga blurted, while Yokan leaned in to examine the instrument more closely, studying it like some strange foreign artifact she hadn't yet encountered. I mean, he continued, flustered now, words tripping over each other. Not like in a public way. I didn't tell anyone because I'm not cool or musical, and since I didn't really have hands, I sort of gave up on the idea. He glanced down at the instrument again, softer this time. But I used to imagine I could play one. Just a little, somewhere quiet, where nobody's shooting at me.
Well, I look forward to hearing you play,
Yokan said, patting the man on the back. Maybe a little too hard. Taiga saved his present for last without quite meaning to. It sat in his hands, lighter than he expected, neatly wrapped, waiting.
He peeled back the paper and froze. Inside was an action figure. Not just any action figure. Him. Same coat, same stance, even the little details were there, right down to the scuffed shoes and the confident tilt of the head. The kind of heroic pose Taiga had never quite managed in real life, but apparently wore very well in plastic. His mouth fell open. He lifted it up, turning it side to side, all blooming fast and bright in his chest.
This,
he announced, voice cracking with sheer delight,
is Taiga-tastic.
Bradley burst out laughing. Kai cheered. Heather smiled over the rim of her teacup. Even Damien cracked a small smirk. Taiga turned the little figure over in his hands, thumb brushing over its painted edges. His chest felt tight in a way that wasn't painful. Just full. Too full. Like something had finally been put where there'd always been an empty space. He didn't know what to do with a feeling like that. This wasn't guilt or grief or the sharp ache of memory he'd grown used to carrying. This was warm, steady, earned somehow. A thing given freely without expectation. Around him, the ship creaked and the crew laughed and Christmas lights flickered against the snow. For once, the past didn't claw at him. For once, the future didn't feel like something he had to brace for. Taiga held the action figure close, smiling to himself, and let the moment stay. If this is what it meant to belong, then he'd keep it. As a reminder. No matter what happens. The ship had settled into its nighttime quiet. Laughter had burned itself out, and everyone had retreated to their own corners. The Christmas lights were still on, softer now, swaying gently with the roll of the sea. Taiga sat on a coil of rope near the rail, the cool air biting just enough to keep him awake. Raj sat beside him, hands folded over his knees, ears twitching occasionally as if listening to things farther away than sound. They didn't speak at first. Raj was good at that. Taiga turned the little action figure over in his hand once more before tucking it safely in his coat. He stared out at the dark water, jaw tight.
"There is something that I wanted to talk to you about," he said finally.
Raj didn't look at him. He just nodded.
"Take your time."
Taiga exhaled slowly.
"I haven't told anyone else, because it sounds stupid or dramatic or like I'm trying to scare people away, maybe, I don't know."
Raj's voice was gentle.
"And you're worried that they will laugh?"
"Yeah,"
Taiga admitted.
"Or worse, that they won't."
He hesitated and pushed on before he could stop himself.
"When I go down in a fight," he said, "when it's bad, when I'm not really here anymore, I see someone."
Raj turned then, eyes attentive but calm.
"They're robed," Taiga continued, "face hidden. I always figured it was death. Makes sense, right? I'm bleeding out, everything's dark, there's a spooky figure waiting for me."
"Well, that would be a reasonable conclusion,"
Raj said. Taiga huffed a weak laugh.
"That's what I thought, but recently,"
his fingers tightened.
"when they spoke, they told me their name."
Raj's ears stilled.
"And I didn't recognize it," Taiga said. "Not anything I'd heard before. I told them that, and
He swallowed.
They sounded sad, like I'd disappointed them by not knowing."
Raj's brow furrowed slightly.
"Did they explain?"
"No,"
Taiga said quietly.
"I started coming back, woke up on the ground with everything hurting again."
He shook his head.
"I didn't get to ask, didn't get to understand."
The silence stretched, heavy but not uncomfortable. Raj rested a hand on Taiga's shoulder, solid and grounding.
"Some encounters are not meant to frighten us," he said at last. "Some are meant to prepare us, or remind us that there are truths we may have forgotten."
Taiga nodded, eyes still on the sea.
"I don't know if I'm scared of them,"
he admitted.
"I think I'm scared of what it means that they were sad."
Raj squeezed his shoulder gently.
"Then when you meet them again,"
he said, "perhaps you'll ask." Taiga let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. For the first time since the thought had taken root, it didn't feel so heavy.
"Thanks, Raj,"
he said.
"It's nice to have you here. I'm not quite sure what I'd do without you."
Marigold loved this stretch of the year, when the court held its breath in anticipation of the bloom ceremony. The great halls were dressed in flowers until the stone itself seemed to soften, and the air carried the sweetness of fresh fruit and green things newly cut. It was a fine time to be alive in the Bloom Court. Better still, it meant Chancellor Auburn would make an appearance among them. She had heard 100 stories about the man but never met him face to face, only glimpses here and there, at a balcony, across a hall, passing like a figure out of a painting. Yet even at a distance there was weight to him, the kind that settled a room without effort. He held the economy in one steady hand and the frost reaches at bay with the other, and somehow he made both look like reasonable work.
His clothes were immaculate, his manners precise, and nothing about him felt forced. Since Auburn had risen to power, the Bloom Court had known no wars of its own. That alone bordered on the miraculous, if one knew even a little history. There had been conflicts beyond their borders, certainly, but those were chosen carefully and ended decisively, and they tended to return coin and comfort rather than grief. For Marigold, and for many courtiers like her, it was an age of order and quiet pride, a season where the future felt, if not safe, then at least well tended. Her chambers were a riot of colour and fabric, as though the bloom ceremony itself had spilled inside ahead of schedule. Dresses lay draped over chairs, the bed, the very floor, silks the shade of new petals, fabric stitched with vines, embroidery so fine it seemed grown rather than sewn. She moved among them with careful consideration, chin lifted, eyes sharp. This dance mattered. It was, after all, one of those rare evenings where a woman might choose the shape of her own future. Not that she was desperate, far from it. No man presented to her so far had managed to strike the proper balance. Some were handsome but dull, others clever but slovenly. A few ambitious enough to be dangerous in the wrong way. Marigold's tastes were narrow, yes, but she considered that a virtue. One should be selective with shoes, with words, and especially with husbands. She settled at last on a gown of layered florals, pale gold and green. The skirts light enough to move when she breathed. The bodice fit her perfectly, as though it had been waiting for her all along. She adjusted a sleeve, smoothed out a crease, and regarded herself in the mirror with a small, satisfied smile. This, she thought, was how one looked when one intended to be remembered. And then she reached for the hat. It hung on its peg, plain and peculiar among all the finery. A fisherman's hat, soft-brimmed and well-worn, bearing no jewels, no silk, no sensible explanation. People had opinions about it, they always did. She ignored them all, of course. She could not recall where she'd found it, or who had first pressed it into her hands, but she remembered the feeling the moment she put it on. Steadier, surer, like standing with both feet planted at last. She set it on her head now, adjusting it so. The mirror reflected something different then. Not just a well-dressed courtier, but a woman entirely herself, capable, ready. She took up her shawl, straightened her spine, and swept from her chambers with a quickened step. The day waited beyond the doors, full of music and movement and possibility, and she intended to meet it properly, dressed for whatever came next. The training dummy split clean down the middle and flopped apart like it had finally lost the will to live. A shame, it had been the last one, and Telemus didn't have the money for another. He let out a grunt that was equal parts triumph and exhaustion. He dropped into his back, sword slipping from numb fingers to clatter uselessly on the stone. Sweat crawled down his face in sticky rivulets, stinging his eyes, his chest heaving like he'd fought for his life instead of swinging steel at straw. Weak, he thought, grimacing. Too weak after all these hours, after all this pain. He trained every day since he'd become eligible for the tournament, grinding himself down to see what was left underneath. The Scorched Dominion's annual contest, where warriors gather, meant to crown the strongest of them all. The winner earned a private audience with the Sunborn Emperor, and a place among his chosen, a reward worth more than belly, worth more than anything. Telemus stared up at the sky and pictured the Emperor, as he always did, towering, radiant, forged from legend rather than flesh. A hero, they said. Telemus believed it. He had to. Because if heroes were real, then maybe, after enough sweat, enough scars, he could become one too. He hauled himself up with a groan and left the corpse of the dummy where it lay. The basement smelled of old straw, rusted iron, and stubborn dreams. Stone steps led upwards, each one protesting under his boot as loudly as his joints. By the time he reached the upper floor, his arms were trembling again. Not from effort now, but from the absence of it. Funny how the body complained louder when you stopped. His room waited for him, small and plain, as though it had learned not to expect much. A narrow bed, a scarred table, a single chair that leaned like an old man refusing to sit straight. Telemus shut the door and let the quiet settle. His eyes went, as they always did, to the bedside table. The picture was worn thin at the edges, creased and faded by too many years and too many hands. His father stared out from it with a crooked grin and a confidence that looked effortless in retrospect. A hero. Back when that word still meant dying young for causes that hadn't learned to last. He'd fallen in the wars before the sun-born emperor had finally beaten peace into the world. Telemus swallowed and nodded once, as if the man could see him. I'm trying, he thought. I swear I am. Besides the picture sat the box. Plain wood, no ornament, no lock. It had weight enough to matter. His father's last gift. Lifted a few stiff words in a will that hadn't known how to say goodbye. Telemus hesitated, then lifted the lid. Inside lay the fruit. It looked wrong, too bright, too deliberate. Orange skin twisted in unnatural spirals, patterns that made the eye slide away if you stared too long. A devil fruit, rare, dangerous, powerful. Everyone knew the stories. Men remade into monsters, legends born overnight. Bodies changed by strength they hadn't earned. Telemus felt his fingers twitch towards it, then curl back into a fist. This would make things easier. This would all but guarantee notice. And that was the problem. He wanted to stand before the Emperor as himself. Wanted to win because he was stronger, not because he swallowed a miracle. Telemus closed the lid with a soft click, like a promise postponed, and slid the box back into its place. He undressed, every moment slow and aching, and lay down on the bed. The ceiling stared back at him, blank and uncaring. Tomorrow would hurt. Tomorrow always did. He smiled faintly at that thought and let his eyes close. Reed was 11 when his parents died. He remembered the blood first, not their faces, not their voices, just the blood. Dark and shining as oil, dragged in ugly streaks down the hallway boards. The front door hung crooked on its hinge, knocking gently against the frame as the night breathed cold air into the house. He'd heard the noise from his room, a crash, a shout cut short. By the time he crept down the stairs, bare feet careful on the steps, it was too late. Probably for the best if he was being honest. If he'd come sooner, what then? He was 11. He'd have died the same as them, only quicker. Children don't stop men with weapons. His sister had understood none of that. She screamed until her voice broke, clutching at his arm as if she meant to anchor herself to something solid. Her tears soaked into his sleeve, while her whole body shook with the effort of it. Reed didn't cry. He just stared. There's a kind of cold that settles in and never quite leaves. It found him there in that hallway, between the blood and the open door. It whispered something simple, something honest. Nothing in this life is guaranteed. Nothing in this life is safe. Who did it hardly mattered at that point. A thief grown bold, a pirate, a marine with orders and no patience. The world was thick with men who killed for money, or pride, boredom even. Pick any one of them and you'd not be wrong. The truth was plainer than that. They simply hadn't been ready. And if Reed ever let himself be unready again, the night would come knocking for him too. Quill was inconsolable for days after that. Not the quiet kind of grief that sits in the corner and trembles. Hers was loud, wet, endless. She cried until her eyes swelled near shut and her voice rasped to a ruin. She wandered the house as if she expected their parents to step out from some forgotten cupboard and scold her for the fuss. Reed found it irritating. The sound of it, constant, hopeless, gnawed at him. Crying was a poor investment. It paid nothing back. The dead stayed dead no matter how hard you begged them otherwise. Surely the sensible thing was to move on. Adjust. Survive. As far as the world was concerned, no one important had died. The news sheets didn't spare a line for it. No outraged column, no solemn tribute. Just another quiet little tragedy, swallowed whole by an uncaring city. His family hadn't been grand enough to matter. There wasn't much else to be done. The world hadn't stopped turning out of courtesy. So neither did he. He fetched water, found rags, and started cleaning before the bodies had even finished giving up their warmth. Blood dries black if you leave it long enough. He scrubbed until his fingers blistered and the boards looked more or less like boards again. Then he dug. The earth out back was stubborn and the work slow, but it was best to bury corpses before the bodies started to decay. Best done before the smell sets in. He did not look too closely as he covered them, just shoveled earth back into place and tapped it down flat. The next day, he set himself to the house. Drawers had been pulled out and overturned, their contents scattered like entrails across the floor. A chair lay on its side with one leg split clean through. Crockery crunched under his feet as he moved. Whoever had come through the door had not been gentle about it. They'd searched hard and fast, the way desperate men do. He stacked the plates that had survived, swept the shards into neat piles, slid drawers back into their grooves. There was something steadying about it, restoring order piece by piece. As he worked, a pattern emerged. The silverware was still in its felt-lined box. His father's old watch sat untouched on the mantel. Even the small purse of belly in the kitchen cupboard remained where it had always been, tucked behind the flour sack. If it was a thief, it wasn't a thorough one, or at least not an ordinary one. It didn't take too long to figure out what they were after. The small wooden box, plain, unremarkable to look at, had always been kept beneath the loose floorboard by the sofa. His parents had never spoken of it, but they had checked on it often enough. His mother's hands lingering a touch too long on the rug that concealed the hiding place. His father's eyes drifting, thoughtful, towards the boards where he thought no one noticed. Now the board was pried up, splintered, and the box was gone. Reed crouched there for a long moment, studying the torn wood. Not anger, not grief, just calculation. They hadn't taken silver, they hadn't taken money, they hadn't taken anything that might fetch a quick sale. They had come knowing what they wanted, and they had left the moment they had it. Reed ran a thumb along the splintered edge of the board. Valuable then. Valuable enough to kill for. And valuable enough to die protecting. He had let out a slow breath then, thin and tired, irritation settling over him like dust. Nothing was ever worth the price of a grave. He'd heard the stories, same as anyone. Heroes standing tall, men throwing themselves in front of blades for the sake of love or honor or some other pretty fantasy. It all sounded noble when sung by someone else. But once you're dead, you've surrendered the board. No more moves left to make, no more control. Just a corpse cooling on the floor while the world does as it pleases. Sacrifice, when he stripped the shine from it, seemed a selfish sort of thing. A final indulgence in feeling righteous. Reed had no appetite for righteousness. He pushed the board back into place and stood slowly. Most children, finding the reason for their parents' murder laid out so neatly, might have felt rage, might have sworn revenge. But he was not most children. Revenge was loud. Revenge was messy. Revenge got you noticed, and noticed got you dead. He had no desire to howl into the dark about fairness and justice. Fairness had already rendered its opinion to him. But information, that was different. Whoever had taken that box had known it existed, known where it was hidden. That meant planning, that meant purpose, and purpose meant a trail. However faint, he intended to follow it. Not for any love for his parents. Love had already proven a weakness. No. He would find out what had been in that box because someone had decided it was worth spilling blood over. And if it was worth that, then it was worth knowing. In this world, wealth could be stolen. Will can be broken. Strength faded. But information was power. Information endured. It shifted the balance before a fight ever began. It gives you an advantage. It lets a man choose where to stand. And Reed intended to stand on higher ground. Reed was 13 when he discovered who killed his parents. It turned out murder was not nearly as mysterious as people like to pretend. Men talked, men bragged, men drank. The real obstacle had been his age. It is difficult to ask dangerous questions when your voice still cracks. Adults have a talent for looking straight through children, as if they're part of the furniture. Most of the doors closed in his face had less to do with fear and more to do with dismissal. So Reed stopped asking. He started listening. He put himself in corners when no one bothered to look. Carried crates, swept floors, ran errands. He learned which dock workers drank too much and which clerks liked to boast about knowing important names. He followed scraps of rumour the way a hound follows scent, patient and methodical. In the end, the answer came not with thunder, but with a careless remark and a name spoken too freely. In that moment he realised not only who had done it, but more importantly where the box had gone. That was why he found himself working as a dishboy in a sour-smelling tavern at the ragged edge of town. The sort of place respectable men avoided in the daylight and frequented in the darkness. The pay was insultingly small, the work insultingly dull. His hands were forever pruned from grey water and cheap soap. He was not there for pay, he was there for proximity. The tavern had a private backroom, and certain powerful men had appetites that required privacy. It was a few weeks into his employment, on a night thick with smoke and ale, that the door swung wide and the air seemed to shift. A large man shouldered his way inside as though the building owed him space. He wore a broad hat pulled low and a mustache so laughably fake it looked like it might fall off. On his arm clung a young woman, no older than 20, perhaps younger, wrapped in a dress that laboured heroically to conceal very little. It was a poor disguise, but then, powerful men rarely expected to be scrutinised by dish boys. Even under the hat, even beneath the ridiculous mustache, Reed recognised him. Mayor Milano. The man who had given the order. The man whose signature had moved soldiers like pieces on a board. The man who had acquired a small wooden box at the cost of 2 quiet lives. The man Reed had come to see. He kept his head down, kept scrubbing, kept listening, eyes on his target. Slung across his shoulder was a narrow satchel, stained and unremarkable. Inside, wrapped in rag cloth, lay one of the only valuable things he owned. A stolen Den Mushi, pinched months ago from a courier careless enough to turn his back during a job. Not the common sort used for chatter either. This one was bred for images, for proof. The trick would be patience. Powerful men shed their disguises the way they shed their manners, once they felt safe, once they believed themselves amongst inferiors. Later into the night, the mayor grew louder. Reed had seen to that. It isn't difficult to make a man drunker than he intends to be, not when he already believes himself in control. A generous pour here, a bottle swapped there, a fresh glass set down before the old one's properly finished. The tavern's usual drink quietly replaced with something sharper from the back shelf. He laughed too hard at his own jokes, slapped the table as if it had insulted him. The girl on his arm smiled with the distant patience of someone counting money in their head. Reed drifted in and out of the private room with the ease of habit, collecting empties, delivering refills, eyes lowered, ears open. The hat came off first. It landed on the table with a careless thump, revealing thinning hair plastered damply to the scalp. The mayor wiped his brow with a handkerchief embroidered finer than the entire tavern deserved. Then came the mustache. He scratched at it once, twice, grimaced.
I don't even know why I bother with this damn thing,
the mayor grumbled, fingers clawing irritably at his upper lip.
It itches like shit.
The girl smirked, hands trailing a line on his chest.
Well then, take it off.
He hesitated only a second. Then he peeled the mustache free with a grunt of annoyance, tossed it onto the table beside his hat.
There,
he said. The alcohol had done its work. His shoulders loosened, his laughter deepened. He leaned closer to his companion, one thick hand cupping her jaw as if the room belonged to him, and all within it were props in her play he funded. Reed was already moving. He shifted in the shadow just beyond the doorway, tray balanced on his hip. The satchel hung open. Inside, the Denden Mushi stirred faintly, its small eyes blinking awake as his fingers brushed its shell. The mayor lowered his head, slow and certain. His eyes slid shut. The woman raised her chin to meet him, one hand curling into the front of his coat. Their mouths touched. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to that single arrogant moment. His face bare, his features unguarded, every line of it plain as a confession. Reed pressed the trigger. The Denden Mushi gave a soft, damp click, no louder than a knuckle cracking, swallowed whole by the murmur of drink and laughter around them. And just like that, it was finished. He did not stand to admire his work. Admiration was for artists and idiots. He shifted his weight and let the tray tip deliberately against the doorframe. Wood knocked wood, a harmless clatter.
Sorry,
he muttered, pitching his voice thin and forgettable. He moved on at once, eyes lowered, shoulders rounded, already fading back into the blur of labour and steam. Just the dish boy again. Just a pair of wet hands and a bowed head. Reed did not believe in justice. Justice was a story men told themselves so they could sleep at night. A pleasant ideal. The only people who prattled on about justice were fools with clean hands or powerful men with dirty ones. The first believed the world fair because they never tested it, and the second believed in shaping fairness to fit their own reflection. Evil men prospered, but then again, sometimes they didn't. There was no grand design in that, no cosmic ledger being carefully balanced. Some villains choked on their ambition, others died in silk sheets at a very old age. The world spun on regardless. Morality did not steer progress. Ability did. Cold, practical efficiency. It did not care who bled, only whether the job was done. It had no favourites, no grudges, no mercy. It was honest in a way justice never managed to be. So when Reed found himself standing outside the mayor's building, the satchel hanging quiet and heavy at his side, he did not mistake his purpose. He wasn't there for justice or revenge. He was there for his own advantage, to climb the ladder. Every rung in this world was slick with someone else's blood. You either learned to step carefully or you slipped back down to the bottom, and he had no intention of slipping. The photograph rested in the satchel like a coiled blade, not meant to be swung wildly, meant to be placed carefully against the throat and pressed just enough. The mayor worked in a broad stone building near the centre of the city, all tall windows and polished brass handles meant to suggest importance. Reed approached it in a clean shirt 2 sizes too large and shoes polished to a dull shine. Respectable enough to enter, but forgettable enough not to be remembered. The receptionist sat behind a wide oak desk near the entrance, a thin woman with a pair of tiny spectacles. Her hair was pinned so tightly it seemed painful.
Yes,
she asked without looking up. Reed had arranged a meeting not long after taking the photograph, sending a carefully worded letter under a name that wasn't his own. In his letter, he had posed as a modest shipping intermediary, with an interest in civic-minded outreach. Old enough to be taken seriously, but vague enough to avoid verification. He had written the request in neat, deliberate script and delivered it through a courier who had asked no questions so long as he was paid. The proposal had been intentionally dull. A brief discussion regarding charitable optics in the dock district. 10 minutes of the mayor's time. No press, no formal commitment required. It was the sort of meeting that slotted easily between more important appointments.
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Shipley,
he began evenly.
I have a meeting with the mayor.
The receptionist ran a finger down the ledger, lips moving faintly as she located the name. Only then did she glance up and properly see him. Her brows drew together at once.
And you are?
His son,
Reed said without hesitation. Her eyes sharpened, measuring.
And he has sent you instead?
He was called away unexpectedly,
Reed replied smoothly.
There is a dispute at the docks. A shipment that arrived late. He couldn't afford to ignore it.
A plausible inconvenience. Commerce was unpredictable. Merchants were constantly tugged in 5 different directions at once. A stand-in wasn't uncommon either. Merchants sent sons, councilmen sent nephews. Assistants arrived in place of principals all the time. Power liked to multiply itself through proxies, after all. The receptionist studied him more closely now.
And he thought it was appropriate to send a child?
He offered a small apologetic smile.
My father believes efficiency is best demonstrated early. He said if I cannot present a simple proposal clearly, I have no business inheriting one.
Reed had done his homework. The secretary had 2 children, both disappointments if the whispers were to be believed. Poor marks, poor discipline, a talent for falling short of standards she'd sharpened daily like knives. She was the sort of woman who believed initiative in youth was a moral virtue, not an inconvenience, the sort that would look at a boy standing in for his father with respect. He'd chosen the hour of the meeting carefully too. She worked mornings, another clerk handled the afternoons. Success was never certain. The world had a habit of spoiling even the neatest plans, but you'd be a fool not to load your pockets with every advantage you can carry before you sit down at the table. She glanced down at the ledger again and scratched a note in with quick, decisive strokes.
So be it, she said. You can have your 10 minutes. Follow me.
And he did. The corridor smelled of polish and paper, layers of important stacks neatly on shelves. She stopped at a broad oak door and gave it a tidy professional knock.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Shipley's son is here to see you.
A muffled sound from within. Permission enough. She turned then, leaning down slightly towards Reed, lowering her voice as though imparting sacred wisdom.
No theatrics, all right?
For a moment the hard lines of her face softened. A mother slipped through the cracks of a bureaucrat.
Make your father proud.
Reed offered the small earnest nod expected of him. She straightened, smoothed out her skirt, and retreated down the corridor, already returning to her cold secretarial persona. The door stood open, and Reed stepped inside, alone. The mayor's office was larger than Reed had expected, but smaller than he thought it should be. Shelves heavy with ledgers lined one wall. A broad desk dominated the centre, polished to a sheen that reflected the window light. Mayor Milano sat behind it, face flushed with irritation before Reed had even spoken.
Yes, be quick.
No hat now, no ridiculous false mustache to hide behind. The mayor's face was on full display, and it did him no favours. Heavy jowls sagged towards his collar like they were trying to escape the rest of him. His hair had retreated in sensible surrender, thinning across a scalp that shone faintly in the light from the window. He wore wealth the way some men wore armour, thick and obvious. The suit was cut from fabrics too fine for this city, cloth that had crossed half the sea and emptied more than a few purses along the way. Imported, expensive, unnecessary. It strained slightly at the buttons when he breathed. Reed stepped forwards and closed the door gently behind him.
I appreciate your time,
he began.
I don't have much of it, the mayor snapped, so make it quick.
I will,
Reed said calmly. He approached the desk and set the satchel down carefully. He did not sit.
I've come to discuss your, generosity,
he said. The mayor snorted.
You people always do.
Reed reached into the satchel. The mayor's irritation deepened.
If you've brought paperwork, leave...
Reed withdrew the photograph. He did not slide it immediately. He let the mayor see the edge of it first. Then he placed it flat upon the desk, turned it around. The mayor looked, and he went very still. The colour drained from his face so quickly it was almost fascinating. There he was, hatless, moustache discarded, hand tangled in silk fabric that did not belong to his wife, mouth pressed greedily against the young woman's lips, eyes closed, unmistakable. The silence in the room thickened.
This,
the mayor began, but the word died in his throat. He snatched the photograph up.
Where did you get this?
His voice had dropped low and dangerous.
Who put you up to this?
No one,
Reed said. The mayor stood abruptly, chairs scraping hard against the floor.
You insolent little...
He rounded the desk in 2 strides, fists clenched.
Do you have any idea what I could do to you?
Yes, Reed replied evenly. That pause, small but crucial, made the mayor hesitate. Reed continued, his tone conversational.
You could have me beaten, arrested, disappeared.
The mayor's nostril flared.
But, of course, if I fail to return home by dusk, Reed added, a copy of that image will be delivered to your wife. The mayor blinked. And if I am killed, Reed went on, the messenger has instructions to deliver 2 copies, one to your wife and one to the press. The mayor stared at him.
You're lying,
he said, though the conviction was thin. I am not. The truth was more flexible than that. Reed had indeed arranged for a courier, an old dock runner who owed him a favour, to deliver a sealed envelope if Reed did not collect it by the evening. The runner did not know the contents, only the instructions.
No, you are bluffing.
The mayor tried again, but he did not strike. Reed watched him carefully. The anger was real, the outrage too, but beneath it, fear. It bloomed quickly, almost embarrassingly so. The mayor's gaze darted towards the door, then the windows. His breathing had gone shallow. So this was the man, the one that had signed an order that ended 2 lives without ever seeing their faces. He folded quickly, pathetically. Not a mastermind, not a strategist, just a bloated opportunist who mistook position for intelligence.
How much? The mayor demanded suddenly. You want money, is that it?
Reed tilted his head. Not particularly, he said. The mayor blinked.
What?
I don't want money. The confusion that followed was almost comical.
Then what do you want?
The mayor snapped. A job. Silence again.
You're joking.
I am not.
You can't be more than 13.
I am 13, Reed agreed. That makes me cheap. The mayor gaped at him.
I don't need a child in my office.
Maybe not, Reed said calmly. But you need me. The mayor's face reddened.
You overstep.
You needed a false mustache to hide from your own city, Reed interrupted gently. You drank yourself into a stupor in a public tavern. You allowed a dish boy to take this photo of you without your knowledge. He pointed at the picture as if to punctuate his point. The mayor's mouth opened, then closed again. You are not careful, Reed said. You are not clever. And that is a dangerous combination. The mayor stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. I can be useful, he continued. I listen. I notice. I anticipate. I can prevent mistakes before they ever happen. I can make problems disappear before they grow teeth. The mayor swallowed. It doesn't have to be on record, he added. No official position, no salary if you prefer to be discreet. But I will work closely with you. I will sit in on discussions. I will manage information. And in return, this problem goes away.
You expect me to bring a child into my affairs?
The mayor said weakly. You have no choice, Reed replied. The mayor sank slowly back into his chair. His fingers trembled slightly as they set the photograph down. For a long moment he said nothing. Reed watched the calculations attempt to form behind his eyes, watched them falter, watched panic smother pride. Finally he spoke.
And if I agree,
the mayor muttered,
this never leaves the room.
Of course, Reed said.
And you answer to me?
Naturally.
And if you're so much as...
You won't give me a reason to, Reed replied. Another silence. Then quietly, bitterly even.
Fine.
Reed inclined his head. The mayor looked older, somehow, smaller.
I'll have you brought into the side entrance, he said. You'll be listed as an errand clerk, temporary.
Thank you, boss. The mayor flinched at the title. Reed retrieved the photograph and slid it back into his satchel. The blade sheathed again. Power is seldom forged by the strong. It's often stolen from the careless. And Mayor Milano had just handed him the first rung of a very, very tall ladder. Reed was 16 on the day of the attack. He spent the last few years working in the mayor's office, though working was a generous word for the arrangement at first. The mayor had been sour about it all, resentful of the boy who had cornered him into the role. Meetings were shorter when Reed entered the room. Instructions were given through clenched teeth. There were muttered complaints about children meddling in grown affairs. But results had a way of quieting pride. It would have been a bold lie to say the city prospered under Mayor Milano. The streets were no cleaner, the people no richer. But approval was another matter entirely. The mayor had never been more popular, and that part was all Reed's doing. He understood something fundamental about politics. He only noticed what stops hurting. So sometimes Reed made sure there was something to fix. An infestation of rats in the warehouse district, for example. Unpleasant, visible, Urgent. The mayor announced swift action, and within days the problem vanished, and the public applauded decisive leadership. No one ever wondered where the rats had come from. People were busy, hungry, tired. Most only paid attention when the problem crawled directly into their lives. That was the trick of politics. Not solving problems, but creating problems to be solved. While the mayor enjoyed his rising reputation, Reed worked quietly in the shadows of it all. Documents passed through the office every day. Permits, shipping records, tax ledgers, complaints, contracts. Most clerks skimmed them. Reed devoured them. Information was weight, and he intended to grow heavy with it. Occasionally the mayor met with Marines or minor world government officials. Nothing grand. Petty administrators, officers delivering reports, couriers passing through on their way to something more important. But important men carried important papers. A bag misplaced for an hour, a document borrowed and then returned before anyone noticed, maps unfolded and copied late at night beneath lamplight, shipping charts, route schedules, names attached to titles that sounded far more impressive than the men wearing them. Reed took everything he could without disturbing the pattern. Sometimes he followed them too. Marines were predictable when sober and careless when drunk. Over dinner they bragged over drinks, they complained, and the complaints had a habit of revealing far more than official reports ever did. The city was often a waypoint for them, just a stop-off along a larger journey, a place to sleep before carrying something important further along the chain. 3 years of quiet observation added up, little scraps, names, routes, habits, fragments of conversations half remembered by the men who spoke them. Individually they meant very little, but together they began to form something more substantial. Anything Reed considered useful he copied, discreetly, because the things that looked useless today had a nasty habit of becoming very important later on. It was the first day of November when the mayor called Reed into his office.
Hey there, kid.
The mayor attempted a smile. He came up crooked and a little sad. Over the years the bitterness had worn off him, and the man seemed to genuinely like him now, in the way powerful men sometimes grow fond of the tools that kept them standing. In his hands was a letter. The paper trembled slightly as he looked down at it again.
They are demanding a complete surrender, boy.
Reed didn't answer right away. He stepped around the desk instead, coming to stand beside the mayor and leaning slightly to look over the letter. His eyes moved quietly across the page.
It's the Ragnar pirates,
the mayor swallowed.
They want the city, the land, everything. And if we refuse,
his eyes flicked back to the letter.
They are threatening to burn the whole place to the ground.
Silence stretched between them. The mayor looked up at Reed then, the confidence drained clean out of him.
What do we do?
He asked.
The Marines, they'll protect us, right?
Reed didn't answer immediately. Why would they bother? The Marines were a business same as any other. They dealt at control and appearances. Protection was simply the story they told while collecting the bill. If they could look like they tried, look like they cared, then why waste the manpower on actually saving the place? Anyone who complained would likely be dead by the time the questions were asked. And afterwards, the tragedy would become useful. A burned city was an excellent excuse for stronger patrols, stricter laws, more authority handed neatly into Marine hands. Pirates would be blamed, and order would be tightened. Reed let those thoughts pass quietly behind his eyes.
Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, he said at last, voice calm as still water. I'll sort something out.
The truth was, Reed had been expecting something like this. In the past month, he'd noticed too many little signs. An attack had been brewing for a while now, so he had already made preparations. And besides, it was about time he found himself a new job anyway. The tavern was thick with bodies, merchants loosening their collars after a day's work, dock hands shouting over mugs of cheap ale, families crowded around tables, laughter rolling through the smoke-heavy air. The place smelled of salt, sweat, and beer-stained wood. Reed slipped through the press of people, eyes moving from table to table, searching, until he found what he was looking for. He crossed the room and sat down at a small corner table without asking. Across him sat a large man, enormous head, tiny eyes, almost comically small for the sheer width of his skull. But the smile, now that was something else. Wide, crooked, the kind that stretched too far across the face, like it had been carved there by someone with a poor sense of proportion. An unsettling man, made worse by the tiny hat perched on the top of his head, like a joke no one had explained. The man peered over the rim of his mug, surprised he hadn't expected company.
Can I help you?
He asked, curiosity creeping into his voice. Reed had no interest in circling the point.
Let us skip the dance, he said. I know who you are, and I know who you work for.
The man's grin widened.
Is that so?
Abel Kibbleton, Reed said.
The butcher?
A pause.
But that is not all you are, of course, he continued. You are a pirate, one who works directly under Ragnar.
Well, those are interesting accusations there, kid.
The man's voice was irritatingly cheerful. It scraped unpleasantly against Reed's patience.
And how exactly, the man continued lightly, did you come by that idea?
Your handwriting, Reed said. The grin faltered.
My what?
In the letter you sent the mayor. Now the man blinked.
How do you know my handwriting?
You're a butcher, Reed said. You sell meat. One of your largest buyers happens to be a government official. I've seen the receipts. Reed shrugged faintly. It didn't mean much at the time, of course, but the match is perfect. I suggest next time to avoid handwriting your threatening letters. The man exhaled slowly.
Well, he said. Subtlety was never my strong suit.
He took another drink.
But that still don't explain how you knew I'd be here tonight, though.
You don't live in this city, obviously, Reed replied. But you have been here for about a week. The man said nothing. At first I assumed you were making a delivery, he went on. But you stayed longer than a trader typically would. Reed leaned back slightly. Then I realized you were doing what I do. The man tilted his head.
And what is that?
Gathering information. But just not quite as well. A beat. Taverns are ideal for it, he continued. Loose tongues, loose pockets. You've been visiting different ones each evening. He gestured lazily around the room. And this was the last tavern you haven't checked yet. The large man chuckled.
Well, looks like you caught me red-handed, he said.
He drained half his mug.
You're wrong about one thing, though. I'm not just here for information.
He lifted the mug towards him, tapping on the glass. I'm here for the drinks too. He laughed loudly. Reed found the sound intensely irritating. The man carried himself far too casually for someone responsible for an incoming pirate invasion. It made Reed wonder, was this what powerful men were really like? Abel placed his mug back on the table.
So, he said, eyes glinting, what exactly are you here for then?
I am here to bargain, Reed said. One eyebrow rose. Reed opened his satchel. I have information, he said. Documents, marine patrol routes, government shipments, islands of strategic interest. He paused. And far more that I haven't even written down yet. Finally, he placed a small wooden box on the table. Abel's eyes flicked to it immediately. Oh, and this as well. Reed opened the lid. Inside sat a pale lemon-shaped fruit, its skin marked with strange swirling patterns. A devil fruit. Abel's eyes darted between him and the fruit.
Oh, buddy, he said slowly. You do seem clever.
He leaned back.
But I'm not here to negotiate. Ragnar's claim on the island has already been decided.
He shrugged. Sorry, kid. Reed glanced around the tavern. Oh, no. You do not want this island, he said casually. Abel frowned. I have run the numbers. The economy is collapsing. The population is aging. I mean, even if you took it, you'd gain nothing but a dying port. It'd be far more difficult to maintain, and it is of no strategic interest to you. Abel lifted his bug again.
I mean, be that as it may, he said lightly. We'll burn it down anyway. Can't be seen showing weakness.
A sip. Reed shrugged. Oh, you can destroy the island. I don't care. Abel froze mid-drink. Slowly, he lowered his mug.
What?
I can even help, actually, Reed continued. That earned him a stare. I can reduce resistance, quietly move a few things, make sure no one causes you trouble. Abel blinked.
Sorry, he said. I'm not sure that I follow. What is it exactly that you want?
Reed smiled faintly. You see, I've reached the ceiling here. He tapped the table once. And I want something bigger. Abel narrowed his eyes.
And you're asking to join us?
Yes, to put it simply. The large man leaned back in his chair.
Well now, he said, that is new. You do realize we're pirates, right, kid?
He added.
We kill people?
People die constantly, Reed said with a sigh. All throughout history, men twist themselves into knots trying to prove that they're the righteous ones. It is exhausting. He shrugged. I do not care about being good. I don't particularly care about being bad either. He folded his hands calmly. My loyalty is to my own advancement and the pursuit of knowledge. That is all. Abel studied him.
So if betraying us improved your position, you would?
If Ragnar truly is the strongest man alive, Reed said, then that shouldn't be a problem, should it? For a moment, Abel just stared. Then he burst into laughter. A deep, full-bodied laugh that shook the table.
You know what?
he said. I like you, kid. He pointed a thick finger at Reed. Why not? Fuck it. Let's do it.
Reed nodded. It was a beginning. Given time, he was confident he could do the same here as he had with the mayor. Make himself useful, then indispensable. In the end, ability had a way of outweighing everything else. When the island burned, everyone would just assume he'd gone with it. For a moment, his thoughts drifted to his sister. She would have to believe that too. He would make sure she wasn't harmed, though. Not for any sentimental reasons, he told himself, though he struggled to find a better explanation. Abel turned the box slowly and pushed it back towards Reed.
As for this, he said, I think you should eat it.
Reed blinked.
You want me to? If you're joining us, you might as well be useful for more than just information.
Reed considered that. Planning was powerful, but sometimes the world broke plans anyway. And in those moments, strength couldn't hurt. He nodded.
I mean, as you wish, Abel.
The man winced.
Don't call me that.
He leaned back, grin returning.
I don't really use that name anymore.
What should I call you then? Reed asked.
Acceptance.
Reed nodded. Very well. Acceptance studied him.
Speaking of names, he said, I never got yours.
Reed smiled. If we are using nicknames, he said calmly, why don't you just call me Bargaining? The room was cold. It was always cold. Didn't matter the season, didn't matter the reason. Some things just were, and no amount of wishing changed them. Her hair hung long and wild, a tangled curtain spilling down her back and pooling on the floor, like something dead and forgotten. She hadn't cut it in, well, she couldn't remember when. Hadn't cared to either. Her fingers tightened around the mug, knuckles pale against the heat. That was something at least. A scrap of warmth in a world that seemed determined to offer none. She stared into the brown liquid like it might have answers. It never did. Funny how things turned out. One moment you're living a life, your life, and the next you're this, a prisoner. Not of chains, but of circumstance. She'd fought it at first. But time wears a person down. Eventually you stop fighting. Eventually you accept. This or death, she told herself often enough. And death, well. The sadness came, as it always did, heavy and familiar. Philip drifted into her thoughts, uninvited but never unwelcome. He did that, always had. She wondered, pointlessly, what had become of him. If he'd moved on, if he'd forgotten, if he'd lived a full life, grown old, died peacefully in a world that still made sense. Over 800 years ago. She let out a slow breath, something halfway between a sigh and a laugh. He was dust now, history, a name no one spoke, and she was still here, displaced in time. The Den Mushi started ringing. She stared at it for a moment, as if it might stop out of sheer embarrassment. It didn't. With a quiet sigh, she reached out and lifted the receiver.
Depression. I don't have much time.
She knew the voice at once. Bargaining. Usually smooth, usually in control. Not today. Today he sounded desperate.
What is it?
She asked, flat as ever.
I have failed my mission.
A ragged breath.
I need time to recover. I got too close to the fire and, well, you can guess the rest. I need your help.
She shifted the receiver slightly. Yes?
I need every section member reassigned. Immediately. I still have eyes on the target. They haven't found my plant.
Her brow twitched. Just a fraction.
But acceptance? I lost acceptance for forgiveness later, he said quickly. Please. I don't ask for things very often.
No, he didn't. That much was true. Depression held the receiver loosely, letting the silence stretch. The consequences? They felt distant, unimportant. If Bargaining wanted to gamble, burn, fall apart, that was his business. Didn't matter to her.
Fine,
she said at last.
They're scattered, though. Don't expect them all at once. That is fine, he replied. I just need them to slow them down. Buy myself some time to think.
Okay. A pause, then softer.
Thank you.
The line went dead. She lowered the receiver, staring at it for a moment longer than necessary. The thanks lingered, thin and hollow. She knew what she was. A tool, a function. Another turning cog in a machine that never stopped and never cared. Better than death, she supposed. Though some days she wasn't so sure. The punch snapped the dummy's head clean off. It bounced once, twice, then rolled to a stop like it had somewhere better to be. Rosemary stared at it, chest heaving. Well, that's just great, she muttered. Another one gone. Another expense she couldn't really afford. She dragged a towel across her face, smearing sweat and chalk and a little bit of blood that might have been hers. She hated fighting. That was the irony of this. She hated the noise, the stink, the way people looked at her like she was something between a weapon and a spectacle. But it was the only thing she could do better than anyone else she knew. And being good at something tends to chain you to it. Bills don't care about what you hate. Her eyes drifted to the poster nailed crooked on the gym wall. A larger-than-life version of her grinned back, holding a golden belt high overhead, far cleaner than the real thing.
Engine number 9, the 10-foot machine defends her boxing championship. Tickets on sale now.
She snorted. 10 foot. She was 9'5" on a generous day, but exaggeration sold tickets, and tickets meant bury, and bury meant survival. Truth had never paid half as well as a good lie. She grimaced at it. Her parents would have hated it. They wanted her to build something, do something meaningful, leave the world better than she found it. Instead, she wanted to be strong, wanted to be feared, wanted to be cool, which in hindsight was about the stupidest ambition a person could have. Funny thing about parents, though, it's easy to argue with them when they're still breathing. Much harder once you've buried them. Her hand drifted to her neck, fingers brushing the beads resting there. Worn, smooth with age. Her mother's. The only thing she'd kept. The only thing she could stand to keep. She packed her things in silence and stepped outside. The village stretched out before her. It was patched together, stubborn, clinging to life like a man too proud to admit he's dying. It had a charm to it, peaceful too, but it was the sort of peace that felt like it might shatter if you spoke too loudly. People nodded as she passed, smiled, some even waved. She gave them something back, close enough to a smile to pass, but it always felt wrong on her face, like wearing someone else's skin. They called her a hero, but she never felt like one. When the pirates had come, she stepped forwards without hesitation. Of course she had. She was the strongest fighter in the village. That's what strength is for, isn't it? Standing in front when everyone else steps back. And she'd been excited. That was the part that stuck in her throat. The excitement. The thrill of finally having a stage big enough for her strength. But the feeling had faded quickly. Reality has a way of ruining a good story. There were too many of them, stronger and faster than she could have ever imagined. She fought, God, she fought, broke bones, crushed skulls, tore through men like she was trying to convince the world she deserved to win. But it wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. People died. Each one left a mark on her. Small on its own, but altogether it was heavy, crushing. The worst of them were her parents. A bitter little lesson carved into blood. All that defiance for nothing. Strength doesn't mean you get to choose who lives. In the end, all she managed to do was hold the line long enough for someone stronger to arrive. Someone more experienced than her. She remembered the aftermath more clearly than the fight itself. Curled up, bleeding, wrapped in an oversized coat of the Marine who dragged them out of what would have been an utter massacre. It hung off her like a child playing at being bigger than she was. Useless for warmth, but she clutched it anyway. She couldn't stop shaking, the adrenaline leaking out of her in slow, miserable drips. Every breath a fight of its own, like her body hadn't quite decided whether it was worth the effort to keep going. Besides her in that coat, though, there was someone else. Yokhan. They hadn't really known each other before, not properly, just faces in passing. But surviving something like that, it cuts through the nonsense, leaves only the truth. Yokhan hadn't looked at her like a hero or a weapon, just a person. A broken one, maybe, but still worth talking to. And that had been new to her. They continued talking after that day. And over time, that talking turned into something easier, lighter. Rosemary found herself smiling without forcing it, laughing even. Food tasted better, days didn't feel quite so long. Strange how one person can make the world feel less like something you're enduring. It wasn't sudden, nothing ever is. Just small moments stacking up until they tipped over into something else. Something warmer. And before she really noticed it happening, they weren't just surviving alone anymore. They were together. She passed beneath the cherry tree leaning over the house she shared with Yokhan, its branches creaking like an old man with too many regrets. Petals clung to her boots. She fumbled her keys into the lock and pushed the door open, a tired sort of warmth settling in her chest. "I'm home," she called, stepping inside. The smell hit her first, salty broth, rich and familiar.
"Welcome home, kitten,"
came Yokhan's voice from the kitchen, just out of sight. The house was small, a corridor with rooms stitched into it like an afterthought. Still, it beat most of the rotting shacks on the island. Not that it came cheap, nothing ever did. This place and most everything else on the island belonged to a handful of well-dressed parasites who called themselves businessmen. They charged just enough to keep people alive, and not a belly more. All legal, of course, but it felt criminal to her. Still, Rosemary counted herself lucky. Lucky she could afford this much. Lucky she could keep Yokon and Yokon's little brother out of something worse. As if right on cue, a thunder of small footsteps came barreling down the corridor.
Engine number 9!
Ideo burst into view like a cannonball with legs. 7 years old, all noise and bluster. He threw himself at her, and she dropped to one knee to catch him, ruffling his hair. Couldn't blame him for the name. That version of her was cooler.
How many people did you beat up today?
He asked, eyes bright with the sort of enthusiasm that only comes from not knowing any better. She smiled. None. I was just training today. Sorry to disappoint.
Aw.
The disappointment lasted all of a half of a heartbeat.
Never mind. Show me how you do your explosive punch. I've been waiting all day.
Rosemary's smile slipped for a moment, though she forced it back into place. It was sweet in its way, seeing him look at her like she was something grand, but there was an ugly edge to it too. She didn't want him growing up to be like her. Maybe later, she said. You should finish up your studying first.
But that's boring. When I grow up, I want to fight people, not read books.
She hoped he'd grow out of it in time. Come to see there was more value in a sharp mind than hard fists. Books, lessons, and all that quiet sort of power she never had the chance to get her hands on herself. But until then, there were worse things she could teach him than how to protect himself. She gave him a motherly smile and said, well, how about this then? You practice a few punches in your room first, and I'll show you something after dinner.
Yay!
And just like that, he was gone again, off to commit violence against something that couldn't complain about it. Rosemary stood, stretching the stiffness out of her back, and wandered to the kitchen doorway. Yokon turned, smiling.
Sorry about him.
She started. Oh, that's no problem. Rosemary cut in. He's excited, and that's just what little boys do.
You're so good with him.
Yokon said.
I never know what to do when he gets like that.
Rosemary snorted. You're doing just fine. Better than fine. She stepped closer. You've done more than anyone should have to, raising him like this. You didn't choose that. Yokon didn't answer. Didn't need to. Rosemary slipped her arms around her from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder. Truthfully, you're doing great, she murmured. Then after a beat, and this smells incredible.
It's my special stew,
Yokon said, a note of pride slipping through. You know I love your special stew.
You didn't at first.
Well, it grows on you. Like most good things. She held her there for a moment, soaking in the warmth, the steady rise and fall of her breathing, the quiet, the fragile, fleeting quiet. In these moments, Rosemary didn't feel like she was bracing for something. Yokon broke the silence.
Are you really going to take that match next week?
Rosemary sighed, her grip loosening just a fraction. I'll have to. Rent's gone up again.
They're bleeding you dry, and they take most of your earnings,
Yokon said, staring into the pot like it had personally offended her. I know, Rosemary said, but just knowing doesn't pay. Yokon turned down the heat, jaw tight.
There has to be something else.
Rosemary reached up, turning her face towards her. It'll be okay, my cherry waif, she said softly. I'll keep winning. Someone with deeper pockets will notice eventually, I'm sure. She glanced down the hall, where dull thuds suggested Ideo was enthusiastically dismantling something soft. And when he's older, she added, you can go off and do what you actually want. Help people. Protect them. Yokon met her eyes.
Like you should.
There it was again. Yokon.
I know you don't want to hear it,
she said, not backing down.
But you could make a difference. That Marine saved us. You could be that for someone else.
Rosemary let her go. I don't want to be pointed at things and told to kill them, she said, a little too quickly. I don't want to be a part of that war. The irony of that hung thick in the air. She chose not to look at it too closely. Yokon just looked at her, quiet, the kind of look that peeled things back whether you liked it or not. Rosemary looked into her big green eyes. Not that you shouldn't, she added, softer now. I get it. I really do, she sighed, resting a hand on Yokon's cheek. I'm just scared, she admitted. After the attack, I know what real violence looks like now. And yeah, I may look tough, but you know better. A pause. I'm scared of losing you, of losing him, losing myself. The word sat there, heavy and honest. I love that you want to go out there and change things, she said. And maybe someday I could stand there beside you. Another pause. But not yet. Not like this. Yokon's expression softened.
You're right. I'm sorry,
she said quietly. It's okay, my dear, Rosemary said. I know I'm not easy. Yokon huffed a small laugh.
I'm worse, but you put up with me anyway.
She leaned in and kissed her, soft and certain. When she pulled back, she said,
Just know I love you. no matter what you choose.
She grinned and then added,
Besides, I'm working as hard as I can to protect you next time.
Rosemary let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. I love you too. I really do. Rosemary had taken to walking at night. Sleep rarely held out for long these days. She'd gone to bed besides Yokon, same as always. But after an hour or two of staring into the dark and listening to her own thoughts gnaw at each other, she'd given up and gone wandering. The shoreline lay quiet beneath the moon, the water silvered and shifting, soft-looking in the way knives sometimes do. Out beyond the village, a cluster of caves jutted from the edge of the island. Rosemary liked to sit there now and then, staring out across the open sea, imagining all the horrors the world had waiting beyond the horizon. A comforting habit, in its own miserable way. Nothing makes a person feel quite so small as a dark ocean. She rounded the mouth of the cave and stopped dead. There was someone inside. A shape in the gloom, seated with his back to her. Bigger than her, which was saying something, and saying it loud. Rosemary felt her stomach drop clean through her boots. There was something wrong about him. Not just dangerous. Dangerous, she understood. This was something worse. Something that made every inch of her want to turn and run, while the rest of her stood there stupid as a fence post. Then she heard him eating. Crunching. Wet. Ugly crunching. As if whatever he had in his mouth was both brittle and raw at once. Meat and bone together. The sound of something that had been alive not too long ago. Rosemary took a step back, and a loose stone shifted under her heel. It was just a tiny sound. Barely anything. But it was enough. The crunching stopped. Slowly. Far too slowly. The figure turned its head. It swiveled round with a hideous, sticky squelch, like the motion hurt the world more than it hurt him. Moonlight spilled across his face. He had a big, round head and tiny little eyes, absurdly small for the rest of him, almost childish if there hadn't been anything human in them. Perched on top was a ridiculous little cowboy hat. His shirt hung open at the throat, just enough to show a giant V tattooed across his neck and chest. But the worst thing by far was the smile. It split his face near in half. Too wide. Too easy.
Oh, hello there,
he said, bright as a shopkeeper greeting a customer. Rosemary said nothing. Couldn't have if her life depended on it, which she had a nasty feeling it just might.
Now, don't be shy,
the man went on.
Look at you, all tall and long-armed,
he said with the warm appreciation of a man judging livestock.
Who are you?
Rosemary managed at last. The words came out thin and frail, like they'd rather stayed inside her.
Ooh,
he said, rising to his feet.
Where are my manners?
He stood, and the cave suddenly seemed very small. He filled it, not just with his size, but with himself, as if the dark had been waiting there all along to shape itself around him.
You can call me Acceptance, he said. Pleasure to meet you.
He grinned wider then, if that was possible, and Rosemary noticed his teeth were wet with blood. She didn't know what to say. All her senses were being overwhelmed at once. Acceptance tilted his head, the monstrous smile never wavering.
Now that right there, he said, is an expression I've seen many times before.
Rosemary's throat worked, but nothing came out.
That look.
He tapped one thick finger against his temple.
Terror. Trying his hardest to dress up as bravery. Admirable, really.
He sniffed the air, deep and pleased, like a man enjoying stew on a stove. She swallowed, her mouth dry as ash. What do you want? He spread his hands, almost sheepish.
Well, truth be told, I've always been curious.
He took a slow step towards her, boots scraping softly over stone.
Wondered what long-armed folk tasted like.
The words were spoken lightly, cheerfully even, like he was discussing fruit at a market. That made them seem worse somehow. If he'd snarled them, if he'd raged, if he'd shown even a flicker of shame, she might have found something human in him. But there was nothing.
So I made the shop trip over for dinner, he said. To try your kind out, you know.
For a heartbeat, Rosemary could only stare at him. The cave seemed to shrink around her. The moonlight at the entrance suddenly looked very far away. Then her fear hardened into something ugly, desperate. The knowledge that if she did nothing, this thing would walk through her village as easily as a man through wheat. He was a threat, a death sentence to the town she loved and cherished. And futile or not, she could not let him stroll past her unchallenged. So Rosemary moved, fast enough to make the air crack around her fist. She drove herself forwards with everything she had, terror and rage and instinct braided into one savage motion, her long arm whipping through the dark. Acceptance blinked. Her explosive punch landed square in the side of his grin. The cave boomed. Stone dust burst into the air, smoke curled off her knuckles. The sound slammed off the walls and came back at her in ragged echoes. For one wild instant, one precious, stupid instant, she thought that maybe. Then the smoke thinned. Acceptance was still standing exactly where he'd been. No limp, no stagger, no blood, nothing. Not even a bruise. Rosemary's breath caught so sharply it hurt. The large man looked almost offended, then delighted.
"Well now," he said, touching his cheek with one finger, "that sure had some spirit in it."
His fist came forwards. No wind-up, no warning, just a blur too big to move that fast. It struck her in the middle, and all at once the world became pain. Not the ordinary kind, not the sort you grit your teeth through. This was pain so total it seemed to erase every other thought. She felt herself lift off her feet, weightless for one sickening instant before the cave wall caught her. Bones crunched. She folded over like wet paper. The air left her in a soundless gasp. She slid down the stone in a heap. Couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The world tilted and spun. All edges and white-hot flashes. Her body no longer felt like something she owned, just a sack of broken pieces with pain stuffed between them. The creature strolled towards her, hands in his pockets, humming under his breath.
"I've got to say," he said, jovial as ever, "I'm impressed. Most people just freeze up and cry."
She tried to push herself up. One arm failed entirely. The other shook so badly it might as well belong to someone else. Her legs would not listen. Her ribs screamed when she dragged in even the smallest breath. He crouched in front of her, studying her with his bright little eyes.
"You got plenty of gusto," he said. "I do appreciate good gusto."
Her mind was racing, stumbling through all the different options. Fight again? Worthless. Run? Laughable. Scream? He was too close, and anyway, who would she be calling to their deaths? Think. Think. The man watched her fondly, as though waiting for her to say something clever. "You want..." She coughed, tasted blood, forced the rest out. "You want to know what long-armed people taste like?"
"Among other curiosities," he added.
She dragged in another ragged breath. Then eat me." He blinked. Rosemary kept going, because if she stopped now, she'd lose the nerve, and if she lost the nerve, then everyone at home was dead. "I'm the tallest person on the island," she said. "The strongest. If what you want is the best taste of that, then I'm it." Acceptance's smile widened a fraction. "If you start with the others," she whispered, "you'll ruin your appetite. And after me, they'll only disappoint you." For the first time since she'd seen him, he looked pensive. He put one hand to his chin and hummed, genuinely pondering it. In that long moment, Rosemary could hear nothing but her own blood dripping onto the stone. At last he nodded.
"Well, that," he said, "is a very persuasive argument."
She sagged with a relief so bitter it hardly deserved the name. He leaned closer, grin stretching.
"And the willingness?" he said. That makes for a rarer flavor. Fear is common, resignation too, but self-sacrifice?
He licked blood from one of his teeth.
Now that's unique."
He stood and her body cringed before her mind could even stop it. So much for bravery, so much for a noble sacrifice. All her fine resolve meant very little with death walking towards her on 2 feet. Truthfully, she wanted to scramble away, wanted to beg, wanted to keep living with a ferocity that shamed her. But there was nowhere to go, and if he was going to eat her anyway, then the fight was done. She had bought what time she could, bought what lives she could. And that had to be enough. Yokon came to her mind then. Not as she'd last seen her, framed in the kitchen with steam rising from the pot, but in flashes, her laugh, her hands, the way she said kitten when she wanted to soften the edges of a hard day, the quiet certainty of her breathing in the dark beside her. Rosemary found, to her own surprise, that she was smiling. A tiny thing, bruised and cracked as the rest of her. At least Yokon would live. At least she had known her, had loved and been loved for a while. More than some ever got. More than she thought she deserved. Maybe one day Yokon would become what she always talked about becoming. A protector, a marine. Maybe one day she'd stand over this monster's corpse and make the world balance just a little. Acceptance paused. He peered down at her with sudden interest.
"Oh, what's this?" he said. "Are you thinking about loved ones?"
The smile fell off Rosemary's face. He crouched again, voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur.
"Oh, no need to fret on that account."
Something cold moved through her.
"If you're worried that they'll miss you," he said, "they won't."
She stared at him. The monster's grin sharpened.
"That's the clever part, you see. After I eat someone,"
he tapped his temple again,
"everyone forgets them. Friends, family, lovers, gone. Like they were never there at all."
For a second, she didn't understand the words. They slid past her, meaningless. Then they sank in. No. No. A pulse of panic hit her harder than the fist had. If Yokon forgot her, if everyone forgot her, then this would mean nothing. No grief, no anger, no trail to follow, no vengeance, no memory at all. She would vanish twice, once in flesh and once in memory. The man was still talking, soft and cheerful, but Rosemary barely heard him. She looked past him, at the stone wall, at the blood smeared beneath her hand. Evidence. He had a mark, the great V across his neck and chest. Her heart hammered wildly, her vision dimmed at the edges. She had almost nothing left in her. No strength, no time, no breath, but maybe enough for one thing. While Acceptance admired her panic, Rosemary let her trembling fingers drag through the blood pooled at her side, thick and hot. She fought to keep her hand steady. One line, then another, a V, crude and wet, painted on the cave wall behind her. No words, not enough strength for words. Just a sign, a shape, a clue scratched out in the last scraps of herself. Her hand fell away. The mark glistened dark in the moonlight. Please, she thought, to Yokon, to the world, to anyone, find this. Remember something, please. The creature loomed over her now, his figure blocking out the moon.
"Well then," he said, "let's see what you taste like."
And Rosemary, broken against the wall, kept her eyes open for as long as she could. All Wubby had ever wanted was to be famous. Not loved, not respected, not even feared, necessarily, though he would not have turned his nose up at it. He simply wanted the world to look at him and say, "There he is, that one, that's Wubby." Unfortunately, the world had a long and distinguished habit of looking right through him. He was never clever enough to change anything, nor stupid enough to become a warning, never strong enough to impress, nor weak enough to inspire pity. He had no dazzling smile, no terrible deformity, no tragic past worth mentioning at parties. He was not charming, he was not revolting. He occupied that vast grey country between memorable and dead. An average man, a talentless man, a man so forgettable that even mirrors seemed to lose interest halfway through reflecting him. Wubby was the middle child among middle children, which is to say he had 2 siblings on either side and no obvious reason to exist in the family portrait. His parents did not neglect him cruelly. Cruelty would at least required focus. They simply forgot to notice him with the effortless grace of people stepping around a puddle. His brothers and sisters did no better. When asked how many children were in the family, they would pause, count on their fingers, frown, and arrive at a number that was almost always 1 short. School passed over him like weather. Teachers called on him only when scanning the register. Classmates remembered his desk more readily than his face. By adulthood, Wubby had become a master of occupying rooms without troubling their contents. So naturally, he fought back. He held doors open with heroic commitment, receiving only nods so polite that barely qualified as human contact. He played music in the street, pouring his soul into the performance, only to discover his soul had poor acoustics. He took job after job and proved again and again that he could neither be excellent nor disastrous. Employers found him impossible to praise, but difficult to sack. He was the sort of worker who inspired phrases like perfectly adequate, which are among the cruelest words ever invented by civilization. Desperation, as it often does, began rearing its ugly head. Wubby read the newspapers. Pirates, murderers, tyrants, their names were everywhere. Bounty posters, headlines, tavern songs. People spat when they spoke of them, yes, but they spoke of them. The world knew their names. The world cared. Morality, Wubby decided, was a luxury enjoyed by people who had already been noticed. So he tried crime. He was, somehow, even worse at that. The first man he attempted to rob robbed him back, with interest. The first shop he broke into had already gone out of business and contained only dust, 3 dead flies, and a chair with 1 leg missing. His attempts at menace were met with confusion. His threats were frequently interrupted by people asking if he worked there. But then came the fruit. The you know me. The day Wubby ate it was the happiest of his life. In one impossible instant, everyone became aware of him. Everyone. Kings paused mid-decree, pirates stopped mid-stabbing, bakers, soldiers, scholars, thieves, children's priests, executioners, and several dogs of unusual sensitivity all knew suddenly and absolutely that Wubby existed. At last, at bloody last, for one shining moment, Wubby stood at the center of the world. And then the world shrugged. That was the part nobody warned you about. Being known is not the same as mattering. A man may be famous in a way a sneeze is famous. Briefly, universally, and with no lasting emotional investment. People knew Wubby existed. They simply had bills to pay, wars to fight, meals to burn and lovers to disappoint, and 1,000 more interesting things to worry about. The magic had announced him to creation. Creation had replied, okay, and? Over time, even that miracle faded into the general clutter of memory. Wubby no longer received blank stares, that much was true. Instead, people would squint at him and say, oh yes, I vaguely remember something about you. And somehow that was worse. Far worse. So when a man offered Wubby a chance at fame, he leapt at it like a starving dog at a butcher's dropped meat. A mission. An actual mission. Someone had looked at Wubby, properly looked, not in the vague way people look at wallpaper when trying to remember why they entered a room, and decided he was the man for a task. That alone nearly brought him to tears. I mean, of course, the task was to fly a plane into a marine base, but no opportunity is perfect. Besides, there was a certain comfort in the simplicity of it. Wubby had failed at everything else, but even he could crash a plane into a building. It was the sort of work that required no charisma, no talent, and very little in the way of a long-term plan. More importantly, it was bound to make people talk. And people did talk, briefly. Mostly to say, was anyone hurt? And then the answer, regrettably, was no. Wubby achieved a grand total of 0 casualties, some minor property damage, and one deeply frightened groundskeeper who had later admitted, under questioning, that he had assumed the whole thing was part of a training exercise. The Marines arrested him without much difficulty. In fairness, Wubby did try to resist, but only in the way a damp towel resists being folded. There was a shove, a yelp, and a great deal of oversharing, and then he was in chains. Still, there were positives. He was now sitting in a jail cell. Not just any jail cell either. A brig aboard a marine vessel. Iron bars, damp walls, grim-faced guards, the smell of sweat and salt and institutional despair. Wubby had never been somewhere so important in his life. People checked on him. People counted on him. People wrote his name down on forms. His name on forms. He basked in it. Admittedly, there was a small matter of being tried for crime somewhat more serious than petty theft. Attempted destruction of a marine base had an ugly sound to it. It was the sort of charge that made judges frown deeply and executioners check their schedules. Objectively speaking, Wubby's future looked bleak. He was not the only prisoner aboard. The ship was full of them, most captured for alleged connection to the infamous Ragnarok pirates. Wubby had heard their name whispered by guards with the careful disgust people reserve for plagues, tax collectors, and relatives who borrow money. It was a proper pirate crew, a famous pirate crew, the sort with wanted posters dramatic enough to be framed. Wubby was almost proud to be adjacent to them. Unfortunately, adjacency had placed him in a cell with her. She wore black from throat to boot, the kind of black that did not suggest mourning so much as professional intent. Stripes of yellow caution tape wound around her like someone had tried to label a crime scene and died halfway. Yellow X's marked her clothes. Her mask, torn enough to show part of her face beneath, revealed heavy scarring and 2 bright yellow eyes that watched every passing marine with the cold attention of a butcher pricing meat. She was everything Wubby was not, terrifying and impossible to ignore. Even chained at the wrists, ankles, waist, neck, and in several other ways Wubby suspected were either excessive or symbolic, she made the guards nervous. They approached her the way sensible men approach a sleeping lion, quietly and from as far away as possible. They had been travelling for weeks now. At first he tried to make conversation. Nice weather, he had said once, because he couldn't think of anything better to say. She had turned her yellow eyes on him and said,
How long do you think you'll keep screaming after I removed your tongue?
After that he tried other subjects. Talking about food earned him a grunt. Talking about the journey earned him a stare. A nervous comment about the chains looking uncomfortable earned him a thoughtful remark about which of his limbs he would miss least. Eventually, Wubby accepted silence. Silence, after all, had always accepted him, and so that became his life. A brig on a ship with a terrifying cellmate. Until, at last, the ship arrived. Boots thundered overhead, orders snapped through the air, the vessel groaned against the docks, ropes strained, gulls shrieked, and somewhere beyond the hull waited judgment. Then came the heavy sound of keys. The marine outside their cell looked from Wubby to the woman in black, swallowed hard, and unlocked the door. Director Kailyn Locke hated her job, with that kind of quiet, soul-curdling loathing usually reserved for malfunctioning holoprinters and in-laws who just dropped by. You'd think being one of the 6 most powerful people in a universe-spanning megacorporation would come with something. Excitement, prestige, perhaps a button labelled Destroy Planet for Fun. But no, it was spreadsheets, reports, and subordinates who somehow managed to weaponize incompetence better than the weapons they sell. Managing a company this size wasn't all that different from running an empire, really. The main distinction was that emperors got better uniforms and better PR. What's a king but a CEO in silk, after all? Which begged the question, what did that make her? A princess? A duchess? Still, the money was good, the kind of good that made you overlook the fact that you were essentially lubricating the grinding gears of a galactic machine that consumed entire economies for breakfast. And as Kailyn often told herself while staring into the cold, uncaring stars from her office window, existential despair is a lot easier to cope with when your chair massages you whilst you feel it. A pop-up blinked to life on her holodeck. An incoming transmission. She sighed. The universe had a way of interrupting her just when she was trying to ignore it. It was Suleni, her personal assistant. In her experience, assistants tended to create more problems than they solved, like bureaucratic hydras. Still, Suleni was tolerable. A bit pathetic perhaps, but in a way she found oddly endearing. She had a soft spot for men who looked as though life had already beaten them to the punch. With a flick of her wrist, she accepted the call. Suleni's long, jittery Velunari face appeared before her, 3 eyes darting around like a guilty algorithm. He looked panicked, more than usual, which is an achievement considering mild panic was his natural resting state. "Ma'am, I hope I am not interrupting anything," he said. "Nothing more than you usually do," she replied, taking a slow sip of her coffee. He smiled, that kind of thin, nervous expression that said, "Please don't vaporize me, I have dependents." "I've got some news about your uncle," he began, tugging at his collar like it might provide emotional support. "Which one?" "Malzoy, the, prison warden." "Malzoy? That bastard?" she scoffed. "I thought sending him to the middle of nowhere would mean I'd never have to see his mug again. What's he done this time?" "He's, dead, ma'am." Kailyn blinked. That wasn't on her morning agenda. "Oh, well, how inconvenient. I'll send word to the rest of the family, arrange a funeral, appoint a new warden to his post, and—" "Well, we can't do that, ma'am," Suleni blurted. "It sort of, blew up?" "Blew up?" she snapped. "Suleni, that's the kind of information you lead with." "Sorry, ma'am," the Velunari stammered, his jelly-like hands folding into each other in what might generously be described as a nervous fidget, and less generously as a slow-motion implosion. "Just tell me what happened," she said, already regretting it. "Truthfully, we don't really know," he admitted. "Our live footage shows a few prisoners boarding an escape vessel before, you know." He made a vague hand gesture, as if miming an explosion could somehow soften the reality of everything blowing up. Kailyn pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. It was far too early for this sort of catastrophe. Malzoy might have been a shit, an unrepentant, greasy stain of a man, but he was still family, and in her line of work, even bosses had to be avenged, if only out of principle. "Send a small vessel to the escapee's last known coordinates," she said. "Track them down." "Do you want any details on the escaped prisoners?" Suleni asked. No. If they were locked up in that dustbin of a facility, they're not anyone important. Just a few lucky thieves who've run out of luck. Let me know when it's done. The truth was, this was just one more item on the ever-growing list of galactic annoyances demanding her attention. "Yes, ma'am. May the great flow guide—" She ended the call before he could finish the blessing. Religion. The Velunari had an endless fascination with it. An admirable trait if you liked nonsense. Personally, she found the very idea insulting. If there was a god, it certainly wouldn't have allowed capitalists like her to exist. She gestured and her Vandercorp-branded task organizer shimmered into view. The endless to-do list stared back at her, full of obligations, meetings, and souls to grind beneath paperwork. She barely begun to read the first item when her holodeck flared again. Another incoming transmission. She flicked her eyes towards the name. It was her husband. She ignored it and let it ring. She was not in the mood. Frostbite was a mercenary by trade, which mostly meant she spent her days wading through other people's bad decisions and their entrails, so the scene at the service station didn't bother her too much. Blood slicked the ground around the fuel pumps, drying in ugly brown patches. The only sound came from the flickering hollow sign above, a Globobite's advertisement valiantly clinging to life. It sputtered out, "Fuel your future," before choking on static and dying. She crouched low, scanning the ground. Fresh footprints, scorch marks from a recent landing. From the looks of the grooves, it was a Vandercourt model. She allowed herself a thin smile. She was on the right trail. Tracking was her specialty, always had been. It's why Suleni had hired her, though she suspected the Velunari would have hired a damp mop if it came cheaper and promised not to talk back. Still, she was good at what she did. The other Lycans back home were decent trackers, for sure. Born with noses sharp enough to find prey in any environment. But Frostbite, she was something else entirely. A lone wolf without a pack, which suited her just fine. Packs got you killed. Packs needed trust. And trust was just the polite word for a future betrayal. She caught it on the edge of her senses. That sharp metallic whisper of fresh blood. Not the old crusted stuff outside, but something warm, recent, and altogether more interesting. Her ears twitched, her nostrils flared, and she followed the scent towards the dimly lit shell of the Globobite's burger building. Its neon sign buzzing overhead, valiantly insisting it was still open. Inside, the smell hit her harder. Blood, yes, but mixed with something else. Grease? Cheap cheese? Industrial-grade tomato paste? She padded softly through the dining area and nudged open the swinging door to the kitchen. Then she stopped.
"Well," she muttered, "someone's had a hell of a lunch."
It looked as though a giant burger had spontaneously detonated. Meat paste clung to the walls in dripping clumps. Lettuce was plastered across the ceiling like botanical shrapnel. Tomato slices had formed a gruesome mosaic on the tiles. Sauces smeared every surface in violent splashes, mostly red, but disturbingly ambiguous under the flickering lights. This hadn't been a cooking accident. This was a fight. She stepped carefully around a toppled vat of Globobite signature nugget paste, giving it a skeptical sniff before moving deeper into the room. First rule of thumb, look for cameras. Most businesses have one, and it's not like anyone here would have remembered to turn it off. She scanned the room until her eyes landed on it, a little dome of blinking corporate surveillance tucked in the top right corner of the ceiling. She raised her wrist, tapping a button on the device strapped there. A thin cable snaked out and latched onto the camera with a soft click. Lights blinked. The kitchen hum seemed to hold its breath. Then the holoscreen on her wrist flared to life. Footage rolled, audio cracked. Frostbite watched, ears perked, tail flicking with anticipation. After a few moments of scrubbing through the scenes, her lips pulled back into a wide, toothy grin. The kind that promised future violence, and possibly a bonus payout.
"Ah, Gastrovia," she said.
She snapped the device shut and stepped back outside, already plotting the fastest route. Her target was on the move, and now, so was she. Frostbite crouched in the corner of the control room, perfectly still, perfectly silent. Pirates were boarding her vessel. Not exactly shocking in this stretch of the Freebelt, where marauders treated passing ships like snack food. Unlucky for them, though, they'd picked her ship. She was cloaked, wrapped in the soft hum of stolen brilliance, a rare device she'd lifted from her former alpha just before leaving him dead back on her homeworld. A sentimental parting gift, really. As long as she didn't move, she was invisible, not just to eyes, but scanners, sensors, heat registers, anything that would reveal her location. Footsteps thudded in the corridor. The boarding hatch hissed. 3 figures crept inside, weapons drawn, trying very hard to look brave. 2 humans, jittery, poorly fed, smelling of fear and cheap alcohol. And a Tal towering over them, obsidian-like skin shifting unnaturally as he walked. They entered cautiously, as they should. She lifted her rifle, a long, elegant weapon of silver alloy and humming blue coolant lines. The barrel vented a cold mist as it charged, an unmistakable promise of what it could do. She steadied her grip, let out a breath, and released the shot. The cryo round left the chamber, trailing faint crystalline vapors as it coursed through the air. It struck the nearest human in the spine. In an instant, frost surged over him, freezing muscle, skin, and even the breath in his lungs. He became a perfect statue of shock and stillness. The other 2 spun to face her just as she let the cloak drop. The shimmer of invisibility peeled away, revealing her stark white fur and the cold intent in her eyes. She lunged forwards before either of them could so much as flinch, her claws sweeping cleanly through the frozen pirate. The solid block of ice that had been a man moments earlier split apart on contact, breaking into a spray of translucent fragments that scattered across the deck like spilled gems. The remaining human shouted something, panicked and fired at her. She moved smoothly aside, her body one fluid sweep of muscle and precision, then lifted the rifle again and loosed a second cryo round. The projectile struck him squarely in the chest, freezing him mid-scream. His body toppled, cracking against the floor. All that left was the Tal. He dominated the corridor simply by standing in it, tall, jet black, like staring into the night sky. Faint green sigils pulsed beneath the surface in slow, deliberate patterns, marking him as a member of the House of Wisdom, a prestigious order of arcane scholars. Former, of course. The piracy rather gave that away. He regarded her with the calm, measuring stillness of a seasoned hunter, then lifted one massive hand. The air twisted black as void energy erupted from him, folding the space in front of her and slamming into her chest like an invisible tidal wave. She was thrown backward into a console that sparked under the impact. The Tal advanced, void tendrils curling around him, lifting debris, tools, torn metal, even fragments of the walls all into a floating orbit.
It's over, he growled. Your ship belongs to me now.
His voice echoing strangely, like it was being spoken from the bottom of a deep, dark well. Frostbite wiped the blood from her lip with the back of her hand.
Oh, don't get too greedy now,
she muttered. The rifle was powerful, true, but far too long and unwieldy for the speed she needed now. In a single fluid motion, she slung it across her back, already reaching for something quicker. She drew a pistol from her belt and dropped into a low crouch just as a shattered monitor tore through the air above her and exploded against the wall. The pistol was compact, silver and ice blue. When she pulled the trigger, it released a precise stream of condensed freezing agent, no louder than a soft exhale. The shot hit the Tal's leg, frost racing rapidly over his obsidian body. His sigils flared brighter in resistance, void energy pulsing against the intrusion. He snarled and hurled more debris at her with a flick of his fingers, bending gravity and logic around her. She darted left, low and swift, firing again. This time the beam caught his shoulder. Ice crawled over his skin, crackling as it seized movement from muscle and joint. The Tal staggered, struggling to keep the void's current coherent. Frostbite saw her opening. She surged forward, a blur of white, closing the distance before he could stabilize his stance. The frost spreading across his shoulder joint had already made the surface there brittle, pale cracks like spider webs. Her claws tore into that weakened patch. With a vicious wrench, she ripped the Tal's arm clean from the socket. The limb came free in a burst of fractured ice and splintered flesh, hitting the floor with a dull, frozen thud. The Tal staggered backwards, mouth open in a raw, involuntary gasp, his remaining hand clawing the air as if searching for balance that no longer existed. Frostbite wouldn't give him the opportunity to recover. She spun low, sweeping her leg beneath him. Her heel contacted with the frost-glazed shin, and the frozen limbs shattered under the force, breaking apart like a brittle pillar of black glass. The Tal collapsed instantly, crashing to the deck in a mangled heap. His glowing sigils flickered erratically, void power leaking uselessly into the air like steam escaping a cracked pipe. She stepped over him, calm, controlled, breathing steady despite the violence behind her movements. She leveled her pistol at his head. He looked up at her, all 7 eyes wide and dimming. Whatever plea or curse he meant to voice never made it out. Frostbite said nothing. She squeezed the trigger. The beam struck the Tal's skull, frost racing inward, freezing synapses, brain matter, and thought itself before he could even blink. The green light in his sigils died all at once, leaving the corridor cold and quiet. Sweet ought to have felt grateful. His life had been spared, after all. It was supposed to count for something. Instead, all he felt was uncertainty. That queasy, half-melted sensation that came from stepping beyond the borders of his home for the first time in his life. When he was young, he'd been taught firmly, repeatedly, and with diagrams, that the sweetest thing a person could do was devote themselves entirely to the Candy King. He had taken this to heart. He studied until his 5 eyes stuck together in the confectionery classroom. He'd battled in the chocolate coliseum. He'd even passed the sugar trials, barely, and emerged a royal candy knight. Everything his parents had ever hoped for. Everything they'd bragged about to their neighbors. He served long, hard years beneath the king's banner, guarding the palace, escorting members of the royal court, fighting monsters even. At first it felt noble, purposeful, clean in a sugar-dusted sort of way. But time has a habit of souring things. Cracks begin to show in the metaphorical pudding. Tiny traces at first, then splits you couldn't unsee. Orders that didn't always taste quite right. Smiles that came too quickly, vanished too fast. And standing there now, alive and disconnected from it all, Sweet began to suspect that loyalty, like candy, was best enjoyed in moderation. Maybe the incident with the Twizzler was exactly what he needed. Disasters, he had noticed, were remarkably good at providing permission. Permission to leave, to look elsewhere, to stop pretending everything was fine just because it had always been that way. It gave him an excuse to venture out into the world, possibly the galaxy. He wanted to learn, to see what other cultures lay waiting beyond the polite, sticky certainty of home. He'd always wondered about life outside the kingdom, outside Gastrovia. The spice plains loomed on the horizon, vast and dry and aggressively savoury. He drew a long breath, tasting dust instead of sugar, and stepped forwards into lands that promised many things, but sweetness was no longer one of them. The last of the sun's light bled out across the horizon, smeared thin and ugly, and night took hold of the planet with the casual confidence of something that knew it couldn't be stopped. It was only then that Sweet grasped the full depth of his own naivete, and it settled on him like a bad debt. He'd been wandering the spice plains for hours, marching along with nothing but stubbornness for a compass, and it hadn't once occurred to him where he might sleep. No plan, no shelter, just a direction and the foolish hope that things would sort themselves out. His legs ached, each step dragged heavier than the last, and the day pressed down on him until exhaustion felt like less of a threat and more like a promise. Maybe it would be fine to stop, just for a while. He told himself he was warm enough in his armor. So he slowed down, picked a spot by a nearby salt rock and lowered himself to the ground. Just a short rest, he thought. Small nap, long enough to recharge before moving on. Sweet came awake choking, water in his nose, his mouth all fire of his eyes, lungs clawing for air that refused to arrive on time. He jerked forward on instinct and discovered, very quickly and very painfully, that he couldn't. Ropes bit into his wrists and ankles, rough and tight, pinning him in place as he coughed and spluttered, head pounding, heart slamming against his ribs like it wanted out. Someone laughed, not kindly.
Easy there, a voice rumbled, deep and amused. You're awake now.
Sweet blinked water from his eyes. Morning light stabbed in, pale and sharp, and slowly the world pulled itself together. Canvas tents, a low fire burning down to embers, boots in the dust, and looming directly in front of him. A lichen. Big even by lichen standards. Burly, broad as a tank, hunched slightly like the crown itself had learned to be cautious around him. 4 eyes regarded Sweet with lazy interest. 2 fixed on his face, 2 drifting, watching everything else at once. Scars crisscrossed his muzzle and neck, old work done thoroughly, and one lip curled just enough to suggest he enjoyed what came next. His hands were swallowed by massive iron gauntlets, dented and stained, made for breaking things that didn't want to break. Sweet's stomach dropped. His armor was gone, the comforting weight of it, the clink and pressure that had always told him who he was, stripped away. He felt small without it, soft, exposed in a way no blade had ever managed. Behind the lichen stood a handful of others, half a circle of curious faces. Mostly human, travel-worn and watchful, eyeing Sweet the way you might eye an unfamiliar animal. Not immediately hostile, but very interested in how dangerous it might be. One of them leaned on a rifle, another chewed something that looked unpleasant. The lichen leaned closer, shadows cutting deep across his scarred face. All 4 eyes narrowed, just a touch.
Morning,
he said.
You picked a bad place to nap.
Sweet swallowed, and it took an effort not to flinch as the wolf's breath washed over his face. Hot and sour, and far too close for comfort. This was new. He'd managed tense talks before, across tables behind armor, with rules and witnesses, but never tied up on the ground with a lichen looming over him like he was dinner, despite his namesake. Still, training was training, and when steel wasn't an option, manners were. Be polite, be noble, project confidence and hope it passed for strength. I offer my sincerest apologies, he found himself saying, wriggling against the ropes with what dignity he could muster under the circumstances. I assure you this lapse in campsite selection will not be repeated. In future I intend to nap only in locations of unimpeachable safety and proper signage. He cleared his throat, lifting his chin as though addressing a court rather than a collection of armed strangers. And if this regrettable misjudgment is the full extent of my transgression, might we now proceed to my release, so that I may remove myself from your mourning in the most orderly and law-abiding fashion possible? The lichen stared for him for half a heartbeat. Then he laughed. It came out loud and rough, a barking sound that rolled through the camp and set a couple of the men grinning. His shoulders shook as he leaned back, metal gauntlets clanking softly.
You talk funny,
he said, wiping at one corner of his muzzle. Sweet flushed. Of all the things he'd been trained for, combat drills, etiquette lessons, moral philosophy under pressure, being mocked for how he spoke hadn't come up nearly enough. He reminded himself that dignity, once lost, was difficult to recover, and settled for holding very still. The lichen tilted his head.
So,
he rumbled,
what name do you go by?
Sweet, he replied at once, prompt, no nonsense. That earned another snort.
Sweet, huh?
He glanced behind him to where Sweet's uniform was being held hostage.
Armor like that doesn't come from nowhere. Kaiser's nice, yeah?
His eyes flicked back to Sweet's face.
What happened? You get lost?
Sweet drew in a careful breath. I was, indeed, formerly in service of Kaiser, he said. However, I have since chosen to enter voluntary exile. I seek something greater, outside the kingdom. The word sounded strange out loud, larger, more fragile. More silence followed. Then the lichen barked out another laugh, louder this time.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard all week, he said cheerfully. Willingly chasing a worse life? No pay? No protection?
He shook his head, amused and baffled in equal measure.
Still,
he added, eyes sharp again.
Take some level of guts to turn your back on authority like that.
He leaned in close once more, 4 eyes boring into Sweet's.
That is, of course, he said softly, if you're telling the truth.
What cause would I have to lie? Sweet said, keeping his voice level, though his throat had gone tight.
You could be a spy,
the lichen snarled back.
Scouting, recon. There's a war on last time I checked.
Come on, Marks, another voice cut in, lighter, sharper. A human girl perched on a crate a short distance away, wrapped in travel-stained browns, watching the scene with a frown on her face. If he were a spy, would he really be sleeping out rough in the middle of the spice plains? Mox shot her a look.
He might be a shit spy,
he snapped.
Wouldn't be the first.
He turned back to Sweet, lips curling.
And we can't afford to be careless. We're short-handed as it is.
He stepped away then, gauntlets clanking as he started rummaging through a bag. Sweet hesitated, then cleared his throat. Manners first, fear second. May I inquire, he said carefully, as to who you are? Mox looked up from the bag and smiled. It was all teeth, too many of them, none friendly.
Oh,
he said amused.
Look who's asking questions now.
He straightened, rolling his shoulders as if settling into a familiar story.
You could say we are what's left underneath. The ones who slipped. The ones who fell through the cracks left behind by Gastovia's leaders.
His eyes swept the camp, the people, the dust.
Those they deemed too undeserving to eat.
He returned his gaze to the bag.
We call ourselves the Starved.
Mental glinted in the morning light. A collar, heavy, ugly, cables and seams running through it like veins. The girl on the crate stiffened immediately. Marks, don't. Her voice was sharp now. We haven't agreed on... Mox didn't look at her. He stepped forward instead. Sweet's heart started to race. Excuse me, I must protest. The cold metal closed around his neck with a final, awful click. The weight of it settled there, undeniable, pressing against his throat. Sweet sucked in a breath that came out thin and panicked. Mox leaned back, satisfied.
It isn't easy to get these things fitted on a towel,
he muttered.
They've got odd necks.
Sweet's voice wavered despite his best efforts. What is this? What's this device? Mox's smile returned, slow and mean.
Security,
he said.
Detonation collar. One button.
He mimed a click with his thumb.
And the problem goes away.
He crouched in front of him, metal creaking, eyes level with Sweet's. Up close, the scars looked deeper, older, earned.
You should feel lucky,
he said quietly.
Most folks we find out here don't get a conversation. They get a bullet and a shallow grave.
He straightened, glancing back at the others.
You, at least, get a chance.
A chance at what, precisely?
At proving you are worth the trouble of keeping alive,
Mox said.
Simple as that.
He paced a few steps, voice growing more animated now, carried by conviction rather than threat.
You say you're a knight. Trained, I assume. Fought for Kaiser. That's valuable experience.
He flicked a glance back at Sweet.
If you're telling the truth, that skill could be useful.
He gestured vaguely towards the horizon, towards the unseen chaos in the distance.
Civil war is a gift, if you know how to unwrap it. Warlords tearing at each other, bleeding themselves thin. Eyes forwards. Backs exposed.
His fangs shone in the light.
And so we strike, where they aren't looking.
Sweet felt the shape of a trap closing, neat and unavoidable.
And you,
Mox finished,
will help us do it, whether you want to or not.
He rose to his full height now, casting a long shadow over Sweet.
Congratulations, Sir Knight, he said. You've just found your greater purpose.
The engine hummed beneath them, uneven and irritable, like it resented being asked to work at all. Sweet sat in the back seat, knees drawn in, every jolt of the road rattling up through his spine. To his left, Mock sprawled as much as the cramped space allowed, metal gauntlets resting casually on his thighs. Sweet noticed, with a flicker of misplaced concern, that the Lycan wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He wisely kept that observation to himself. At the wheel was the woman from the camp, Corrigan, apparently. He'd picked up the name from the other's chatter. She drove with one hand, relaxed but alert, eyes forward as if the rattling death trap beneath them was exactly what she'd expected from the day. The truck itself was stolen, that much Sweet had gathered. One of Spork and his sizzle yarder's old machines. It looked like it had been assembled from spare parts they had once dreamed of being useful, and the way it lurched over the terrain suggested it was still bitter about the outcome. Beyond that, he still didn't have a clear picture of what was happening, only that it involved violence and people who were very comfortable with it. He had his armour back now. The familiar weight helped, his weapon too, resting where it belonged, like an old friend. But the collar still sat heavy around his neck, cold against his skin. A reminder that being armed didn't necessarily mean being free. If it's not too great of an imposition, Sweet ventured carefully, might I inquire as to our destination? Mox cut him a sideways glance, one eye lingering longer than the others.
We're headed to the sizzle yard.
Sweet nodded, as though that explained things. In fairness, it did explain the vehicle choice. They were likely hoping to blend in with it, slipping by similar vehicles unnoticed. And may I further inquire then, he said, unable to stop himself now. Why the sizzle yard? Mox sighed and shifted upright, the seat protesting beneath his weight. He looked like a man annoyed by the question, but more annoyed by the idea of not answering them and dealing with the consequences later.
Out of all the warlords, he said, Spork is the most, explosive.
He rolled the word around like he enjoyed it.
Moment the war kicked off, he went straight on the offensive. Sent his best people out in every direction to spread chaos and destruction.
Outside the window, the world darkened. Rivers of oil slid sluggishly through the land, reflecting the sky in slick rainbows. The spice plains gave way to scorched earth and blackened rock, steam geysers hissing up from the ground like overworked kettles in a giant, badly managed kitchen.
Fuse, flashbang, even smoke, Mox continued. All sent off to different kingdoms. Left home thin, careless.
Sweet frowned. And how exactly do you know all this? The Lycan shrugged.
Used to be a sizzle yarder myself. You don't really stop listening after that.
He reached up and patted the roof of the truck fondly.
That's how I got this old beauty.
With my help,
Corrigan added flatly from the front.
Yes, Mox said, grinning. With her help. Turns out I'm not so great at the whole hijacking part.
There was something about the way he was talking, casual, almost cheerful, that made Sweet's stomach tighten. Mox didn't sound like a man heading into danger. He sounded like a man heading into familiar inconvenience. Back at the camp he had spoken of blood and backstabbing. The objective seemed obvious to Sweet, but he swallowed and asked the question anyway. So, he said, we are to drive in there and kill him? Mox's grin widened, sharp and pleased.
That's the spirit.
Sweet leaned back against the rattling frame of the truck, dread setting in deep and heavy. When he'd set out to find a greater purpose, he'd imagined hardship, self-discovery, perhaps a moral dilemma or two. He'd not expected murder to arrive quite so promptly. Mox must have caught the look on Sweet's face, because a heavy, iron-cladded hand came down on his shoulder. The weight of it was meant to be comforting. It was not.
Don't worry, Sir Knight,
he said, voice bright with entirely unearned confidence.
We've got a plan.
It's not a great plan, Corrigan added from the front, without looking back, neatly undoing whatever reassurance he'd been aiming for. Mox waved it off.
Don't listen to her. You're going to do great.
Sweet felt a tightness in his chest that suggested crying might be imminent, undignified and entirely reasonable. And it's really just the three of us? He asked quietly. He found himself hoping, absurdly, that a small army might suddenly rise from the plains, ready to share the weight of what was coming. Mox shrugged.
Well, he said, I don't know if you noticed, but most of my people aren't exactly in fighting shape. Lack of food does that to you.
That was fair enough. They were called the Starved, after all. Still, the thought lingered. He glanced sideways at his captor. For a man leading the hungry and half-broken, he was not. Broad shoulders, solid muscle, no hollowed cheeks, no weakness in the way he moved. If it is not impolite to inquire, he said carefully. How is it then that you remain in such excellent condition? Mox's hand slipped from his shoulder. He turned his head towards the window, suddenly very interested in the passing wasteland.
That's not important right now,
he said. There was a strange look about him now, one of uneasy awkwardness. Sweet had seen men do this before. Officers, veterans, nobles who'd laughed easily until a single word struck too close. It was the look of a door slammed shut in a hurry. Whatever Mox had been willing to share, it clearly stopped there. He opened his mouth to say something, maybe apologize, maybe not. But whatever might have been said next was torn away by noise. Not just a loud noise, an all-consuming one, the sort that didn't merely fill the air but replaced it entirely, as if the universe had decided to shout directly into their skulls. The explosion came from beneath them. The truck ceased to be a vehicle and became briefly a very badly thought out idea. The world flipped, the engine screamed, metal shrieked as something important gave up on being attached. Sweet felt weight vanish, stomach lurching as gravity took a moment to reconsider its priorities. He was flung sideways, then up, then down, directions losing all meaning. Armor slammed into metal, his head cracked against something unforgiving. Somewhere nearby, Mox roared, anger or pain, he couldn't tell which. The truck spun through the air, slow enough for him to register a sky where the ground should be, and then impact. The world folded in on itself, glass exploded inwards. The vehicle hit upside down with a bone-rattling crunch, metal screaming as it skidded and finally collapsed into stillness. Sweet's vision flashed white, then red, then nothing at all. He felt himself losing consciousness. Sweet came back to the world in pieces. Noise first, Mox's voice, loud and angry, punching through the fog.
Wake up! Wake up!
A gauntleted hand shook his shoulder, hard enough to rattle what little sense he had. He groaned, all 5 eyes fluttering open to a sky that didn't feel right. Too still, too close. His head throbbed, every thought arriving late and half-formed.
Good,
Mox said.
You're alive. Stay that way.
What? He tried, then stopped as the memory caught up with him in a rush of fire and noise. His breath hitched. What happened?
Spork happened,
Mox said flatly.
Must have laced the whole territory with landmines. Madman's answer to being short on soldiers. If you can't guard the ground, make it kill people for you.
Sweet pushed himself up on shaking arms. The world swayed. The truck!
Gone,
Mox said.
Doesn't matter. Plan's still on. We move. Now.
Panic crept in, cold and sharp. He swallowed. Corrigan? He asked, already afraid of the answer. Mox didn't even look at him.
Corrigan's dead.
Sweet turned his head. She lay a short distance away, broken against the ground where the truck had thrown her. Rock and twisted glass jutted through her neck at the wrong angle, final and unmistakable. He felt something hollow open up in his chest. He looked back at Mox. The lichen was battered, body torn, fur singed in places, but there was no blood, not a smear, not a drop. Sweet stared, disorientated, dread curling tight in his gut. It was only then that he noticed his own injuries. Pain bloomed properly as awareness settled in, a hot, tearing burn across his side where his armor had split and failed him. He sucked in a short breath as his hand found the wound, warm blood slipping between his fingers and dripping away before he could stop it. I'm hurt, he said, stating the obvious with the faint hope that doing so might make it less true. Mox glanced down at the wound and grunted. His eyes lingered there, calculating, weighing. This wasn't a comrade checking on a fellow soldier. This was a man inspecting a tool, deciding whether it still worked or needed to be left behind. The seconds stretched and his thoughts spiraled, all of them ending in the same place. Finally, Mox straightened.
You'll be fine.
Relief hit Sweet so hard it was almost humiliating, like his life had just passed inspection, like he'd been allowed to continue. The lichen didn't wait for thanks. He grabbed Sweet by the arm and hauled him upright with an unfeeling competence.
Let's get moving.
Sweet's vision wavered as he tried to step forward, the world tilting unpleasantly. He looked up at Mox. But I'm bleeding, he said in a small voice. Mox didn't even slow down.
Then do a better job of keeping it inside you, he snapped. We'll patch you up once we find cover. It's not safe out here.
Mox took the lead, moving slow and deliberate now, every step measured. He paused often, head tilting, nostrils flaring as if he sniffed the air and the ground alike. Reading dangers Sweet couldn't sense. When Mox stopped, Sweet stopped. When Mox stepped, Sweet followed in his footsteps without question. One wrong move out here meant fire, shrapnel, and more than just bleeding. Sweet's side burned with every breath. He pressed his hand tighter, trying absurdly to keep himself together through force of will alone. He knew the truth of it. If he went down now, he wouldn't get back up. Fear sharpened him into something harder, fiercer. A stubborn, desperate determination to live dragged him forward step by painful step. At last, the ground rose and split, forming the dark mouth of a cave. Mox ushered him inside, the shelter swallowing the wind and danger with it. Sweet barely made it a few paces before his legs gave out. He collapsed onto the cold ground, armor clattering, breath ragged, exhaustion claiming him the moment he stopped. Mox didn't waste time. He seized one of his own gauntlets and tore it free, exposing the bare claw underneath. Bracing the metal against his knee, he pulled on it with brutal force. Metal screamed as plates tore loose, the sound sharp and violent in the close confines of the cave. Rivets popped, joints snapped. Whatever careful craftsmanship had once gone into the thing was undone in seconds by raw strength and grim determination. Mox peeled the gauntlet apart piece by piece, discarding bent armor, keeping anything with weight or edge to it. He sorted through the wreckage quickly, selecting shards, braces, thin plates, laying them out like a surgeon arranging tools. When he was done, the gauntlet was nothing more than scrap at his feet. He turned back to face Sweet and knelt before him. "Hold still," he said, which was less an instruction more than a warning. He tugged Sweet's armor aside, exposing the torn flesh beneath. Sweet hissed through his teeth, bracing himself on the cave floor. Mox grabbed the cold metal from the ground and pressed it straight into the wound. Sweet screamed. It felt like being filled with fire and gravel all at once, like someone patching cracked stone with molten iron whilst it was still attached to him. Mox worked fast and careless, packing fragments of metal into torn flesh, pressing, sealing, forcing the wound shut with clinical precision. Sweet's hand clawed uselessly at the ground as pain drowned thought, his vision swimming, breath coming in broken gasps. He was terrified, absolutely certain this was how he died. But there was no other choice, none at all. After what felt like an eternity, and was probably only a few minutes, Mox stepped back, the pain dulled to a deep throbbing ache, fierce but contained. Sweet lay there shaking, drenched in sweat, afraid to look. But when he finally did, he froze. The wound was sealed, not pretty, but solid, metal fused into place like a brace holding him together. Rough but deliberate, functional, well crafted even. Where did you learn to do that? Mox wiped his claw clean on a scrap of cloth.
"Machines," he said simply. "I've spent a long time fixing them."
He glanced down at Sweet, expression unreadable.
"People aren't much different. Just built out of other parts."
"Oh, thank you," Sweet managed, and he meant it, which felt strange considering he'd put him in this situation to begin with. Mox grunted, ignoring his gratitude.
"Get some rest," he said. "You'll need it."
He didn't argue. Every part of him ached, screamed, begged for sleep. He slumped back against the cave wall, armor clinking softly, and let his eyes slide shut. Sleep took him quickly, rough and heavy, like an attack he was too tired to avoid. Light crept into the cave by degrees, faint and unwelcome. It found Sweet's face eventually and pried his eyes open. For a moment he didn't remember where he was, then the ache in his side reminded him. Mox sat near the mouth of the cave, back to him, broad shoulders outlined against the morning glare. The lichen was still, almost carved from stone, staring out at the wasteland beyond, on watch. "Mox?" Sweet croaked, pushing himself up on one elbow. Mox turned his head slightly. He did not look tired, not even a little.
"You're awake,"
he said, voice flat and practical.
"Good. We can move."
Sweet dragged himself upright, wincing. "Were you sitting there all night? Did you sleep?" Mox ignored his questions. He stood instead, brushing dust from his trousers, and faced them fully. They held each other's gaze for a long moment, captor and captive, though something about it felt less certain than before. It was then Sweet noticed the absence, the weight at his throat. Gone. His hands flew up instinctively. Nothing. No cold metal, no cruel band pressing against his skin. He blinked, heart stuttering. It must have shattered in the crash, and he'd been too consumed by pain to notice. "A collar," he said, stating the obvious. "It's gone." Relief should have flooded him then. It didn't, not properly. Yes, there was a lightness there. Anyone would feel it, freed from the promise of sudden death. But beneath there was something stranger. Discomfort, as if a structure he'd leaned against had quietly been removed. When he'd been a knight, there'd always been rules, orders, boundaries. The collar wasn't much different. It limited his choices. Do as told or die. Simple. But he had left the kingdom to escape chains. So why did their absence feel unsteady? Was he an idiot? Mox grunted.
"Not a big deal. It was a dud anyway."
"What?" Mox reached into his pocket and pulled out the remote. He crushed it casually in his paw. When he opened his hand, only bent scrap metal remained. No wiring, no mechanism, nothing that even held power.
"There was never a bomb," he said. "I just strapped some metal around your throat and told you otherwise."
Sweet stared at him. Of course there hadn't been a bomb. They barely had basic supplies. Why would they waste advanced explosives on one reluctant knight?
"If we had that kind of tech," Mox went on, "I wouldn't be strapping it to you. We were barely getting by. I don't just have bomb collars lying around."
Sweet felt heat rise in his face. He'd never questioned it, never considered another possibility. He simply believed. Maybe he was stupid. Naive, at least. The lichen gave him a small solid punch on the shoulder, almost friendly.
"Hey, don't look so crushed, Sir Knight,"
he said, allowing himself the faintest smile.
"You'll learn. The right words at the right moment are often stronger than bombs."
As if summoned by the thought, an explosion thundered somewhere outside. The sound rolled across the rocks, followed by a scream that cut off far too quickly. A dismembered arm arced past the cave entrance, spinning lazily through the air, a ribbon of blood trailing behind it. Both of them watched it land somewhere out of sight. Mox tilted his head.
"But," he added mildly, "sometimes bombs can be pretty effective too. Let's get going."
And he started towards the exit. But Sweet kept staring at the mouth of the cave. He could leave. There was nothing physically stopping him now. No collar, no chains. Just open ground and the faint promise of freedom. He could run, carefully, of course, avoid the landmines, step where Mox had stepped, try not to think about what would happen if he guessed wrong. He had no oath binding him, no king, no command, no reason to follow this man into a fight that wasn't his. Mox stopped a few paces away. He didn't turn at first, just stood there like he'd heard something shift behind him. Then he looked back, his expression softening slightly.
"Look, Sweet," he sighed. "You might think I'm heartless. Fair enough."
A faint shrug.
"There is some truth to that, but I am doing what needs doing."
He gestured vaguely towards the horizon.
"These warlords, they built this mess. They are architects of an oppressive system that has remained unchecked for far too long."
His gaze sharpened.
"How many people have you seen suffer because the law said they had to? How many did you walk past because it wasn't your place?"
Sweet didn't answer.
"I've heard that Kaiser nails people up on giant bars of chocolate until they bleed out."
That was true. Sweet had helped even. He had told himself they were criminals at the time. Monsters, the worst of the worst. That justice was supposed to look unpleasant. But when he searched his memory for their faces, he didn't find monsters. He found fear. The Twizzler had done worse. The Dukes had done worse. They had received titles for it. Wasn't that why he left?
"If you can believe it," Mox said quietly. "Spork is worse."
For a moment his eyes went distant. Then he blinked it away.
"Me and you, we can't fix everything. But we can fix one thing."
He stepped closer.
"I'm not asking you to fight a war. I just need Spork dead. If you can help me do that, I can guarantee your safety. I can get you off this planet, and you can go somewhere where you can decide what kind of man you want to be by yourself."
Sweet swallowed. He had always imagined standing against injustice. In quiet moments he'd pictured himself defying orders, choosing what was right over what was commanded. But when the moment had come, after the Twizzler's death, he had walked away instead, told himself he was choosing freedom. Freedom had lasted less than a day before it nearly killed him. Out there, alone, he'd been prey. If Mox hadn't found him, someone else would have. Someone less talkative. Realistically, this was the best option in front of him. He gave a small nod. Mox flashed his teeth.
"Alright, follow me."
They left the cave after that. The morning air felt sharper now, the land darker than yesterday, scarred by soot and old fire. Mox moved first, picking a path with the same careful precision, nose testing the wind, eyes scanning the ground. Sweet followed in his steps, slower but steadier than before, the metal in his side pulling uncomfortably with each stride. After a time, when the silence grew too loud, he spoke up. You mentioned you had a plan." Mox didn't look back.
"I did."
"And," he pressed, "it would be chiefly reassuring to know the sort of shape of it." Mox grunted.
"When I worked for Spork, I built things."
"I gathered."
"During the day," he went on, "I did whatever he needed. Weapons, vehicles, reinforcements. Fixed what he broke, helped him break more."
His tone was flat, practical, No pride in it, but no apology either. They crested a ridge of blackened stone. Steam hissed somewhere in the distance.
But at night, he continued, when everyone else was asleep, I dug.
Sweet frowned. You dug?
Tunnels,
he clarified.
all across his territory. Supply routes, he thought. Emergency passages. He liked the idea of having hidden ways to move his explosives around.
A pause.
He didn't know I kept digging after the blueprints were done. Didn't know how far they went.
The wind shifted. Mox adjusted their course slightly.
I spent years doing his dirty work in the daylight,
he said.
Buying time, learning weak points, planning for the day I'd need a way in.
They walked in silence for a few more paces before Mox jerked his chin towards a distant stretch of jagged rock.
One of the entrances is out that way. Still a fair distance.
His lips curled faintly.
Was hoping we'd drive there, to be honest.
Sweet glanced back at the smoking wreckage barely visible on the horizon.
But unfortunately, that option's off the table.
They reached the rock near midday. It didn't look like much, just another slab of blackened stone jutting from the scorched earth. Mox approached it without hesitation, wedged his clawed fingers into a narrow seam and heaved. The rock shifted with a grinding scrape, pivoting just enough to reveal a dark opening beneath. A ladder descended into it, metal rungs disappearing into shadow. He swung himself down with practiced ease.
Follow.
Sweet swallowed and climbed down after him. The rock slid back into place above with a dull thud, sealing them in. The darkness was immediate and absolute. It closed in from every side, heavy and suffocating, as if the earth itself had swallowed them whole. The only relief came from the faint pink glow that seeped from Sweet's skin, a soft shimmer that crawled along the tunnel walls and caught against the rough stone. It wasn't much, but it was just enough to sketch the thin path ahead. It's very dark, he observed, trying not to sound unsettled. Mox's voice came from somewhere ahead.
Ah, yeah, I forgot to add lights.
Sweet blinked. You forgot?
I was busy.
Sweet frowned into the gloom. That was odd. Digging miles of tunnel without light seemed impractical. He opened his mouth to ask how exactly that worked, when suddenly Mox's hand closed around his. The grip was firm.
Just follow my lead,
the lichen said. Sweet's heart gave an unexpected skip at the contact, a sharp, embarrassing flutter he hoped the darkness concealed. He tightened his hold without meaning to and forced his breathing steady. They moved forwards together, boots scraping softly against packed earth. The tunnel swallowed sounds, swallowed distance. After what felt like a long while, Sweet cleared his throat. How long will this take?
Half a day,
Mox replied. Half a... Sweet stumbled slightly. On foot?
That's generally how tunnels work.
Sweet sighed. That is, considerably longer than I had expected. Moff huffed something that might have been a laugh.
I mean, we can share stories if you like. Sing a song or two. Really make a journey of it.
He clearly meant it as a joke, but the idea settled in Sweet's mind all the same. He realized as they walked that he knew nothing about Mox beyond violence and survival. Nothing that belonged to the man, outside of the moment they were trapped in. I mean, that would be nice, he found himself saying earnestly. Mox went quiet for a second.
You serious?
I find conversation between allies does wonders for morale, Sweet said, a small smile touching his face. Tacy and I used to speak for hours whilst on guard duty. He glanced towards Mox's silhouette in the dark. And if we are to fight side by side, he added gently, I would very much like to know more about the man fighting besides me. In the darkness, Mox muttered something under his breath, but he didn't let go of Sweet's hand.
Fine, he said. What do you want to know?
Fenrith Delta, Mox said at last. They'd been walking for hours. The air in the tunnel had grown stale, the rhythm of their footsteps the only constant. Sweet had done his best to fill the silence with talk. It hadn't gone too well. He'd never been very good at carrying a conversation. That had been Tacy's domain. Easy charm, quick wit, stories that captivated those around him. Sweet, left to his own devices, found conversation to be like sparring without a shield, exposed and awkward. Mox didn't help. Most questions were met with grunts, some with a single word. None of them returned. So then, Sweet tried again. You're not from Gastrovia?
Nah.
That seemed to be the end of it, but he pushed on regardless. Then why come here? Most off-worlders remain in central districts. It's quite unusual to see one so embedded in a warlord's territory. A pause.
It wasn't my choice,
Mox said. Nothing more. The words dropped between them and stayed there. Before Sweet could find a way to politely pry further, Mox stopped.
We're here.
They stood beneath a hatch set into the ceiling of the tunnel. In the dim pink glow, Sweet could just make out its outline. Metal, reinforced, flushed with the stone above. Mock stepped closer, looking up as if measuring the distance between now and whatever came next.
Should lead us straight into Spork's workshop,
he said. He turned then, meeting Sweet's gaze properly.
This won't be easy,
he said, no humor in his voice now.
If we get the jump on him, we've got a chance. He's dangerous, smart, but he's not untouchable.
He placed a hand on Sweet's shoulder, firm and steady.
What we do today matters,
he said.
So, thank you for standing with me.
A beat.
You ready?
Sweet swallowed, mouth dry. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Mox gave his shoulder a final squeeze.
You've got this, Sir Knight,
he said.
Let's go.
Blinding light knifed down into the tunnel as Mox shoved the hatch open. Sweet flinched, throwing an arm over his eyes as he climbed after him. The sudden brightness felt violent after hours in the dark. He blinked hard, vision swimming, and hauled himself up into the room beyond. Spork's workshop sprawled out before them. Wide, cluttered, alive with the uneven pulse of machinery. Gears turned, pistons hissed, wires hung like tangled veins from the ceiling. Tables lay buried beneath rust and scrap, half-built devices scattered in chaotic heaps as if abandoned mid-thought. The air smelled of oil, smoke, and something acrid that stung to the back of the throat. But there was no one here. No guards, no workers. No Spork.
That's not right,
Mox muttered.
Hello there, Mox!
The voice came from behind them. They turned as a massive monitor flitted to life against the far wall. Static spat for a second before resolving into a face that seemed assembled rather than grown. Spork. Sweet had only heard the stories, and they hadn't done him justice. The skivet filled the screen in twitching, restless detail, fur the colour of old ash, singed and patchy, clothes layered in mismatched fabrics and scorched leathers, none of them clean. 3 of his 6 arms were rustic prosthetics, metal joints whining softly as they shifted. One ear had gone entirely, leaving the other drooping sideways. His left eye had been replaced with a camera lens that clicked and focused as it studied them.
Spork,
Mox growled, the words heavy with years. Spork's remaining ear twitched, his grin was wide and feral.
Oh, you didn't think I'd find out you were coming for me?
His voice was a high, scraping screech, like metal dried across glass.
A wise leader always has his sources,
he added cheerfully. The feed flickered, and Sweet's stomach dropped. The screen now showed a familiar arrangement of tents and scattered crates. The starved's camp. No, he breathed. Mox went rigid behind him. The camera zoomed in. Bodies lined the perimeter, limbs scattered across the sand, dark stains soaking into the spice dunes.
You bastard!
Mox roared, the sound echoing off steel. Spork tilted his head, prosthetic fingers drumming against the frame of the screen.
You'd be surprised how easy it is to get people to talk once you blow up a few of their friends.
Sweet felt bile raise in his throat. The room seemed to tilt. He could hear his own pulse hammering in his ears. Besides him, Mox trembled, not with fear but with fury. His gauntlet clenched so tight the metal groaned.
Where the fuck are you?
Mox snarled, stepping towards the screen.
Come out here so I can fucking kill you!
Oh, don't worry,
Spork purred through the speakers.
I'm very close.
The screen went black. For a heartbeat there was silence. Then came the rumble. Low at first, a vibration through the floor, the metal shrieking against metal, something vast and poorly balanced dragging itself closer. The workshop trembled with each approaching step. Sweet's gaze darted around the room, panic tightening in his throat. The footsteps were heavy, mechanical, each one landed like a hammer blow. A towering shelf unit suddenly toppled forwards in a crash of sparks and scrap. Behind it stood a hulking construct of welded junk and salvaged plating, a scrap-built mech, all jagged edges and exposed hydraulics. Its limbs were mismatched, one arm ending in a crushing claw, the other in a rotary cannon that whined as it spun up. Oil leaked from its joints like black blood. And inside the open cockpit, grinning down at them, Spork.
Shit,
Mox muttered. Spork leaned forwards in his seat, camera eye whirring as it zoomed.
You know,
he mused.
At first it felt a bit cruel programming you with emotions.
Sweet blinked. What?
And now,
the skivet continued, delighted.
I see the entertainment value.
Mox twitched at that, just slightly. Spork's grin widened.
I never thought that when I bought you it would lead to this.
Shut up!
Mox barked, voice raw. Sweet looked between them, confusion muddling with his emotions. Mox, he said, struggling to keep his voice steady. What is he talking about? Mox's jaw tightened. He didn't look at him. Spork barked a laugh.
Wait! You didn't know?
The mech shifted its weight, gears grinding.
Your friend here,
he said sweetly,
is a machine. A robot.
The word hung in the air, and suddenly everything rearranged itself. The strength despite the lack of food, the absence of blood, staying awake throughout the nights, the way he could smell out landmines, how he'd navigated pitch-black tunnels without issue. Sweet turned slowly towards Mox. The assembled, that's what they call them. Sentient constructs. He'd never stood beside one before. The ground felt unsteady beneath him. Something fundamental had shifted.
Come on, Sweet,
Mox growled, not meeting his eyes.
We're here for a reason.
He was right. There'd be time for questions later, to make sense of everything. If they survived. Right now there was only the enemy, towering over them. Sweet drew his blade. The candy cane sword slid free with a clean, familiar whisper. He wrapped his fingers tight around the hilt and charged. The mech turned towards Mox, rotary cannon spinning with a hungry whine. The Lycan didn't stand still long enough to be a target. The first burst shredded the floor where he'd been a heartbeat earlier. He vaulted over a workbench, boots striking the surface once before he kicked it over. The heavy table toppled forwards, creating a shield against the stream of rounds, buying him a half a second of cover. Sweet watched as a missile screamed towards the Lycan. Mox grabbed a hanging chain and swung sideways just as it struck the wall behind him. The explosion tore through shelving units, showering the room with scrap. He landed in a crouch, seized a rolling tool cart, and shoved it hard into the mech's advancing leg. Spork snarled. The mech stomped down, crushing the cart flat. Mox didn't hesitate after that. He slammed into the mech's leg with his gauntlet, metal colliding with metal in a thunderous crash. Sparks flew. He drove punch after punch into exposed joints, clawed hands ripping at cables, trying to tear something vital free. Spork simply laughed from the cockpit. The mech's clawed arms swung in a wide arc as both Mox and Sweet ducked under it. Sweet's heart was hammering in his chest, but he steadied himself and lunged forwards with his blade. The candy cane sword struck plating and bounced. The vibration shot up his arm, nearly tearing the weapon from his grip. This wasn't drills in the Chocolate Colosseum. There were no rules here, no measured exchanges, just chaos. A rocket screamed past him and detonated against the far wall. The workshop shuddered. A support beam collapsed in a shower of sparks. Sweet tried again, darting in towards a joint that Mox had already weakened, but the mech moved faster than something that size had any right to. Its heavy claw struck him square in the chest. It hit like a battering ram. Sweet flew backwards, armor scraping as he crashed into a stack of crates. The impact drove the air from his lungs. His vision blurred. The mech's cannon shifted, an aperture opening up in the center. A thin, rising scream cut through the noise. Sweet looked up just in time to see the laser charging. There was no time to move. The blast fired. And Mox stepped in front of him. The beam punched through Mox's torso in a blinding flash. Metal melted, internal components ruptured in a spray of sparks and shattered plating. A gaping hole tore through his midsection, clean and smoking. Mox staggered once, then dropped. Sweet stared, mouth half open. The world narrowing to the smoking ruin of Mox's body on the floor. He'd protected him. But why? They weren't friends, not really. They were captor and captive, allies by necessity. Mox had threatened him, lied to him, dragged him across a minefield with a fake bomb around his neck. And yet, he had chosen to take that shot. Sweet's chest tightened painfully. Guilt crawled up his throat, thick and suffocating. If he'd been faster, stronger, better, if he hadn't hesitated, if he hadn't needed saving. Spork tilted his head from inside the cockpit.
Well,
He said pleasantly.
That's at least half my job done.
The mech began to advance, each step shaking the ruined workshop. Sweet's mind reeled. He'd been useless, outmatched. A knight trained for blades and honor, not this mechanized nightmare. He couldn't save anyone. He couldn't even land a single blow. Spork raised the cannon again. Sweet's breath came sharp and ragged. Focus. Not on fear, not on failure. On now. The pink markings along his skin began to glow brighter, pulsing beneath the grime and blood. Heat built behind his eyes. In his chest, in the space between thoughts. He was a Tal. He thrust out a hand. A nearby shelf shuddered. One crate stamped with volatile markings trembled. The strain was immediate and vicious, like tearing muscle from bone. Heat surged through him, pain flaring behind his eyes and down his spine. His body trembled under the effort, every nerve screaming in protest. And then, inch by stubborn inch, the crate lurched free. It ripped through the air with invisible force and slammed into the mech, detonating on impact. The explosion rocked the room, engulfing the machine in fire and shrapnel. The mech staggered, one leg buckling as alarm shrieked from within. Sweet swayed, exhausted, vision swimming, but he moved. The blast had torn part of the roof loose, already damaged from the battle. One section now hung precariously, fractured beams groaning under their own weight. He stumbled towards a blaster that had toppled out of a supply box, snatched it up and aimed. Not at Spork, but up at the weakened support above. He fired. The beam soared through the air, slicing through the final connecting edge. The last support gave way with a tortured shriek of metal. For one suspended, breathless instant, the fractured ceiling hung above the mech like a held judgment. Spork's camera eye widened, lens clicking frantically as warning lights flared across his cockpit. "No!" he began, six arms scrambling across controls, prosthetics wiring as he tried to reverse, to boost, to anything. But it was too late. Steel beams tore free, stone slabs followed, the entire section of the roof came crashing down in a deafening avalanche. The first impact buckled the mech's shoulder, snapping the rotary cannon clean off. The second drove it onto one knee, the third buried it completely. Spork screamed as the cockpit canopy shattered, his voice dissolving into choked gurgling. Sparks erupted in violent bursts. One of the mech's arms clawed upwards through the falling debris, grasping at nothing. Then a final, crushing blow silenced it. The mech vanished beneath twisted beams and slabs of concrete, entombed inside the very structure that it had once ruled. Silence fell, broken only by the settling dust and distant crackles of fire. The blaster slipped from Sweet's trembling fingers, clattering uselessly against the floor as his chest heaved for air. Then his mind finally caught up with what happened. He staggered through the settling dust and fell to his knees beside Mox's broken frame. He hauled him upright as carefully as he could manage, propping him into a sitting position against a half-collapsed pillar. "Mox!" he shouted, voice cracking. Are you functioning?" Mox's eyes flickered. For a moment they were dull, unfocused. Then they narrowed slightly as systems crawled back online.
"Don't worry, Sunrise,"
he rasped. The voice was thinner now, distorted, metal grinding faintly beneath it.
"I'll be fine. Just need some repairs."
The attempt at a smile was crooked, one side of the jaw hanging lower than it should. Sweet felt his composure fracture. Tears prickled at his eyes before he could stop them. The battle was over. The noise had stopped. He was alive. Relief hit him in waves so strong it left him dizzy. Before he could think better of it, he pulled Mox into a tight embrace. The lichen froze, one remaining arm hovering awkwardly before giving Sweet a stiff, uncertain pat on the back.
Sweet," he said carefully. "I'm aware you're experiencing emotions, but I require tools and probably several new internal components."
Sweet pulled back at once, flushing. "Right, yes, of course, apologies." He scrambled to his feet. "Just tell me what you need." The next hours passed in a blur of smoke and scavenging. Sweet ran back and forth through the ruined workshop, hauling scrap, wiring, plating, anything Mox requested. He returned each time to find Mox hunched over his own exposed chassis, welding torch sparking as he fused metal to metal with steady practice movements. He worked without complaint, rewiring what he could reach, sealing breaches, replacing shattered parts with whatever functional substitutes they could find. The massive hole through his midsection slowly shrank beneath layered plating and careful reinforcement.
"I may need a professional to look at this eventually,"
Mox muttered at one point, adjusting a cable with precise fingers.
"There's only so much you can do by yourself."
Sweet watched, still shaken, still raw. "Machines," Sweet remembered Mox saying. "People are just machines made of different parts." "You could have let me die," Sweet heard himself say. The words felt raw on the way out. "I was useless. You would have fared better than me."
"Don't say stupid things,"
Mox muttered, tightening a wire with slow, deliberate care.
"Enough people have died because of my ambition. I wasn't about to add you to the list."
"But—"
"No buts.
Mox shot him a look.
And besides, I believed in you. You've got that spark. Most don't.
Sweet's gaze drifted to the exposed wiring in Mox's torso, the faint hum of systems recalibrating. Mox noticed.
I'm sorry, I didn't tell you,
he said after a moment. He sounded smaller.
It's just...
He paused, searching for the right words.
In my experience, people don't really trust machines.
Sweet sat down beside him, the fight finally draining out of his limbs. I can't imagine it's easy.
I think,
Mox said, jaw tightening as he fused the plate into place.
I feel I hurt the same as any man.
He flinched slightly as a spark caught.
I was just assembled differently.
Sweet hesitated. Spork said he bought you. Mox's expression hardened.
My creator sold me to him, years ago. I worked here, built his toys, dug his tunnels.
A beat.
Slave is the cleanest word for it, I guess.
Your creator? Sweet asked quietly. Mox shook his head.
I don't remember much. Not really. Don't know why I was made.
He sealed the final gap in his plating, metal hissing as it cooled. The repair was rough, functional, not elegant.
But I saw what was happening here,
he went on.
Saw the injustice. Figured if I was built with certain advantages, I might as well use them.
A faint smile ghosted across his face.
And so I did.
He looked up at Sweet.
We made a difference today, Sir Knight.
Then the expression faltered, memory catching up with him. His jaw tightened slightly.
I only wish the others could have lived to see it.
Silence settled between them. Sweet reached out and rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, he said.
They deserve a proper funeral,
Mox said quietly.
Corrigan, too.
Sweet nodded once, no argument. For a moment they sat with it. Then Mox shifted, as if forcibly prying his thoughts away from the dead.
So, he said, what now, Sir Knight?
Sweet blinked. What do you mean?
You wanted the galaxy,
he said.
Freedom? Something bigger than following orders?
A faint tilt of his head.
I did promise you that much.
Sweet hadn't truly thought that far ahead. Surviving had taken up most of his attention. But now the idea returned, vast and frightening and bright. A life beyond Gastrovia, beyond kings and warlords. But how? He asked.
Spork keeps a private vessel,
Mox said, pushing himself to his feet.
Emergency escape ship, not docked at the main spaceport. Means it won't be caught in the lockdown.
Sweet stood as well, wincing slightly as his side pulled. And what about you? Mox shrugged.
With my crew gone, I'll have to work something out.
He didn't sound convinced. Come with me, Sweet said, the words leaving him before caution could catch them. Mox paused.
Excuse me?
Don't you want answers? Sweet pressed. About your creator, about why you were made. Don't you want to see what's out there? Mox stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly a grin spread across his face.
Are you sure you want to travel with me? He asked. After all of this?
Especially after all of this. He let out a low chuckle.
Well, Sir Knight, that is a tempting offer.
He extended his repaired hand.
I think I might just take you up on it.
Sweet smiled and shook his hand without hesitation. The future was still vast, still dangerous, still wildly uncertain in all the practical ways that mattered. There would be new worlds, new wars, new mistakes waiting patiently for him out there. But the uncertainty that had once hollowed him out, that gnawing, directionless doubt, was gone. He wasn't fleeing from something anymore. He was stepping forwards, on his own terms. He ran his fingers along the metal of the helmet, gold, polished to a saint's smile, caught the coloured light spilled through the stained glass above and threw it back in soft, gentle hues. Beautiful thing. Dangerous, too. Most beautiful things were. Across the chamber stood the statue of the great prophet Elisy, serene as ever, untouchable as ever. Stone fragments hung around her in perfect stillness, like the world itself had decided she was worth pausing for. He stared up at her and wondered, not for the first time, whether she'd ever doubted, whether she'd stood where he stood now, feeling the weight of belief pressing down on him like a pistol at the back of his head. When he was younger, he swallowed it all without chewing. The great flow binds us, the great flow guides us, the great flow knows best. He'd felt it, sure enough, like a current under the skin, tugging him along. Hard to argue with something you could feel in your cells. But the organizations around it, that was another matter. He'd seen the rot early, smiles too wide with hands too quick to take, sermons that sounded a lot like orders. The flow was meant to bind them together, but the conclave wrapped around it only seemed interested in drawing lines. This one above, this one below, this one pure and this one less so. That all changed, though, when he met the cardinals. They had hauled him in for questioning after his friend decided to attack a bishop about a year ago. At the time, he thought it was fair justice. The bishop was an awful man. Still, they dragged him in, sat him down and started talking. There was something about them, the way they spoke, calm as the still sea, the way they looked at him like they already knew the man he was supposed to be. It was like a fresh tide rolling in, steady and sure, lifting him up rather than dragging him under. Their words settled in him, warm and certain, as if something that had always been there had finally found its voice. By the time he left that room, his doubts had been neatly folded away, like old clothes that didn't fit anymore. He'd been a child, he told himself, blind in all the wrong ways. The universe was bigger than his grievances, uglier too. There were enemies. There were always enemies. There were Velunari that turned their back on the flow, spat in its face, dangerous people, people who needed dealing with. And it was then he thought that maybe he was the man to do it. He'd always been good, better than good, top of his class, quick hands, quicker reflexes. A pilot who could thread an asteroid field, a fighter who didn't hesitate. He thought that meant he was destined for something great. Turns out he was destined for something greater. The months after that were complicated. The cardinals took an interest in him. They spoke of purpose, of destiny, of being chosen. There was a process. Tests, trials, other candidates, of course. But the outcome felt decided long before he stepped into the room. When they placed that mantle on him, he felt proud, honored. He looked back at the helmet in his hands. His fingers found the shard set into its crown, a silver of something darker than dark, swallowing the light around it. Wrong somehow, like staring into a hole the galaxy forgot to exist. He touched it anyway. He always did. The feeling came, same as ever, cold and deep and endless. He pulled the helmet on, sealing himself inside it, and turned towards the door. No more doubts now, no more questions. The war bishop had work to do. Rhak, son of Rhak, lay sprawled on the grass as though he'd been dropped there by accident. Above him, the night sky performed its usual quiet extravagance. 3 moons hung like decorative afterthoughts, while a vast galaxy stretched itself thin in every direction, showing off in a way that suggested it knew it liked to be watched. He hadn't really wanted to be here initially. A teenager of his age had better things to do than lie around contemplating infinity when perfectly good hologames existed, full of violence, glory, and conveniently resettable consequences. But now that he was here, with the grass cool beneath him, and the universe politely minding its own business overhead, he had to admit, it wasn't terrible. It helped that his grueling work at the slaughter forest was several exhausting hours behind him, along with his father's expectations. And it helped, more than he cared to admit out loud, that Sierra was beside him. She lay close, small and at ease, her breathing falling into an unconscious rhythm with his. That alone felt like a minor miracle. When she turned her head and smiled, squeezing his hand, it felt like a significantly larger one.
"You have been awfully quiet,"
she said.
I've just been thinking.
"About what?"
She propped herself up on her elbows and looked down at him, all 3 eyes narrowing slightly in the way that suggested both curiosity and amusement. She was, he thought, not for the first time, absurdly beautiful. Not in the loud, obvious way of things designed to impress, but in the quieter, more dangerous way that made a person reconsider previously held beliefs. Rhak had never imagined himself drawn to a Velunari. Interspecies relationships were rare and usually came with disapproving looks and long, disappointing conversations about grandchildren. And yet, here she was, and here he was, and everything felt correct.
How lucky I am,
he said.
"Oh, you jest,"
she replied mockingly. She giggled anyway, though, leaned down and kissed his cheek before settling back beside him. They watched the sky again, in comforting silence. After a while, she spoke again.
"You've never been off planet, have you?"
Nah, my father would never let me.
"Oh, boo. You shouldn't have to listen to him forever. One day you'll rule this whole place."
He smiled at that, though the idea carried a weight he preferred not to think about.
Then we'd both be leaders. Different sides of the world.
Oh, please, she said, waving a hand dismissively. My little sanctum is just a gathering of people who like my cooking. I'm no grand leader.
Not yet.
He turned his head towards her.
You'd be surprised. Your cooking could change the loyalty of a lot of men.
She gave him a look.
You're full of compliments today. I'm already your girlfriend. You don't have to win me over.
I'm just being honest.
She shifted closer, nuzzling into him with a contented sigh, as if she decided the universe could wait its turn.
I love you,
she said simply.
I love you too,
he replied. Above them, the 3 moons carried on shining, entirely indifferent, as most things are. In Tau society, knowledge was power, the very backbone of their culture, and a source of immense pride. The Ashkar were strong, the Lycan cunning, but the Tau believed that without knowledge to wield such qualities, they were meaningless. It was intelligence, after all, that separated sentient beings from a particularly ambitious shrub. It was only natural, then, that the Tau were among the first to unlock the arcane secrets of the universe, to bend the void itself to their will. Their education system reflected this philosophy. From a young age, each Tau was rigorously tested, scouted for aptitude, and placed into systems designed to refine their strengths whilst addressing their weaknesses. And for the rare few who rose above the rest, there was ascension, the final test, the last door, the quiet promise that beyond it waited power, prestige, and a direct path into the highest ranks of Tau society. Val stood in silence, awaiting judgment. He'd burned through the trials faster than felt right. Too fast. Suspiciously so. He'd been bracing for another stage, another twist of the knife, something to prove it wasn't over yet. But when the test masters called his name and announced his result, the world seemed to still. He had set a record. The fastest Tal in all of Talvoran to reach ascension. A ripple passed through the gathered students. They turned towards him, their applause edged with barely concealed jealousy. That was when it happened. The colours. They came like a breath he hadn't realised he was holding, spilling across his skin in a sudden bloom of light, bright and unmistakable. Purple. Now that turned heads. Among the Tau, colour was identity. It reflected not only one's house, but one's ideals. Red signified military ambition. Green, wisdom and technological mastery. Blue stood for justice and the law. Yellow marked healers, and white denoted diplomacy and espionage. These colours were partially inherited, but shaped by upbringing. A Tau born to red-aligned parents might still become yellow if raised in a life of peace and healing. Yet on rare occasions, something different emerged. Colours unseen, born of unusual paths or extraordinary potential. Those raised on foreign planets, or those who excelled across multiple disciplines, sometimes manifested entirely new hues. Val's transformation was unmistakable. He didn't need a lecture to understand what it meant. The way the test masters stared told him enough. The way the room went quiet, really quiet, told him the rest. He was no longer just another promising student. He was something else, something dangerous. The purple light shimmered across the chamber, painting stunned faces in its glow. Val smiled. Life had just become a great deal more interesting.
Come on, love, we should be proud of him.
His mother's voice had that brittle edge. Hope stretched thin over panic. They sat around the table, a slab of polished black big enough to feel like a battlefield. Plenty of room for distance.
A purple Tal?
His father said, like the words tasted bad. He barely touched his food, sat at the head, of course, arms folded, red light flickering sharper with every syllable.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Wasn't the great hero purple?
Piped up Honor, his younger brother, eager as a pup that hadn't yet learned when to keep quiet.
The great hero wasn't real. Children's tale.
His father snapped out like a whip crack. One hand to his temple, all 9 eyes squeezing shut as if the world itself offended him.
This isn't right. I knew we shouldn't have wasted the lumens on his education. He should have come with me, joined the fleet.
You wanted to send our son into a war? His mother shot back.
It would have done him good.
His father straightened, chest swelling like he was back in uniform.
Toughened him up. It's what my father did for me.
Can you two just stop?
Vala cut in, smooth and steady. Val's older sister. She turned to him with a smile that seemed genuine.
We should be celebrating. He topped his class. He's ascended.
A small shrug.
Who cares about the colour? He's still the same old Val.
His father gave a grunt that might have been approval or indigestion. Then he went back to devouring his meal like it had personally wronged him. His mother fussed with her utensils, suddenly very interested in anything that wasn't the conversation. And Val just sat there. He heard the words, of course he did, but it didn't seem to land anywhere useful. It never had, not really. His father, the general, his mother the diplomat. People who lived in rooms like this, making decisions about other people's lives. Important people. Important enough that their own children felt incidental. Like projects, investments, pieces on a board. He'd seen what they made of valor, shaped her into something sharp and dangerous. Watched them start in on honor as well, nudging him towards politics before he even learned what it cost. That was Tau life. Find the potential, squeeze it, refine it, and then use it. But for what? Another rung, another title, another day earning the right to keep doing it all over again. "I'm sorry," his mother said at last, the words soft, like they might break if handled too roughly. She turned towards him. "Would you like some more?" "I'm fine," Val said. "I'll have his share then," Honor chimed in, trying for levity but failing. They ate in silence after that, the kind that presses in on your ears, broken now and then by scraps of conversation that went nowhere and meant little. After a while, Val pushed his chair back. "It was a lovely meal," he said, simple and polite. And then he left. Val entered his room, and the door behind him sealed with a soft hiss, shutting out the noise of the house and the people in it. Cold black slabs framed the space in hard angles, every surface polished enough to reflect a stranger back at him. Beyond the window sprawled Talvoran, a city of squares and light, stacked and folded and knotted into itself, a maze pretending to be civilization. He crossed the wall and pressed a finger against one of the black panels jutting from it. The air shimmered, a holodeck sprang into being before him, ghost light rippling across the dark. From his pocket he drew the cube, small and unsuspecting. One of the testmasters had pressed it into him as he left the facility. All solemn eyes and no explanation. Val placed it into one of the slots set into his table. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the runes carved across its surface flared bright. A figure appeared on the screen in front of him. Large and imposing, the sort of man who knew exactly how power should stand. Val knew him at once. Guidance, one of the 5 Archons of Tal, one of the 5 most powerful men in all of Tal society. "Congratulations," Guidance said. Pre-recorded, of course. "You have been granted the privilege and honor of selection as a candidate for the position of Void Arbiter." Val frowned. Void Arbiter? He'd heard the stories everyone had, but he never thought they were real. "This is a role of great importance to the Tau people," Guidance continued. "Its full nature cannot yet be disclosed. Know only that this is a responsibility of the highest order." A responsibility. He almost laughed. He knew what that meant. It was an order, not a request. "There'll be a retinue to collect you in the morning. Congratulations, Ascended One. I look forward to meeting you." The image flickered, then vanished. Val stood in silence, staring at the empty space where the Archon's face had been. His mind worked quickly. Void Arbiters, an elite force, if the rumors were true. Servants of the Archons, hands in the dark, blades in rooms where no blades were meant to be. He grimaced. Didn't matter how high you climbed in Tal society, didn't matter how special you turned out to be. There was always a place waiting, always a use, and always a box with your name on it. Val leaned back in his seat and tried not to look impressed. They'd spared no expense on the transport, which meant someone very important either wanted him comfortable or wanted him to notice how easily comfort could be provided and withdrawn. The Vectorliner purred along with the smugness of expensive machinery. The seat embraced him in some impossible material that seemed to understand his spine better than he did. The temperature was exact, not just pleasant, but exact. The air had clearly been informed on the correct degree of comfort and had obeyed. Outside, the city blurred past. The vehicle tore along the prime vector of Talvoran at speeds that should have rattled bones and beliefs about engineering. Instead, the ride remained insultingly smooth. They'd even provided him with a holoscreen turned to local affairs, which meant announcements, achievements, warnings, and the occasional reminder that productivity was the highest form of national pride. At the moment, however, it was broadcasting something far stranger. An advert for something called Wander's Wonderful Circus. A peculiar-looking Tau stood front and centre in a top hat and ringmaster uniform, gesturing with all the frantic cheer of a man trying to sell fireworks at a funeral. Behind him flashed images of acrobats, lights, impossible beasts, and smiling faces arranged with suspicious enthusiasm. Val scoffed. Bold, he thought. To bring whimsy, actual benign, useless whimsy, to a people who considered work an obligation and joy something best scheduled in moderation. There was almost bravery in it, or stupidity. They were often related, after all. Still, Val had to admire it, a passion pursued despite its obvious pointlessness. One nail, then, that Talvoran's great hammer had yet not flattened. The journey lasted only a couple of hours, until at last the Vectorliner slowed. Ahead rose the grand axiom, seat of the 5 Archons. It stood like a blade of black glass driven into the heart of Talvorin, which was exactly the sort of architectural statement powerful people adored. Nothing said benevolent governance quite like a giant obsidian weapon looming over the population. Its polished surfaces caught the city's cold light and shattered it into hard geometric fragments. Thin veins of house-coloured energy ran through the walls, red, green, blue, yellow, white, each glowing line a reminder that even Unity had departments. Above, 5 immense spires crowned the structure, angled towards the space above like horns. Between them hovered the seal of the 5 Archons, vast and holographic, rotating in flawless silence. The building waited for a moment. Then, with great and terrible ceremony, the base of the Grand Axiom began to part. Slowly, of course. Important buildings never simply opened. They revealed themselves and bestowed access. The black glass split like a mouth, and the vector liner slid inside. Val found himself in a grand chamber, because naturally the powerful never did anything in a modest room. The vector liner had left him below, and from there he'd been passed from one staff member to another, guided upwards through the Grand Axiom like some rare specimen being carried to a shelf. They bowed, they softened their voices, they looked at him with something close to awe. Val had never been treated with this kind of reverence before. He found it uncomforting. When he entered the chamber, 3 others were already waiting. The first was hard to miss. A tall Tal, marked in blue, broad in a way most Tal weren't. Not just large, deliberately large, the sort of large that made the space around him feel borrowed. He stood with a massive hammer-like weapon gripped in one hand, both ends of it pulsing with contained power. A subtle man, then. Clearly the kind who liked people to understand his strengths before he used them to rearrange somebody's face. Besides him stood a smaller Tal with green markings, neat clothes, quick eyes, scholar's face, gadgets strapped around him in such number that Val wondered whether he was expecting a war, a lecture, or maybe a plumbing emergency. The green-marked Tal turned towards Val as he entered.
"Oh wow," he said. "So they weren't lying. He really is purple."
He jabbed an elbow into the larger Tal's side, which seemed bold, or evidence of a poor survival instinct.
"Eh, Judgment?"
Judgment grunted. It was not a friendly grunt, nor an unfriendly one exactly, more like the sound of a mountain briefly acknowledging the weather. The smaller Tal came over and offered his hand.
"Name's Equation," he said, "but you can call me EQ, it saves time."
Val took his hand. "Val," he said. EQ waited a moment, then another.
"Not a big talker, eh?"
He glanced back towards the others and gave a weary smile.
"Fine, join the club. The conversations haven't exactly been free-flowing so far."
In the corner sat the third Tal, a woman, marked in white, still, watchful. Not a peaceful kind, but a trained one. Val looked her way, and she gave nothing back. EQ noticed.
"Oh, that's Whisper," he said. "She's cool, I think. Heard she's got a boyfriend in the army, though, so don't get any funny ideas."
Val had not been getting any funny ideas. He had mostly been getting the impression that every person in this room was dangerous in a different, unique way. Behind him, the door closed, heavy and final. No one else was coming. So this was it, then. Judgment, Equation, Whisper, and Val. They didn't have to wait long. A projection flared to life before them, vast and shimmering. And there was guidance again, filling the chamber without the inconvenience of actually being in it. Draped in splendor, naturally. Robes layered over robes, space rocks catching impossible light. Every inch of him arranged to remind lesser beings that they were lesser. "Welcome, Void Arbiters," Guidance said, his voice rich with the sort of warmth powerful men practiced in mirrors. "It is so good to finally meet you." Whisper looked up from her seat and slid away the little blade she'd been turning between her fingers. Judgment straightened, interest sparking at last, pride lighting his eyes like a torch in a very obedient shrine. "You've all been chosen because you are the brightest among your peers," Guidance continued. "Each of you have shown the potential to become the elite of the elite." A pause. "But potential is the key word. At present you are raw stones, uncut, unshaped, awaiting the hand that will make you useful." He smiled. "And useful you will be. I cannot overstate the importance of this opportunity. The Void Arbiters are the best of the best, an elite task force entrusted with carrying out the will of the Tal." "A test, then?" Judgment's voice rolled through the chamber. "Whatever you have for me, Grand Archon, I will complete it." Guidance looked down at them, like a man considering insects. "Ah, Judgment, yes? I have heard much praise of your dutifulness." His smile widened by a fraction. "And yes, you could call it a test. But do not let the words disguise the truth. This is a mission of real importance. There will be consequences. Success and failure both have weight." "No pressure, then," EQ whispered from the corner of his mouth. Val glanced at him. There was no reverence in the boy, no shining pride, not like judgment, standing rigid as a monument to obedience. EQ looked almost relaxed, cheerful even, cheerful in the presence of power. Val found he respected it. As for the whole arbiter business, he was still far from convinced. It felt too much like chains polished bright and renamed as duty. But what was he meant to do? Run? Refuse? Stand alone in the heart of the grand axiom and declare himself free? And besides, distasteful methods or not, the goal remained the same. The strength of the Tau, the protection of the whole. He still believed that their intentions, ultimately, were good.
What's the mission then?
Whisper asked, finally deciding to speak. Her voice was soft, gentle, disarming. Ah, yes. Guidance brightened. You may have seen the recent broadcast concerning our alliance with the Philo, a minor species on the edge of our star system. Val vaguely remembered something about it. A ceremony, smiling officials, a great deal of language about cooperation. As a gesture of our new friendship, Guidance went on, spreading his hands, we've elected to gift them certain pieces of our technology. You will ensure the shipment reaches their leader safely. EQ blinked. So, we're just glorified mailmen? Judgment rounded on him.
Don't you dare disrespect the Archon.
Then, inexplicably, the large Tau dropped to one knee, which was a bit much, Val thought.
Whatever you wish, he declared, head bowed. I will see that nothing bad happens to the transport.
Guidance nodded. Good. You'll leave tonight. Until then, the facility is yours. Food, equipment, supplies, take whatever you require. And with that, he vanished. No farewell, no blessing, no lingering warmth for the great and glorious Archon, just a flicker of light and then empty air. For a moment, the chamber felt colder without him. EQ was the first to break the silence.
Well, he said, clapping his hands once. Suppose that just happened. He turned to Val, eyebrows raised. What do you think, huh? Weird, isn't it?
It seems too simple, Val said. And it did. Transporting a gift to a minor allied species? The regular Tau forces could have handled that. A clerk with a schedule and a half-decent escort could have handled that, which meant either this was truly beneath them, or there was something buried under it. There's probably more he's not telling us, Whisper said. She had crossed the distance between them without seeming to move.
Whether there is or not, Judgment announced, I will see it done.
We, Whisper corrected him. The large Tau looked at her. We're a team now, blockhead. His glare could have curdled stone.
I suppose.
Come on, big guy, EQ jibed. It'll be fun.
As long as you don't get in my way, he spat, we'll be fine.
Then he barged past them towards the nearest elevator, catching EQ hard enough with his shoulder to send him stumbling back a step. Val watched him go as EQ exhaled slowly through his nose.
Jeez, what's his problem?
His father is the chief of police in Talvoran, Whisper said. Probably just how he was raised. Hard to blame him for that. Val understood. The children of powerful people were rarely raised. They were shaped, sharpened. EQ grinned at her.
Well, you sure do know a lot.
It is the responsibility of any self-sufficient Tau to know the people around them, she said wryly. One wouldn't want to spread misinformation, after all. EQ stiffened.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, she shrugged. Why did you ask my imaginary army boyfriend? And with that, she left them, moving with the quiet certainty of someone who knew more than she cared to say. EQ stared after her, wounded.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. He looked at Val. I'm not sure I'm going to survive this journey.
Maybe that's part of the test, Val said. That earned a chuckle.
Maybe.
He studied Val for a moment.
You, at least, don't seem so bad.
You haven't got to know me yet.
Well, let's fix that. He brightened at once. Do you play any holo games?
Not really. EQ looked as if Val had confessed a murder.
Not really?
I've never had the time.
Never had the time?
EQ repeated, louder, apparently hoping the words would become less tragic with volume.
Oh, that is grim. This is deeply grim.
Val almost smiled. Truthfully, he had never thought much about fun. Fun was something that happened to other people. People with looser schedules, less ambitious parents, fewer tests waiting to determine the shape of their lives. But then, if all one did was work, what exactly was the point in living? Fine then, Val said. Show me. EQ's grin returned in full force.
Hey, excellent! I'm sure there's a lounge somewhere, or at least a chair. This place has to have chairs, right? Even the Archons must sit down eventually.
He scampered off with sudden purpose, Val following more cautiously behind.